In a spacious office building in an unnamed city, the desperate cries of a young employee are heard, who has been unfairly accused of stealing a large sum of money. Exhausted by constant overtime work, the employee indignantly rejects all accusations against him, trying to get to the truth. An excited young man reminds his manager of his recent success at work and his promise to promote him. The smug boss, grinning, points to the indisputable evidence of the subordinate's guilt, his own signature on the documents on the transfer of funds. The guy, chilled with horror, remembers how he recklessly signed some papers without even bothering to read their contents. An angry employee hurls accusations at his boss, calling him a vile manipulator who embezzled other people's money. A high-ranking intriguer warns the young man against making rash statements, reminding him of his already tarnished reputation. The arrogant manager, wrinkling his nose at the smell of cheap food and public transport, orders the employee being held by security to stay away. An angry manager, having lost control of himself, turns to a disobedient subordinate with a threatening look. A powerful blow sends a young employee flying, while the gloating boss mocks his victim's helplessness. The triumphant tyrant, towering over the defeated servant, boasts of the power of the Reiki, available only to the elite of society. The self-confident boss watches in amazement as his opponent, against all odds, tries to rise. The wounded young man, overcoming the pain, gathers his last strength and warns the offender of impending retribution. The unbroken worker proclaims his intention to become the most powerful and richest man in the world. The determined guy, overcome with righteous anger, vows to buy the company and first of all, fire his offender. An elegant stranger in elegant shoes with floral decoration appears from the elevator, offering to speed up the fulfillment of a dream. An impressive squad of bodyguards of the mysterious girl synchronously leaves the spacious elevator cabin. Disciplined guards line the walls, paying tribute to their mistress with a ceremonial bow. The dazzling beauty, like the sun, illuminates the room with her presence and offers an immediate solution to the problem. The charming Miss Chen Chen Mo appears in all her splendor, in a luxurious blue dress with an elegant veil and precious jewelry. The shocked young man freezes in a daze, not believing his eyes at the sight of his former lover, who appeared so unexpectedly. The obsequious boss rushes to the young mistress, trying to find out the reason for her sudden visit without warning. The imperious beauty, looking contemptuously at the manager, in an icy tone orders him to immediately leave the premises. The confused manager turns to the girl in confusion, trying to find out the reason for such harsh treatment. An angry Miss Chen Mo explains that the boss dared to insult the honor of her family's future son-in-law. The stunned worker shakes his head in complete disbelief, unable to comprehend what is happening around him. An elegant girl powerfully places her hand next to her former lover, declaring him her future husband. The charming miss approaches Lin Chu, admitting the error of their separation and offering to schedule a wedding according to his wishes. The amazed young man, without hiding his excitement, asks about her feelings, receiving a mysterious look in response. Gently touching his cheek, the mysterious beauty shakes her head negatively when asked about love. Leaning closer and looking straight into the eyes, the girl admits to an inexplicable attraction to her former lover. In an ornate room, the Chen family's new son-in-law reflects on the rapid changes in his life. Lost in memories, the guy thinks about the 3-year separation and the mysterious words of the bride about attraction. A dazzling bride dressed in a luxurious snow-white dress enters the wedding chambers. The embarrassed groom cannot take his eyes off his beloved, noting how during the 3 years of separation she has become even more beautiful. The touched young man vows to love only her and promises to take care of his future wife. The mysterious bride with a mysterious smile asks the groom to close his eyes, promising a pleasant surprise. An excited guy, closing his eyes, dreams of his first kiss with his beautiful chosen one. The lovely bride, closing her eyes, slowly approaches her future husband. The crafty beauty, interrupting the romantic moment, unexpectedly hands the taken-aback groom a banknote. The arrogant beauty throws money towards the confused groom, ordering him to immediately leave the premises. The confused young man looks at the banknotes in bewilderment, trying to comprehend the strange behavior of the bride on the eve of the wedding. The angry girl sharply replies that everything that happened was just a show, offering generous compensation for a month's stay. The perplexed guy, refusing money, tries to find out the true reason for her sudden appearance in his life. The enraged girl, shrouding her hand in a mysterious force, throws her ex-groom aside, forbidding him to pretend to be innocent. The dazzling miss, her eyes sparkling with rage, confesses her fierce hatred of unfaithful men. The defeated young man lying among the wreckage of a chair is sincerely perplexed by the accusations of treason. A depressed guy, wandering home, reflects on the strangeness of the fake wedding and the mysterious reason for their separation. Exhausted by events, the young man reluctantly opens the door of his modest apartment. The shocked owner of the apartment freezes at the sight of a stranger with snow-white hair sitting on his sofa. The stunned young man freezes in the doorway, unable to comprehend what is happening. A beautiful stranger with a perfect figure and snow-white curls declares her love in English. The confused guy, trying to cope with his surprise, asks about the identity of the mysterious guest. The mysterious beauty, gracefully rising from the sofa, declares her role as a lover from a past life. The mysterious guest continues her story, mentioning the return of some debt. The exhausted young man, barely able to stand, cannot take his eyes off the beautiful stranger. The alarmed owner of the apartment is cautiously interested in the true intentions of the mysterious guest. The puzzled guy, turning away, reflects on the mental health of a strange visitor. A seductive stranger playfully hints at the upcoming wedding night instead of a failed wedding. An excited young man senses something is wrong, but cannot solve the mysterious situation. A frightened guy makes a desperate attempt to escape from his own apartment. The dexterous beauty blocks the path to escape with lightning speed, slamming the door in the face of the confused owner. The mysterious stranger mentions the practice of paired cultivation from their common past, which completely confuses the guy. The confused young man is perplexed about the strange words of the guest, trying to comprehend what he heard. The mysterious beauty, wanting to calm down her excited interlocutor, suddenly pulls him in for a kiss. A mysterious blue flame begins to swirl around the kissing couple, lifting them above the ground. The shocked guy watches in confusion at the mystical glow that enveloped their figures. The confused young man, lost in what is happening, begins to doubt his own sanity and the reality of what is happening. A spiritual entity begins to emerge from the young man's body, observing what is happening from the side. The guy's soul is transported to another dimension, filled with unknown energy. The amazed young man soars in the skies among creatures like him, assuming that he is in paradise. Numerous rays pierce the guy's body, causing the feeling of an impending energy explosion. The consciousness of a young man is filled with a stream of unique knowledge representing the memory of different people. The exhausted young man falls to the floor after completing the mysterious kiss. The stunned boy feels his mind fill with the memories of countless people, bestowing all-encompassing knowledge. A month later, at the funeral, those gathered mournfully say goodbye to Mr. Yirlin. Saddened Mo Chen approaches her lover's coffin to apologize. A sudden burst of purple energy pierces the sky, striking the deceased's coffin directly. The young man's lifeless fingers begin to move, showing signs of returning to life. The resurrected guy rises from the coffin, surrounded by a mysterious glow. Those present at the funeral are frozen in horror, assuming the appearance of a living dead man. Mo Chen's domineering father abruptly cuts off the maid's frightened cries, ordering her to shut up. A confident man greets his resurrected son-in-law, confessing his unwavering faith in his return. The resurrected guy is confused about the need to keep the secret of his 1,000-year journey through other people's memories. The elderly head of the family, concerned about the young man's condition, orders the maid to take the young master to his room. The delighted father of the family discusses the miraculous gift of resurrection, confessing his doubts about his son-in-law's survival. Sad Mo Chen, watching her father, realizes the selfish motive of the upcoming marriage. The recently resurrected young man sits at the table, still comprehending the miracle that happened to him. The guy's mind is filled with a kaleidoscope of memories of different people, from writers to thieves. Mysterious orange energy flows from the young man's eyes as he realizes how his perception of the world has changed. The enlightened young man realizes that he is now able to read minds and know the true essence of things. Studying the interior, the guy accurately determines the age and cost of expensive pieces of art. The head maid gives orders to serve the young master. An elegant purple-haired maid enters the room, carrying a tray of food. The servants pointedly avoid the master's gaze. The pink-haired girl dryly offers to restore strength. The hungry young man greedily pounces on the food offered. The haughty maid mentally criticizes the young master's inappropriate manners. The pink-haired maid is seething with indignation, considering the guy unworthy of her mistress. An astute young man, having read the maid's thoughts, voices her innermost doubts. The shocked maid is horrified to realize her master's ability to read minds. The head of the family appears accompanied by a venerable old man, demanding proper service. A submissive maid greets guests while a father introduces his mysterious son-in-law. The irritated maid asks to moderate her ardor, unaware of the young master's month-long fast. A cheeky young man playfully asks the maid to feed him personally. The maid winces painfully at the young master's unpleasant proposal. The obedient servant puts on a polite smile, forcibly agreeing with the owner's demand. The insightful old man, touching the guy's hand, recoils in horror from the feeling of his mysterious aura. The impudent young man defiantly addresses the old man, forcing him to apologize for his tactlessness. The alarmed old man carefully asks the head of the family about the strange behavior of the groom on his wedding day. The father indifferently mentions the month-long coma as the only deviation. An astute guy notices a secret conversation between the elder and the head of the family. Endowed with new abilities, the young man easily reads their conversation by the movement of his lips. A wise old man reveals the secret of the spiritual energy overflowing the guy's body, which destroyed his innate potential. The alarmed head of the family is interested in the possibility of rectifying the situation and the impact on their secret plans. The saddened old man explains the guy's loss of cultivation ability due to the destroyed meridians. The young man, now fully enlightened, realizes the true motives of his marriage to Chen Mo and her interest in his body. The angry father of the family accuses the guy of being ungrateful for the food he ate. The powerful head of the family begins to perform mysterious passes with his hands. The stunned guy finds himself pinned to the wall by an invisible force. The enraged father, grabbing the young man by the shirt, threatens death for deception. A fearless guy with eyes glowing orange grabs the head of the family by the hand. The young man, who has regained his sight, accuses his father of using his daughter to gain his abilities. The shocked head of the family expresses contempt for the guy who has lost his potential. The mysterious young man hints at the connection between the loss of abilities and the events of the wedding night. An enraged father refutes ridiculous excuses, recalling the daughter who rejected him. The domineering father calls the guards with a clap of his palms, declaring the unnecessariness of such scum in their family. The determined young man looks appraisingly at the approaching guards, preparing for the inevitable clash. Having changed his mind about conflict, the guy calmly announces his voluntary departure. The gloating maid mentally triumphs, rejoicing at the speedy deliverance from the unwanted master. The persistent young man suddenly becomes interested in the whereabouts of his wife Chen Mo. A cunning guy uses the mysterious power of hypnosis, ordering the maid to bring his wife. The bewitched maid with a glazed look obediently obeys the order of the young master. An astute young man turns to the old man, wanting to clarify the true motives of the marriage. The contemptuous father openly calls his son-in-law a useless scum who has lost all value. The indignant guy reproaches the head of the family for his readiness to sacrifice his daughter's happiness for the sake of power. The arrogant father discusses the importance of strength, mentioning his years of research and experimentation. The arrogant head of the family mocks the guy's helplessness in protecting his property. The domineering father recalls a journey with the old man, during which they discovered the unique aura of the young man. The prudent head of the family explains the limitations of single cultivation for the guy's special gift. Selfish father reveals the amazing effect of paired cultivation leading to the golden core stage. The disappointed head of the family complains about the stupidity of his daughter, who ruined his plans for instant strengthening. A puzzled young man ponders the mysterious concept of paired cultivation. The confused guy feels that he is missing something important in the current situation. The cruel father orders the guards to remove his useless son-in-law, promising to forget about his existence. The indignant young man appeals to his daughter's feelings, reminding him of his status as a legal husband. The enraged head of the family rudely interrupts the guy, declaring the ease of finding a new match for his daughter. The hapless young man, roughly dragged towards the exit by muscular guards, desperately begs to be allowed to ask one last question, clinging to the last hope of clarifying the situation. The angry guy, summoning all his courage, throws an accusation right in the face of the head of the family, suspecting him of deliberate slander to his own daughter. The indignant father, without hiding his contempt, talks about numerous evidence of his son-in-law's infidelity, who allegedly had fun with other women in an expensive hotel. The young man, struck to the core, categorically denies all the accusations, painfully trying to understand who could organize such an insidious setup. A desperate guy, looking for a way out of a hopeless situation, decides to call upon the power of a legendary boxer named Wang Da Dong for help. The young man, distraught with despair, invokes the memory of the greatest fighter of our time, whose name made any opponent in the ring tremble with fear. The exhausted guy realizes with bitterness that even the powerful memories of great fighters are useless due to the extreme weakness of his exhausted body. The gorgeous Chen Mo suddenly appears, accompanied by a hypnotized maid, commanding in an authoritative voice to stop this humiliating act. The exhausted young man cannot contain his excitement at the sight of his beautiful wife. His eyes begin to shine with an unearthly light from the surging feelings. Freed from the iron grip of the guards, the guy looks at his beloved with hope, expressing confidence in her constant support. The beautiful Chen Mo looks at her husband with a cold, contemptuous look, harshly demanding to leave her alone once and for all. The inconsolable young man cannot hold back his bitter tears after hearing such cruel words from the woman whom he continues to sincerely love. The triumphant head of the family, with undisguised pleasure, orders the guards to immediately throw the worthless son-in-law out of the estate. Disciplined guards, bowing to the owner, simultaneously express their readiness to immediately carry out his ruthless order. Unexpectedly, the beautiful Chen Mo stands up for her humiliated husband, reminding everyone present of his legal status as her husband. The angry father of the family irritably brushes aside his daughter's words, assuring him that it is easy to find a more worthy match for the heiress. The wayward beauty reminds her father of the long search for a suitable partner for the complex ritual of pair cultivation. The powerful Chen Mo, shrouded in a pulsating blue aura, cynically compares her husband to a pet that requires training. The arrogant heiress of the family continues the humiliating comparisons, discussing the similarity of male nature with a dog's devotion. The imperious beauty condescendingly touches her husband's face, philosophically discussing the superiority of animal honesty over human honesty. The shocked father of the family is speechless from his daughter's unexpected words. His pupils dilate with amazement and fear. Subdued by the will of the heiress, the head of the family reluctantly allows his wayward daughter to act as she pleases. The majestic Chen Mo leads her confused husband into her luxurious chambers, sparkling with impeccable cleanliness and exquisite beauty. The powerful heiress condescendingly allows the guy to stay, recognizing his cunning plan to hypnotize the maid as worthy of respect. The arrogant beauty suddenly changes her favorable expression to an angry grimace, accusing her confused husband of incredible cunning and deceit. The frightened young man, bowing deeply, tries to justify himself to his angry wife, assuring his desire to clear up the misunderstanding. The powerful Chen Mo, rising from her seat, is enveloped in a flickering aura, causing her husband to question the reasons for the activation of spiritual power. The guy pressed against the cold wall tremblingly awaits the further actions of his mysterious and unpredictable wife. The angry beauty, with sparkling eyes, accuses her husband of pretense, confident in his true cunning nature. The excited young man asks to keep his distance, but his domineering wife defiantly presses her hand to the wall next to his head. Demanding Chen Mo, looming over her frightened husband, insistently demands to know about the events of their wedding night. The mysterious beauty gently touches her husband's face, trying to find out the true reason for the changes that have happened to him. The domineering heiress of the family threateningly offers an alternative to silence, forcing the guy to bow his head in submission. The frightened young man, sensing a hidden threat in his wife's words, hastily agrees to tell the whole truth about what happened. The confused guy understands the uselessness of memories in the current situation, realizing that only real power matters. An excited young man tells of a mysterious blonde stranger who claims to be his past life lover and fills his body with strange energy. An enraged Chen Mo sarcastically comments on the appearance of her white-haired rival, without hiding her contempt. The desperate guy, pressing his hand to his heart, swears his ignorance of the identity and intentions of the mysterious stranger. The indignant young man is perplexed by the constant accusations of infidelity, not understanding the reasons for such mistrust. The excited beauty, lowering her voice to a whisper, mentions the events of 3 years ago. An angry Chen Mo talks about the scene she saw in the hotel, where her husband was having fun in the company of 4 women of easy virtue. The sarcastic beauty inquires about her husband's achievements over the years, sarcastically mentioning learning foreign languages. The offended young man categorically denies the accusations of treason, insisting that he never crossed the threshold of the hotel in question. The adamant Chen Mo accuses her husband of lying, insisting on the authenticity of what he saw with his own eyes. A diligent maid appears in the room, carrying a tray of colorful linen for the new owners. A domineering beauty announces to her stunned husband his new responsibilities in managing the household. The arrogant beauty confronts the guy with a tough choice: either accept humiliating duties or immediately leave the estate. The insidious maid mentally gloats, anticipating the opportunity to complicate the life of the hated new master. Driven into a corner, the young man is forced to agree to the conditions, hiding his true feelings. A smart guy finds solace in the thought of the rich experience of other people's memories that can help in household chores. An exhausted young man, finding himself in a laundry room, has difficulty coping with an endless stream of dirty laundry. A huge truck, returning, brings a new mountain of various clothes that require washing. Ruthless workers unload countless items without bothering to put them away neatly. A sarcastic maid gloatingly informs a guy littered with clothes about an additional load of laundry. An inexperienced young man tries to master the art of cooking, clumsily wielding a heavy axe in the kitchen. The picky maid finds flaws even in perfectly cut meat, criticizing the size of the pieces. The submissive guy, noticing the displeasure in the maid's eyes, humbly accepts the next remark. The hard-working young man continues his work, mentally promising to show his true abilities to the arrogant maid. An exhausted guy, barely moving with another stack of laundry, is perplexed about the endless amount of dirty clothes. A curious young man accidentally overhears a conversation about the colossal losses of a family casino in Las Vegas. An angry father reproaches his daughter for her poor choice of manager, which led to serious losses. A devoted maid comes to her mistress's defense in what appears to be a deliberate attempt to smear her reputation. The obedient daughter, bowing her head before her father, takes responsibility for the mistake upon herself. Determined Chenmo vows to find and punish those who dared to harm their family business. A skeptical father, puffing on a cigar, doubts his daughter's ability to solve a financial problem. An attentive guy, hiding behind the door, greedily catches every word of the family conversation. A focused young man activates the memories of a document forgery expert. An inspired guy throws away a pile of laundry, realizing the opportunity to make money on counterfeit bills. A shrewd guy, realizing the limitations of his physical capabilities, decides to use the influence of the Chen family to achieve ambitious goals. The focused young man, having launched an anonymous browser, reflects on the limitless possibilities that will open up after mastering the knowledge of all the absorbed souls. A determined guy dives into the dark depths of the darknet in search of the necessary tools. An inspired young man discovers a lucrative offer for printing presses for making banknotes. An enthusiastic guy triumphantly raises his hands, rejoicing at a successful find on the internet. The purposeful young man mentally plans the next stage of the operation to obtain the ordered equipment. A prudent guy, looking in the mirror, decides to create an alternative identity to maintain anonymity. A resourceful young man activates the memories of the legendary makeup artist, preparing for a radical transformation of his appearance. The mysterious warehouse lights up with an orange glow as the guy activates his supernatural powers. The transformed young man, thanks to the skill of the makeup artist from the memories, now looks like a real aristocrat. The elegant Lin Chu, having arrived to pick up the equipment, politely asks the bald merchant about the location of the printing presses. A satisfied guy, examining the equipment, notes its excellent technical condition. The incredulous merchant reminds the guy of the $5 million agreement, demanding immediate payment. The mysterious Lin Chu displays a single $100 bill, confessing to not having a larger amount. An angry bald man grabs the guy, outraged by his audacity to show up without the promised money. The confident young man calmly explains the special value of the presented banknote, emphasizing his own authorship. A startled merchant admires the incredible quality of a counterfeit note created by a mystery buyer. An astute guy critically evaluates the low quality of the dealer's counterfeits, pointing out their obvious shortcomings. The resigned bald man admits that the young man is right, inquiring about his proposal to improve the situation. Lin Chu talks philosophically about the equivalence of fake and real banknotes with ideal quality of execution. The confident young man asks for just 2 hours to demonstrate his abilities, intriguing the skeptical merchant. Master Wei, having activated his mysterious orange energy, begins to work at the printing press, preparing to demonstrate his skills. Because of its incredible concentration, the air in the room begins to vibrate subtly while the hands of the young master create one bill after another. Every movement of Master Wei is precise down to the millimeter. He carefully selects paper and paints, knowing that the slightest mistake can reveal a fake. Time stretches into infinity, and the bald merchant, tired of the monotonous sound of the working machine, falls asleep while reading a book. When Master Wei completes his work, he proudly invites the dozing merchant to evaluate the result of his work. The merchant's eyes widen at the sight of 5,000 perfect bills laid out in neat piles on his desk. Not believing his eyes, he is stunned and asks Master Wei about the impossible speed of completing such a complex job. The trader's professional skepticism takes over, and he assumes that such speed should have affected the quality. However, every bill that he picks up makes his heart beat faster from the realization of their perfection. Completely shocked, the merchant falls to the floor, unable to believe in the existence of such perfect fakes. With awe in his voice, he turns to the mysterious master, wanting to know the name of a person with such incredible abilities. The young man, standing up proudly, introduces himself as Master Wei. Wei, and this name is forever etched in the memory of the amazed merchant. At the same time, in another part of the city, the powerful Wu Di, sitting in a chair with a cigar, learns from his assistant about the appearance of a new player on their territory. Wu Di, examining the samples brought to him, cannot distinguish them from real bills, which causes him a mixture of admiration and anxiety. His faithful assistant Wu Ming, nervously shifting from foot to foot, reminds the boss of the mysterious Yin Chao, whose name is associated with similar events in the past. Through the clouds of smoke, the mighty Wu Di shakes his head thoughtfully, remembering how they destroyed Yin Chao's business, forcing him to sell the factory. The restless Wu Ming, shifting from foot to foot, reports on a secret deal between the cunning Yin Chao and the mysterious Master Wei. In the twilight of a luxurious office, a barely audible whisper flies that it was the talented Wei who created the perfect fakes. Irritated by the delay, the criminal boss orders the immediate hiring of a skilled craftsman without skimping on the remuneration. The assistant, pale with emotion, admits to a failed negotiation attempt, earning him a glare from his boss. A malicious grin plays on Wu Ming's lips as he remembers the arrogant refusal of the mysterious craftsman. Words about the complexities of eternal life flow from Master Wei's lips easily and naturally, leaving a ghostly hope for cooperation. In an abandoned room, the bound Wei sits in front of the formidable Wu Di, whose figure casts an ominous shadow. The sharp mind of a talented master instantly restores the abduction route, counting 6 turns from the starting point. On the outskirts of the city, surrounded by guards, a ruthless boss demands a prisoner reveal his real name. The perceptive Wei's quick glance scans the room, unmistakably identifying an old repair shop. Impatience creeps into Wu Di's voice as the mysterious master continues his silent analysis. The shine of the printing presses attracts the wily Wei's attention, and a small smile appears on his face when asked about the name. The deft fingers of the skilled craftsman are freed from the ropes as he introduces himself as Wei Chun Mo. The crime boss's greedy gaze scans the perfect counterfeits as he ponders the motives of the talented forger. Freed from his bonds, Master Wei rises gracefully from his chair, preparing to repeat his terms. In the cool air of the workshop, the firm voice of the rebellious Wei sounds about equal cooperation. Anger contorts the cruel Wu Di's features as he grabs the defiant master by the collar of his shirt. The threatening roar of the criminal boss echoes throughout the room, promising the mysterious craftsman a quick and unknown death. A small smile crosses Master Wei's lips as he hints to the cruel boss about the immeasurable possibilities of their potential partnership. A contemptuous grin distorts the face of Wu Di, who does not believe in the loud promises of the daring captive. A mysterious orange energy begins to pulsate around the cunning Wei, activating the great speaker's memory. The defiant master's ambitious words about a world without counterfeit banknotes leave those present holding their breath in. Wei's daring dream of total domination of his fakes resounds in the tense silence of an abandoned workshop. The astute master points out the obvious benefits of his technology collaborating with the resources of the crime syndicate. Freed from the grip of the enraged Wu Di, the resourceful Wei begins to uncover the scale of future production. There is a staggering figure hanging in the air: 100 million counterfeit yuan every day. A greedy gleam appears in the eyes of the crime boss at the thought of such enormous production volumes. Confident in his abilities, Master Wei puts forward bold conditions: a controlling stake and a substantial deposit. The indignant Wu Ming cannot contain his indignation at the impudence of the mysterious craftsman. The cunning Wu Di proposes a compromise in an attempt to gain access to the secrets of the manufacturing process. A mysterious smile plays on the lips of the discerning master as he considers the proposal. A fake handshake seals the deal between the wily Wei and the overconfident crime syndicate boss. A gloating threat leaves Wu Di's lips, confident of his superiority over the young master. An insidious plan of revenge is brewing in the head of the cunning Wei as he leaves the lair of the crime syndicate. In the luxurious chambers, the amazed Mo Chen does not believe in collecting the stolen millions so quickly. The powerful heiress of the Chen family demands to find assistance to urgently solve a financial problem. The unexpected appearance of uninvited guests interrupts the conversation in the young lady's room. The guy's former boss, radiating servility, offers his help to the beautiful Mo Chen. A contemptuous refusal leaves the lips of the arrogant beauty, reminiscent of the recent dismissal of an uninvited guest. The former boss, radiating feigned goodwill, rushes to justify himself to Mo Chen, calling the incident a misunderstanding. Flattering words flow like a river when the uninvited guest admits that working at Shen Group was just an excuse to be near the beautiful mistress. Boastfully mentioning his own family's wealth, the persistent suitor offers to immediately make up for the casino's losses. The self-confident guest approaching Mo Chen whispers hints at the desirability of her divorce from her unworthy husband. The impudence of the former boss reaches its climax when he, placing his hand on the lady's shoulder, reminds her of a mysterious incident at the hotel. The guy hiding in the room is mentally indignant, listening to the slander against him and trying to understand the source of information about the hotel. The beautiful Mo Chen, losing patience, elegantly twists the finger of the presumptuous suitor. The resourceful guy, taking advantage of the moment, rewards the uninvited guest with a well-aimed blow from the mop. Contemptuous words accompany the exile of the former boss, whose arrogance instantly evaporates. Shock distorts the facial features of the self-confident guest, who did not expect such a rebuff. The mocking Lin Chu shouts after the former leader about money falling from the sky. The humiliated boss snarls a final threat, predicting quick retribution for his former subordinate. An elegant suitcase turns into a projectile, quickly meeting the face of an unlucky suitor. The sudden appearance of an envoy with a suitcase of money from the mysterious Mr. Wei interrupts the awkward scene. The bald printing press dealer solemnly announces the delivery of 10 million for the beautiful lady. Amazed Mo Chen does not hide her surprise, trying to understand the identity of the generous Mr. Wei. A heavy envoy conveys the words of a mysterious gentleman about his intention to win the trust of a beautiful lady. A mysterious invitation to a meeting at a hotel sounds intriguing from the lips of a faithful envoy. The rejected admirer agonizes over the choice of meeting place, suspecting it is not a coincidence. A sudden insight comes to the former boss when he realizes the possible connection between the mistress's husband and a mysterious benefactor. In a luxury hotel where every step echoes in the marble corridors, the elegant Mo Chen appears with the precision of a Swiss watch. Hidden behind the luxurious facade of the building is a former boss, whose driver nervously fiddles with the steering wheel, awaiting instructions. The thirst for revenge and jealousy boils in the chest of a rejected admirer while he waits for the moment to see his mysterious rival. Mo Chen's dainty heels beat a slow rhythm across the plush carpet as she approaches the fateful number. The crystal door handle cools the palm of the beautiful lady while thoughts about the upcoming meeting are swarming in her head. Horror grips Mo Chen's heart when her gaze falls on the depraved scene involving her husband and unknown girls. Fury flashes in the eyes of the offended beauty, her hair flutters from overwhelming emotions. Reality smoothly flows into reality when Mo Chen realizes the illusory nature of the nightmare he has seen. The mysterious Master Wei, sitting in a chair, tries to calm the agitated lady. Anger clouds the mind of the beautiful Mo Chen when she again sees the vicious scene and rushes to tear off the masks from the strangers. The stranger's frightened cry cuts through the tense atmosphere of the room as he tries to prove his innocence. An explanation of an ingenious transformation technique from South Korea unfolds on the TV screen. The truth about the vile deception of 3 years ago comes from the lips of Master Wei, revealing an insidious plan to destroy the relationship. A bitter awareness of her own injustice envelops Mo Chen's heart when she realizes her husband's innocence. The beauty's penetrating gaze rushes to the screen, trying to unravel the true motives of the mysterious benefactor. The cunning Master Wei, realizing the need to remain incognito, decides to act impromptu. The noble lie about saving lives and the debt of gratitude sounds especially convincing from the lips of a mysterious master. Shocked, Mo Chen longs to find out the identity of the insidious deceiver who destroyed her happiness 3 years ago. The sudden appearance of the former boss upsets the delicate balance of the moment of truth. The revelation of the true culprit of the drama comes like a bolt from the blue when Master Wei points out the intruder. In the chaos of a crowded room, a confused intruder tries to make sense of what is happening and the strange accusations. The former leader's angry cries fill the air as he lays claim to the beautiful Mo Chen, rejecting the possibility of bribing her. Master Wei's mocking voice reminds the presumptuous suitor of the sacred bond of marriage. The damning words reveal the former boss's true role in destroying a happy relationship. The unexpected appearance of a girl from the bed, recognizing a former client, brings confusion to the neatly constructed lie. A blush of shame fills the face of the exposed schemer, who tries in vain to deny acquaintance. The persistent girl clinging to the former leader reminds her of his visit 3 years ago. A satisfied smile plays on Lin Chu's lips, whose plan to break into the hotel's archives worked flawlessly. The fierce gaze of the beautiful mistress follows the panicked flight of the exposed deceiver. Noble Mo Chen turns to a mysterious benefactor, wanting to return an impressive amount. Master Wei's wise words about caring for your husband sound like the final chord of this drama. The TV screen goes dark, leaving behind a deep impression of the meeting with the mysterious master. In the cozy twilight of the house, Lin Chu is preparing for his next transformation into the mysterious Mr. Wei. An unexpected meeting with his wife interrupts the guy's path to a modest bedroom in a warehouse. The changed Mo Chen looks at her husband with tenderness, realizing the meaninglessness of the previous enmity. An embarrassed blush adorns the cheeks of the beautiful mistress when she invites her husband to share her chambers. In the sunlit garden, Lin Chu, going about his daily business, notices a pink-haired maid secretly talking on the phone. Curiosity gets the better of the protagonist, and he activates the memory of a lip-reading expert to find out the content of the conversation. Through the quiet sobs of the maid, words about microloans and warnings break through, making the hero wary. Despair sounds in the girl's voice when she promises to find a large sum of money for her brother, who has fallen into debt. An unexpected discovery forces Lin Chu to take a fresh look at the arrogant maid hiding the family drama. In a secret workshop, the mysterious Mr. Wei analyzes the concentration of substances, comparing different formulas of fakes. The bald assistant respectfully enters the mysterious master's office, awaiting new instructions. An unexpected request to transfer a large sum takes the assistant by surprise. The surprised bald interlocutor notes the nobility of the mysterious master's act. The cunning Wei cuts off unnecessary conversations, moving on to discussing the next operation. In a luxurious office, the powerful Wu Di admires the success of his mysterious partner. The incredible volumes of counterfeit banknote production leave the crime boss speechless. The flattering words of the leader of a crime syndicate mask his true intentions. The calm Master Wei, sipping his drink, reminds him of his share in the profitable enterprise. A sinister smile plays on Wu Di's lips at the mention of mutual benefit. The astute Wei exposes the primitive attempt at poisoning, mocking the banality of the method. Fake surprise appears on the face of the crime boss, trying to deny the obvious. Master Wei's harsh words tear away the mask of integrity from the true face of the crime syndicate. The dramatic gesture with a broken glass emphasizes the seriousness of the mysterious master's intentions. The tense guards show their readiness for action by closely monitoring developments. To everyone's amazement, the cool Master Wei calmly returns to his chair, as if expecting the inevitable. Self-confident Wu Di, without hiding the threat in his voice, hints at the possibility of eliminating an inconvenient partner. A mysterious smile plays on Master Wei's lips as he asks those present about their plans for the half-eaten dinner. With feigned calm, the mysterious master takes a chicken leg, talking about the senseless waste of food. Rage clouds the crime boss's mind as he knocks over a table, marveling at his victim's composure. A provocative question leaves Master Wei's lips, mocking his opponent's self-confidence. The triumphant Wu Di gloatingly reports the hopelessness of the situation, confident in his superiority. The unperturbed Wei continues to sit calmly, hinting that the whole situation has been calculated in advance. Philosophical discussions about the superiority of knowledge over brute force are heard from the lips of a mysterious master. Strange blue smoke begins to fill the room, causing confusion for the crime boss. Panic grips the guards, aware of the presence of carbon dioxide in the air. The triumphant Master Wei, protected by a mask, proclaims knowledge as the most powerful weapon. A flashback reveals the preparation of a devious plan as Wei hands over the gas activation device to a bald assistant. The master's cunning plan included running gas through the building's ventilation system. A well-thought-out plan allows Wei to control the situation at any time. The voice of a mysterious master, distorted by a mask, announces victory in today's battle. Defeated, Wu Di gasps and mentions the powerful boss who controls crime-ridden Tokyo. Having contemptuously stepped on the face of the defeated enemy, Master Wei cuts off the meaningless threats. Defeated Wu Di, looking at mountains of counterfeit banknotes, tries to understand the true motives of the mysterious master and his plans for millions. Master Wei's calm voice as he removes his protective mask reveals his disdain for the easy money of the underworld. In the twilight of the room, a bright flash of a lighter in the hands of a mysterious master foreshadows an unexpected turn of events. The flames begin to devour the counterfeit bills, while the imperturbable Wei talks about the uselessness of dirty money. The desperate cry of the leader of the crime syndicate echoes throughout the room at the sight of burning millions. The ominous figure of Master Wei, surrounded by the flames of burning banknotes, delivers a stern warning to the defeated enemy. An elegant limo stops outside the Chen family's mansion, surprising the bald driver. A curious pink-haired maid, eavesdropping on the conversation, unexpectedly interrupts the conversation between the two men. The persistent maid grabs Lin Chu's hand, demanding an explanation for his late return. The confused guy doesn't have time to come up with an excuse when the girl suddenly changes the topic of conversation. The maid's embarrassed look reveals her interest in the mysterious Master Wei, supposedly a close friend of Lin Chu. An insistent request for a meeting with the mysterious master sounds in the silence of the mansion at night. The unexpected appearance of a bald driver with a forgotten mask destroys the carefully built conspiracy. A ringing silence hangs in the air after the careless exposure of Lin Chu's double identity. The maid's surprised exclamation cuts through the silence of the night as she realizes the truth about the identity of the mysterious master. Confusion is reflected on the girl's face as she tries to understand the reasons for Lin Chu's hidden game. A resourceful guy, turning to a clumsy assistant, tries to hush up the awkward situation by denying the obvious. The astute maid remembers her mistress's words about the mysterious master's distinctive mask, pointing to the evidence in the hands of the bald assistant. The outraged girl threatens to expose Lin Chu's alleged attempts to win the lady under the guise of a mysterious benefactor. Desperation sounds in the guy's voice as he tries to stop the inevitable exposure. Lin Chu's unexpected confession about his true identity hangs in the night air. Amazement covers those present, including the faithful bald assistant, who did not expect such a turn of events. The maid's incredulous laughter expresses her skepticism towards the simple servant's statement. The cunning Lin Chu mentions helping with her brother's debts, instantly changing the tone of the conversation. Wariness appears in the maid's voice, surprised by the guy's knowledge of her family problems. Puzzled, Lin Chu tries to soften the maid's hostility by reminding him of the clarified situation with his wife. The guy's decisive gesture draws the stubborn maid along to unexpected proof. In the trunk of the limousine are tied-up crime bosses involved in the Chen family's casino scam. The stunned maid listens to the story of the return of stolen millions to the beautiful mistress. Distrust still rings in the voice of the stubborn maid, who intends to report everything to the mistress. The cunning Lin Chu, deciding to act radically, approaches the rebellious girl. Threatening words about protecting your secret identity sound over the silent maid. A quiet order to the faithful Yin Chao to prepare his phone for incriminating photographs. The obedient assistant hurriedly takes out his mobile phone, preparing to carry out the instructions. Fear grips the maid as Lin Chu's figure looms over her in the darkness. An unexpected kiss takes the confused girl by surprise, who did not have time to pull away. The insidious blackmail with the threat of showing the photographs to the mistress makes the maid turn pale. The defiant Lin Chu counters the maid's indignation by hinting at her own attempts at seduction. Lonely Chen Mo looks thoughtfully at the empty half of the marital bed, reflecting on her husband's nightly adventures. The morning sun finds Lin Chu fast asleep, unaware of the upcoming conversation. The irritated mistress glares at her serenely sleeping husband, wondering about the reasons for his absence. With an impatient movement of his foot, Chen Mo wakes up his husband, demanding an explanation for his overnight absence. Exhausted from yesterday's adventures, Lin Chu tries to get rid of it with a vague explanation about a difficult day. In the tense atmosphere of the bedroom, the authoritative voice of the mistress is heard, calling her personal maid. The pink-haired maid respectfully enters the room, hiding yesterday's shock behind her perfect manners. Suspicious Chen Mo asks the maid about her husband's nightly adventures, hinting at new responsibilities for him. The sudden softening in the lady's voice surprises Lin Chu when she relieves him of his previous duties. Caring Chen Mo hands a credit card to her husband, explaining about her father's upcoming birthday. Lin Chu's proud refusal of his wife's financial support sounds unexpectedly firm in the morning silence. The excited maid, avoiding direct glances, hastily asks permission to leave. Lin Chu's hasty escape under the pretext of household chores raises new suspicions. Chen Mo's sad gaze follows the retreating figure of her husband, who does not understand the reasons for his detachment. A determined Lin Chu catches up with the maid in her room, ready for a serious conversation. The guy's gratitude for saving the situation brings bitter tears to the upset maid. Sincere words about the mistress's first deception during the years of growing up together break the maid's heart. An agitated Lin Chu tries to calm the sobbing girl, preparing for an important conversation. Holding the maid tightly by the shoulders, Lin Chu explains the need for deception in order to maintain an important secret. Sincerity sounds in the guy's voice when he talks about the desire to improve his reputation in the family, rejecting selfish motives. Dreamy hope fills Lin Chu's words about the moment when he can reveal the whole truth to his beloved Chen Mo. The The confidential conversation ends with a request for support and preservation of the secret of his second identity. A bright blush fills the maid's cheeks, and her eyes begin to shine with the realization of the guy's noble intentions. Sincere repentance sounds in the words of the maid, who understood the true motives of Lin Chu's actions. The businesslike mood returns to the conversation when the guy switches the topic to the upcoming birthday of the head of the family. A knowledgeable maid talks about the owner's interests in calligraphy, painting, and his recent interest in investing. The maid places special emphasis on the head of the family's passion for the popular actress Ching Jing. The familiar features in the photo on the maid's phone make Lin Chu's heart beat faster. Memories of the director's past life cover the guy with a wave when he recognizes his former lover in the actress. Tender moments from the past come to mind, compliments on her beauty and admiration from every angle. Touching memories of modest dinners and sincere love permeate Lin Chu's consciousness. Oaths of allegiance and tender confessions echo in the guy's memory. Amazement fills Lin Chu as he realizes the incredible success of his past life lover. The sudden decision to visit the actress makes the guy grab the maid's hand. The determined Master Wei takes the surprised maid along with him into a new adventure. A luxurious mansion appears before the couple as the mysterious master prepares for the meeting. The maid's bewilderment at the visit to the house of the famous actress is expressed in a cautious question. Mysterious words about cultivation fall from Master Wei's lips, hinting at the hidden abilities of his companion. Deep knowledge of cultivation stages is revealed in the guy's words, demonstrating his awareness in this field. Interest flashes in Master Wei's eyes as he inquires about the cultivation levels of the maid and his wife Chen Mo. The faithful maid gratefully talks about her mistress's generosity in sharing cultivation pills and knowledge. Lin Chu's confident movements of his fingers over the intercom buttons reveal his strange awareness. Surprise creeps into the voice of the maid, who notices the guy's inexplicable knowledge of the secret code. A mysterious smile plays on Master Wei's lips as he hints at his past in this house. The love story of Zhang Jie and the beautiful actress, filled with sincere feelings, comes to mind. The fateful decision to accept investment from an influential person changed the life of a talented director. The bitter truth about forcing his lover to be intimate with an investor broke Zhang Jie's heart. The tragic moment of falling from the roof after trying to protect their loved one changed their destinies forever. The irony of fate turned his suicide into a springboard to fame for his former lover. The luxurious mansion welcomes uninvited guests with the majestic splendor of its interior. Surprise is reflected on the face of the famous actress who discovered the strange visitors. The beautiful Cheng Jing, barely covered with a towel after a shower, demands an explanation for the sudden intrusion. Master Wei's decisive voice asks for a moment of attention from the stunned hostess. A dramatic declaration of his true identity hangs in the air of the luxurious chambers. Indignation distorts the beautiful features of an actress who rejects an impossible confession. The maid's lightning-fast reaction saves Master Wei from a powerful spiritual attack from a high-level cultivator. The maid's blue spiritual energy creates a protective barrier in front of Master Wei, protecting him from the actress's wrath. The cunning Master Wei reveals intimate details of Cheng Jing's life, known only to a close person. Disbelief still rings in the voice of the beautiful actress as she continues to attack the intruder with spiritual force. Intimate details about Cheng Jing's sensitive areas make her question her suspicions. A shiver runs through the actress's body when she begins to believe in the impossible return of her lover. Master Wei talks about the rebirth of the soul in a new body and the long-awaited meeting. Tears of happiness flow down Cheng Jing's cheeks as she embraces the man with the soul of her dead lover. The bitterness of loss is heard in the actress's questions about the reasons for his alleged suicide. The shocking truth about the murder leaves the beautiful Cheng Jing frozen in a daze. The thirst for revenge is heard in the words of Master Wei, who has returned to restore justice. On the way home, a curious maid finds out the truth about the memories living in the head of an unusual gentleman. Amazement is reflected on the face of the maid who learned about 10,000 other people's memories in the mind of Master Wei. Ambitious plans to ruin the city's richest families are revealed to an attentive maid. The strategic plan begins with the Jing family, one of the 4 great dynasties of the city. The cunning plan requires maintaining a dual identity, the worthless son-in-law and the powerful Master Wei. A devoted maid wonders about her role in her master's grand plan. Noble intentions to improve the position of the lady are heard in Master Wei's explanations. The cunning maid puts forward her own condition for cooperation. The maid's strict demand for constant supervision of the master's nightly adventures is interrupted by his hasty consent. At the Jing family headquarters, Red-haired Suwon is congratulated on uniting the Yakuza while the conversation turns to the mysterious Master Wei. A former boss bursts into the solemn atmosphere of an important meeting, begging his father for money for a gift for his future father-in-law. The irritated head of the Jing family reprimands his son for his inappropriate behavior and obsession with a married woman. A young man in love tries to justify his feelings, but the cynical father sees only a superficial passion for beauty. With exaggerated joy, the son thanks him for the money, causing his father another bout of disappointment. The respectful apology of the head of the Jing family to the red-haired guest is accompanied by a denial of involvement in the destruction of counterfeiters. A tense conversation is broken up with polite words of gratitude for your time. A sudden excitement takes over the son who has recently received the money when he mentions the famous Master Wei. With a swift movement, the red-haired warrior unsheathes her katana. Violet energy envelops the body of the mysterious Suwon, demanding an immediate meeting with the master. Admiration slips into the voice of young Jing, noting the girl's high level of cultivation. Having hidden the weapon, Suwon listens with interest to information about the master's close friend. The name of Lin Chu, the son-in-law of the Chen family, rings out in the luxurious hall as a clue to the mysterious Master Wei. In the privacy of his room, Lin Chu meditates, trying to understand the nature of the orange energy raging within him. A devoted maid reminds her of the upcoming birthday of the head of the family. Bitterness sounds in the words of the guy, who is aware of the family's biased attitude towards any of his gifts. A persistent maid reminds him of his mistress's care during his coma. Touching memories emerge in the memory of the maid. The gentle hands of a mistress caring for her sick husband. A sincere desire to help the lady met with an unexpected refusal on that memorable day. A sense of responsibility resounded in Chen Mo's words, despite her harsh assessment of her husband. Lin Chu's soothing words about the finished gift alleviate the maid's worries. A luxurious celebration brings together the cream of society at the residence of the city's richest man. Precious gifts are amazing jade items, majestic scepters, and huge diamonds. A mysterious guest attracts everyone's attention, promising to show him a rare treasure, the legendary elixir of immortality. In solemn silence, the guest unfurls a figurine of Tai Sui, supposedly governing earthly events in ancient China. A radiance of delight illuminates the face of the head of the family at the sight of an ancient artifact. Lin Chu's unexpected laughter cuts through the awe-filled atmosphere as he calls the gift trash. The offended donor flies up to his impudent son-in-law, demanding an explanation for his inappropriate merriment. Lin Chu's caustic words expose the fake, calling the figurine a simple silicone product. The enraged guest turns to Chen Mo with a demand to pacify his unbearable husband. Lin Chu poses a daring challenge, declaring the ability to create such a figurine on his own. With a confident hand, the guy takes a cake knife, preparing to demonstrate his skills. Condescending praise for the skills of the artisan forger sounds in the words of the insightful Lin Chu. With deft movements, the guy removes the top layer of the figurine, revealing its true nature. Triumph rings in Lin Chu's voice as he demonstrates to everyone the deception of the fake relic. The humiliation of the gift is reflected on the face of the guest to the laughter of those gathered. The father's authoritative voice interrupts the fun, turning the conversation to the pressing problem of the Jing family. The head of the family talks about his attempts to break into the film industry, where Cheng Jing shines. An ambitious order to attract a famous actress sounds in the festive hall. A tempting offer to lead a new business line excites the minds of those present. A silent awareness of the importance of the proposed position covers the guests. Skeptical whispers about the difficulty of breaking the actress's contract are heard throughout the hall. The self-confident Lin Chu takes his wife by the hand, declaring the ease of completing the task. Incredulous glances from guests accompany the scorned son-in-law's bold statement about his ties to a celebrity. An alarmed Chen Mo demands an explanation from her husband, who reassures her with confident words. An angry counterfeit donor offers a daring bet with a humiliating condition for the loser. A sly grin plays on Lin Chu's lips as he elaborates on the consequences of his possible victory. With confident movements, the guy takes his wife's phone, preparing to do the impossible. The opponent's triumphant look accompanies the indication of an obvious trap. A victorious smile lights up the face of the offender as he watches the live broadcast of the famous actress. On the tablet screen, Cheng Jing suddenly freezes in the middle of a sales pitch. The surprised voice of the actress on the phone makes those present hold their breath. A calm Lin Chu hands the phone to his wife, directing the conversation in the right direction. Confused, Chen Mo introduces herself to the actress, voicing an unexpected business proposal. Amazement is reflected on Cheng Jing's face, broadcast to the whole world. A short thought is replaced by the firm agreement of the famous actress. The triumphant Lin Chu reminds his opponent of this promise, observing his confusion. A recent conversation with the actress comes to mind, revealing a carefully prepared plan. Lin Chu's victorious laugh is accompanied by a reminder to fulfill the humiliating promise. A shiver of indignation shakes the body of the loser, who does not believe in defeat from his despised son-in-law. The powerful magic of the head of the family forces the obstinate guest to kneel. The father's solemn announcement of the appointment of his eldest daughter as the head of the new direction is heard in the festive hall. Chenmo's amazement gives way to the satisfied smile of her insightful husband, who has achieved another victory. A mysterious stranger, hiding in the garden, carefully watches Lin Chu, analyzing his every move. Confusion is reflected on the face of the observer trying to solve the riddle of the unusual gardener. Anxiety grips the girl at the thought of thousands of souls living in the mind of a strange guy. Cold-blooded calculation slips into the thoughts of a stranger planning a preemptive strike. An unexpected appearance behind her makes the girl flinch from the warning words. Horror grips the observer's body when the ghostly beauty touches her shoulder. The trembling voice reveals the stranger's fear of the mysterious spirit. The blonde beauty who gave Lin Chu the power appears in all her splendor. Purple magic fills the air around the powerful spiritual entity. Powerful words about thousand-year-old love and Lin Chu's exclusive right to life echo throughout the garden. The determined girl draws her katana, demanding an explanation about the many souls bestowed. A mysterious blonde reveals the secret to awakening ancient memories through auras. Amazement seizes the warrior at the mention of the most ancient summoning techniques. Wide-open eyes reveal the girl's shock at the unexpected discovery. The playful gesture of the blonde beauty squeezing the stranger's cheeks takes her by surprise. The lightning-fast jump back reveals the combat training of the frightened observer. Absorbed in his work, Lin Chu ponders the mysteries of the thousands of memories filling his mind. Chenmo's gentle voice interrupts her husband's thoughts, calling his name. Sincere admiration can be heard in the words of the girl remembering yesterday's triumph at the holiday. Lin Chu's humble response attributes all the credit to the mysterious Master Wei. Chenmo's tender fingers squeeze her husband's palm in a garden filled with the scent of flowers, while she gathers the courage to ask a question that has been bothering her for a long time. The young lady's piercing gaze pierces Lin Chu's face, trying to unravel the mysterious connection between her husband and the mysterious Master Wei, whose name flashes so often in their lives. Confused, Lin Chu diligently looks away, inventing a story about an older friend whose only desire is to help improve their family relationship, which is suffering from misunderstandings. Confusion distorts Chenmo's beautiful features as she tries to comprehend her husband's strange words about the master's desire to change her mind, which sounds so mysterious and vague. A deft avoidance of a direct answer forces the guy to turn away to the flowering bushes, shifting the burden of explanation onto the shoulders of the mysterious master, whose image is becoming more and more mysterious. The sudden proposal to be appointed deputy head of a new film industry division makes Lin Chu's heart beat faster, although he remains calm on the outside. The beautiful Chenmo's sincere faith in her husband's extraordinary abilities meets his stubborn resistance, raising even more questions about his strange behavior. Touching concern for the reputation of his beloved wife in the family masks the true ambitions of Lin Chu, whose plans extend much beyond the humble position of deputy. Chenmo's unexpected embrace takes the pensive guy by surprise, whose thoughts at that moment were far from romance, immersed in plans for future achievements. Sincere repentance rings in the voice of the beautiful lady, recalling 3 long years of unfair accusations and a cold attitude towards her devoted husband. Behind the mask of a caring husband are hidden ambitious plans to seize power over the entire family, the scale of which was undreamed of even by the most insightful members of the clan. A fierce battle at the far end of the garden between a pink-haired warrior and a powerful spirit reaches its climax, demonstrating an incredible level of combat skill. Heavy breathing escapes the exhausted girl's chest as she finally recognizes the absolute superiority of the blonde beauty, whose strength exceeds all her expectations. A powerful spirit with blonde hair offers to remove the charm from her defeated rival, demanding in return to stop attempts on the life of Lin Chu, whose fate is now inextricably linked with the ancient power. The proud warrior, hiding her true intentions, mentally rejects the idea of murder, but agrees to the conditions, not wanting to admit final defeat in this mystical duel. Surprised, Lin Chu and Mo Chung watch in bewilderment at the strange behavior of the pink-haired stranger, whose movements seem chaotic and possessed. The mysterious duel of spiritual forces remains visible only to the pink-haired warrior, while others only notice her strange movements in the void. The stranger's sudden leap culminates in a tight hug from the stunned Lin Chu as she joyfully announces her meeting with her elder brother. The confused guy doesn't have time to come to his senses when the mysterious girl introduces herself as his younger sister from distant Japan, causing even more confusion. The stranger's whisper reveals her knowledge of Master Wei's secret identity, turning a friendly embrace into sophisticated blackmail. A heavy sigh escapes Lin Chu's lips, realizing the hopelessness of the situation and the need to play along with his unexpected sister. False joy sounds in the guy's voice when he greets his self-proclaimed sister, trying not to show his confusion. The clever manipulator takes her brother away from prying eyes, hiding behind a long separation and the need for a personal conversation. The mysterious stranger, sitting on a velvet sofa in an elegant pose, looks at Lin Chu with a triumphant smile of a winner, enjoying his confusion and confusion. An epiphany illuminates Lin Chu's mind when he recognizes in the beautiful Ryoko the shadow leader of powerful brothers, whose influence extends far beyond the visible world. The girl's unexpected confession about her meeting with a blonde spirit and her changed plans sounds in a luxurious room filled with the heavy aroma of expensive incense. Anxious excitement seizes Lin Chu at the mention of the mysterious blonde beauty, whose appearance always foreshadows fateful changes in his life. Ryoko's mocking voice is accompanied by a burst of blue energy as she teases the guy about his romantic feelings for a mysterious stranger. A powerful spiritual force slams Lin Chu's body into the wall, demonstrating the true nature of the sisterly love of the newly minted relative. The challenge to the owner of 10,000 souls echoes throughout the room, foreshadowing the inevitable clash of two unusual forces. Contemptuous words about the uselessness of other people's memories without spiritual energy fall from the beautiful lips of the warrior, confident in her superiority. The defeated Lin Chu, slowly raising his head with a bloody lip, demonstrates his unbending will and willingness to continue the confrontation. The lightning-fast activation of the memory of a talented chemist allows the guy to create a mysterious ball, whose purpose remains a mystery to his opponent. The purple fog generated by the crashed ball envelops the room in a thick curtain, hiding the movements of the cunning Lin Chu. The silent movements of the guy behind Ryoko reveal years of training stored in the memory of one of 10,000 souls. Irritation distorts the beautiful features of the warrior, who is not accustomed to such daring resistance to her superiority in martial arts. The steely grip of her slender fingers on Lin Chu's throat demonstrates the true strength of the beautiful yet deadly Ryoko. Powerful words about new family relationships sound like a sentence while the girl continues to squeeze her victim's throat. Feverish thoughts about a way to survive rush through the guy's head, clinging to the promise not to kill him. Disappointment is evident in Ryoko's voice as she releases her prey with the theatrical sigh of a bored predator. Lin Chu has a sudden epiphany when the memory of the legendary king of poisons opens up new possibilities for confrontation. Feigned concern is heard in the voice of the guy who offers to peel a piece of fruit for his new sister with true brotherly love. A poisoned mandarin, purified by the skilled hands of a poison expert, is transformed into a deadly weapon disguised as a sign of reconciliation. A benevolent smile plays on Ryoko's lips as she takes the tangerine, recognizing at least a small bit of merit in her new brother. Unaware of the hidden threat, malicious anticipation is reflected in Lin Chu's eyes as he watches his opponent's every move, mentally urging her to try the poisoned fruit. The warrior's mocking voice dashes the boy's hopes as she easily reveals his evil plan with poison, demonstrating her insight. Rapid thoughts race through the mind of Lin Chu, a memory-activating esports athlete whose lightning-fast reflexes could be a decisive advantage in this fight. Arrogant contempt is evident in every word Ryoko continues to play with the mandarin, enjoying the obvious disappointment of her opponent. Lin Chu's sudden thrust takes the girl by surprise as he forces the fruit into her mouth, turning the game into a brutal confrontation. Rage contorts Ryoko's beautiful face as Lin Chu reveals the true nature of the Poison King's special pill with a devilish grin. Triumph sounds in the guy's voice as he explains the effect of the poison, which can block the use of the spiritual power of his formidable opponent. Lin Chu's mocking challenge rings through the air as Ryoko's body begins to feel the paralyzing effects of the insidious poison. The last of her strength is spent on a desperate push when the proud warrior tries to maintain her distance from the persistently approaching enemy. A scarlet glow envelops Ryoko's hands, demonstrating her incredible ability to resist the effects of poison through the manifestation of new energy. A deadly dagger of pure energy appears in the girl's hands as she threatens to drag Lin Chu to Tokyo to extract the antidote. Calm confidence sounds in the words of the guy, who understands that the paralyzing effect of the poison will make her threats empty words. Stubborn determination cuts through the anger in Ryoko's voice as she orders the guy to leave, despite his obvious defeat. An unexpected offer of a deal from Lin Chu hangs in the air, opening a new chapter in their confrontation. Lin Chu's imperious gesture of placing his hand on Ryoko's shoulder makes the girl flinch nervously as she suspiciously inquires about the terms of the unexpected deal. The poisoned warrior freezes when she hears the offer to become a personal bodyguard in exchange for an antidote, not believing in such a simple solution to the problem. Ryoko pulls away from the touch, scornfully rejecting the possibility of submission due to some poison, although a shadow of doubt flashes in her eyes. Tempting promises of power and wealth flow from Lin Chu's lips as he paints a picture of future power for his potential bodyguard. Disbelief battles the interest on Ryoko's face as she tries to deny the possibility of such a grand rise to power. An impressive display of endless flow of information surrounds Lin Chu, proving the power of 10,000 souls absorbed. Horror and admiration are mixed in the look of the girl, realizing the incredible amount of knowledge stored in the mind of an unusual opponent. There is a calm confidence in the words of the guy who admits his inability to cultivate, but is proud of the power of countless memories. Ambitious plans to seize power over the four great families are revealed to an astonished Ryoko, whose resistance begins to melt away. Seriousness replaces the usual grin on the girl's face when she agrees to the deal, putting forward the condition that she immediately receive the antidote. The cunning ploy of a partial antidote demonstrates Lin Chu's foresight in ensuring the loyalty of the new bodyguard. Ryoko's incredulous gaze examines the suspicious pill, but the hopelessness of the situation leaves no choice for the exhausted warrior. A decisive movement sends the tablet into the girl's mouth, finally sealing the unusual agreement between former opponents. An insidious joke about an aphrodisiac makes Ryoko tense up, preparing for a new betrayal from the cunning manipulator. A frivolous admission of a prank causes a wave of irritation in the girl, who begins to realize the character of her new master. A green-haired schemer in a luxurious office quietly confers with a subordinate, checking the readiness of his insidious plan. A smug clerk reports on careful preparations to undermine Chen Mo's power in the film industry, anticipating her imminent humiliation. An ominous green glow envelops the figure of the conspirator, celebrating the approach of his absolute triumph. A brutal blow to Chung Jing's beautiful face becomes the first bell of an impending storm in the world of the film industry. The angry man towers over the defeated actress, his face contorted with rage as he recalls the millions invested in her career, turning a simple girl into a star of the first magnitude. The beautiful Chung Jing, bowed in a humiliating position, tremblingly justifies herself with the order of the mysterious Master Wei, whose name makes her tremble with fear of revenge. Sinking heavily into a leather chair, the gray-haired producer spews curses, realizing the inevitability of the impending conflict with an elusive enemy. While dialing the number with fingers trembling with rage, the influential boss spews terrible threats against his subordinates, promising cruel punishment for failure to comply with orders. A deafening cry for a billion-yuan reward on the head of a mysterious master echoes through the luxurious office, reflecting off the marble walls. A sly smile plays on the bloodied lips of the defeated actress when she hears about the price on the head of her lover from a past life. The majestic Chung Jing walks along the corridor, collecting admiring glances. Her beauty outshines even the luxurious decoration of the building. Curious workers whisper to each other, wondering about the reasons for the celebrity's visit, unaware of the true purpose of her appearance within these walls. The actress's graceful movements are mesmerizing as she slowly opens the door to the room where her mysterious savior awaits. The mysterious Master Wei, sitting imposingly on the sofa, looks questioningly at the beautiful guest, trying to unravel the reason for this meeting. The unexpected embrace of the beautiful Chung Jing takes the guy by surprise when she calls him by the name of her lover from the past. Lin Chu's embarrassed protests about his incomplete identity with Zhang Jie are crushed by the passionate pressure of the actress in love. Mysterious words about equal retribution fall from Chung Jing's seductive lips as she approaches the confused guy. Anxiety rises in Lin Chu's voice as the beautiful actress leads him to a luxurious bed with clear intentions. Cheng Jing's gentle fingers unbutton the boy's shirt as she explains her desire to protect him from assassins. Nervous laughter erupts from Lin Chu's chest, realizing the scale of the madness of the man who placed such a huge bounty on his head. Words of inevitable hatred float in the luxurious room, while the actress skillfully weaves threads of future betrayal into her speech, hiding cruel calculation behind a mask of devotion. A gentle touch on her swollen cheek feels warm, causing Chung Jing to flinch from the unexpected caress as her mind calculates the next move in the deadly game. Anxiety for someone else's life rings a false note in the honeyed voice of the beauty, as if placing invisible traps in the path of her future victim. Words about a possible murder spread like sweet poison, penetrating the guy's consciousness along with the aroma of expensive perfume and the subtle smell of betrayal. Time seems to freeze in the crystal silence of the room when the cruel truth about the choice between murder and death shatters the illusion of safety. Promises of help echo between the luxurious walls as the actress smoothly approaches her goal, hypnotizing her intended victim with every movement. Soft steps on the Persian carpet bring her closer to the guy, and a velvety voice promises to make the enemy vulnerable, turning every word into a deadly weapon. The seductive determination in the dark eyes resonates within Lin Chu's soul until the shadows of past betrayals begin to emerge through the fog of enchantment. Understanding strikes like a lightning strike, breaking the thin web of lies and revealing the true nature of what is happening, a repetition of the old pattern of betrayal. The mask of innocence slips from the actress's beautiful face when the words of accusation shatter her carefully constructed image, revealing the true essence of the insidious plan. Words about the soul of a dead lover echo through the room like a sentence as Lin Chu reveals his ability to see through the veil of past years and other people's memories. The bitter truth about class prejudice and secret meetings with Jing Ming cuts the air with sharp shards of betrayal, revealing the true nature of the beautiful actress. A web of intrigue becomes increasingly apparent as Lin Chu reveals a cruel decision to get rid of an inconvenient lover whose poverty has become a hindrance to his ambitions. The actress's ruthlessness is on full display when the guy describes how she not only hid the truth, but also turned tragedy into a stepping stone to fame. A predatory grin appears through the mask of charm when her plan to use the confrontation between men for her own benefit becomes clear. In the blink of an eye, the pitiful mask flies off the actress's face, giving way to the blue glow of spiritual power and the contemptuous grin of an experienced manipulator. Cold calculation sounds in the words of the beauty, revealing her knowledge of the guy's weakness and her readiness to sell his life for 1 billion yuan. Lin Chu's quiet confidence contrasts with the actress's fierceness as he calmly accepts the challenge with an ace up his sleeve. The air rings with tension as the beautiful assassin charges, screaming curses and thirsting for the blood of her victim. The sudden crash of a wardrobe opening breaks the tense atmosphere, introducing a new player in this deadly performance. Pink cords of spiritual energy envelop the dazed actress as she becomes aware of the presence of an unseen observer. Ryoko's graceful figure emerges from the shadows, her deadly blade glimmering in the dim room, ready to protect her new master. Alway creeps into the voice of the actress, who has recognized a rare stage of spiritual development in the technique of the mysterious protector. Irony and warmth mix in Lin Chu's words as he teases his unexpected savior with feigned brotherly love. Sincerity breaks through Ryoko's usual mask of coldness as she confesses her desire to protect the only path to her salvation. The truth behind 1,000 masks finally emerges from Lin Chu's words as he bends over the fallen actress, revealing his awareness of her duplicitous nature. The triumph of the winner rings in the guy's voice, inviting the actress to become the messenger of exposing the identity of the mysterious Master Wei. Curiosity breaks through the pain and humiliation in the eyes of the defeated beauty, eager to find out the true identity of the mysterious master. The intimate gesture turns into a show of power as Lin Chu's fingers touch the actress's chin, preparing to reveal the shocking truth. The tension increases with every second of dramatic pause as the guy prepares to pronounce a name that could turn the entire criminal world upside down. Like the final touch to the perfect picture of revenge, the name of Shen Che, that same green-haired deceiver with the fake statuette, sounds. The majestic figure of Chen Mo in a snow-white cape attracts admiring glances from subordinates who whisper about the eldest daughter of a powerful family. Waves of surprise flow through the corridors as employees discuss the young lady's sudden rise to the position of film industry boss. An atmosphere of power follows Chen Mo like an invisible trail as she enters the office to the respectful greeting of her subordinate. A false smile stretches the lips of the servant, whose words about the long-awaited meeting ooze with hidden poison. The authoritative gesture of removing her glasses accompanies Chen Mo's demanding question about the reports, demonstrating her readiness to manage. Ostentatious zeal can be seen in the words of Shen Che's former subordinate, extolling the family's authority to the skies. A hidden threat slips into the message from the young master, hinting at the imminent return of lost power. A cold calm envelops Chenmo as she dismisses the obsequious envoy, preparing to examine the suspicious documents. Warning signs appear through the lines of the report, like the first drops of an impending storm in the world of the film industry. The bitter understanding of the falsity of the reports settles in Chen Mo's mind like ashes, revealing the true attitude of her subordinates towards her power. The unpleasant truth about Shen Che's continued influence is interrupted by the sudden trill of a telephone, cutting through the oppressive silence of the office. Graceful fingers bring the phone to his ear, while Chen Mo's voice carries the usual authority, hiding the inner tension. The familiar voice of her husband, disguised as the mysterious Master Wei, fills the space with new meaning and hidden possibilities. The accuracy of the mysterious interlocutor's observations about fake reports makes Chen Mo's heart beat faster. Amazement breaks through the girl's voice when she realizes the extent of the mysterious benefactor's knowledge of her affairs. The grim truth about the destruction of original documents sounds like a condemnation of the old system of government. Internal jubilation fills Lin Chu when he remembers the information stolen in advance during the holiday rush. Confident fingers fly across the keyboard as he offers Chen Mo the key to absolute power over the department. Curiosity and suspicion mix in the voice of a girl trying to unravel the motives of a mysterious assistant. Mysterious laughter accompanies Master Wei's farewell words, leaving behind a trail of mystery. A desperate scream into a silent receiver is reflected from the walls of an empty office, increasing the feeling of incompleteness of the conversation. Poisonous words about an arrogant upstart fall from the lips of a traitor, unaware of the imminence of retribution. The unexpected appearance of the mistress freezes the blood in the veins of the presumptuous director Rouch. There is a condescending arrogance in the response of a busy man who does not realize that his time is up. The numbers drop like sharp daggers as Chen Mo methodically uncovers a financial scam involving 5 million yuan, turning each date into a new wound on the director's reputation. Horror spreads across the face of the exposed schemer, causing words to stumble and get confused, while the ruthless voice of the mistress continues to reveal the tourist expenses behind which the stolen millions are hidden. The last attempt to maintain dignity collapses under the weight of the evidence of the August transfers, turning the once proud director into a pitiful shadow begging for mercy. Knees meet the cold floor in a dance of humiliation, as the former ruler turns into a sinner begging for forgiveness in the face of the young mistress. The sounds of self-flagellation echo off the walls of the office as the repentant traitor brands himself with slaps, turning his face into a scarlet canvas of shame. An icy sentence escapes Chen Mo's lips, transforming punishment into a new form of service, secret surveillance of the family's true enemy. The imperious notes turn the girl's every word into steel shackles, chaining the former director to the new role of a silent spy. The arrogance of the family's eldest son oozes honeyed poison through the phone line as he spins his web around the unsuspecting actress. The short agreement to the meeting in Longhao sounds with the first sound of the funeral bell, measuring the last hours of Shen Che's freedom. Silk threads of intrigue are woven into an elegant pattern when the actress reports the appointment to her true master, Master Jing. Impatience scratches the throat of the gentleman, eager to find out the location of the upcoming hunt for the green-haired predator. The mask of love turns the actress's face into a beautiful trap when she names the location of the upcoming performance. The crystal glass shimmers in the graceful fingers of the actress like a poisoned blade, waiting for the moment to strike a fatal blow. The condescending smile of the green-haired heir blooms like a poisonous flower, unaware of the deadly nectar of impending betrayal. Words of family ties ring false coins as the smug Shen Che revels in the illusion of power, oblivious to the noose tightening around him. Poisonous words about the brother-sister relationship fall from the actress's lips like the first drops of deadly rain as she plays with the vanity of the green-haired heir. Lust clouds Shen Che's mind, turning his thoughts into a primitive song of desire, where beauty becomes the only measure of worth. A sly smile plays on the actress's lips as she holds out the cloak like a web woven from the vanity and passion of her victim. Arrogance intoxicates the inexperienced predator, who does not understand that his role-playing game will soon turn into the tragedy of his own downfall. The sweet poison of the promise of erotic pleasure slowly poisons Shen Che's mind as the actress weaves the final threads of the trap. Brute force squeezes the delicate wrist, revealing the true nature of the beast hidden under the mask of the noble heir. Animal desire breaks through a thin layer of upbringing when Shen Che demands immediate satisfaction of his base passions. A graceful refusal turns into the final nail in the coffin of the arrogant fool who did not notice the approach of the hunters. A quiet hotel corridor turns into an ambush where every shadow hides revenge-seeking pursuers. Tension thickens in the air as father and son Jing, like predators about to pounce, wait for confirmation of the presence of their prey. Cold satisfaction rings in the voice of the actress, who transfers the right of execution into the hands of real executioners. The tragic irony of the moment reaches its climax when Shen Che dons the cloak of his enemy, unaware that he is trying on his own shroud. The last seconds of ignorance are shattered when fate brings executioners instead of the expected mistress. The ominous transformation of glasses into a mask becomes the first sign of a nightmare breaking through the pink haze of delusions. Terror paralyzes Shen Che's body and voice as the reality of what is happening rushes into his mind like an ice storm. A merciless stab in the back marks the beginning of the reckoning, turning the overconfident heir into a helpless victim. The rage of the head of the Jing family, which has been building up for years, finally finds vent in a cruel greeting to the defeated enemy. The strong hands of the helpers turn into iron shackles, pinning the victim to the bed of her own arrogance. A desperate cry for status and power crashes against the blank walls of the room that has become a torture chamber for the fallen heir. The ominous tenderness of touching the head becomes a prelude to the cruel punishment promised by the head of the Jing family to his sworn enemy. The bitter realization of betrayal eats away at Shen Che's mind like acid as he recognizes his tormentor as the legendary Jing Ming, whose name vibrates in the air like a death knell. Horror pierces the prisoner's consciousness when his own voice, distorted by the mask, turns into someone else's, as if fate itself is depriving him of the last grains of identity. Behind a thin barrier of walls, like a puppeteer behind a curtain, Lin Chu pulls invisible threads. His voice through the mask becomes a poisonous dagger, provoking the executioners to new atrocities. Despair turns to reckless courage when a distorted voice challenges an entire clan, promising to paint their lives the colors of a nightmare. Rage clouds the mind of the head of the family. His words about the impending orgy of violence turn the luxurious room into a torture chamber. Blue flames of spiritual energy wrap around the fists of the guards like snakes, ready to sink their poisonous fangs into a defenseless victim. Shen Che's body turns into a living lightning rod for the hatred of others as dozens of hands shrouded in blue light rain down a flurry of blows on him. The calm of the next room contrasts with the storm of violence behind the wall. The maid pours tea as if in a theater before the start of a performance. Cold satisfaction shines through the words of Lin Chu as he watches the bloody spectacle of hyenas devouring their former leader. Jing Ming's merciless gaze follows the beating, soaking up every cry of pain like the sweet nectar of revenge. Pleas for mercy rent the air, turning the once proud heir into a broken creature begging for mercy. The authoritative gesture of the head of the family stops the punishing hands, like a conductor interrupting a bloody symphony of violence. The mocking politeness drips with venom as Jing Ming offers conversation to the prostrate victim. A silent scream freezes behind the mask, turning Shen Che into a helpless puppet in someone else's game. Lin Chu's words from the next room are like a match thrown into a keg of gunpowder, provoking a new wave of rage. The face of the head of the family is distorted with rage, turning into a mask of a demon, ready to fulfill the most terrible desires of his victim. A desperate plea for life pulses through Shen Che's thoughts as his body prepares for another wave of agony. A sudden explosion of the door and a flash of scarlet light tears the fabric of reality, turning the torture room into a new battlefield. The heat of rage evaporates from the face of the head of the family, giving way to cold fear when the uninvited savior bursts into the bloody spectacle of his revenge. A scarlet glow envelops the figure of a bald warrior with a scar, whose appearance freezes the blood in the veins of an experienced intriguer. The threat of war between clans rings like a sharp blade in the air as the red-haired protector speaks the name of the Chen family, turning the executioners into potential victims. Pathetic excuses come from the lips of the head of the family, trying to hide behind the image of the mysterious Master Wei. A desperate attempt to save face turns the cloak into the drowning schemer's last straw as his world crumbles around him. The fiery gaze of the scarred warrior pierces the prostrate figure on the floor, reading the truth through the mask of deception. Red energy explodes like dawn, breaking the mask and revealing the true face of the victim of this bloody farce. The nobility of the protector contrasts with the cruelty of the executioners as he raises the beaten air like a fallen angel from the abyss. The horror of realizing a mistake spreads across the face of the head of the family like an ink stain, staining his reputation with indelible shame. The bitterness of deception poisons the air when it becomes clear that the beautiful actress has turned their thirst for revenge into a tool of someone else's manipulation. The savior's penetrating gaze picks out a tiny detail that can turn this whole bloody performance upside down. The telltale microphone gleams under the fabric like a snake's sting, revealing the presence of a true puppeteer. Words of reckoning and the search for the true master of Wei turn the room into the starting point of a new hunt, where victims become hunters. The flames of spiritual power burst through the skin of the red-haired warrior, enveloping his body in a crimson glow like the armor of an ancient god of war. Terror grips the soul of the head of the Jin family when he realizes the true nature of the enemy, the legendary Sima Cha, one of the four great guardians of the Chen clan, whose spiritual power overcomes the barriers of ordinary development. All rings in the air as the description of the red-haired warrior's incredible talent reveals his ability to spread spiritual power like a fog of death 3 kilometers around. A cold understanding of danger pierces Lin Chu's mind. The presence of such a powerful enemy turns their hideout into a death trap, counting down the last seconds until exposure. Panic creeps into the guy's voice as he realizes the monstrous difference in strength between them and the approaching hunter. A steely determination to protect the master's secret is intertwined with desperate fear for the fate of the mistress in the thoughts of the faithful maid. Despair pushes Lin Chu to the dangerous memories of the great illusionist, as to the last straw of a drowning man. The maid's unexpected touch electrifies the air as she takes control of the situation into her fragile hands. The softness of the bed contrasts with the harshness of the moment when the maid pushes the confused gentleman onto the bed. Every move the maid takes off her clothes turns into an act of desperate self-sacrifice, causing Lin Chu to be shocked and confused. Devotion to the mistress transforms the gentle face of the maid into a mask of determination, ready to make any sacrifice for the sake of a higher goal. Embarrassment stains Lin Chu's cheeks scarlet as her mind tries to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. The hunter's red aura spreads through the hotel corridors like a bloody fog searching for its prey. Cynical thoughts of past sins run through Sima Cha's head as his spiritual vision penetrates through closed doors. The maid's desperate hope to turn their hideout into a den of vice becomes the last chance for salvation. Admiration for the maid's dedication is mixed with guilt in Lin Chu's heart, realizing the cost of her devotion. Recognition pierces the spirit hunter's mind like lightning, as he identifies the couple as Chen Mo's husband and her personal maid. Desperate courage blooms in the maid's chest like a poisonous flower when she promises to give all of herself to this dangerous spectacle of salvation. Time freezes like a crystal drop when her fingers bury themselves in the master's hair and her lips meet in a kiss, turning a lie into a burning truth. A mocking curiosity colors the voice of the observing spirit, whose disappointment at the lack of true prey mingles with the anticipation of future intrigue. A new weapon of blackmail falls into his arsenal like a poisoned blade, ready at any moment to plunge into the reputation of an unsuspecting son-in-law. The tense atmosphere thickens like thunderclouds as Shen Che and the red-haired warrior bring Lin Chu in for questioning. The venom of suspicion oozes through the green-haired heir's words as he demands an account of yesterday. Calm lies about housework fall from Lin Chu's lips, reinforced by an unspoken alliance with the faithful maid. Fury contorts Shen Che's features as he hurls accusations backed up by Sima Cha's anecdotal evidence. Lin Chu's bold confession about Master Wei's identity falls into the silence of the room like a bomb exploding. Shock paralyzes Shen Che's consciousness, turning his face into a frozen mask of disbelief. Hysterical laughter breaks through the dam of tension as the absurdity of the situation finally reaches his consciousness. The telltale crunch of his spine reminds him of physical wounds, while mental anguish continues to tear him apart from the inside. A toxic hint about a relationship with a maid turns into a new weapon in this psychological war. Memories unfurl in the air like poisonous flowers as the red-haired warrior reveals a compromising kissing scene that threatens to destroy the family's delicate balance. Despair tears at Lin Chu's heart when the thought of being exposed to his mistress turns his inner world into shards of a broken mirror. The rough grip on the shirt becomes a symbol of the new slavery as the green-haired manipulator turns the fear of exposure into chains of control. The threat of public shame rings in the air like a poisoned dagger raised over the most intimate. Unbidden tears treacherously sparkle in the eyes of a guy driven into a corner, whose silent consent becomes the first step into the abyss of betrayal. The contemptuous expulsion sounds the final chord of humiliation, while Shen Che revels in his imaginary victory over his defeated opponent. Business talk about billions of dollars in compensation turns human pain into cold numbers while schemers weave their deadly web. The Jing family's cunning revenge plan unfolds like a poisonous flower, fueled by the bitterness of past grievances and the thirst for retribution. The triumph of the predator is evident in the words of Shen Che, who represents his victim, Chen Mo, in a ring of enemies, like a wolf chasing down a fawn. Anxiety distorts the maid's delicate features as she tries to understand the depth of the enemy's penetration into their secrets. Relief creeps into her voice upon learning of the blindness of her adversary, unable to see the truth even when it is presented on a silver platter. A fleeting touch of hands becomes an electric discharge, awakening forbidden feelings, from which the maid pulls away as if from a flame. An attempt to bury a moment of intimacy under the cold words of oblivion is broken by the tremulous tenderness of memories. Lin Chu's internal struggle between admiring the maid's charming embarrassment and loyalty to her mistress is resolved with a noble promise that can protect the dignity of both women. Lin Chu shakes his head furiously, driving away uninvited thoughts like annoying flies. Now his mind should be clear and focused on the upcoming trials. The bitter wisdom of recent events crystallizes in his mind. Without spiritual strength, it is better to remain in the shadows like a mouse avoiding the claws of predatory cultivator cats. Sympathy and slight disappointment intertwine in the maid's voice as she speaks of wasted potential, as if lamenting unlived opportunities. A spark of inspiration lights up in the guy's eyes when he shares his plan for the literary embodiment of Master Wei, turning reality into art. An ambitious idea unfolds like a multicolored peacock's tail. A journey through dynasties where modern knowledge becomes the key to changing destinies. The maid's gentle critique touches on the cliché of the plot, like tender fingers pointing at a crack in a precious vase. Lin Chu's confidence in historical accuracy sounds like a battle cry, proclaiming his unique advantage. Enthusiasm bubbles up in his words about advanced knowledge, like a river ready to overflow its banks and flood the world with new ideas. The guy's ambitions rush to the heights of the academic Olympus, where the gray masses give way to the intellectual elite. The grandiose plan of unifying all sciences unfolds in his speech like a cosmic map, where each star is a separate area of knowledge. The maid's insight reveals the scientific essence of the project, hidden under the cover of the novel, like a pearl in a shell. The passion for wealth and power breaks through the scientific facade, revealing the true ambitions of Lin Chu, who dreams of a business empire. The maid's gentle mockery of his obvious desires is met with the creative agonies of choosing a title. A luxurious vision of the future blooms in his imagination as the proud name of the way of conquering the entire world escapes his lips. Confidence in the imminent publication rings in his voice like a tense string, ready to sound a new melody of success. A deep understanding of one's own capabilities opens like a lotus flower, petal by petal, revealing the potential for the merging of different souls. The awareness of the growing power of memory fills him like an upward flow of energy, promising limitless possibilities. Strategic thinking manifests itself in the idea of combining knowledge, like an alchemist mixing different elements to create the philosopher's stone. Tactical genius manifests itself in the creation of a deadly crossbow, where poison and steel merge into the ultimate weapon. A sober assessment of his own capabilities is heard in his words about the limits of the use of new weapons, demonstrating wisdom born of bitter experience. The steel tip of a crossbow is hidden under the elegant fabric of a suit when a sudden knock on the door breaks the silence of the room like a bolt from the blue. The voice of Sima, one of the legendary Four Guardians, filters through the door like a poisonous mist, a reminder of his fearsome status. Tension electrifies the air as Lin Chu opens the door, meeting the flaming hair of the mighty warrior. The sweet poison of flattery oozes through Sima's words about hidden potential, like a spider weaving its deadly web around its prey. Outward misunderstanding masks Lin Chu's inner horror as the chilling thought of exposure pierces his mind like a dagger. A shocking confession about spiritual voyeurism during an intimate scene freezes the guy's blood as his fingers tighten his grip on the hidden crossbow. False friendship sparkles in the smile of the red-haired warrior like a poisoned blade in a velvet sheath. Bewilderment and suspicion intertwine in Lin Chu's mind into a tight knot as he tries to unravel the true motives of his unexpected friend. The weight of the hand on the shoulder becomes a symbol of power and control when Shima reveals the existence of a mysterious cult of the gifted. A serpentine smile plays on the warrior's lips, as if anticipating the inevitable consent of his victim. The feigned self-deprecation rings a false note in the symphony of lies as Lin Chu tries to reject the dangerous proposal. The imperious hand again falls on the guy's shoulder, turning the friendly gesture into a mark of ownership. The blackmail takes the form of a compliment when Sima hints at a compromising scene with the maid. Inner fear constrains Lin Chu's movements like ice chains, forcing him to play by the rules of a powerful manipulator. The final words of initiation fall like the lid of a coffin, sealing the boy's fate in the deadly embrace of the cult of the gifted. The mention of the round sum of the membership fee falls like a poisonous seed into the soil of suspicion, while Sima casually juggles millions like a false magician with his illusions. Lin Chu's inner voice screams about the obviousness of the trap, while his fingers mechanically massage the back of his head, as if trying to erase the very memory of this brazen extortion. Master Wei's mask hides a triumphant smile as the once proud actress breaks down in sobs before him, turning from predator to prey. Despair colors her words with shades of defeat as she describes the Jing family's iron grip on her life like a boa constrictor. A predatory glint creeps into Master Wei's eyes as he enjoys the moment of dominance over the fallen star, turning comfort into exquisite torture. A bitter awareness of her own naivety pierces the actress's consciousness when she understands the depth of the manipulation that turned her into a pawn of someone else's game. Poisonous words about selling her body fall like acid drops on the remains of her dignity, revealing the true nature of the benefactor. A cynical comparison of two families sounds like a death sentence, turning the actress's life into an endless series of humiliations under a new master. The financial shackles tighten even more when the demand for half of your earnings hangs in the air like a noose. The cold steel of Ryoko's blade interrupts the nascent protest, turning the question into a silent scream. The cruel metaphor of a living ATM becomes the final nail in the coffin of her freedom and dignity. Ryoko's matter-of-fact tone contrasts with the tragedy of the moment when she draws a line under the fate of the defeated actress. Impatience breaks through the voice of the bodyguard, yearning for freedom from the poisonous shackles. A casual gesture of handing over a pill turns into a moment of testing trust between two predators. Suspicion sparkles in Ryoko's eyes as she looks for the catch in the unexpected ease of obtaining the antidote. Indifferent generosity oozes through Lin Chu's words, leaving the choice to her new ally, like a cat playing with a trapped mouse. The careless ease with which Ryoko swallows the pill becomes the first act in the spectacle of her downfall, where trust turns into a weapon against herself. Words of confession fly from Lin Chu's lips like sharp daggers, tearing the thin fabric of the established trust between them. Rage flares in the girl's eyes like a pink flame, demanding a repetition of the words that destroyed the illusion of her control over the situation. The merciless truth about the 3-second enzyme falls on her like an avalanche, burying the remnants of the great warrior's pride. Pink energy explodes around Ryoko like a supernova, materializing her anger into a visible force capable of destroying her offender. The lightning-fast activation of knowledge about poisons turns Lin Chu from a victim into a puppeteer, pulling the invisible threads of someone else's power. A simple whistle becomes a symphony of power when two fingers are pressed to the lips, in a gesture that can tame the raging elements. Ryoko's powerful aura melts away like morning fog under the rays of the rising sun, leaving her defenseless before her new master. The triumph of knowledge rings in the words of Lin Chu, who reveals the true nature of the poison that turned the formidable warrior into a helpless girl. The time frame of 5 minutes of powerlessness outlines the boundaries of Ryoko's new world, where her strength depends on someone else's whistling. Desperate accusations of lies crash against the guy's impenetrable confidence, like waves against granite rocks, and a condescending pat on the head turns a proud warrior into a little girl at the mercy of a great liar. The cruel truth about her temporary helplessness breaks from Lin Chu's lips like a sentence, finally destroying the illusion of her invulnerability. A fierce reminder of past greatness, the last roar of a wounded lioness sounds, her reign over Tokyo reduced to a pile of ashes by a simple whistle. Lin Chu's commanding gaze pierces Ryoko's soul as he challenges her boasts, turning her former power into empty words. An unexpected kiss becomes a weapon of humiliation when his lips powerfully capture her lips, painting the warrior's cheeks with a treacherous blush of shame. The triumph of the winner rings in every word of the guy, demonstrating absolute power over the once impregnable warrior, whose strength has melted away like the morning fog. The gesture of disgust with which Ryoko erases the traces of the kiss turns into a symbol of her powerlessness, emphasizing the depth of the fall of the formidable warrior. The promise of revenge leaves her lips like the last poisonous sting of an exhausted snake, no longer able to inspire fear. Curiosity sparkles in Chen Mo's eyes as she tries to unravel the mystery of the mysterious Master Wei's influence over the wayward actress. The question of the true identity of the master hangs in the air like a sharp blade, ready to cut through the veil of secrecy. An oath of silence binds the actress's lips, turning her into a living safe of the secrets of a powerful manipulator. Chen Mo's insight finds new clues when it suggests the master's proximity to his surroundings. A sudden insight pierces the mistress's consciousness, as if lightning breaks the night darkness of ignorance. The individual pieces of the puzzle begin to fit together in her mind, like links in a golden chain leading to the truth. The peaceful idyll of reading is shattered when Lin Chu notices the dangerous presence of his bodyguard. Ryoko's predatory grace electrifies the bedroom air as she approaches the bed like a panther towards its prey. Tension thickens in the room like thunderclouds as the guy demands an explanation for this daring intrusion. Blackmail takes the form of caring for family secrets, turning Ryoko's every word into a poisoned dagger. The authoritative demand for an antidote is accompanied by a physical invasion of personal space, creating a compromising picture. Lin Chu's helpless resistance is interrupted by the appearance of his wife, whose invisible presence is like the shadow of fate. The slightly open door becomes a window into the spectacle of betrayal, where every overheard word hurts Chen Mo's heart. The realization of the ambiguity of the situation hits Lin Chu like an icy shower, paralyzing his ability to think rationally. A desperate cry about the impossibility of a relationship sounds like a false note in a symphony of lies, only deepening the suspicions of the watching wife. With a desperate gesture, Lin Chu pushes Ryoko away, his voice trembling with sincerity as he speaks of his only love for his wife, as if trying to protect not only his loyalty, but also the secret hidden under the guise of family well-being. Chen Mo's heart skips a beat as she watches her husband transform into a loving husband. The sincerity in his movements seems real, but the shadow of a recent conversation colors every gesture with a tinge of doubt. Fear shows in Lin Chu's eyes as he rushes towards his wife, his words about his disinterest in Ryoko ringing true, but behind them lies a deeper secret that is about to burst out. The contemptuous "stop spouting nonsense" from Ryoko cuts the air like a whip, revealing the true nature of their complex relationship. Chen Mo's quiet words about trusting her husband are fraught with bitter irony. Her confidence in his indifference to Ryoko is based on knowledge that is about to turn their lives around. A sudden grip on the husband's hand becomes an anchor at the moment when truth and lies are intertwined into a tight knot that requires immediate resolution. Time freezes in the room as the question of Master Wei's identity finally leaves Chen Mo's lips. Simple words that could shatter their carefully constructed world of pretense and omission. Miss Chen's fragile fingers squeeze her husband's hand, while her lips utter accusations about his secret help with the license and confrontation with Shen Che. The pink-haired warrior Ryoko watches the scene with cold admiration, noting Lady Chen's insight in uncovering the truth. Miss Chen's furious gaze pierces the bodyguard like a sharp blade. Her imperious order to remain silent rings in the air like a bell. Divine power flows through the body of the fragile mistress, throwing the daring bodyguard away like an autumn leaf in the wind. Confusion flashes in the eyes of the defeated Ryoko as she realizes her strange inaction against the person she is supposed to protect. Poisonous words about the denial of protection fall from the bodyguard's lips, turning her devotion into the bitter ashes of disappointment. Despair sparkles in Lin Chu's eyes as he tries to deny his connection with the mysterious Master Wei, his words melting into the air like morning mist. Righteous anger paints Miss Chen's face as she exposes her husband's lies, remembering every moment of his secret support. Tenderness creeps into her voice when she speaks of the fidelity of her husband, who stood behind her as an invisible shadow from the first day of their meeting. Memories of political intrigue from 5 years ago resurface in Miss Chen's mind as her father's will collides with her independence. The bitterness of her school days colors the memory of the lady, when her classmates turned into merciless executioners of her peace. The golden threads of the Chen family's intrigues weave through the school corridors, turning children's souls into puppets of a cruel game against the young heiress. Greed distorts the faces of classmates as money clouds their conscience, turning innocent souls into instruments of someone else's will. The cruel words of a classmate cut the air like poisoned daggers, demanding the expulsion of the young mistress from the school walls. The weight of past suffering clouds Miss Chen's face as she is plunged into a maelstrom of painful memories from that time. The image of young Lin Chu appears in her memory like a ray of light in the darkness, his decisive words in defense becoming the first act of their common story. The classmate's defiant response rings in the air as she mentions the power of the Chen family, challenging the then unknown protector. Miss Chen's voice rings like a sharp blade, cutting through the veil of lies, her words about readiness to kill echoing from the walls of the young man's mind. A furious accusation against Mr. Chen bursts from Ling Chu's lips, his voice pulsating with the energy of righteous anger in the silent school corridor. Like a blooming lotus flower, the young lady's face lights up with an inner light as she asks her fateful question. Confusion envelops the young man's mind in a foggy haze as he tries to comprehend the hidden meaning in the words of a beautiful stranger. A mischievous sparkle dances in Miss Chen's eyes as her question about her boyfriend's love life fades into the still air. Waves of surprise roll over the faces of their classmates, frozen like statues in the temple of the ancient gods. Silence envelops the space like a silk blanket as Miss Chen's voice breaks mid-sentence, foreshadowing something important. Like cherry blossom petals, words of recognition fly from her lips, turning a simple defense into the beginning of a great love. Amazement blooms on the face of the young hero, realizing how one noble act can change the course of fate. Tenderness flows in the air of the library, where the young lady clinging to the defender's shoulder talks about the collapse of the family's marriage plans. Memories of their student days envelop them like a warm blanket, where simple street food turns into feasts for the gods. Divine light illuminates Miss Chen's face when she speaks of the one who turned the drab days into a symphony of joy. Solemn words about sacrifice for love fall from her lips, like an oath of eternal fidelity, sanctified by heaven. The scarlet glow of the birthday cake illuminates the happy face of the birthday boy, turning a simple birthday into a sacred ritual. Mystical notes permeate the air as she recalls the moment of receiving a special gift that has become a symbol of their inextricable bond. In the semi-darkness of the room, Lin Chu stands blindfolded, his mind pulsating with anticipation of mystery, while the invisible threads of fate weave their pattern around him. Time freezes in a sacred moment when the permission to remove the blindfold reaches his ears, and his fingers tremble in anticipation, slowly freeing his vision from the darkness. An ecstatic cry bursts from the young man's chest like a phoenix rising from the ashes when his gaze is struck by the divine beauty of his beloved, shining like moonlight. Miss Chen's voice rings with crystal-clear insight as she reveals her thoughts about the identity of the mysterious Master Wei, her words piercing the air like sharp blades of truth. Confusion envelops Lin Chu like morning fog as he tries to deny his connection with the mysterious master, his words about his own insignificance dissolving into the air like haze. Madame Chen's divine power explodes like a supernova, throwing her husband against the wall as her question about his whereabouts hangs in the air like a sharp blade of suspicion. Pain pierces the body of the young man, imprinted into the wall like a butterfly in amber. His groan echoes from the ancient walls that keep the secrets of the past. Ms. Chen's accusations fall like poisonous drops as she reveals the knowledge of his absence from home, every word laced with the bitterness of doubt. Lin Chu's excuses for going shopping with the maid sound like a song on the strings of lies, each note trembling in the tense air. A secret message about urgent plastic surgery flickers on the phone screen like an ominous sign of things to come. Determination rings in the mistress's voice when she speaks of the maid's call, her confidence in the maid's truthfulness like a steel blade. Space and time bend like silk in the wind when the silhouette of the mysterious Master Wei materializes outside the window, his appearance breaking the laws of reality. Amazement freezes on Mrs. Chen's face like morning dew on lotus petals when her gaze meets the ghostly image of the mysterious master. Reality splits like an ancient mirror, reflecting two men at the same time, a husband in the room and a mysterious figure outside the window, creating a paradox of existence. The realization of error illuminates the mistress's face like the first rays of dawn when she recognizes her husband's innocence in this mystical game of shadows. Master Wei's figure dissolves into the air like morning mist as Lady Chen frantically screams for him to stop, her voice piercing the silence like a silver arrow. The energy of movement pulses around the mistress as she rushes after the ghostly silhouette, her steps marking the path like falling stars in the night sky. On the porch where reality meets illusion, her cry to wait cuts through the space like lightning dividing the sky into light and darkness. In the darkness of the room, Lin Chu clutches the microphone like an ancient artifact of power, preparing to weave his voice into the fabric of illusion that shrouds this evening in a mysterious haze. The energy of his words flows through the ether as the mysterious master's suit becomes a conductor of his will, each word imbued with echoes of long-ago events like a mountain echo. The mystical vibration of his question dissolves in the air like cherry blossom petals in the wind, creating a fine line between reality and illusion. Lady Chen's words ring like crystal bells in the temple of the ancient gods as she demands to reveal the secret of the master's identity and his appearance within their sacred walls. The master's answer falls into space like a drop of dew on a lotus leaf, his carelessness hiding the depth of true strength that can overcome any obstacles. Anxiety pulsates in the heart of the disguised maid like a caught bird. Her every breath is filled with the awareness of the fragility of the masquerade, ready to crumble at the slightest wrong move. Words about the master's limitless possibilities spread like fog over a morning lake, creating the image of a creature for whom there are no closed doors in this ghostly city. Ms. Chen's curiosity sparkles in the air like the stars in the night sky as she tries to uncover the true motives of the mysterious benefactor. The figure of the imaginary master, standing with his back to the mistress, radiates a mysterious aura, while the words about the non-accidentality of help dissolve in the evening air. Lin Chu's anxiety swirls like storm clouds as he watches the scene through the window, aware that the secret of his identity is teetering on the brink of being exposed. Determination pulses through the young man's veins like liquid fire as he rushes out of the room, ready to risk everything to keep his secret. His cry cuts through the evening air like a sacred sword, demanding an end to this dance of shadows and illusions. The demand to show one's true face explodes in space like a bolt from the blue, creating a moment of absolute tension. Lin Chu's movement is like the dance of ancient warriors as he pushes his wife, guiding her fall into the arms of the imaginary master. Terror freezes in the maid's eyes like frozen dew, while her thoughts about her mistress's safety swirl in a whirlpool of fear. The moment of contact stretches into eternity. When the maid's hands catch the falling mistress, their gazes meet in the cosmic dance of fate. Lin Chu's consciousness flares like a star in a moment of insight as he takes up the microphone again, ready to weave a new thread into the tapestry of this mystical performance. Mister's words dissolve into the evening air like sacred incense as the pause stretches into infinity, filling the space with the mystical anticipation of revelation. A declaration of love falls from the lips of an imaginary master like cherry blossom petals in the wind. Every sound is imbued with the ancient magic of feelings that can change fate. Anxiety pulses through the maid's soul like a caught bird, her thoughts swirling in a whirlpool of doubts as the masquerade teeters on the brink of exposure. Embarrassment envelops Mrs. Chen like a sacred fog. Her mind tries to comprehend the depth of the confession she heard, in which there is something more hidden. Triumph blooms in Lin Chu's soul like a fiery lotus, the realization of the success of his plan shining brighter than 1,000 suns at the moment of great victory. The figure of the young man dissolves in the twilight like a ghost, taking with him secrets, the time of revelation of which has not yet come in this mystical performance. The energy of the moment freezes in crystal purity when the silhouette of the master supports Ms. Chen. Their figures are intertwined in the dance of fate on the edge of reality. The mistress's pupils narrow like lunar eclipses, reflecting the storm of emotions in her soul, where every word she hears leaves a fiery trail. Lin Chu's voice explodes in space like a bolt from the blue, his jealousy coloring the air with dark shades of ancient magic. The moment of separation of the two figures is like the breaking of the silken thread of fate when the lady leaves the arms of the mystical stranger. Tenderness flows in the mistress's words like a mountain stream, trying to calm the raging ocean of jealousy in the soul of the spouse. Memories of acting bloom in the young man's mind like night flowers, while his words about his own insignificance weave a thin web of deception. Tears roll down his cheeks like pearls of sorrow. Every word about Mister's superiority is saturated with the bitterness of an imaginary defeat in the battle for love. Consolation flows from the lady's lips like a healing balm, while her husband continues his dance of feigned despair on the edge of truth and lies. A touch on your beloved's shoulder becomes an anchor in a raging sea of emotions, where every tear is a drop in the ocean of their common destiny. The oath of fidelity comes from the lady's lips like a sacred mantra, dispelling the shadows of doubts and fears in the soul of her beloved husband. The lady's tender words of apology dissolve into the air like morning mist, while the shadow of a mysterious smile slides across Lin Chu's face, reflecting the triumph of the ancient master. The energy of trust pulsates between them, like a sacred flow of qi as their gazes meet in a moment of vow of unity, transforming the two people into a single force of destiny. Their silhouettes glide along the corridors of the department like the dancing shadows of ancient warriors. Their presence fills the space with an aura of incomprehensible power and grace. The whispers of the workers vibrate in the air like the strings of a heavenly zither, their admiring gazes following the couple as they radiate the aura of divine union. Quiet conversations are woven into an invisible network of assumptions, where every word is shrouded in a mystical fog of guesses about the hidden talents of the mistress's inconspicuous companion. The sacred ritual of handing over documents unfolds in the office like an ancient scroll of secrets, where each page contains echoes of the intervention of the mysterious Master Wei. Confidence flows in the mistress's gesture like a mountain stream when she hands over papers to her husband, looking in his wisdom for the key to unraveling financial secrets. Lin Chu's fingers touch the documents with the reverence of an ancient sage, ready to reveal the secrets hidden in the labyrinths of numbers and reports. The divine consciousness of the auditor awakens in him like a phoenix from the ashes. His gaze pierces the paper curtain, penetrating the essence of financial flows. The lady's intuition vibrates in the air like a taut string. Her words about hidden inconsistencies resonate with ancient wisdom. Anxiety about Cheng Jing's fate colors her voice with dark tones of prescience as she contemplates the inevitability of the coming financial collapse. Lin Chu's consciousness pierces the documents like a sacred sword of truth, revealing a masterful web of internal asset movements. The ancient master's pride pulses through his veins, aware that only the eye of a true expert can discern these subtle threads of deception. The energy of exposure is concentrated around the figure of the director, turning each of his transactions into a link in the chain of evidence. The lady's impatience sparks in the air like electricity as she awaits the results of her husband's research. A mask of innocence falls on Lin Chu's face as he hides his discoveries behind a veil of feigned incomprehension. Farewell words dissolve in the air like morning fog, while the guy's figure disappears behind the door, taking with him secrets. The time for revealing them has not yet come. The silhouette of the bodyguard hovers over the abyss like a dark angel of vengeance, holding the trembling director between heaven and earth with her iron grip. Terror contorts the headmaster's face like an ancient demon mask as his cries of self-importance fade into the cold air of the mountain peaks. Space warps like the torn silk of reality as the mysterious figure of Master Wei materializes from the shadows, his presence filling the air with ancient power. The master's words fall like sharp daggers in the silence of the night, every sound imbued with a deadly threat that can tear apart the veil of lies. Fear turns the boastful director into a trembling shadow of his former greatness, his pleas for mercy cutting through the air like a dying cry. The energy of the ancient master pulsates like a cosmic flame when his words become a sentence for the liar hanging over the abyss. The bodyguard's movement is like the dance of the goddess of death when her fingers unclench, sending the director into the arms of the abyss. The scream of a falling man cuts through the mountain air like lightning. His figure turns into a black dot against the background of stone walls. The master's powerful voice rings through space like a bell of fate, stopping the deadly fall with one word of power. A pink glow envelops the warrior's hands like a sacred flame, materializing her spiritual energy into visible form. Streams of spiritual power intertwine in her hands like cosmic threads of fate, creating a saving rope of pure energy. A shining line of spiritual power pierces the space like lightning, coiling around the falling figure of the director. The director's body flies upward like a projectile, his impact with the roof marking the moment of humiliating rescue. Rage and fear intertwine in the voice of the rescued, like poisonous snakes when he accuses his savior of madness. The master's question cuts the air like a sacred sword of truth, demanding to reveal the secret of the conspiracy against the Chen Company. The hesitation hangs in the air like a drop of dew before falling as the headmaster prepares to pronounce the name of the true villain. Cheng Jing's name falls from his lips like the last breath of a dying man, revealing the true architect of the intrigue. Master Wei's thoughts circle like birds of prey, trying to comprehend the depth of the treachery of his longtime enemy. The headmaster's bowed figure trembles like an autumn leaf as his words about spy devices and Cheng Jing's betrayal fade into the evening air. The director's quiet words about the fragmentation of the conspirators dissolve in the air like the smoke of ancient incense, taking with them the secrets of a dark plan. Master Wei's thoughts swirl like a whirlwind of stars, the realization of the timeliness of Cheng Jing's dismissal shining in his mind like a saving beacon. The guy's spiritual energy pulsates like a cosmic flame as he ponders the need for his intervention in these family intrigues. Within the sacred walls of the residence, Lin Chu's thoughts flow like a mountain stream, reflecting on the path of conquering the world, which is like a blossoming lotus flower. The maid's curiosity sparkles in the air like stardust as she asks about Cheng Jing's sinister role in spreading the spies. Comparing enemies to cockroaches falls from the guy's lips like an ancient curse. Every word is imbued with the power of true knowledge. Concern for the mistress flows in the maid's words like a clear mountain stream. Her devotion shines brighter than 1,000 suns. Determination rings in Lin Chu's voice like a sacred bell as he speaks of Cheng Jing's key role in this cosmic game. The bodyguard's suspicion swirls like morning mist as she watches the mysterious dance of interaction between the maid and her master. The guy's strategy unfolds like an ancient scroll, where every word about the enemy's strength becomes part of the grand plan of confrontation. The nonchalance of the bodyguard munching on a watermelon contrasts with the seriousness of the moment, like the moon and sun at the moment of an eclipse. Insight flashes in Lin Chu's mind like the birth of a new star as he comprehends the essence of his opponent's weak points. The question of the lady as Cheng Jing's weak point hangs in the air like a poisoned blade, ready to strike the decisive blow. The silence of the night envelops the sleeping Chen Mo like a silk blanket. Her breath is like the gentle wind in the lotus garden. The creaking of the door cuts the peace of the night like the blade of an ancient sword, awakening the mistress from the embrace of sleep. The husband's shadow slides into the room like the ghost of ancient legends, his movements shrouded in mystery. Chen Mo's consciousness balances between sleep and reality like a lotus on the surface of a sacred lake, while questions about her husband's presence swirl in her thoughts. Lin Chu's silhouette glides through the night shadows like an ancient spirit, his movements towards his beloved's bed filled with the grace of a prowling tiger in the moonlight. The mistress's consciousness balances on the edge of sleep and reality, while thoughts of confrontation with her husband swirl in her mind like autumn leaves in a whirlwind of fate. The blush blooms on Chen Mo's cheeks like dawn clouds as she skillfully feigns sleep, each heartbeat measuring the moments of this night performance. The guy's movements take on the precision of a martial artist when his fingers touch the sacred artifact, his wife's phone, resting like precious jade on the silks of the pillow. Triumph pulses through his aura like starlight as the treasured item lands in his hands, opening the gates to his intended intrigue. Spiritual energy flows through his fingers as he weaves a web of deception, sending a message to Cheng Jing, every word laced with the subtle poison of manipulation. His attempts to leave the room unnoticed resemble the dance of a drunken master, where every clumsy movement belies the usual grace of a warrior. The loud sound of the closing door cuts the silence of the night like thunder from a clear sky, causing the lady to jump up like a frightened deer. Bewilderment envelops Chen Mo's consciousness like morning fog as she reflects on the strange behavior of her husband, who did not share the cover of night with her. The maid helps the master into his robes, her movements filled with the grace of an ancient ritual, while words of wisdom flow from her lips like cherry blossom petals. The anticipation of difficulties vibrates in her voice like the taut string of an ancient instrument, foreshadowing the storm of future events. The bodyguard's confidence rings through the air like the blade of a great master, her promise of protection enveloping the maid in an aura of calm. Her words about the ability to resist the soul masters sound like an ancient prophecy. Every syllable is imbued with the strength of a true warrior. Lin Chu's determination shines like a sacred sword as he declares his intention to face the enemy, protected by the might of the Chen family. A sly smile plays on his lips like moonlight on the blade of a dagger when he mentions a voice recorder, ready to capture every word of the upcoming fight. The guy's words about the inevitable war between families ring in the air like the prediction of an ancient oracle, every syllable saturated with anticipation of the coming storm. Cheng Jing, shrouded in an aura of self-satisfaction, steps onto the sacred ground of the meeting, his heart pulsating with the rhythm of anticipation of a failed date. His voice cuts the silence like a poisoned blade, but the sweet words dissolve in the emptiness of the room where a completely different fate awaits him. The figure of Lin Chu materializes at the table like an ancient ghost of revenge, the clink of a broken glass becoming the first note in the symphony of the coming confrontation. Confusion distorts Cheng Jing's aura like ripples on the surface of a sacred lake, his words about Ling Chu's wife falling into the void of revelation. Anger colors his essence with dark shades of primordial darkness as the words of Madame Chen's obsession fall from his lips like poisonous flowers. Cosmic energy concentrates around the microphone in Lin Chu's hand, turning a simple object into a weapon to expose ancient intrigues. The recording of the director's confession tears through the veil of lies like the sacred sword of truth. Each word becomes a nail in the coffin of Cheng Jing's reputation. Rage contorts his face like a demon's mask as he tries to renounce his traitorous director, but the darkness of his soul seeps through the cracks of his pretense. Lin Chu's questions pierce into the enemy's consciousness like poisoned arrows. Each word brings the moment of final exposure closer. The weight of a decades-long conspiracy hangs in the air like thunderclouds, foreshadowing the storm of the final confrontation. Spiritual power explodes around Chung Jing like a black supernova. His confession of a 5-year conspiracy painting reality with the dark colors of primordial chaos. Darkness floods his eyes like the tide of an ancient ocean of rage, turning the once noble warrior into a demon of vengeance. His words about the uniqueness of the plan ring in space like a funeral bell, marking the end of the era of pretense. The mask of nobility falls from his face like autumn leaves, revealing the true essence of the disguised demon. Cosmic energy pulsates in his words about reaching the stage of soul birth. Every syllable is imbued with the pride of an ancient cultivator. The violet glow of his power floods space like waves of primordial chaos, turning reality into an ocean of pure energy. Powerlessness binds Lin Chu like chains of ice as his hope turns to the only ray of light, his faithful bodyguard. Ryoko materializes from the void like a goddess of war, her katana sparkling in the violet glow of her opponent like a star of vengeance. Amazement pierces Chung Jing's consciousness like lightning in the night sky when he senses in the fragile warrior a power equal to the masters of soul birth. His hand, like the claw of an ancient demon, closes on the girl's neck. The space around them is distorted by the concentration of dark energy. Cosmic power pulses in his grip as he lifts the warrior off the ground, his aura exuding superiority like a poisonous mist. Words of wealth fall from his lips like a shower of gold, each investment figure ringing in the air with the promise of power that can even buy immortality. The warrior's rage flares like a pink supernova, her insults cutting through the air as the dark force tightens its grip on her throat. Chung Jing's black energy pierces reality, creating rifts in the very fabric of existence as the young warrior balances on the brink of life and death. Lin Chu bursts into this deadly symphony like a meteor, his body becoming a living shield between darkness and light. The bodyguard's mind becomes clouded like a sunset sky as thoughts of death at the hands of a despicable enemy swirl in the whirlpool of her fading mind. Lin Chu's desperate cry for his wife cuts through space like a silver blade, trying to break through the veil of madness. The truth bursts from Chung Jing's lips like poisonous flowers, revealing the depth of his pretense in the garden of deception. The violet flame of his power explodes like a dark supernova as words about the insignificance of love before the power of destruction poison the air. The maid bursts into the mistress's chambers like a spring hurricane. Her cry of danger breaks the peace of the night into thousands of fragments. Fear for her husband colors the mistress's aura with alarming shades, while words about a mortal threat echo from the walls. The lady's movements are filled with the sacred grace of a warrior as she dons her battle robes, preparing for the final battle. The order to summon the 4 guards rings in the air like a bell of fate, every word imbued with the power of ancient power. Cheng Jing's madness transforms reality into a nightmare, his purple aura devouring space like a hungry demon as Lin Chu's body floats in his death grip. The defeated bodyguard lies like a broken sword on the altar of battle, her consciousness dissolving into an ocean of darkness. Helplessness shackles Lin Chu's mind in icy chains as reality warps under the onslaught of the enemy's demonic force. A 5-year plan for revenge unfolds in Chung Jing's words like a poisonous flower, each petal saturated with the bitterness of rejected love. His original plan is revealed like an ancient scroll of curses, where each line is saturated with the lies of the savior and the poison of feigned care. Chang Jing's words about the place of the rightful son-in-law ring in space like fragments of broken hopes. Every syllable is saturated with the bitterness of unfulfilled ambitions. His fist slices through the air, leaving trails of violet flame as words of dominion over the empire fall from his lips like curses from ancient demons. Rage distorts his aura like a cosmic storm as he unleashes the full force of his hatred upon Lin Chu, each blow laced with envy of the chosen one of fate. Lin Chu's body crashes into the wall like a shooting star as the enemy's words of ruining the relationship penetrate his mind like poisonous daggers. Time stretches like a cosmic string, measuring years of absence and return in one moment of eternity. Dark energy envelops Chung Jing's hand like a shroud of primordial darkness, preparing to erase his opponent's existence from the fabric of reality. Helplessness binds Lin Chu like cosmic chains as his consciousness teeters on the edge between life and death. Insight flashes through his mind like the birth of a new galaxy, opening the gate to the ancient secrets of power. A blue glow explodes around his finger like a cosmic firework, each spark pulsating with the primal energy of creation. His spirit breaks away from the physical shell like a phoenix spreading its wings in interstellar space. Lin Chu's consciousness floats in the familiar cosmic sanctuary, where the boundaries of reality dissolve into the ocean of eternity. The blonde goddess materializes before him like the embodiment of fate itself, her aura pulsating with a power capable of reshaping the very fabric of the universe. Her words of apology fall into space like stardust, every sound imbued with divine compassion. The truth about the destroyed inner body is revealed like a cosmic flower, where each petal is a seal that limits its true potential. The touch of her hands on his face is like touching eternity itself, while the words of forgotten memories awaken in his soul the sleeping constellations of ancient memory. Lin Chu's question dissolves into the void of space like stardust as his spirit floats between the worlds of life and death. The divine creation reveals its true essence like a blossoming cosmic lotus. The name Eve rings in space like a crystal bell. Her words of love pierce space like rays of eternal light. Every sound is imbued with confidence in the immortality of their connection through centuries and dimensions. The death warning falls into space like the black pearl of fate, where memory becomes the key to survival in the dance of eternity. The punishment for treason hangs between them like a sharp blade of karma, ready to cut the bonds of past and present. Her reproach for weakness dissolves in the cosmic ether, but the promise of help shines like a guiding star in the ocean of chaos. The wisdom of knowing souls flows like sacred nectar. Every word is the key to the gates of ancient memories and power. Memories of paired cultivation flicker in space like distant constellations, keeping the secrets of their joint ascent to the heights of power. Cheng Jing's dark aura is concentrated in his fist like a clot of primordial darkness, ready to destroy the very essence of the enemy. A cosmic force throws him away like a meteor knocked off course by divine intervention. His body crashes into the wall like a shooting star, leaving a pattern of cracks in the stone like the web of fate. Amazement distorts his aura like ripples on the surface of a dark lake as he senses an inexplicable strength in his defeated enemy. Lady Chen's scream cuts through the space like lightning of rage, her aura pulsating with the righteous fury of a protector. Fear envelops Cheng Jing's mind like a black fog as he realizes the inevitability of his defeat in the face of a higher power. The ancient magic of the paper talisman flares up like a supernova, dissolving his being into the flow of space and time, leaving only the echo of destruction as evidence of his presence. The fragile figure of the mistress freezes over the lifeless body of her husband like a broken lotus flower. Her aura pulsates with despair and pain. Her embrace envelops him like a sacred cocoon of healing, each word of prayer vibrating in space like the strings of a cosmic harp. Lin Chu's eyelids flutter like the wings of a butterfly of fate as his consciousness breaks through the veil of darkness towards the shining eyes of his beloved. Reality appears before him like an emerging picture of the universe, where the tears of his wife sparkle like stars in the firmament of their love. Gratitude to heaven comes from her lips like a sacred mantra. Every sound is imbued with the joy of the beloved's return from the abyss of nothingness. Blue flames of spiritual power dance across his palms like cosmic fireflies, signaling the awakening of ancient power. Amazement blooms in his mind like a sacred lotus as he feels the pulsation of renewed spiritual power in his veins. Time in the hospital room flows like a slow river of eternity, while his consciousness balances between sleep and reality in the streams of healing. Turning his head reveals to him a picture of endless devotion, where the silhouette of a sleeping wife is like a statue of the eternal guardian of his peace. The awareness of her tireless care pierces his heart like a ray of dawning sun, illuminating the depth of their bond, forged in the crucible of trials. A memory flashes in his mind like a shooting star when his gaze touches his own hand, which bears the imprint of the divine gift. The awakened power pulsates in his palms like a living constellation, each spark a promise of a new era of power. The truth of his meeting with Eve crystallizes in his mind like a gem of wisdom, confirming the reality of his rebirth. The wife's awakening is like the sun rising above the horizon of their common destiny. Her tired eyes reflect the sleepless nights of anxiety. Joy explodes in her aura like fireworks of pure happiness. Her cry pierces the space of the chamber like a hymn to the triumph of life. Amazement envelops Lin Chu's consciousness like morning mist as he contemplates the hitherto unknown depth of his beloved's feelings. Words of apology fall from his lips like cherry blossom petals, every sound imbued with the knowledge of the cost of their confrontation with the demonic Cheng Jing. The gentle words of the maid dissolve in space like morning fog, revealing the veil of secrets before the mistress. Gratitude materializes in a sacred kiss, where the merging of two souls creates waves of cosmic energy that permeate the very fabric of reality. Her words of gratitude flow like a pearly waterfall, Every drop of gratitude is saturated with the power of true love, capable of overcoming any obstacles. Tenderness envelops the space like a sacred mist when her concern is manifested in simple words about his well-being. Anger flares up in her aura like a sacred flame of retribution, promising just retribution to those who dare to disrupt the harmony of their union. The oath of vengeance rings in the air like a bell of fate, every sound imbued with the determination to punish the daring enemy. Wisdom flows in Lin Chu's words like a mountain stream, warning of the hidden power of the enemy lurking behind the mask of simplicity. Ryoko's appearance in the chamber is like the materialization of an ancient spirit. Her presence fills the space with mystical energy. The awareness of increased power pulses through his veins, like a cosmic flame awakened by the sacred kiss of his beloved. The bodyguard's movements are filled with the grace of an ancient warrior as she seals the chamber space from external intrusions. Silence settles between them like a sacred mist, as her actions create a ritual of preparation for the sacrament of healing. The simplicity of her explanation is like a blade cutting through the veil of doubt, revealing the true purpose of her visit. The thread of the whistle hangs in the air like the sword of Damocles, creating a delicate balance between trust and suspicion. Her words about healing with vital energy dissolve in space like the incense of ancient temples. Lin Chu's doubts swirl in the air like autumn leaves as he weighs his healer's true intentions. Mutual need for each other is manifested in their dialogue like a dance of yin and yang, where every word is a step towards harmony. His request for warmth sounds like an ancient spell, opening the gates to a ritual of spiritual healing. Ryoko's pink aura flows like sacred nectar as she begins the healing ritual, every movement imbued with mystical grace. The process of absorbing spiritual power unfolds like a cosmic symphony, where every note is a stream of life-giving energy. Amazement colors her voice like the rays of dawn as she observes his body's unusual reaction to the spiritual energy. The statement of rapid absorption of energy sounds like the last chord in a symphony of healing, marking the beginning of a new era of its power. Words about the blonde goddess Eve dissolve into space like sacred incense, revealing the secret of restoring his spiritual power through divine touch. The question of poison formation rings in the air like a silver bell as their auras intertwine in a dance of mutual knowledge. The contact of their hands creates a flash of cosmic energy, similar to the birth of a new star, where the stolen power is returned to its true owner. The ancient wisdom of paired cultivation pulsates through space like a cosmic heartbeat, promising the strengthening of foundations through the fusion of powerful energies. Dreams of reaching the heights of cultivation bloom in the warrior's mind like sacred lotuses, nourished by the energy of their joint practice. Her words about a deeper method of transmitting power fall into space like cherry blossom petals, each sound imbued with the ancient wisdom of cultivation. Lin Chu's resistance flares up like a protective barrier, his moral principles shining brighter than the stars in the night sky. The mistrust sparks through his question like electricity, creating a tension between duty and necessity. The bonds of marriage encircle his consciousness like sacred chains, each link of which is forged from pure devotion. Her words about purity of intentions flow like a mountain stream, blurring the boundaries between formality and the essence of cultivation. The philosophy of the warrior's path unfolds in her words like an ancient scroll, where social foundations dissolve in the face of a higher goal. Lin Chu's doubts crystallize in the matter of efficiency, like ice blocking the flow of energy between them. The truth about the speed of power transmission rings in space like the battle cry of ancient warriors, leaving no room for hesitation. The threat of Cheng Jing's return looms over them like a thundercloud, pressing ahead with preparations for the inevitable showdown. Her irritation at his indecision flares like pink lightning, turning her words into sharp blades of impatience. The warrior's movements are like the dance of the goddess of war as she frees him from the shackles of clothing with one swift flow of power. Pink energy lifts him up like a cosmic vortex, their bodies moving through space in the rhythm of an ancient ritual of transferring power. Her embrace envelops him like a cocoon of transformation, where every touch is the seal of a sacred contract. Submission to fate is reflected on his face like a mask of ancient mystery, while the unknown of the future swirls around them like a whirlwind of secrets. The last words of the request for the transfer of energy ring in space like a bell of fate, marking the beginning of their joint ascent to the heights of power. Lin Chu's discomfort pulsates in the air like a flickering candle flame as his aura trembles in anticipation of the mysterious ritual. The space between them blooms like a nebula of stars, where streams of energy intertwine into a cosmic dance of transformation, creating a bridge between two souls. The warrior's body sinks onto the bed like a shooting star, while waves of transmitted feelings pierce her essence, revealing new facets of strength. Overwhelming gratitude flows from her heart like sacred nectar, every drop of feeling saturated with the essence of their spiritual fusion. Misunderstanding envelops Lin Chu's consciousness like morning fog, while the warrior's words about rest dissolve in space like the whisper of the wind. Fatigue colors his aura with shadows of exhaustion as complaints against his demanding core fall from his lips like autumn leaves. The rushing voice of the red-haired warrior cuts the silence like lightning, his admiration ringing in the air like the battle cry of ancient heroes. Delight burns in his words like a sacred flame when he asks to reveal the secrets of mastery from this mysterious mentor. His teasing words about the maid and the nurse dance in the air like autumn leaves, coloring the atmosphere with shades of earthly desires. A reminder of the cult of the gifted and the million penetrates the space like a golden shower, returning them to the urgent matters of cultivation. The cult building rises before them like a heavenly palace, where every stone is imbued with the power of ancient masters and shines with divine light. The mystery of names envelops the society of the gifted like a sacred shroud, where each cultivator hides his true essence behind the veil of a mystical pseudonym. Seema's explanation flows like a mountain stream, revealing a system of codenames, where each hieroglyph becomes the key to the gate of secret knowledge. Confusion sparkles in Lin Chu's aura like stardust as he contemplates his new name, bearing the stamp of mocking recognition. The words about the president's choice of name fall into space like autumn leaves, every sound imbued with the irony of divine judgment. The appearance of a figure in white boots transforms space like the appearance of an ancient deity, whose words about the greatest freak ring in the air like bells of fate. The green-eyed blonde floats in space like a celestial fairy, her words about choosing a name ringing in the air like the crystal bells of fate. Seema represents the president of the cult, whose aura of strange love envelops the space like a sacred mist brought from ancient European lands. Words about the purpose of a true freak dissolve in the air like incense, promising a future where every seduction becomes a step towards a higher goal. Lin Chu's question about strange love pierces space like a poisoned arrow, touching the most hidden strings of the soul of a European beauty. Confusion colors her aura with shades of the pink of dawn, while indignation sparkles in her emerald eyes like stars. Her confession of devotion to the goddess blooms in space like a sacred lotus, every word imbued with the purity of divine love. The story of the legendary goddess unfolds in Seema's words like an ancient scroll, where each line carries echoes of eternal worship and family traditions. The invitation to follow the blonde sounds like a call from destiny, promising to reveal the secrets of enhancing spiritual power through a sacred ritual of worship. Lin Chu's surprise blooms in his aura like a night flower opening its petals towards the moonlight. A statue of divine beauty rises before him like the embodiment of eternity itself, every feature of her face pulsating with a familiar power. His gaze glides over the sacred statue like a ray of light trying to break through the veil of forgotten memories. Protests against the nickname and the statue fall from his lips like autumn leaves swirling in a whirlwind of misunderstanding. The director's words about worship ring in space like silver bells, demanding respect for the sacred image. The revelation of his past life lover explodes in Lin Chu's mind like a supernova when he recognizes the statue as his divine Eve. The blonde's anger flares like a sacred flame, her cry of blasphemy cutting through space like a celestial sword. The truth flows from Lin Chu's lips like the petals of a cosmic lotus, each word imbued with the power of direct communication with the deity. The divine wrath of strange love explodes like cosmic flame, its power pulsating through space, rejecting the very possibility of a mortal connection with the deity. Lin Chu's words of certainty ring in the air like silver blades as Seema tries to extinguish the flames of conflict with his pacifying aura. Her threat materializes in space like a deadly fog. Every word about protecting the shrine is imbued with the readiness to immediately punish the blasphemer. A touch of a tie becomes the seal of power. Its words about the divine mission pulsate in the air like sacred writing. The bitterness of memories of an imposed marriage colors her aura with dark shades of the past, where every moment is like poison in the cup of fate. The moment of the first meeting unfolds in her memory like a scroll of curses, where every word of the groom becomes a blow to the temple of her dignity. His demand, like a dirty wave, tries to overwhelm the purity of her soul. Every word is saturated with the poison of base desires. Tears stream down her cheeks like pearls of broken hopes, reflecting the horror of her situation in the ocean of despair. The humiliation of submission spreads in space like a black fog, where every movement becomes a step towards the abyss of dishonor. The old man's lust distorts reality like a demonic mirage. His words of obedience fall into space like poisonous snakes. His approach defiles the sacred space like the shadow of an ancient demon. Every word of satisfaction rings a curse in the temple of her soul. The sound of broken glass cuts through space like a sword of retribution, signaling the arrival of divine salvation. Eve materializes in the room like a ray of sacred light. Her appearance transforms reality like a cosmic cataclysm. The wrath of the unworthy suitor crashes against the shield of divine majesty like waves against rocks as his words drown in the ocean of sacred power. The words of the goddess fall into space like heavenly decrees. Each sound is imbued with a power capable of breaking the chains of earthly contracts and freeing the soul from the darkness of coercion. The wrath of an unworthy man explodes through space like demonic flame, his scream cutting through the air like poisoned blades. Eve's smile blooms like a lunar flower in the night of eternity. Her side glance pierces reality like a sacred ray. Divine power flows through space like a cosmic wind, throwing the unworthy away like an autumn leaf in a hurricane of eternity. The European woman's memories crystallize in space like sacred gems when she utters questions addressed to the divine essence. The goddess's words about the mission fall into space like starry rain. Every drop of power carries the seeds of the future cult of the gifted. The touch of a divine hand transforms the girl's essence like cosmic alchemy, bestowing upon her the sacred title of president. The division between friends and enemies is drawn in reality like the border of light and darkness, where love for the goddess becomes the only measure of truth. The president's story unfolds in space like a sacred scroll, where every word is imbued with the pain of the past and the power of devotion. The threat of cult hostility rings in the air like a funeral bell, foreshadowing a great confrontation between the forces of light and darkness. Lin Chu's words about evidence cut through space like a blade of truth, challenging the very foundations of faith. The president's promise echoes in space like an oath of the ancient gods, connecting their destinies with invisible threads. The memory of the memory visualization technique flickers in the air like a ghostly mirror, ready to reflect the truth of the past. The terms of the agreement are woven between them like a web of fate, where each thread is a step towards revealing the divine secret. Lin Chu's agreement rings in space like a bell of fate, opening the gate to the sacred memories of the wedding night. Memories materialize in space like living pictures of eternity, revealing the moment of encounter between a mortal and a deity. Awareness of the truth blooms in the director's mind like a sacred lotus, each petal of which is a particle of the indisputable truth about the existence of the goddess. The president's thoughts swirl like a star whirlwind when the words "my love" echo in her mind, forcing her to take the goddess's chosen one to the sacred chambers. Lin Chu's confidence shines like a heavenly sword as he reminds of the agreement, his every word pulsating with the power of undeniable truth. A request for an apology for a freak flows like a mountain stream, clearing the space of misunderstandings and false judgments. The cry of denial explodes through space like a supernova, its unbelief coloring the air with shades of sacred denial. Suspicions about the transformation technique swirl in her aura like autumn leaves, trying to hide the truth of the divine presence. The mention of couple cultivation falls into space like lightning, causing the president to retreat in the face of sacred intimacy. Recognition of the truth blooms in her consciousness like a lotus of enlightenment. Each petal is a particle of the immutable truth about the goddess. Words about a past life ring in the air like bells of fate, asserting the right not to kneel before one's beloved. The question of initiation hovers in space like a sacred bird, ready to carry them into a new chapter of mystical service. The director's words about the importance of his role flow like sacred nectar, every drop imbued with the awareness of his special position. The intrigue of a new revelation pulsates in space like a cosmic heartbeat, foreshadowing a new turn of fate. The oath of fidelity explodes into reality like a pink supernova, turning a simple promise into a cosmic law. Lin Chu's confusion envelops his aura like morning mist as his mind tries to comprehend the depth of his new obligations. Touching his cheeks becomes the seal of a sacred contract, where every word about protecting his purity rings like a blade of retribution. The permission to embrace falls into space like cherry blossom petals, creating a moment of sacred intimacy between the worshippers of the goddess. The desire to withdraw his candidacy flashes like a beacon in his mind as the reality of his new commitments becomes increasingly clear. Seema's admiration pulsates in space like a sacred flame. His thoughts about his unprecedented interest in the man swirl in a whirlpool of surprise. The voice of the European headmistress flows through space like sacred nectar. Her words about the initiation ceremony are woven into a wreath of fate around the chosen one of the goddess. Shencha's rage explodes in space like demonic flames, his accusations against Chenmo cutting the air with poisoned blades of doubt. His green hair pulsates like poisonous snakes while words about marriage fall from his lips like curses from ancient demons. The sister's wisdom flows like a mountain stream, washing her brother's blindness with the crystal purity of logic and family care. Her words about the Jing family's enmity ring in the air like silver bells of truth, exposing the dark plans of the ancient enemies. The recorder in her hands shines like an artifact of fate. Every recorded word is a nail in the coffin of Cheng Jing's betrayal. Anxiety about the future of the family envelops the space like thunderclouds, foreshadowing a storm of future changes and dangers. Shenche's amazement blossoms like a poisonous flower as the truth of Lin Chu's recording and sacrifice pierces his mind like lightning of insight. Nervousness colors his aura with dark shades of fear as the desperate accusations against Lin Chu dissolve into the air like morning mist. The voice of the head of the family cuts through space like an ancient sword of wisdom, stopping the flow of unreasonable words from his son. A father's praise for his daughter flows like a golden shower of blessing, each drop laden with the promise of a fair investigation. Chenmo's spiritual power explodes in space like a pink supernova, her words of protecting her husband ringing like an ancient warrior's oath. Lin Chu's silhouette appears at the door of the hospital room like the ghost of ancient legends, his aura pulsating with restored strength. The bodyguard in the guise of a nurse glows like a pink pearl, her words about spiritual growth dancing in the air like spring petals. Playfulness sparkles in her aura like a shower of stars when she proposes to continue the mystery of joint cultivation. Lin Chu's protest about preserving vital energy crashes against the wall of her confidence in the strength of his core like waves against coastal rocks. The bodyguard approaches Lin Chu like a predatory panther, her words about nighttime practices dancing in the air like dark cherry blossom petals as his protest crashes against walls of misunderstanding. The maid materializes in the doorway like a morning ghost, her smile shining like the first rays of dawn, unaware of the storm raging in the chamber. Her presence cuts through the intimacy of the moment like a sacred blade, exposing the awkwardness of the situation in crystal-clear awareness. Confusion colors her aura with shades of the pink of dawn, while the question of what is happening hangs in the air like morning dew. The bodyguard's words about intimacy explode in space like fireworks of frankness, each sound imbued with a teasing hint of shared intimacy. Memories of the saving kiss bloom in the maid's mind like a fiery lotus, coloring her cheeks with a blush of sacred embarrassment. Her palm meets Lin Chu's cheek like a bolt from the blue, words of reproach ringing in the air like silver bells. The bodyguard's protection envelops the space like a pink mist, her words about practicing together pulsating with the ancient wisdom of cultivation. Devotion flows through her words like a mountain stream, the promise of protection intertwined with the mystery of growing spiritual power into a cosmic symphony. Touching the guy's chin becomes a stamp of curiosity. Every word of the question about the secret of the hotel falls into space like drops of mercury. The appearance of a wife transforms reality like a lightning strike. Her aura of anger colors the air with shades of thunderclouds. Lin Chu's averted gaze is like a shooting star, eluding the inevitable explanation, while the silence thickens in the chamber like the darkness before a storm. The weight of unspoken words hung in the air when Chen Mo asked about the hotel, a simple question that hid an abyss of secrets and omissions. Lin Chu, feeling the ground slipping from under his feet, tried to hide behind the shield of other people's secrets, mentioning the maid's personal affairs as the last bastion of his lies. Anger broke through Chen Mo's usual calmness. Her cry for a trusting relationship with the maid smashed the house of cards of her husband's excuses. The faithful maid, realizing the depth of the game in which she was drawn, uttered words of apology, adding a new layer to the veil of secrets. Chen Mo's commanding voice, demanding privacy with her husband, turned the room into a future battlefield, where truth and lies were to clash in a decisive battle. Ryoko, playing her role in this complex performance, elegantly hinted at the need to leave the stage of the coming confrontation. The subtle play of gestures between Ryoko and Lin Chu did not escape Chen Mo's careful gaze, adding new cracks to the facade of their pretense. The bodyguard's silent words, read from her lips, carried the promise of a continuation of their dangerous dance of power and submission. The sudden change of topic to his father's gratitude sounded a false note in the symphony of growing tension between the spouses. The solemn promise of protection from Chen Mo sounded both like an oath of allegiance and a hidden threat, revealing the true depth of her understanding of the situation. The outstretched hand became a symbol of choice. Joining the war against the Jing family meant finally crossing the line of no return. Lin Chu's refusal sounded like a bolt from the blue, destroying his carefully laid plans and revealing new facets of his character. The words of refusal pierced Chen Mo's heart like poisoned arrows. Her eyes widened in pain and disbelief as a quiet "why" escaped her trembling lips. The mask of fear for his own life that Lin Chu put on sounded almost convincing. The story of noble exposure turned into a song of survival among predators. The truth about the gulf between the ordinary man and the spiritual giants rang in his words like the funeral bell of unfulfilled hopes. The gesture with the credit card mixed power and desperation. Chen Mo, who was used to solving problems with money, tried to buy something that had no price. 50 million from the film industry's income and the pin code of their common day turned into a symbol of her vulnerability. She was giving away not just money, but part of her strength and independence. Bitterness sounded in Lin Chu's question about childish corruption, revealing a deep wound in his humiliated pride. An internal struggle between principles and temptation tormented his mind. Such a sum could change his life, but the price of acceptance was too high. The sadness in Chen Mo's voice revealed her helplessness. For the first time in her life, money could not buy what she wanted. A cry from the soul burst out from Lin Chu's chest. The question of his true role in her life hung in the air like a raised sword. The truth about family estrangement, which had been accumulating for years, finally broke out. Every word hitting the long-term wall of alienation. The bitter irony of monetary recruitment mixed with Chen Mo's unexpected confession, creating a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. The blush on his cheeks revealed the depth of emotional shock. One word from his husband destroyed the protective barriers built over the years. Accusations of domestic slavery and marital coldness burst forth like pus from an old wound, poisoning the air with the pain of past grievances. The merciless comparison of their spiritual powers hit the most painful place in their relationship, the gap between the strong and the weak. Tears of remorse sparkled in Chen Mo's eyes, turning the proud heiress into just a woman who realized the cost of her mistakes. The promise of redemption sounded like the first ray of hope in the darkness of their mutual misunderstanding, opening the way to eventual reconciliation. The promise of forgiveness hung in the air as two hearts, wounded by pride and resentment, tried to find a way to each other through the ruins of past mistakes. The business-like atmosphere of the film industry department, where the actress and Chen Mo were making small talk, hid underneath a seething stream of unspoken truths and secret intentions. The imperious gesture of Chen Mo stopping the actress turned a simple farewell into a prelude to a conversation that could change destinies. The question of atonement sounded especially poignant. It conveyed not only a concern for justice, but also echoes of the mistress's own guilt. The actress's answer about love as a universal medicine was fraught with bitter irony. The one who used love as a weapon was now offering it as a cure. Despair seeped through Chen Mo's mask of calm as she searched for alternatives to an overly simple and dangerous solution. Remorse colored every word of the mistress as she tried to put her shame into words worthy of being spoken to one who understood the cost of humiliation. The actress's professional interest in other people's drama concealed a deeper understanding of the game of power and submission. The question of male pride hit the target, revealing the most sore spot in the relationship between the spouses. The confession about turning her husband into a housekeeper sounded like a confession, where every word was saturated with the bitterness of awareness of her own cruelty. An unexpected turn to role-playing games brought a new note to the conversation. The art of pretending could be the key to healing. The actress's whisper about giving up her usual role was the first step towards transforming the proud heiress into a woman capable of real intimacy. Lin Chu's surprise at the sight of the immaculately decorated room was the first sign of impending changes in his measured life. The question to the prospective maid hung in the air, not yet knowing what would be the beginning of a new act in their marital drama. The revelation about his wife in disguise struck the guy's mind like lightning, tearing his usual reality apart. Amazement widened his eyes as wide as his mind refused to accept the incredible transformation of the proud mistress. The blue glow of spiritual energy that suddenly intensified around his figure became an outward manifestation of the internal changes occurring in the depths of his being. There was an electric tension in the air as the disguised mistress approached her husband with a snake-like gait, her words of belonging sounding both a promise and a threat. The panic in Lin Chu's voice betrayed the deep shock of this metamorphosis. The proud heiress in the maid's clothes destroyed all his ideas about the inviolability of social barriers. Every word of the wife who denied her true status struck at the foundations of their relationship, turning the usual hierarchy into a house of cards. The former domineering Chenmo dissolved into the gentle Momo, like ice melting under the spring sun, leaving Lin Chu balancing between mistrust and hope. Awkwardness bound the guy's tongue like a steel vice. The reality of what was happening seemed too fragile to be disturbed by the wrong word. Irritation broke through his mask of resignation as Momo demanded a return game, her efforts dashed against the wall of his distrust. The astonishment in his voice revealed the depth of misunderstanding. The idea that the proud heiress would humiliate herself for his sake seemed incredible. The bitter truth about the rejection of the image of the maid turned her sacrifice into an even more significant symbol of repentance. The confession about the maid costume as a way of atonement sounded like a confession, where every word was saturated with sincere repentance. The tears in Momo's eyes sparkled like diamonds, turning the strong heiress into a vulnerable woman yearning for forgiveness. Despair broke through the last barriers of pride as Momo, sitting on the edge of the bed, begged her husband to accept her sacrifice, every word of intractability hitting her wounded ego. The silence that followed his long silence seemed endless, until a simple understanding broke down the wall of alienation between them. The request for a massage sounded the first note in their new symphony of intimacy. Lin Chu finally allowed himself to play along with this dangerous dance. Joy transformed Momo's face when she said, "Your maid is here." The role of a maid turned into the key to her husband's heart. Gentle touches on his shoulders opened up a new dimension of their relationship. Momo's unconditional devotion made Lin Chu's heart tremble with unusual tenderness. A sudden transformation took over his being as the memory of the great actor poured into his consciousness like hot lava. Passion burst out like a hurricane, violet flames in the eyes and torn clothes became symbols of the release of long-held desires. Morning found him at the computer, where the cold reality of hacker failures with Jin Ming's phone reminded him of an unfinished game of cat and mouse with enemy spies. Thoughts of Jin Ming's secret communication channels swirled around Lin Chu's mind like vultures over a battlefield as his fingers flew across the keyboard, searching for invisible threads of conspiracy. The sudden appearance of Ryoko broke his concentration. Her presence, like a shadow of the past, reminded of unfulfilled promises. The heat of her body pressed against his shoulders turned a simple touch into a silent demand. The words about reaching the peak of the birth soul sounding like both a promise and a threat. A sly glint flashed across Lin Chu's eyes as he turned her desire into his weapon, framing the request as a mutually beneficial deal. The network of his plan was expanding. The call of the Yakuza to the city was to be the spark that would set fire to the gunpowder keg under the Jing family. The promise of joint practice became a sophisticated form of payment, with each new Yakuza fighter becoming a stepping stone towards their common goal. The news of the literary triumph burst into the room along with the excited maid. The name of Master Wei turned into a virus that infected the entire information network. The opportunity to use the media lit a fire of anticipation in Lin Chu's eyes. The press conference was supposed to be the first act in the spectacle of the fall of enemies. The appearance of a bald partner added a new piece to the chessboard of intrigue, where every move brought the outcome closer. The box of money turned into the seeds of future chaos. The new store was supposed to be a cover for a more dangerous game. The memory of the business shark poured into Lin Chu's mind like a poisonous potion, turning the naive guy into a ruthless strategist. Each word of instruction sounded like the blow of a hammer, driving nails into the coffin of the Jing family. 3 months, the period measured for the destruction of an entire dynasty, seemed both an eternity and an instant. The promise of expelling enemies sounded like an ancient curse, where shame became a stigma on their proud name. The meeting between brother and sister at the hotel was fraught with the bitterness of unspoken accusations and the weight of unpaid debts. The sum of 200,000, thrown like a bone to a hungry dog, turned into a mockery of real needs. Despair was evident in the words about the insufficiency of 2 million. The financial abyss opened up like a hungry maw, ready to swallow them both. Despair and anger merged in her sister's cry, each word hitting old wounds. Her brother's history of gambling turned into an endless downward spiral, where each new turn carried them deeper into the abyss. Helplessness choked his brother's voice as he tried to explain his new downfall. The promise of debt relief sounding like a siren's song, luring a sailor onto jagged rocks. Horror pierced the maid's heart as the simple question of a creditor hung in the air like an executioner's axe ready to fall on the victim's neck. The appearance of the son of the Jing family cut through the air like a poisoned blade. his simplicity and good nature dripping with the poison of hidden intentions. The false playfulness of his greeting scratched the maid's soul as she sank into the chair like a bird in a gilded cage. The cold refusal to talk sounded like a last attempt at resistance. Her words were like a fragile shield against an approaching avalanche. The guard's brutal grip on his brother's shoulders turned him into a living lever of pressure, and every second of his sister's delay felt pain in his joints. The mocking generosity in the offer to leave sounded like a mockery. Freedom of choice turned into sophisticated torture. The sister's devotion to her brother became a chain that chained her to the negotiating table with the devil, whose smile promised new torment. The question about Lin Chu's spiritual energy sounded like the first drop of poison seeping through a crack in the wall of secrets. The outward calm of the maid hid a storm of emotions. Every word of a lie about Lin Chu's normalcy became a new stone in the wall of protection of her beloved master. The requirement to add a pill turned the trust between the maid and the owner into a weapon against both of them. The ease of execution made the betrayal even more disgusting. Anger gave strength to the fragile maid. Hitting the table became the first act of open disobedience. The shock of those around him at the maid's audacity turned the room into a frozen picture, where each face expressed different shades of amazement and fear. The threat of his brother's disability fell like the last weight on the scales of choice, the cruelty of Jing's intentions finally finding its true face. Despair breaks the silence of the room. The brother's plea for help sounds like a broken string. Each sob digs into the maid's heart with sharp needles of helplessness. The tablet in her trembling fingers turns into the scales of fate. The question of the nature of the poison becomes a last attempt to maintain control over the situation, balancing between loyalty and betrayal. The cruel truth about the lethal dose escapes the intriguer's lips like a snake's hiss. His confidence in the inevitability of the result sounds the death knell. Behind the glasses hides the soul of a predator. Thoughts of baiting scum poison his consciousness like a dark fog that distorts reality. A knock on the door of the Chen residence breaks the intimate silence. The maid's voice trembles with hidden tension. The tender embrace of the spouses on the bed becomes the last island of happiness before the approaching storm. Chenmo's embarrassment as she rushes to get herself in order contrasts with the weight of the secret her faithful maid carries. A tray of sweets turns into an altar of farewell, each treat saturated with the bitterness of an unspoken truth. A simple request for leave hides the abyss of despair. The mistress's consent sounds like a farewell blessing. The maid's tears become crystals of her love and devotion. A silent prayer for the safety of her mistress breaks from the very depths of her soul. Despair and determination merged as the maid raised the tablet above her. In that moment, death seemed the only worthy choice, the last act of loyalty. Fate intervened with Lin Chu's hand, his sudden appearance cutting through the web of inevitability as he intercepted the deadly pill, studying it with dangerous curiosity. The knowledge of the ancient masters of poison poured into his consciousness like a dark stream, turning the naive young man into a sophisticated connoisseur of deadly compounds. Whether it was reckless bravery or secret calculation, his decision to swallow the pill made time stand still, turning a simple gesture into an act of the greatest trust or stupidity. Terror gripped the maid like an ice storm, her scream of denial cutting through the air as her heart clenched at the thought of her possible loss. The skill of a great actor flowed into his being, transforming a simple guy into a virtuoso of deception, ready to play his greatest role. The one-man show was in full swing, his fall to his knees accompanied by dramatic groans, every gesture honed to perfection. The maid's devotion was on full display, her cries of genuine fear echoing off the walls as she bent over the prone body. Tears of remorse and anger mixed on her face as she reproached him for his recklessness, not realizing that she had witnessed the greatest performance. News of his son-in-law's death reached the Jing residence like sweet poison as a smug smile played on the schemer's lips. The anger of the head of the family tore the silence of the house. His cry about a second funeral sounded like a confession of his own powerlessness in front of an elusive enemy. Triumph flooded Cheng's mind as he reflected on the successful recruitment of the maid. Every pawn on the board of intrigue now seemed correctly placed. 3 days flew by in an instant, and now the actors of the great drama gathered around the coffin, each with his own mask of grief. Cheng's false sobs about God's injustice sounded especially bitter. His words about talented youth were saturated with the poison of hypocrisy. The voice from the coffin sounded like a bolt from the blue, an invitation to share the afterlife that turned the funeral into a theater of the absurd. Horror and disbelief intertwined in Cheng's mind. His glasses nearly slipped off his pale face as the voice from the coffin shattered his illusion of control. every second of delay sending a shiver through his soul. The events of 3 days ago resurfaced in my memory like frames of an old film. Lin Chu's prostrate body in the arms of a sobbing maid became the first act of their carefully choreographed performance. Despair colored the maid's every word in shades of hopelessness as she begged for his return, her willingness to give everything for his life turning into the threads of a new bond between them. The guy's sudden resurrection was accompanied by the sly smile of the winner. His request for better care sounded both like a reward and like a gentle reproach to the devoted servant. Amazement and joy mixed in her cry when the realization of his vitality tore the veil of grief. A sigh of relief rang as a new note in their common symphony. The casual mention of the power of memories sounded like a revelation, his invulnerability to poison becoming another facet of his mysterious essence. Admitting his desire to tease her revealed a new side to their relationship, his surprise at the strength of her reaction betraying his growing affection. The maid's righteous anger resulted in playful blows. Her reproaches for the cruelty of the prank hid the depth of the fear of loss she experienced. The teasing about her readiness to sacrifice her life concealed the seed of a serious question. His words probed the limits of her devotion. The sudden seriousness in his voice turned the playful moment into an interrogation. The question of the reasons for her willingness to sacrifice herself demanded an honest answer. The confused girl did not know what to say and simply remained silent. The maid's tears washed over the story of blackmail and despair. Every word about her brother and Chung Jing's threats woven into the fabric of their common struggle. The gentle touch to her forehead was a silent promise of protection, a gesture that spoke more than words of comfort could. The wisdom in his words about the probable fate of his brother destroyed the last illusions. Every word revealed the cruel truth of their world. Her helplessness about the future was met with his unshakable confidence, the tears on her cheeks glistening in the light of new hope. The promise of support, sealed with a touch on the shoulder, created a new alliance between them, each gesture strengthening their growing trust. The last tears of the maid disappeared into the air along with her fears. The acceptance of his protection sounded in a simple, "Well, I understood," opening a new chapter of their relationship. The cold logic of the strategist appeared in Lin Chu's thoughts. The need for her own death turned into a calculated move in the game for her brother's life. The plan for a fictitious death unfolded before her like a game of chess, where every move was calculated, every piece knew its role in this spectacle of grief. Then, doubts about the consent of the masters flashed in her eyes like shadows from a candle, but the confidence in his voice dispelled the last fears. The promise to handle all the details sounded like an oath of allegiance while his mind was already calculating every step of the impending deception. Admiration for his selflessness blossomed in the maid's heart like a rare flower, nourished by sincere gratitude and growing affection. The sudden embrace became a bridge across the chasm of social differences, her gratitude becoming a physical embodiment of unspoken feelings. Behind the mask of embarrassment hid the keen mind of a strategist, calculating ways to gain family support in this dangerous game. The surprise of the father of the family at the scale of the sacrifice for the sake of a simple maid collided with the cold-blooded logic of a deeper plan. The memory of the great strategist turned a simple conversation into a military council. Each word was like a figure on the field of a coming battle. The mention of the cat tapes became a turning point in the conversation. My father's interest flared up like embers blown by the wind of intrigue. The simple words about eradicating enemies sounded like a death sentence, sealed with the smile of the performer. The plan to capture Jing at the funeral unfolded before them in all its glory, the enemy's moment of greatest vulnerability becoming the key to his downfall. His father's insight into the nature of the ambush and interrogation reflected in his eyes like a flash of lightning illuminating the path to victory. Confidence in the strength of the 4 guards of the Chen family sounded the final chord in the symphony of their conspiracy, turning the dream of revenge into a tangible reality. The head of the family's confidence in Sima Cha's strength sounded like a clap of thunder. Just the name of the legendary guard made even the bravest opponents tremble. The father's heavy gaze turned to his daughter, penetrating into the very depths of her soul. This silent question concealed more than a simple demand for approval of the plan. Chen Mo's agreement sounded like a soft melody in the tense atmosphere of the office, where every word about the good of the family carried echoes of ancient traditions and unspoken obligations. The spouses' gazes met in a silent dialogue where behind the wife's ostentatious submission hid a growing connection, incomprehensible even to them. The blessing of the head of the family fell like the last drop in the cup of determination. His support turned the risky plan into inevitability. The assistant's surprise dissolved in the father's satisfied smile. The restoration of the son-in-law's aura became only part of a larger miracle, where the cold hearts of his children thawed towards each other. The philosophical observation about the circle of life reflected the depth of change in the family, where old wounds were healed by time and love. His words about preparation sounded hidden pride in the young couple. Their happiness became an unexpected bonus in the game for power. The desperation of the maid's brother burst out with a new request for money. His pleas for $200,000 sounded like an echo of an endless fall. The humiliated sobs at her feet turned family ties into chains, shackling the maid's heart with yet another impossible promise. Master Wei's majestic figure radiated cold curiosity, his question about his brother's presence fraught with more threat than concern. The maid's quiet whisper about Chen Jing's reaction to death sounded the victorious note in their secret symphony of revenge. The bitterness in her voice betrayed fatigue from the endless manipulations of her brother, whose thirst for revenge had turned into a chronic illness. The brother's drunken curiosity about the identity of his sister's mysterious interlocutor sounded the first chord of the new drama. The maid's desperate attempt to protect Master Wei's reputation rang a false note, her every word about saving her brother only emphasizing the depth of his fall. His brother's drunken smile revealed his true nature as he remembered Mister's past generosity, money becoming the only measure of human worth in his twisted world. The brazen familiarity in the offer of brotherly ties made Master Wei shudder internally. Every word of the drunkard was saturated with self-interest and falsehood. Behind Lin Chu's mask of calm, a storm of emotions was seething. An understanding of the hopelessness of the situation intertwined with the desire to help the devoted maid. The gambler's memory rang like an alarm bell in his mind, every sign of impending tragedy painfully familiar to him. The bitter wisdom of other people's experience painted an inevitable path to self-destruction. 9 victories could not protect against one fatal loss. Fatigue and disappointment were evident in the maid's words about her brother's endless problems. Each year added new wrinkles of worry to her face. The brother's drunken rudeness reached its climax in physical violence, and the sister's push was the last straw that overflowed Master Wei's patience. Silent rage boiled in Lin Chu's chest at the sight of the humiliation of his devoted servant, every muscle tensed in anticipation of action. Lightning-fast movement saved the maid from falling. His words about the swamp of passion fraught with the promise of a cruel lesson. The plan for recovery from gambling addiction sounded like a death sentence. The cruelty of the upcoming treatment was the necessary price of salvation. False kindness oozed into the words about the loan. Every syllable was imbued with anticipation of the upcoming lesson. The mention of the test sounded the first ring of the bell of fate. The brother's resolve had to be tested by fire. Self-confident boasting about his readiness to do anything for money became the last nail in the lid of his fate. The test conditions sounded deceptively simple. 24 hours of film viewing turned into a ticket to personal hell. A smug smile bloomed on his brother's lips as the words about passing the test flowed from his lips like the song of a winner unaware of the coming nightmare. Mister gave the captive an appraising look, casually pointing to a metal chair whose ominous design hinted at its true purpose. Anxiety clouded the face of the maid's brother for a moment, but the thirst for easy money overshadowed the instinct of self-preservation, pushing him to a fatal decision. A wicked grin crossed Ling Chu's face as the soothing words of safety carried the anticipation of a lesson to come for the self-confident player. The metal shackles snapped like a trap, turning the boastful adventurer into a helpless puppet in the theater of a cruel lesson. In the cold light of the basement, the young man's invention appeared in all its dark glory. Every detail of the torture device was thought out with frightening care. The adventurer's gaze was frozen in silent horror as the forced viewing mechanism was activated, turning a simple chair into an instrument of psychological torture. The screen mercilessly broadcast bloody scenes from the dark corners of the network, where debtors paid with their limbs for their inability to repay what they had borrowed. The prisoner's desperate cries echoed off the basement walls as the familiar faces of the debtors on the screen foreshadowed his possible future. The sisters' pleas for mercy were crushed by the unshakable determination of Master Wei. Every frame of the cruel lesson was necessary to heal the gambling soul. The pragmatic explanation of the darknet video's origins sounded almost matter-of-fact, contrasting with the horrified screams of the debtor tied to a chair. In the empty warehouse, the maid's confession sounded especially sincere. Every word of repentance was imbued with gratitude to her unexpected savior. An unspoken desire to atone for guilt hung in the air. The fragile figure of the maid froze, waiting for the opportunity to repay for her invaluable help. A helpless confession of the desire to thank trembled in her voice, while her eyes looked for a hint in the gentleman's gaze on how to make amends for past grievances. The silence between them was filled with unspoken feelings, where gratitude was intertwined with a growing affection that went beyond the usual servant-master relationship. Sinful thoughts crept into the young man's mind as memories of his wife in a maid's costume intertwined with the contemplation of a devoted servant, whose sincerity aroused a strange excitement in him. Embarrassment painted the maid's cheeks with a gentle blush when the master's ambiguous hints hung in the air like an invisible web of understatement. Uneasiness froze Lin Chu's tongue as he realized the sudden intimacy of the moment, where every second of silence only increased the tension between them. Ryoko's appearance cut through the fragile atmosphere of the moment, her words about the assistant and reminder of the promise of practice adding a new note to their interaction. The maid's innocent question about couples cultivation exposed the gap between her naivety and the sophistication of a bodyguard. A devious grin curved Ryoko's lips as she revealed the true nature of spiritual practice, every word laced with dark promise. The temptress moved like a predator while her words about divided power held a deeper meaning than simple spiritual practice. Under the pressure of circumstances, the three were drawn into a whirlpool of joint cultivation, where the boundaries between the spiritual and the carnal were blurred. The maid's tears glistened in the twilight, but the ritual continued, driven by the iron will of the bodyguard and the silent consent of the master. Energy, like cosmic radiance, enveloped their bodies, weaving three essences into a single stream of power and pleasure. A satisfied smile played on the lips of the cultivator, whose body absorbed new power like parched earth, life-giving moisture. After completing the ritual, they settled down on the sofa, enveloped in the cozy bliss of shared experience and newfound strength. A blissful state swept over Lin Chu, whose exhausted body basked in the streams of residual energy, like a tired traveler in warm waters. Streams of purified power pulsed through his body, transforming ordinary energy into crystal-clear essence of spiritual power. Ryoko's question about reaching the core stage hung in the air, saturated with the residual tension of their shared experience. Reflections on the relationship between the number of participants and the growth of strength swirled in the young man's head like autumn leaves in the wind. His words about the upcoming confrontation with Chung Jin sounded with newfound confidence, reinforced by the strength of their unusual alliance. A sinister smile curved Lin Chu's lips, as thoughts of testing his newfound strength against a worthy opponent reflected a dangerous glint in his eyes. The morning sun found the three of them in the same bed. Ryoko and Xiaohei were sleeping in a serene sleep, their breathing intertwined into a single rhythm of peace. The silence of the room was broken only by the quiet sounds of work. The young man's fingers moved with mechanical precision, massaging invisible points of force. The memories of the massage master flowed into his consciousness like a mountain stream, turning every movement into part of the ancient art of healing. Through half-closed eyelids, the maid watched the concentrated face of the gentleman, whose determination gave his features a special attractiveness. In the morning twilight, her question about sleep and work sounded like an intimate whisper, full of overt concern for the well-being of her master. The secret hidden behind his smile turned a simple invitation to visit his brother into a prelude to something bigger and inevitable. In the basement, the nightmare continued. The screams of the debtors from the screen merged with the trembling of the exhausted prisoner, whose eyes could no longer close. Master Wei's touch on the sufferer's shoulder carried a strange mixture of threat and comfort, as his question revealed the depth of the trauma experienced. The trembling refusal to gamble sounded like a prayer, rewarded with a merciful push of the release button. The shackles fell, releasing the tormented body, but understanding was read in the eyes of the liberated one. The true chains are located deeper, in the soul itself. The master's words about hatred of creditors fell on fertile soil. Every syllable resonated with the pain of the humiliation experienced. The clever comparison of real creditors with the executioners in the video turned fear into rage, the seeds of revenge finding their way to a wounded heart. The offer of vengeance sounded like a divine blessing. Behind the mask of a noble protector was hidden a calculating manipulator. Admiration flooded the maid's heart, transforming her master into an ideal hero whose concern for his brother seemed almost divine intervention. In the Jing family's creditor's office, the atmosphere of power and money was suffocating like a poisonous fog, hiding the true intentions of its inhabitants. The fragile silence of the office shattered along with the door. Violence burst into the world of business suits like a hurricane sweeping away ostentatious respectability. The figure of Master Wei stood in the doorway, whose presence filled the room with the electric tension of the coming storm. The creditor's indignant cry about the family's territory sounded like a pathetic attempt to maintain the illusion of control over a situation that was rapidly slipping out of his hands. An anticipatory smile played on the intruder's lips as his words about meeting and fighting tore through the thin veil of civility. The scarred creditor appraised his opponent, whose spiritual core pulsed with the same power as his own. The leader's commands echoed off the walls, turning the cozy office into a battlefield of the coming battle, where numerical superiority seemed like a reliable shield. An ominous ball with a skull appeared in the hands of the Avenger. The memory of the Poison Master turned a harmless object into a deadly weapon. The green fog spread across the room like a living creature, causing panic among the creditors, whose cries of a smokescreen betrayed their naivety. The toxic darkness hid the outlines of objects, turning the familiar space into a labyrinth of fear and uncertainty. The blue glow of spiritual energy cut through the green fog. Lin Chu appeared behind the enemy like a ghost of retribution. The blow, imbued with spiritual power, pierced the flesh of the creditor, turning his cry of pain into a symphony of just retribution. The pathetic excuses of the defeated enemy about the meanness of a stab in the back only emphasized the depth of his moral decline. Contempt twisted Master Wei's features as his foot landed on the creditor's body, physical superiority becoming the epitome of moral triumph. His smile was a mixture of triumph and disgust, while words about the shamelessness of his opponents fell like drops of poison on their wounded pride. The furious dance of retribution continued. Lin Chu's every move brought death and pain to the corrupt souls, whose bodies fell like autumn leaves. In the air filled with a poisonous fog, the Avenger's fist found its target. A blow to the stomach of the third creditor sounded like the seal of the final verdict. Behind Master Wei, the bodies of defeated enemies merged into a single picture of just retribution. But the main test still lay ahead. The leader's hoarse order to open the windows tore the green veil. His finger aimed at the enemy trembled with barely restrained rage. The transformation of the leader took place like an ancient ritual. Torn clothes, filled with power and crimson madness blazed in his eyes. The muscles bulged like steel ropes, turning the once ordinary man into the embodiment of primal rage and inhuman power. The air trembled with an animal roar. The figure of the leader turned into a blur, rushing towards the enemy on a wave of pure hatred. At the moment of the collision, time seemed to slow down. Lin Chu realized that in front of him was not just a bandit, but a natural-born killer with honed skills. The young man found himself in a whirlpool of a deadly dance, where every movement could be the last. The speed of attacks exceeded his defense capabilities. The body betrayed its owner. Even the ability to anticipate blows did not save him from their lightning-fast implementation in the battle space. The maid's cry about the injury of her beloved master dissolved in the indifferent air of the office, where every second brought the denouement closer. Ryoko's wisdom sounded like a cold shower, her words about the need for combat experience revealing the cruel truth of war. Xiao Hei's eyes were mixed with fear and admiration, as her heart was torn between the desire to protect and the need to allow her lover to grow through pain. The maid's unspoken confession hung in the air like the scent of spring flowers, her feelings for her master finally taking shape in her thoughts. The fight reached its climax. The movements of the opponents merged into a single stream of violence, where every mistake could be fatal. The Panther's claw technique transformed the leader's hands into deadly weapons, concentrated spiritual energy seeking its victim with the inexorability of fate. The office wall crumbled like a house of cards as the leader's blow met the void. The young man escaped death, but the battle was far from over. The tension in the room reached its limit. Every blow, every movement carried the promise of the inevitable outcome of this deadly dance. An insight pierced the fighter's consciousness. Insufficient reaction speed turned each exchange of blows into balancing on the brink of life and death. A mysterious smile crossed Lin Chu's lips as his hand reached for his fur coat, a hidden weapon waiting in the wings, promising to turn the tide of the fight. The frame of the exoskeleton gleamed in the dim light of the office, the creation of a brilliant mind turning the limitations of the flesh into nothing before the power of technology. The leader's furious roar shook the walls. His promise of death sounded like a death knell, but fate was preparing a different outcome for this drama. In the dance of a mortal duel, bodies intertwined and parted. Enhanced reflexes allowed the young man to escape the deadly embrace of his opponent. Confusion distorted the thug's features. Misunderstanding of the enemy's sudden transformation reflected in his eyes with animal bewilderment. A mocking challenge escaped the bandit's lips. his words about escape concealing a desperate attempt to regain control of the situation. The mockery of slowness and hunger hit harder than any fist. The pride of the beast could not withstand the sting of ridicule. Rage flooded the thug's mind like a blood-red mist, his threats dissolving into a roar of primal rage. The memory of the legendary fighter poured into Lin Chu's consciousness like liquid fire. Every muscle was filled with the wisdom of the ages. The final blow sounded like a point in their confrontation. Technology and martial art merged into the perfect instrument of retribution. The leader's body crashed into the wall like a projectile. The concrete could not withstand the collision with the defeated Titan. The challenge to the others sounded in ringing silence. The words of the winner hung in the air like a raised sword. Terror gripped the remaining creditors, lightning bolts of fear dancing in their dilated pupils, turning their bravado to dust. Admiration colored the maid's voice as Ryoko revealed the secret of the master's power, the memory of 10,000 souls turning him into a living legend. A sly glance slid over the faces of his companions. The promise of continued adventures lurked in his mysterious smile. The aroma of tender care hung in the air as the maid's fingers, clutching a soft napkin, slid over the master's face, erasing the traces of the recent contraction. Ryoko's mocking praise carried an unexpected warmth. Her usual caustic tone softened by sincere admiration for her charge's growing strength. A sudden touch on the bodyguard's shoulder broke the usual barriers between them. This gesture carried a depth of unspoken gratitude. Words of gratitude flowed like a mountain stream. Reaching the Golden Core stage became their common triumph, weaving their destinies into a single pattern. The invitation to further practices sounded a note of temptation. The path to the birth of the soul turned into a dance of three hearts on the verge of what was permitted. Ryoko's passion broke through the mask of restraint. Her embrace and offer of a nightly practice promised something more than simple training. Quiet sadness colored the maid's voice. Her refusal to further practice sounded like a farewell to a forbidden dream, leaving a bitter aftertaste of something unfulfilled. A mundane report on checking the Jing family's holdings under the guise of Mr. Wei became the prelude to a new act in their dangerous game. Ryoko's seductive offer to practice together hung in the air, the promise of relaxation harboring deeper intentions. The maid's playful invitation to join was a last-ditch effort to preserve their unusual unity, which teetered on the edge of decency. Ryoko's playful gesture of containment turned into an admission of an alarming truth. The scent of mint could not hide the traces of their secret meetings from his wife's insight. The promise of future practice disappeared into the air like a mist. Time was to become their ally in this dangerous game of passions. Thoughts about her husband filled her mind with sweet anticipation, and every step towards home increased the excitement of the upcoming meeting. The image of a domineering police wife replaced the submissive maid in his imagination. The new role promised unknown facets of their relationship. Electrical tension increased with every step. The uncertainty of the upcoming meeting excited the blood like strong wine. The sharp voice of the stranger cut the silence like a dagger. The director of the gifted society watched him from the tree. Her words about the harem oozed with poisonous mockery. The blonde's graceful leap from the tree resembled the movement of a predator, her every gesture radiating dangerous elegance. Codename Strange. Love hung in the air, along with the disturbing question of his revealed location. The secrets of the past began to overtake their master. There was a mocking confidence in the blonde's words, her knowledge of the Chen family's son-in-law's bad reputation, sounding like a declaration of war on the order of things. In her imperious gesture, when she grabbed the young man by the hand, one could read an unshakable confidence in her right to decide destinies. The words about the initiation ceremony carried an ominous connotation. Ryoko's anxiety broke through with a furious scream. Her katana flashed in the rays of the sun, turning an everyday scene into a prelude to a deadly dance. Electricity hung in the air as the bodyguard shouted her demand, each word ringing with the readiness to defend her master to the last breath. The headmistress's statement about the choice of the young man by the goddess sounded like a challenge. Her spiritual power materialized like a thundercloud foreshadowing a storm. A wave of pure energy cut through the space, Ryoko's graceful leap turning the deadly blow into a useless burst of power. An insight pierced Lin Chu's consciousness like lightning, the blonde's power level reaching the stage of soul birth, turning their confrontation into a battle of the titans. The excitement of battle flooded the mind of the bodyguard. Her jump carried all the power acquired in intimate practices with the master. The anticipation of a real fight colored Ryoko's voice with new notes. Her gratitude for her increased strength turned into a thirst to test her limits. Strangelove's imperious order not to interfere sounded like a clap of thunder, the code name concealing more power than it seemed at first glance. In a swift movement, the blonde pulled the young man close to her, their roll on the asphalt turning a simple evasion into an intimate moment of dangerous proximity. Impatience distorted the headmistress's features. Time, flowing like sand through her fingers, required decisive action. The ancient words of the spell flowed like dark honey. The call to the goddess sounded like a love song, every syllable laced with the promise of power. The transformation took place like a blossoming flower. The appearance of the European blonde dissolved in the radiance of the goddess Eve. Recognition paralyzed Ryoko. The memory of past meetings with the deity bound her body like ice chains. Arrogance appeared in the words of the reincarnated goddess. The promise to use only 1,000th of the power sounded like a sophisticated insult. The power of the goddess fell like a mountain avalanche. The bodyguard's body collapsed like a helpless doll whose threads were mercilessly cut. The bodyguard's body was stretched out on the cold floor. Her closed eyes and limply outstretched arms testified to the crushing power of the divine blow. In Lin Chu's mind, reality was fragmented into fragments. The transformation of the arrogant headmistress into a deity turned an ordinary skirmish into a clash with forces beyond human understanding. Eternity splashed in the eyes of the reborn goddess. Her order to follow her sounded not like a request, but like an inevitability destined by fate itself. The walls of the gifted society accepted them into their embrace. The return of the headmistress to human form filled the air with new tension. Lin Chu's bewilderment about the bedroom instead of the ceremony hall was fraught with an uneasy premonition, each step leading him deeper into the web of other people's plans. Her words about the double ceremony sounded like a bolt from the blue, wedding vows turning a simple dedication into an act of eternal submission. The young man's desperate protest about his existing wife crashed against the wall of fanatical conviction. Prayers to the goddess turned into a declaration of possessiveness. The cruel throwing onto the bed revealed the full depth of her obsession. Physical violence became a continuation of spiritual coercion. Her demand to forget about past affections sounded like a sentence. Every word struck at the foundations of his existence. The domineering fingers on the youth's chin became shackles, her claim of ownership carrying with it the weight of eternal slavery. There was madness in her reminder of the prohibition of relationships with other women. Her obsession with the goddess turned love into an instrument of control. Behind Lin Chu's mask of obedience hid the sharp mind of a strategist. Watching the transformation of an arrogant aristocrat into an obsessed beauty opened up new possibilities for manipulation. His cry about justice and the desire for happiness for all women sounded like a skillful provocation. Every word hit the target of her jealousy. The thread of force hung in the air like a poisoned blade, her raised hand promising divine retribution. The unexpected rebuff shook the headmistress's self-confidence. The young man's physical strength destroyed the illusion of his helplessness. His agreement to stay concealed the cunning of the serpent tempter. The request for help turned into a hook that the proud priestess had to fall for. Thoughts of using her against Chungjin swirled in his mind like birds of prey, each plan containing the seeds of future revenge. The mention of an upcoming funeral sounded like an invitation to the dance of death, his request for help in capturing the young man turning a personal vendetta into a common cause. Divine confidence splashed in the headmistress's eyes. Her words about incomparable strength sounded like a hymn to her own greatness, saturated with the blessing of the goddess. The heat of her body pressed against the young man turned simple intimacy into a silent demand, every movement carrying the promise of inevitable union. Embarrassment colored Lin Chu's cheeks as her figure covered him like a living blanket, the authority of her gestures leaving no room for resistance. Intimate whispers of the night ahead touched his ear like poisonous honey, each word fraught with a mixture of promise and threat. The solitude turned the room into an arena for their confrontation, the demand for complete surrender sounding in her voice like an order from a priestess to her sacrificial lamb. The curiosity in her words about divine love masked darker intentions, every gesture betraying a growing obsession with his essence. Her touch showed the impatience of a researcher. The search for a special gift turned into an excuse for a more intimate study. Disgust at the madness of the situation fought in the young man's mind with the understanding of his own powerlessness in the face of divine power. A bitter awareness of the inequality of their capabilities pushed him to search for workarounds. Direct confrontation meant inevitable defeat. Cunning became his only weapon. The need to take the initiative turned desperation into a source of ingenuity. Her prayerful ecstasy reached its climax, The thought of separating a man from the goddess turned her into a kind of possessed bacchante. The blue pill slipped between his fingers like a tiny hope of salvation. Silence became a cover for his planned plan. The kiss became the perfect delivery weapon. Every movement of his lips calculated to quietly convey life-saving poison. Confidence in the effectiveness of the potion rang in his thoughts. The experience of past lives turned a simple kiss into a deadly trap. Sleep covered them like a dark blanket. The two bodies on the bed froze in a strange dance of unfinished seduction, where the winner was an insidious potion. Within the walls of the Chen residence, the young man finally allowed himself a victorious smile. Thoughts of the impending clash of opponents filling his heart with anticipation of ideal revenge. His quiet whispers about the upcoming performance concealed the dark satisfaction of the puppeteer, whose puppets would soon begin their deadly dance. A sudden touch on his back made him freeze. Someone else's warmth, so familiar and dangerous at the same time, turned triumph into anxiety. Chen Mo's voice rang with steel of resentment and longing. Her question about his absence was saturated with the bitterness of a long wait and the fear of loss. The mention of the Japanese school uniform sounded like a bitter reproach. Her readiness for transformation crashed against the wall of his absence. Jealousy and pain erupted in her every word. The cry about his whereabouts was fraught with fear of the ghosts of betrayal. The accusation of being interested in other women hung in the air like a poisoned dagger, her uncertainty turning love into the torture of suspicion. The desperation in his voice was mixed with exhaustion, each word of denial hitting an endless circle of unreasonable jealousy. The bitter reminder of the incident at the hotel turned their dialogue into a dance on the fragments of past misunderstandings. Admitting that she was wrong was not easy for her. Her words about her excitement conveyed an attempt to build a bridge across the abyss of mistrust. An unexpected voice calling the young man brother cut through the tense atmosphere. Chen Mo's surprise reflected the strangeness of what was happening. Sima Cha intervened like a peacemaker, his assurances about the absence of other women fraught with a hint of irony. Behind the mask of respect of the red-haired guard hid a knowing smile. The secret of the gentleman's triple romance turned into his personal entertainment. The invitation to a fake funeral sounded like a signal for the beginning of the final act of their common play. In the solemn presentation by the father of Shimin Qing, the head of the four guards, one could read the pride of a military leader demonstrating his most formidable weapon. The words about the highest level of soul birth and the giant's heavenly spiritual root sounded like a declaration of war, every syllable carrying the promise of unstoppable power. The words about the giant's superior strength sounded like a death knell, each syllable highlighting the gulf between ordinary cultivators and this embodiment of power. Shimin Qing's imperious statement about single-handedly confronting Cheng Jing concealed contempt for the young master. The order to remain in the coffin sounded like an insult. Sima's intercession sounded a warm note in the cold symphony of arrogance, his faith in the strength of his sworn brother countering the ancient pride of the guard. Disdain oozed from the giant's words like poison, the mention of the core formation stage turning into a spit in the young cultivator's face. Lin Chu's voice rang with the steel of pent-up anger, his request for a strike carrying with it the promise of an unexpected lesson. Anger gave his words a special edge. Each syllable was sharpened like the blade of an ancient sword. The giant's condescending permission was dashed against the rock of his self-confidence. The thought of the futility of the young man's attack seemed to him an obvious truth. Behind Shimin Qing's mask of calm was absolute contempt. His spiritual defense seemed indestructible to him in the face of garbage. A glance towards the maid carried a special meaning. The mention of joint cultivation painted the girl's cheeks with a light blush. The warm-up became a ritual, every movement of his fists carrying the promise of the proud humiliation to come. Orange flames engulfed the young man's body like a divine radiance, his humorous address as uncle contrasting with the power of the awakened power. The blow turned into an explosion of pure energy, the orange glow sweeping away the giant like a straw in a hurricane. Disbelief distorted the features of the defeated titan. The blood on his lips became the first sign of the collapse of his unshakable confidence. The contrast between the physical sizes of the opponents turned the scene into a living metaphor, with little David once again defeating the self-confident Goliath. Fury bubbled in the throat of the defeated giant. The accusation of a joint attack was a last attempt to preserve the remnants of pride in the face of crushing defeat. The commanding voice of the head of the family cut through the growing tension like a sword. His words about the coming battle reminded everyone of a more important goal than petty feuds. Bitter resentment blossomed in Chen Mo's soul, And every new detail about her husband's spiritual power, known to outside women, stung her heart like a poisonous wasp. Loneliness enveloped her like a dark blanket. The awareness of her own detachment from her husband's secrets turned love into a source of pain. The appearance of Chung Jing at the funeral brought dissonance to the mourning ceremony. His imperious cry about the parting loafers sounded a false note in the symphony of grief. The servant's polite words about selective admission were fraught with subtle irony. Respect for Chung Jing turned into a sophisticated trap. The enemy's lustful gaze slid over the widow's figure, his words about stunning beauty turning mourning into inappropriate admiration. The black Korean robes turned Chen Mo into the embodiment of elegant sorrow. The white veil hid her eyes, but could not hide the inner tension. Chung Jing's false laments of divine injustice cut through the air, each word dripping with the poison of feigned griefs. Behind his smile was a dark satisfaction, his love for the injustice of the world revealing the true nature of this predator in human skin. The voice from the coffin sounded like a bolt from the blue. The invitation to share the afterlife turned the funeral into a theater of the absurd. Shock paralyzed the enemy's consciousness. The reality of what was happening was shattered by his ideas about the boundaries of the possible. Cheng Jing's gaze darted between the maid and the widow in search of a clue, fear of an impossible resurrection distorting his features. The denial of the reality of what was happening broke through with hysterical notes. His words about the silence of the dead betrayed the depth of shock. The movement of the coffin lid concealed the inevitability of fate. The offer to join sounded like a sentence, clothed in the form of a kind invitation. The realization of deception pierced Chung Jing's mind like an icy dagger. The thought of the enemy's imaginary death turning confidence into dust. Curiosity pushed him towards the coffin like an invisible hand, each step bringing the denouement of a carefully choreographed performance closer. Lin Chu's closed eyes hid the hunter's triumph, his words about waiting for an answer being the last thread tightening the trap. The Avenger's suddenly widened eyes met the gaze of the victim. A simple look here turned into an executioner's command to his prey. Horror distorted Chung Jing's features. His retreat from the coffin resembled the flight of an animal driven into a corner by an unknown force. Like an angry bull, Seaman burst into the battle arena, his powerful blow aimed at the daring enemy who dared to disrupt his plans. The figure of Ryoko flashed among the crowd. Her gesture, tearing off her hat, became the signal for the start of the operation to encircle the enemy. The bodyguard's order echoed throughout the area, each guard becoming a link in a human chain tightening around Jing's retinue. Shock paralyzed the enemy guards. The reality of what was happening shattered their ideas about a simple funeral. Despair seeped into Jing's voice. The admission of his own powerlessness before the giant's might sounded like the first harbinger of defeat. In the fight with Shimen, Jing's every movement betrayed fear. The threat of death at the hands of the giant seemed inevitable. Lin Chu rose from the coffin like a risen avenger. Beside him, a strange love watched the unfolding drama with childish curiosity. The headmistress's nonchalance as she sucked on a lollipop contrasted with the intensity of the battle, her confidence in the burly man's strength bordering on disdain. A cold analysis of the balance of power fell from her lips like a sentence. The difference in spiritual power foreshadowed Jing's inevitable defeat. Behind the grin of the struggling Chung there was a secret plan. His movements betrayed his readiness for the decisive blow. The space around the fight was painted with a crimson glow. Jing's grip on the giant's throat turned the air into a burning inferno. The headmistress's cry for spiritual pumping cut through the hot air, recognition of the ancient technique tinging her voice with awe. The rarity of the heavenly spiritual root was confirmed in all its glory, every second demonstrating the power of the legendary gift. Ecstasy distorted the features of the family enemy. His words about the divine sensation betrayed a dark pleasure in the forbidden technique. Lin Chu's voice was filled with amazement as he asked Sima about the power of this technique. The explanation of the origins of the ability sounded like an ancient legend. The story of poisonous baths and a 3-year trial revealed the price of this power. Sima's grim observation about the mechanics of the technique emphasized its ruthlessness, a simple touch to the neck turning any opponent into a helpless victim. A tense dialogue between the headmistress and Lin Chu about the possibilities of confrontation cut the air. Her self-confident words about superiority sounded the first bell of an impending disaster. Sima's wise warning about overconfidence dissolved in the headmistress's pride. His experience taught him that underestimating the enemy often became a fatal mistake in battle. Sudden horror shackled the trio of observers like icy chains. Their gazes, riveted to one point, betrayed an understanding of the impending disaster. A majestic dome of pure energy materialized in the space above them, its radiant blue turning the day into twilight and reality into the likeness of an ancient legend. Prostrate on the ground were two figures, a defeated giant whose face was turned to the heavens, and Chung with flowing hair whose body radiated newfound power. The gaze of the family enemy was riveted on his own fingers, emitting a crimson glow. The process of absorbing someone else's energy turned his power into something darker and more dangerous. The transformation reached its climax, red flames engulfing his body like a hellish fire as a crazed smile distorted his features, reflecting the triumph of his newfound power. The realization of achieving the divine path flooded his consciousness like a tidal wave, every cell of his being pulsating with newfound power. Lin Chu's cry about the incredible growth of the enemy's spiritual power cut through the air like lightning. Understanding the scale of the threat turned the situation into a real nightmare. The director's movements finally showed concern. The chewed lollipop became the first sign that even her self-confidence was cracking in the face of a true threat. Her rush forward was accompanied by a war cry about the power of the goddess. Every word was imbued with a fierce confidence in her superiority over any opponent. The desperate cry of Lin Chu, who activated the ancient cultivator's memory, tried to stop the headmistress's reckless impulse. His understanding of the situation required a more cautious approach. The ritual words of the goddess's invocation fell from her lips like an ancient spell, each syllable bringing closer the moment of divine transformation of your mortal body. The metamorphosis of the headmistress unfolded in all its glory. The human shell dissolved, giving way to a divine essence, whose power promised to crush any enemy. Lin Chu's warning about the 3-minute window of vulnerability sounded like a revelation. His knowledge of the nature of spiritual attacks could be the key to victory or defeat in this fight. The young man's foresight turned out to be prophetic. The ghostly form of the enemy rushed to attack, using its ephemeral nature as a deadly advantage. Impotent rage distorted the girl's divine features. Her blow passed through the disembodied opponent, turning her superiority into a useless theatrical gesture. The scarlet stream of blood flowing from the corner of the headmistress's mouth after the spirit's blow became an ominous omen. The invisible attack turned out to be more terrible than any material weapon. Time seemed to freeze as her body sank limply to the ground. Lin Chu's eyes showed the understanding that the situation had gone far beyond their original plan. Tenderness cut through the young man's usual reserve as he lifted the wounded woman into his arms. His reproach for haste in action tinged with sincere concern for her well-being. The promise of victory hung in the air, but the enemy's triumphant laughter turned it into bitter irony. The challenge to a fair fight sounded like a mockery of their carefully planned ambush. The dramatic confrontation between maid and mistress unfolds like an ancient tragedy, with the servant's devotion colliding with the wife's unwavering determination to protect her husband. The appearance of Ryoko with her katana drawn brought a new note to the symphony of the battle. Her readiness for revenge was written in every movement of the sharpened blade. The bodyguard's smile concealed a dark promise. The words about increased spiritual energy sounded like a foretaste of future retribution for the past defeat. Cheng Jing's arrogant cry about the disparity of power cut through the air like a poisoned dagger, every word laced with the poison of contempt for the enemy. His offer to retreat sounded like a sophisticated mockery, the threat of death turning simple advice into a deadly ultimatum. The headmistress's bitter admission of her own powerlessness and injury turned into placing her hopes on Lin Chu, her faith in his potential being the last trump card in their desperate game. The young man's surprise collided with her confidence in the power of divine spells. Every word about future power sounded like a promise of incredible transformation. The moment of transmission of divine energy turned simple physical contact into a mystical ritual. Her willingness to share power became the ultimate manifestation of trust. In the space of the coffin, time seemed to have stopped. The headmistress's words about the complexity of the method concealed the depth of ancient knowledge inaccessible to mere mortals. The curiosity in the young man's voice collided with the mystery of her hints. The mention of the similarity of their meetings with the goddess turned the dialogue into a prelude to something more. Lin Chu's confusion dissolved in an unexpected kiss, the touch of her lips becoming the key to the gates of divine power that he did not even know about. Energy poured into his body like hot lava. Every cell was filled with power that exceeded the limits of human capabilities. Reality dissolved, giving way to a mystical dimension. The majestic gates in front of them became a symbol of the transition to the world of divine beings. The casual pose of the goddess Eve, sipping alcohol, contrasted with the solemnity of the moment, Her words of warning sounded like a rebuke to foolish children. The continuation of her speech emphasized the limits of mortal possibilities. A reminder of the need for conscription turned their unauthorized appearance into a daring challenge to the established order. The headmistress's words addressed to the goddess were saturated with remorse. Recognition of her own haste and readiness to accept punishment betrayed the depth of her devotion to the deity. The humility in the girl's voice contrasted with the seriousness of the offense. Every word about accepting the consequences sounded like an oath of absolute allegiance to a higher power. An insight pierced Lin Chu's mind as the headmistress's true name fell from the divine lips. Rania carried echoes of ancient royal blood. Despair and hope were intertwined in the words of strange love. The story of Chungjin's achievement of the divine path turned into a plea for the transfer of sacred technology. The gaze of the goddess Eve, fixed on the eyes of the young man, concealed an abyss of unspoken reproaches. Her question about oblivion sounded like a prelude to something more. The calm anger in the goddess's voice seemed worse than any scream. The mention of the limits of patience turned a simple conversation into balancing on the brink of disaster. The unexpected embrace of the goddess knocked the ground out from under the young man's feet. His cry of her name sounded like a confession of something more than simple recognition. The offer of dual cultivation sounded both tempting and threatening. A warning about the weakness of the mortal body, emphasizing the danger of divine intimacy. The words about a past kiss and a month-long coma hid a story full of secrets. His request for help in restoring his memory sounded almost desperate. The goddess's mysterious answer about communication with 10,000 souls turned into a new puzzle, each word only deepening the mystery of his true essence. The orange pill in the divine lips shone like a small sun. Her words about finding meaning on your own turned the artifact into a clue. The confusion in the young man's voice betrayed the depth of his confusion. The mention of fragmented memories and the lack of connection between personalities sounded like an admission of defeat. The wisdom of the goddess was manifested in the words about the insufficient absorption of souls. Every movement of her fingers playing with the tablet was hypnotizing with its grace. The offer of help sounded like a deal. The requirement to give a code name turned the simple transfer of a tablet into a test for the right to possess divine power. Lin Chu's confusion about the nature of the code name collided with a brutal truth. The threat of his lover's death at the hands of Cheng Jing turned a simple question into a matter of life and death. While Lin Chu was in the divine dimension, his faithful bodyguard fought a desperate battle for his honor, each blow of the katana carrying an echo of her unwavering devotion. The inequality of power became more and more obvious with every second of the confrontation. Cheng Jing's mocking words about her weakness hit more painfully than any physical blow. Contempt oozed from the enemy's every word about his unnamed friend, his mockery of Lin Chu's masculinity turning a simple battle into a test of the bodyguard's loyalty. The threat of imminent death sounded like a sentence in Cheng Jing's voice. His promise to not let the enemy escape filled the air with anticipation of a bloody outcome. The red energy emanating from his hand pulsed like a living being. Even without much effort, its power seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. And in a desperate attempt to protect her master, Ryoko fended off the deadly attacks with her katana, her cry to protect her friend ringing with her determination to die rather than retreat. Rage contorted Cheng Jing's features as the girl's stubbornness began to infuriate him. The order to get out of the way thundered like a clap of thunder. The last grains of strength flowed from the bodyguard's body like sand through her fingers. Every movement was given to her at the cost of incredible efforts of will. The goddess's observation of the little girl's devotion came with unexpected warmth. Her words about the self-sacrifice of the wounded protector fraught with hidden approval. A whirlpool of thoughts about his own identity swirled in Lin Chu's mind. The riddle of the connection of 10,000 souls turned into a key to unraveling his true name. Cheng Jing's mocking words about turning a fake funeral into a real one echoed off the walls. His attempt to retrieve the coffin carrying a mortal threat. Chenmo's angry cry cut through the air like a whip, her accusation of meanness causing her opponent to freeze for a moment in surprise. The father's concern broke through the mask of restraint. His attempt to protect his daughter from certain death was dictated by an understanding of the monstrous difference in power. Cheng Jing's fist, filled with deadly energy, rushed towards the coffin, every second bringing the moment of inevitable collision closer. The sudden change in the situation took the enemy by surprise. The reality of what was happening did not fit into his ideas about the possible. The enemy's confusion reached its climax. His inability to comprehend what had happened turned confidence into confusion. The figure of the maid, shrouded in the blue glow of spiritual energy, turned into the embodiment of unexpected salvation, her appearance changing the balance of power on the battlefield. Seohei's oath to protect the master until his awakening sounded like an ancient spell. Every word was imbued with the power of absolute devotion. There was incredible grace in the movements of the maid moving the coffin with spiritual power. Her abilities exceeded all the expectations of those present. Cheng Jing's bewilderment turned to rage, his inability to understand the nature of the maid's sudden speed turning confidence into painful misunderstanding. The decisive moment came 2 minutes into the drama when the maid turned to Sima for help, her plea for an acceleration technique containing the last hope. There was a hint of understanding in the red-haired guard's voice as he asked about his legendary technique, his every word imbued with a willingness to share secret knowledge. The maid's uncertainty about the exact name of the technique was mixed with the determination to use any chance. Her request for help sounded like the last bastion of the master's defense. Sima's agreement was accompanied by an important limitation. 15 minutes of the technique's action turned into an hourglass, measuring the time for salvation. The maid's rapid leaps turned the space into a blurry canvas, each movement bringing her closer to the limits of the borrowed power. The only question of safe refuge swirled in her thoughts. The search for a place for the master's coffin turned into a race against time and fate. The sudden appearance of Cheng Jing behind him sounded like a sentence. His cry to stop turned the hope of salvation into dust. The brutal grip on the maid's throat became the embodiment of his dominance, every moment of compression turning her resistance into agony. The mocking invitation to continue running oozed with venom, its words, laced with mockery, sharper than any blade. In the divine temple, Lin Chu's mind was racing in search of an answer. Thinking about the connecting link between the masters of different fields turned into a painful puzzle. The question of the originality of his predecessors rang in the emptiness of the temple. The search for a common denominator seemed to be the key to unraveling his own essence. Cheng Jing's bewilderment about the reasons for such devotion of those around him sounded almost sincere. His misunderstanding of the nature of loyalty only emphasized the depth of his fall. The maid's plea for the master's mercy broke through her constricted throat. Every word was imbued with pure, unadulterated devotion. The enemy's foot placed on the coffin caused a strange reaction. A barely noticeable movement inside foreshadowed an unexpected turn of events. Opening the lid of the coffin revealed a picture that stirred the dark waters of his soul. The sight of the sleeping people strengthened his desire to destroy everything that symbolized the purity of feelings. Contempt oozed from his every word about the absurdity of what was happening. His mockery of the maid's devotion betrayed the depth of his own emptiness. Red energy pulsed ominously around Cheng Jing's hand, his promise of imminent death turning the maid's last words into a farewell whisper. The blow sent the maid's fragile body unconscious, her limp fall to the ground, symbolizing the fall of the last barrier between the killer and his victim. An ominous satisfaction was read in Cheng Jing's gait as he walked towards the coffin, the absence of defenders turning his path to revenge into a mere formality. The scarlet glow of spiritual power flooded the space like a bloody fog, every second bringing the moment of inevitable denouement closer. Lin Chu's peaceful sleep in the coffin seemed to make a mockery of what was happening, his quiet snoring contrasting with the tension of the mortal threat. In the temple of the goddess, the young man felt an invisible hand squeezing his throat, labored breathing becoming a bridge between two realities. Among the mountain peaks, the goddess Eve accused someone of betrayal. Her words about 1,000 years of joint cultivation sounded like a prelude to an ancient tragedy. Desperate denial of betrayal echoed from the temple walls. Every word of the ancient version of Lin Chu was imbued with the pain of misunderstanding. The image of the previous incarnation was striking in its nobility. Long hair and traditional attire gave him the appearance of a true cultivator of antiquity. The goddess's anger reached its climax the moment she touched the traitor's forehead. The curse of soul destruction sounded like the final sentence. A purple radiance engulfed the ancient cultivator's body. Every particle of his being vibrated with divine punishment. An insight pierced the consciousness of modern Lin Chu, understanding the true nature of 9,999 souls opened the veil of secrecy. The orange flame escaping from the eyes became an external manifestation of the internal transformation. Each soul turned out to be a fragment of his own essence. The bitter truth about betrayal and punishment finally took shape. Fragments of the soul scattered across time and space became evidence of divine vengeance. The goddess's demand to name her true name sounded like the final test. In her hand, the tablet turned into the key to revival. His answer revealed the full depth of their connection. Each title lover, only love, defeated enemy, eternal partner opened up a new facet of their relationship. The headmistress's amazement reflected the scale of the transformation taking place. The former Lin Chu dissolved into the awakening ancient essence. The majestic announcement of the supreme immortal status sounded like a bolt from the blue. The pause before the name was revealed, filling the air with electricity. The goddess's willingness to hand over the alchemical tablet betrayed her satisfaction with the awakening of ancient memory in her lover. The kiss turned into a moment of truth. The spoken name of Wang Hong sounded like the key that unlocks the gate to divine power. A cruel grin twisted Cheng Jing's face as his fingers tightened around the helpless maid's throat, every second of the suffocation bringing him dark pleasure. Sayaokei's weak breathing became more and more intermittent. Her emaciated body, stretched out on the ground, seemed like a broken doll in the hands of a merciless puppeteer. The mocking message for Lin Chu oozed with poison. The promise of a quick meeting between the maid and the master in the afterlife turned a simple murder into a sophisticated revenge. Ryoko's sudden intervention with her power restored ruined the assassin's plans, her appearance becoming a ray of hope in the pitch darkness of despair. The unexpected attack forced Cheng Jing to retreat, his jump to the side revealing his irritation at his plans being disrupted. The noble gesture of the bodyguard who covered the wounded allowed Chen Mo to reach the maid. The concern in the lady's voice betrayed sincere concern for the faithful maid. A faint smile lit up Xiaokei's exhausted face. Her gratitude for the rescue was imbued with boundless devotion to her mistress. Chen Mo's question about the acceleration technique was filled with admiration for the maid's resourcefulness, each word revealing a growing respect for her dedication. The maid's plea to save Lin Chu sounded like a final request. Her words were full of faith in the strength and nobility of the lady. Determination overcame the fear in Chen Mo's heart. Accepting this dangerous mission turned the spoiled heiress into a true protector. A crazy smile bloomed again on Cheng Jing's face, his regained balance after the unexpected attack foreshadowing a new wave of cruelty. The demonstration of monstrous strength turned the bodyguard's resistance into a useless gesture. Its energy bound her like steel chains. Contempt oozed from his words about the disparity of their powers, the taken katana becoming a symbol of her helplessness in the face of a superior enemy. The cruel truth about the difference between the birth of the soul and the divine path sounded like a death sentence. Every word struck the pride of the defeated warrior. His last words were filled with dark anticipation. The need to search for opponents disappeared when the victims themselves came into his hands. Cheng Jing's brute strength manifested itself in a sharp tug on the bodyguard's jacket, his actions betraying bestial pleasure in his own superiority. The fragile figure of Chen Mo, holding the wet bodies of the headmistress and husband, turned into a human shield. An accidental fall into the water became a prelude to the decisive battle. The threat in Cheng Jing's voice took on a new tone as he turned to Chen Mo. His promise to deal with her for trying to save the dunce sounded like a death sentence. The careless gesture, which threw the bodyguard aside like a useless doll, made the mistress's heart clench with horror. Every movement of the enemy radiated deadly grace. The swift leap turned Lin Chu's body into a pedestal for the enemy's foot. This gesture of humiliation was calculated for maximum intimidation effect. Tears of despair sparkled in Chen Mo's eyes, her trembling question revealing the depth of her fear of her opponent's madness. The madness in Cheng Jing's voice reached its peak, his obsession with killing Lin Chu turning into a twisted proof of the importance of the sacrifice. The lady's desperate attempt to harness spiritual energy seemed to be the last bastion of defense, her determination contrasting with her limited options. Cheng Jing's mocking laughter cut through the air, his mockery of the weakness of her spiritual power laced with the poison of absolute superiority. Chen Mo's voice carried notes of a business proposal. Her attempt to buy mercy with money and power betrayed a desperate desire to save her husband at any cost. The cruel grip on his mistress's hand was accompanied by an unexpected confession, contempt for material values, revealing the true nature of his desires. Mad whispers of a single desire to possess her turned the situation into a nightmare, every word dripping with dark obsession. The appearance of the transformed Lin Chu became like the appearance of a supreme being. White hair and lightning in his eyes turned him into the embodiment of divine wrath. The realization of mortal danger finally penetrated Cheng Jing's consciousness. The order to remove his dirty hands sounded like the first ring of the bell of his fate. The protagonist's transformation had reached its climax. the orange energy around his snow-white hair and piercing gaze creating the image of an angry deity. Confusion distorted the enemy's features, misunderstanding the source of the sudden power of the garbage, turning his confidence into painful doubt. The righteous man's anger colored Lin Chu's every move as he grabbed the enemy's hand. His promise to teach a lesson for touching his wife sounded like an inevitable sentence. For the first time in his life, Cheng Jing felt paralyzing fear. A rapid change in the balance of power turned him from predator to prey. Spiritual energy swirled around the fist like a deadly whirlwind. The blow to the opponent's stomach became the first chord of a symphony of retribution. The enemy's body flew several meters away like a broken doll. Every centimeter of flight was saturated with the pain of humiliation. The imperious gaze of the winner pinned the defeated enemy to the wall. Silent superiority spoke louder than any words. The second blow turned Cheng Jing's face into a mask of pain, mocking his divine path sounding especially bitter in light of his defeat. The whisper about the right hand sounded worse than any scream. The quiet words carried the promise of imminent injury. Despair erupted in pleas for mercy. Admission of a mistake and a request to save his hand turned the proud warrior into a whining coward. The demand to hand over the spies sounded like mercy. Every word of Lin Chu was imbued with authority that did not require raising his voice. Cheng Jing's trembling fingers darted about in search of the flash drive, every movement betraying fear of possible reprisals. The transfer of information turned into an act of surrender, the small device symbolizing the collapse of all the traitor's plans. The promise to keep the hand sounded like royal favor. The condescension of the winner only emphasized the depth of the defeat of the vanquished. Behind Cheng Jing's mask of humility lay a thirst for revenge. His thoughts about future retribution concealed the seeds of new enmity. Lin Chu's sudden turn destroyed the illusion of easy forgiveness. Clarification about the fate of the rest of the body turned hope into dust. Cheng Jing's indignation shattered against the cold logic of the winner. The surrender of the spies was only the beginning of his retribution. The merciless promise to take away the inner core sounded like a sentence. Every word of Lin Chu, saturated with cold rage, foreshadowed the inevitable retribution for all sins. A masterful strike to the abdomen turned into a deadly extraction technique. Thousands of years of ancient cultivators' experience guiding every movement of his hand with frightening precision. The scarlet glow of the extracted core pulsated like a living being. The transparent lump of spiritual energy seemed to be the focus of all the life force of the defeated enemy. Cheng Jing's desperate cries about a broken promise echoed from the walls. Every word about betrayal sounded especially ironic from the lips of one who himself knew no honor. Lin Chu's contemptuous response revealed the depth of his disgust for his enemy. The loss of his skills was only just retribution for years of atrocities and betrayals. The awareness of his own powerlessness flooded Cheng Jing's consciousness like a poisonous fog. The loss of the ability to use spiritual energy turned him into an empty shell. Sincere admiration in Ryoko's voice was mixed with slight reproach. Every word about the master's newfound strength betrayed her regret about her own wasted energy. The warmth of the embrace turned the moment of triumph into family unity. Lin Chu's gratitude for saving him warmed the hearts of the women devoted to him like the spring sun. Sudden anxiety distorted the features of his face. A sharp turn of his head betrayed a new anxiety that darkened the joy of victory over his sworn enemy. The sight of the maids' unconscious bodies and strange love pierced his heart like an icy dagger, their immobility foreshadowing new trials on the way to complete triumph. The bodyguard's words about the maid's self-sacrifice revealed the depth of her devotion. Every moment of her desperate attempt to save her master was paid for with her own strength. The shock in Lin Chu's voice betrayed the depth of his admiration. Comparing his weakness in front of Cheng only emphasized the greatness of the fragile maid's act. The awareness of the maid's boundless devotion flooded his mind with a warm wave of gratitude. Each memory of her dedication filled his heart with a special light. The decision to use the precious transformational power for healing sounded like an oath of allegiance. His willingness to share energy proving the depth of affection for his devoted servant. Ryoko's categorical statement about the insufficient attack force to heal sounded like a challenge. Her hint at a better way concealed a more intimate solution to the problem. The meaningful look of the bodyguard spoke more than any words. Her confidence in the correctness of the method left no room for doubt or alternatives. Chenmo's bewilderment, standing behind her husband, betrayed her inexperience in matters of cultivation. Every word of the question was imbued with a sincere misunderstanding of what was happening. Lin Chu's delicate question about the propriety of the moment turned a simple situation into an ethical dilemma, the time and place requiring extreme caution in choosing a solution. The silent procession of the four to the river resembled a strange procession. Lin Chu's careful hands carrying the maid betrayed his deep concern for the wounded woman. The bodyguard's confident words about the healing power of the core sounded almost seductive, every syllable laced with the promise of quick healing. Chen Mo's insight into the true nature of the proposed cultivation brought a blush to her cheeks, the very mention of practicing together turning the situation into something more intimate. Ryoko's casual clarification about the quintet added a new dimension to their conversation, her words about the 5 members turning a simple cultivation into something more complex. The sincere surprise in Lin Chu's voice about the 5th participant betrayed his confusion. Every word of the question was tinged with curiosity and slight concern. The bodyguard's playful count of those present sounded like a riddle, her hint of a missing member of the group creating an atmosphere of anticipation. A malicious smile crossed Ryoko's lips as she declared herself 5th, her self-nomination turning the situation into an almost comical one. Diving into the water turned into a ritual of unity. Lin Chu's confident words about safety calmed the worried hearts of his companions. Peace finally touched the exhausted mind of the young man. His closed eyes and relaxed posture betrayed his desire to recover after a grueling battle. Chen Mo's persistent questions about the nature of cultivation revealed her growing concern, every word demanding clarity on such a delicate matter. A soft smile touched Lin Chu's lips as he explained the inevitability of practice, his words of forced necessity laced with tender concern for all participants. The distrust in Chen Mo's voice broke through with a bitter reproach. Her words about emergency situations were saturated with doubt about the sincerity of her husband's explanations. A barrage of questions about the sudden increase in strength and secret practices fell upon Lin Chu. This revealed the depth of her resentment from the awareness of the existence of secrets. Her demand for the complete truth sounded the pain of a devoted heart. The question of the true attitude towards marriage turned into a test of their feelings for strength. Lin Chu's desperate attempt to explain the innocence of the practices sounded like a plea for trust. His every word was imbued with a sincere desire to maintain peace in the family. Ryoko's intervention sounded a salutary note, her explanation of the mutual aid of martial artists offering a rational explanation for what was happening. The bodyguard's wise words about family intrigue as the reason for silence introduced a new dimension to the situation aimed at protecting the master's reputation. Lin Chu's curiosity about the origin of the bodyguard's knowledge was met with a casual confession about long conversations with the maid in the warehouse, an innocent revelation fraught with the danger of new suspicions. Ryoko's careless words were interrupted mid-sentence under the gaze of the mistress, whose words about family repentance suddenly turned into a demand for recognition of her husband's personal guilt. The ancient wisdom of the master of love arts poured into Lin Chu's consciousness, filling every movement and word with a special charm that could melt the ice of mistrust in the heart of her beloved. His solemn oath of fidelity sounded sincerity, supported by a direct gaze. Every gesture, every intonation was honed by centuries of experience in conquering women's hearts. Chen Mo's movement as she looked away was a mixture of embarrassment and a desire to believe, her quiet words of trust opening the way to restoring marital harmony. The awakening of a strange love coincided with an intimate moment of a married couple. The half-opened eyes of the headmistress witnessed the emergence of new hope in their relationship. Determination seethed in the headmistress's thoughts. Observing the tenderness between the spouses, she hatched plans to separate them, driven by faith in the divine destiny of her chosen one. The father of the family's amazement at defeating his opponent at the stage of the divine path required explanation. His voice was a mixture of pride and disbelief at the incredible achievement. The daughter's modesty manifested itself in her desire to share the triumph with her husband. Her words about Lin Chu's decisive role were imbued with sincere admiration for his skill. The story of his wife's hidden attack intrigued the head of the family. The mention of the enemy's weak point turned a simple story into a lesson in military cunning. Lin Chu's explanations about the connection between the power of cultivation and hidden vulnerabilities concealed a special meaning. Every word exalted the resourcefulness of his wife, who saved him from certain death. The father's pride blossomed magnificently. The praise of his daughter, worthy of bearing the family name, sounded especially sweet against the backdrop of family triumph. The reproach against Shane Che sounded a bitter note in the symphony of family celebrations. Comparison with her sister's successes only emphasized the depth of her father's disappointment. The bitterness in the thoughts of the green-haired young man betrayed a long-standing resentment. The injustice of his father's attitude over and over again kindled the smoldering fire of indignation in his soul. Chenmo's grateful gaze was fixed on her husband. His masterful strengthening of her position in the family aroused deeper admiration and growing affection. A secret grin crossed the face of the head of the family when looking at the old assistant. An invitation to a meal after the battle seemed like a natural cover for launching a carefully thought-out plan. Unwitting participants in a sophisticated performance gathered around a luxuriously set table. Delicious dishes became a tool in the hands of a skilled manipulator leading his own game. Lin Chu's refined sense of smell, honed by the lives of ancient masters, detected disturbing notes in the aroma of the lobster. The experience of past incarnations unmistakably determined the presence of poison. Calm did not leave Lin Chu thanks to the antidote that had been stored in advance. The confidence and protection from the usual drug allowed him to maintain the appearance of carelessness during the meal. The absence of his wife at the festive table lit an alarming flame of suspicion. Instincts screamed about the danger lurking behind the ostentatious hospitality of the head of the family. The father's words about the reincarnation of a starving ghost sounded like an ominous revelation. His satisfaction with the effect of the drug, intensifying with each bite, betrayed the calculation of the plan. Lin Chu's consciousness began to cloud despite the measures taken, the growing malaise indicating the presence of something stronger than ordinary medicine or poison. The sudden fall face first into the plate marked the apparent triumph of the insidious plan. The young cultivator's helpless body became evidence of the effectiveness of the mysterious drug. The feigned concern of the head of the family for the well-being of his son-in-law masked his true intentions. The order to transfer the body opened a new act in his carefully choreographed performance. The appearance of people in white protective suits brought a new note of alarm to what was happening. Their sudden invasion gave rise to a wave of questions among those present. The cold answer about belonging to the laboratory department sounded especially ominous. Faceless figures in sterile suits radiated a menacing professionalism. Behind the mask of imaginary unconsciousness, Lin Chu carefully followed the development of events. The mention of the laboratory and his father-in-law's plans foreshadowed something more sinister than simple poisoning. The daughter's desperate cry to her father broke the oppressive atmosphere, his cold answer about an important plan revealing the true depth of parental betrayal. Chenmo's rage materialized in pulsating blue energy, accusing her father of using her husband for his own gain, betraying the depth of her disappointment. People in protective suits continued to transport the supposedly sleeping body. Their mechanical movements did not betray an understanding of the true state of their victim. The attack of blue energy directed by the angry wife turned the orderly movement into chaos. Her decisive actions threatened to ruin the carefully constructed kidnapping plan. Tenderness and rage intertwined together in Chenmo's voice. Every word about her husband's belonging to her, and not the role of a tool in other people's plans, pulsated with the primitive power of a protector. Determination sparkled in her gaze like lightning. The declaration of love for her husband sounded not just as a defense, but as a manifesto of feelings that destroyed any barriers of self-interest. Under the guise of feigned sleep, Lin Chu reflected on the metamorphosis of his wife. The former arrogant heiress had turned into a loving woman, ready to fight for their common happiness. The sudden appearance of people in blue uniforms and caps disrupted the confrontation. Their rapid movement foreshadowed a new round of dramatic events. The figures of unknown people froze in the doorway, whose evil gazes were focused on Chenmo, who had turned her fragile body into the last bastion of protection for her beloved. The father's cry about the obstacle to his plans collided with the unshakable determination of the daughter. Her words about the inviolability of her husband sounded like a challenge to the whole world. Lin Chu's thoughts under the mask of sleep were rushing about in search of a way out. The impossibility of reusing the borrowing technique during the day significantly limited the options for escape. The father's revelation about his plans to turn his son-in-law into a living cauldron for the sake of strengthening the family sounded like a sentence. Every word about the laboratory carried the cold of calculated cruelty. The nervous tension in the daughter's voice betrayed the growing horror. The comparison of life imprisonment with death revealed the true essence of the great family plan. The words of the old assistant sounded gloomy wisdom. His thoughts about the era of awakening of spiritual energy concealed the seeds of ancient knowledge. His deep understanding of the differences between modern cultivators and ancient masters turned his speech into a lecture. highlighting the gap between the past and the present. The cruel truth about the limits of human capabilities sounded like a verdict. Even the greatest efforts could not overcome the barrier of the stage of the birth of the soul without special conditions. The cynical mention of Lin Chu's body as the chance of a lifetime revealed the true motives of the family. The desire to touch the secrets of spiritual power turned family ties into a tool for achieving the goal. Chen Mo's desperate question about her husband's right to choose his own destiny rang with pain. Turning his beloved into a living cauldron without his consent seemed the height of cruelty. The father's cold answer about the priority of family interests sounded like a verdict. His determination to send his son-in-law to the laboratory, despite his daughter's resistance, left no room for compromise. The order to the old assistant was accompanied by hypocritical concern for his daughter. The order to act carefully only emphasized the cynicism of what was happening. The blue figures formed a semicircle, interlocking their fingers in mystical gestures, their every movement honed by years of practice in the arcane arts. The combined spiritual force rushed towards Lin Chu's body like a deadly spear, the concentrated energy threatening to destroy everything in its path. Determination froze on Chen Mo's face like a mask. The maternal instinct of protecting her beloved turned the fragile heiress into an indestructible shield. The air in the room thickened with the clash of opposing energies, red and blue flashes turning the space into an epic battlefield. The power of her blow threw the attackers against the wall. The power of love turned the secular beauty into an invincible warrior. Behind the mask of calm, the old man hid cold prudence. The understanding of the need to neutralize the girl pushed him to decisive action. The old man's cunning manifested itself in a blow from behind. While Chen Mo was fighting with the assistants, his orange energy struck a treacherous blow. Tears of pain rolled down the girl's cheeks. The treacherous blow to the back turned out to be stronger than her determination to protect her loved one. Helplessness tormented Lin Chu's heart. His wasted strength turned him into a powerless witness to the suffering of his beloved. The bitterness of uselessness flooded his mind. The inability to help his wife at a critical moment seemed the worst possible punishment. A sudden insight pierced Lin Chu's clouded mind, the constricted pupil revealing the intensity of his thoughts. Chen Mo's resilience struck him to the core. Even after a crushing blow, she found the strength to rise. The slow words that fell from her lips contained a growing storm, each pause only intensifying the tension of the moment. Her cry of defense for her husband tore through the room, desperate determination turning every word into a battle cry. The old man's understanding of the girl's boundless devotion to her husband left no choice. The need to fight became inevitable. Chen Mo's embrace turned her body into a human shield. Every cell of her being was ready to take the blow intended for her husband. Lin Chu's thoughts were seething with rage from the awareness of universal meanness. The betrayal of the family revealed the true face of those who were considered close people. The calm of the warehouse was shattered by a flash of scarlet light. Lightning-fast force rushed into the room like an angry dragon, turning the silence into chaos. The power of the attack was like a lightning strike. The opponents fell one after another, without even having time to realize what was happening. The maid's confusion reached its peak when she noticed Master Wei's disappearance, each second of delay turning into an eternity of uncertainty. An authoritative voice cut through the chaos of the battle. Showing the path to salvation, the knowledge of secret exits turned into Ariadne's thread for the lost. Juicy gossip about the fight in the restaurant scattered through the corridors like autumn leaves caught on the wind of curiosity. Anxiety pierced the pink-haired maid's heart when the names of her mistress and Ling Chu were heard in the conversation of the maids. Whispers of family discord between father and daughter turned into poisonous seeds of fear in the soul of a devoted servant. The determination to protect her mistress flared up in the maid's heart like a flame. Every second of delay could cost her life. Haste drove her to the secret warehouse where the tools of salvation were kept. Time flowed like sand through her fingers. The treasured briefcase on the shelf turned into an ark of hope. Every touch of it brought the moment of transformation closer. The attributes of Master Wei's disguise lay like pieces of a complex puzzle, waiting to be reunited. The memory of Lin Chu's words sounded like a prophecy. Master Wei's mask was supposed to become a shield in the hour of danger. The alarming forebodings of the past have acquired new meaning in the present. Mysterious warnings have turned into a guide to action. Lessons in camouflage, which seemed like a game, became the key to salvation. Fear of Master Wei was to become their weapon. Master Wei's appearance on the battlefield changed the balance of power, with the masked maid's every move exuding strength and confidence. The opponent's shock at the sight of the legendary figure gave way to a greedy gleam in his eyes. The price for his head turned them into hunters. Greed overshadowed the minds of the priests when they decided to attack the one whose name inspired horror, even in the strongest. The pink glow of spiritual power enveloped the figure of the imaginary Master Wei like a divine cloak. The impact with the ground turned into a wave of force, throwing enemies into the air like autumn leaves. Amazement crossed the old man's face as he determined the opponent's strength at the peak of core formation. Recognizing him as a peer cultivator, ancient energy flowed around his body as he mockingly spoke of the inevitable death of one who had not reached the stage of soul birth. A mysterious device flashed in the hands of the maid under the mask of Master Wei. The last gift to Lin Chu was to decide the outcome of the battle. Anxiety and fear of an unknown weapon, for the first time in many years, shook the old master's confidence. A triumphant smile lit up the face under the mask as slender fingers rested on the activation button. A massive explosion shook the ground, turning the battlefield into a chaos of smoke and debris. In the confusion of the retreat, the maid gratefully whispered about a simple but effective bomb as they helped Lin Chu and his wounded wife escape through the window. The angry old man's curses flew after the fugitives. His trembling finger pointed the way to the inevitable pursuit. The moonlight silvered the silhouettes of those retreating. Lin Chu, with a precious burden in her arms, and a maid in the guise of Master Wei with a new device at the ready. A promise of eternal persecution escaped the enraged old man's lips, echoing off the walls of the ruined building. The second explosion knocked over the pursuer, finally destroying his hopes for immediate reprisals. A skillful bluff about hundreds of planted bombs finally cooled the heat of the chase, turning the hunters into frightened victims. The quiet hotel took the fugitives into its arms while the maid was freed from her disguise, still not believing in the safety of the shelter. The efficient administrator reported on the execution of all orders, freeing the building from unnecessary eyes and ears. Genuine surprise sounded in the maid's voice when she saw the scale of influence of a simple son-in-law of the family. A measured story about investing and money management revealed a new side of Lin Chu's talents, supported by the experience of many lives. Peace finally descended on the fugitives in the presidential suite, where the wounded Chen Mo was resting on a luxurious bed, and her husband was bustling around in a funny pink apron. In the dimness of the hotel room, Lin Chu carefully took the bandages, his thoughts rushing between the need to stop the bleeding and the desire to heal his beloved with spiritual power. Tenderness and remorse intertwined in his voice as he looked at his wife's pale face. Her selfless defense turned into wounds, the sight of which tore his soul apart. The dim light of the night lamp illuminated Chen Mo's trembling eyelids. Consciousness slowly returned to her, bringing with it a wave of bewilderment and disturbing memories. Sudden recognition dilated her pupils as, through the veil of pain, she saw her husband bending over her, whose presence seemed both incredible and saving. Confusion colored her voice as she tried to comprehend her husband's actions. His care, so unusual and touching, seemed almost unreal. The realization of his own clumsiness in expressing feelings made Lin Chu freeze. His sudden tenderness could frighten the one who was used to seeing him only as a worthless son-in-law. A soft smile and closed eyes created a moment of special intimacy, where a simple question became a bridge between their lonely hearts. Anxiety for what had happened burst through her words about the priests and the unfamiliar place, while weakness and fever shrouded her consciousness in a foggy veil. Lin Chu's calm confidence filled the space around them with a special atmosphere of security. His words about safe territory sounded like a promise of an unbreakable fortress. Concern flowed in his every movement. When he spoke about the need for an antipyretic, his palm on her forehead seemed like a cool island of relief in a sea of heat and pain. A child's fear of injections broke through the mask of a strong heiress of the clan, revealing the touching vulnerability of one who was used to commanding and not obeying. A warm embrace dissolved his fear of the needle, while her words of concern for his life in the laboratory revealed the depth of feelings hidden behind years of coldness. Gratitude for her protection mixed with a tender awareness of the reciprocity of their love. Simple words turned into the recognition that they both had been waiting for so long. The cunning of the husband in love was manifested in a lightning-fast injection. Care turned out to be stronger than promises when it came to the health of his beloved. The indignation from the betrayal splashed out with a furious bite on the shoulder. Her cry of pain mixed with reproaches for breaking her word. In the comfortable darkness of the room, his soothing words and tight hugs created a cocoon of safety where pain and fear dissolved in the warmth of their newfound closeness. The maid's delicate cough cut the intimate atmosphere of the room like a sharp blade. Her appearance returned the lovers from the world of tenderness to the reality of urgent matters. In the twilight of the corridor, a quiet question about food was heard, behind which Jer Yin's concern for the wounded lady was hidden. Lin Chu's soft voice, rejecting an immediate meal, betrayed his concern for his wife, whose sleep after medicine was more important than any other concerns. The maid's short answer and hasty retreat contained more emotion than mere words could express. Embarrassment colored the faithful maid's cheeks with a blazing blush, while her mind darted between understanding the naturalness of a marital embrace and inexplicable excitement. The internal dialogue turned into a battle with one's own feelings, where every thought became a new opponent. Memories of the kiss flared in the maid's mind like a candle flame, and attempts to justify it with cultivation sounded a false note even in her own ears. Lin Chu's sudden grip on her wrist and rapid run down the corridor interrupted the dangerous sequence of thoughts. Concern for the abandoned mistress mixed with curiosity in her voice, while the mystery of their sudden movement remained unsolved. The order to change clothes sounded unexpectedly sharply, causing the maid's heart to skip a beat. The hasty abandonment of cultivation revealed her secret fears and hopes, hidden behind a mask of professional restraint. Relief flooded her mind when the true purpose of the disguise was revealed. The night operation against the Jing family required disguise. The modest request for privacy to change clothes sounded especially touching in the context of their complex relationship. Lin Chu turned away, trying to convince himself of the purely business nature of their partnership, but his heart sank treacherously at the sound of the rustling of her clothes. In the silence of the night of the Chen estate, a tense report about the found bomb cut through the air full of fear and uncertainty. The old man's order to search for non-existent bombs sent new detachments to comb the territory, wasting their energy on a phantom threat. In the shadow of the bushes, the two silhouettes merged into the darkness as Lin Chu's insidious plan took on new shape. The red button on the remote was inviting with its simplicity and promise of chaos that would consume their enemies. The silence of the night was broken by a series of powerful explosions. Fiery flowers bloomed in different parts of the estate, turning the measured work of search teams into chaos of panic. The priests, caught off guard by the destructive force of the explosions, were thrown away from the shockwave like autumn leaves, their cries drowned in the roar of destruction. The shadows of Lin Chu and the maid merged with the darkness of the night as they synchronously slid from the bushes onto the asphalt. The moment of action had arrived. Every second now had a price. The dungeon greeted them with an ominous silence, and the bodies of defeated guards stretched out on the cold floor like silent guardians of secrets. Anxiety crept into Lin Chu's heart at the sight of the path being too easy, the neutralized guards hinting at the presence of a third force in their carefully thought-out plan. The thought of Cheng Jin possibly being kidnapped by other players pierced his mind like a poisoned blade. The situation was getting out of control. Muffled voices and hurried footsteps echoed from the damp walls, bringing news of the hasty evacuation of an important prisoner. Amazement constrained the movements of both conspirators. Fate was preparing a meeting for them that could turn the whole plan upside down. The realization of the clash with the people of the Jing family pierced them like lightning. Two secret salvation plans collided in the underground labyrinth. Tension hung in the musty air of the dungeon as the two groups of rescuers froze in silent dialogue, each afraid to reveal their true intentions. Lin Chu's acting skills unfolded in all its glory. His joyful greeting to the brothers sounded so sincere that even the maid momentarily doubted the deception. The trust earned through skillful lies allowed them to get closer to Cheng, every movement revealing their true intentions. Through the fog of half-oblivion, Cheng peered into the faces of the saviors. Vague recognition disturbed his foggy consciousness. The confidence in Lin Chu's voice left no room for doubt. The offer of a safe route home sounded too tempting for the tired fighters. The gloomy dungeon turned into the stage of an absurd performance. The victim and the kidnappers walked side by side, unaware of the upcoming plot twist. Anxiety made its way through the remnants of the dope in Cheng's mind. Intuition screamed about the danger emanating from the mysterious saviors. Cheng's sudden cry broke the silence of the dungeon. His words about the inconsistency in the rescue operation sounding the first ring of the bell, heralding the collapse of the carefully thought-out plan. With a dramatic gesture, Lin Chu dropped his hood, allowing the dim torchlight to play on his face, the mockery of the enemy's remaining insight without an inner core dripping with venom. Helpless rage contorted Cheng's features as he realized his situation, his order to capture the imposters echoing off the damp walls of the dungeon. The confusion of the people of the Jing family turned into a silent storm, their devotion to their master struggling with their lack of understanding of what was happening in this sinister labyrinth. Spiritual energy flowed around the warriors like deadly snakes, ready to pounce on the daring kidnappers of their master. With a deft movement, Lin Chu threw the enemy onto his back, his words about the Chen family's dislike for war sounding a signal for a rapid retreat. Impotent anger flooded Cheng's consciousness as his body, devoid of an inner core, refused to obey the will of its master. The desperate cries of the pursuers were reflected from the ancient walls, turning the chase into an eerie symphony of fear and rage. Orange lightning streaked through the air, creating a deadly barrier. Nature itself came to the defense of the fugitives. The transformed Ryoko appeared like a goddess of war, her femininity now only emphasizing the deadly grace of her movements. The relief in Lin Chu's voice betrayed the depth of his trust in the loyal protector, whose appearance had changed the balance of power. The precious suitcase in her hands concealed new secrets of their plan. Every word she said about the preparations made was music to his ears. The steely determination in Ryoko's voice froze the blood in her opponent's veins, her threat of death turning a simple step into a choice between life and death. A lightning-fast show of force transformed the average toe of a shoe into a reminder of the fragility of human life. Horror paralyzed the unlucky warrior, sprawled on the ground. The awareness of the proximity of death made him tremble like an aspen leaf. Ryoko's fighting art blossomed like a deadly flower. The katana in her hands turned into an extension of her soul, and every movement exuded new strength born in the fight with Cheng Jin. In the dim light of the luxurious suite, Cheng Jin's despair and rage, tied to a chair, shattered against the cold calm of his captors, while his threats of his father's revenge hung in the air. The investigator's dark memory flowed through Lin Chu's mind as he touched the prisoner's oldest fear, the fear of water, lurking in the depths of his soul. Tension thickened in the air as Lin Chu leaned over his bound enemy, offering a simple choice between an honest answer and endless torture. The question of expensive cultivation medicines sounded the first note in a symphony of interrogation, where every word could become a key to unraveling the secret power of the enemy. Doubting the Chen family's wealth became a neat trap for the prisoner's pride, whose silence became increasingly eloquent. A heavy silence hung between the executioner and the victim, while Cheng Jin hid his gaze, trying to keep the remnants of secrets in his soul. Lin Chu's steel fingers dug into the back of the captive's head, turning physical superiority into a tool of pressure on a broken will. A quiet threat of the end sounded in the semi-darkness of the room as Lin Chu pulled the enemy's face towards his eyes, demanding to reveal the secret of a special cultivation method. The poisonous truth about the immortal sect finally escaped Cheng Jin's lips, although every word of confession burned his pride like a red-hot iron. The ancient secret of the immortal sect aroused a burning curiosity in Lin Chu, causing him to dive deeper into the dark waters of other people's secrets. A mystical aura shrouded the story of a hidden sect of a god whose existence remained a secret even to the most powerful clans. The story of the voluntary choice of a sect sounded a false note in the confession of a prisoner, hiding the true reasons for his chosenness. The cruel truth about the greed for knowledge and the readiness to accept any conditions was evident in every word of the story about the foundations of the immortal arts. The bitterness of betrayal colored Cheng Jin's voice when he spoke about the teacher's demand to sacrifice all family property for the sake of illusory immortality. The irony of fate appeared in Lin Chu's commentary on the essence of immortals, whose greed was hidden behind a mask of detachment from the material world. The direct question about the spies in the Chen family sounded like a blow from a whip, breaking the web of omissions and lies. Cheng Jin's brazen grin and snort were his last attempt to maintain control over a situation that was rapidly spiraling out of his control. Lin Chu's sudden blow destroyed the last remnants of resistance, turning the proud heir into a broken prisoner, ready to tell everything about helping the Chen family. In the dim light of the interrogation room, Lin Chu ingratiatingly asked about the laboratory's secret division, whose secrets could upend the balance of power in their world of cultivators. The broken captive had finally revealed the truth about the evening party, whose lies had lured Shen Che into a dead-end investment. Behind the simple words about spiritual power as a source of energy hid an ambitious dream that could change the course of time and the fate of entire clans. The bitterness of disappointment was evident in Cheng's words about the billions spent, whose promises of revolutionary change dissolved in the emptiness of unrealized hopes. The captive's contemptuous laughter cut through the silence of the room. His confidence in the incompatibility of spiritual power and modern technology sounded like a verdict on all dreamers. In the dim light of the night lamp, a mysterious phone taken from a suitcase flashed while the mocking words of the enemy echoed from the walls. The ancient power of the cultivator merged with the genius of the inventor in Lin Chu's mind, transforming an ordinary phone into a source of pulsating energy. Amazement distorted Chung's features as his gaze fell on the strange device in the enemy's hands, exuding incomprehensible power. The modest words about the new phone contrasted with the dazzling radiance of spiritual energy that enveloped Lin Chu like a cloak of fire. The mocking teasing of the captive hid the triumph of the discoverer, whose embodiment of the impossible destroyed age-old dogmas. The gratitude for the idea was the final blow to Chung's pride, whose disbelief had become its own weapon against him. Despair and disbelief mingled in the cry of the captive, trying to reconcile the image of a worthless son-in-law with the powerful innovator before him. Simple words about an old acquaintance took on an ominous connotation when Lin Chu hinted at an extended memory hiding an abyss of ancient knowledge. The victorious return to the room was accompanied by silent triumph. Every gesture of Lin Chu radiated the confidence of a successfully completed mission. Concern for his wife's well-being broke through his mask of confidence when he approached the maid with a question about her whereabouts. Concern was evident in every word of the maid when she offered the gentleman, tired after the night assault, a hot dinner. Simple food became a symbol of growing affection. Lin Chu's inner voice noted a dramatic change in the maid's behavior. Her previous coldness melted away, giving way to sincere care and attention. Over a modest meal, a revelation was made about the sect of immortals, whose name held the key to achieving the stage of birth of the soul. Each word fell into silence like a stone into a deep well. The maid's shock was expressed in a simple gesture. The food falling from her hands spoke louder than any words. The fierce warrior Ryoko turned into an ordinary girl when the aroma of fried meat awakened simple human desires in her. Awe rang out in the maid's voice at the mention of the legendary sect, whose existence was considered nothing more than a myth. The story of the enemy's childhood and his training in the hidden sect of God sounded like an ancient legend, full of secrets and omissions. Ryoko's reaction to the mention of the sect did not escape Lin Chu's careful gaze. Her confusion concealed a new mystery. Lin Chu's keen mind caught a subtle change in the bodyguard's behavior, hinting at her connection with the mysterious sect. The story of the cultivation methods that brought the enemy to the stage of soul birth turned into a clue to unravel the ancient mystery. The bitter truth of the sect's demands to sacrifice all property echoed in the room, the greed of the ancient masters hidden behind the mask of spiritual purification. The mysterious aura of the hidden sect of God excited the imagination of the maid, whose simple questions about a possible meeting were fraught with a premonition of future trials. Ryoko's practicality was evident in her words about preparation. Her combat experience suggested that meeting with the ancient sect would require all their strength and skills. The peace of the night's sleep enveloped the couple like a warm blanket, their bodies finding each other in the cozy harmony of a well-deserved rest. The shadow at the window cut the moonlight like a blade. The unexpected presence disrupted the fragile balance of the night's peace. Amazement was reflected on Lin Chu's face when he recognized the silhouette of his bodyguard in the night visitor. Her appearance foreshadowed important revelations. The insolence of Ryoko, who climbed into their bed, caused justifiable indignation of the owner, whose sleep was disturbed by such an unceremonious invasion. The intimate whisper of the bodyguard promised the revelation of secrets that could change their understanding of what was happening around them. The revelation of her connection to the cult hung in the air like a storm cloud, the escape story hinting at the dark depths of Ryoko's past. The tragedy of a 7-year-old girl who lost her family turned into the beginning of a path to power when a mysterious sect saw in her a spark of a special gift. The young warrior's diligent training bore fruit, allowing her to reach a high level of development of spiritual power, the stage of the birth of the soul. The peaceful course of cultivation was disrupted by a terrible discovery. The death of the parents of a gifted cultivator turned out to be not accidental, but the work of an ancient sect. The fragile girl clinging to her protector told the cruel truth about the sect that destroys the families of gifted children in order to replenish its ranks. The noble warrior, after listening to his companion's story, vowed to take revenge on the members of the secret society for their inhumane acts against innocent people. The girl, through a veil of tears, spoke about the incredible power of the sect's adherents, whose level of development far exceeded even her outstanding achievements. Her companion's soothing voice promised to help her achieve a new level of strength needed to face powerful enemies. Concern for her loved ones was evident in the words of the warrior when she spoke about the possibility of the sudden appearance of sect members and her unpreparedness for battle. The determination in the girl's voice grew stronger when she asked the mentor to help her immediately begin the path to new heights of spiritual development. The warrior persistently convinced her companion of the need for immediate action, realizing that delay could cost them their lives. In the silence of the night, the two cultivators sank into meditation, their spiritual powers intertwined in a harmonious dance, rushing to the heights of the stars. The joy of achieving a new level of strength filled the girl's heart. Gratitude to her mentor shone in her gaze turned to the stars. The warrior, returning to his sleeping wife, reflected on the strange twists of fate that had led him to this unusual moment. Lightness and delight filled the soul of the warrior, who learned the mystery of spiritual transformation in a new amazing form of existence. A gentle whisper broke the silence of the room. The awakened wife was looking for her lover in the pre-dawn twilight. Anxiety sounded in the husband's voice when he responded to the call of his beloved, trying to hide his excitement behind ordinary words. The realization of the need for an urgent return to the material world pierced the consciousness of the spiritual mentor, who observed the awakening of the mistress. The astute Chen Mo noticed the strange behavior of her husband, whose unusual posture betrayed his inner tension and anxiety. The caring husband, wanting to divert his wife's attention, gently touched her shoulder, speaking of his sincere feelings and deep affection. The tight embrace of a loving spouse has become a silent declaration of fidelity and devotion, capable of dispelling any doubts and anxieties. Confusion flashed through Chen Mo's words as she tried to comprehend her husband's strange behavior in this pre-dawn hour. Tender words about future surprises and endless love flowed from the man's lips as he held his precious wife tightly to him. In the shadows of the night room, the deft warrior silently slipped out the door, leaving the lovers alone with their feelings. The elegant Japanese woman turned to her bodyguard partner with a slight smile, advising him not to disturb the gentleman at such an intimate moment. The bald guard nodded in agreement, mentally admiring his boss's restraint and reflecting on the mysterious nature of Japanese beauties. Confusion colored the cheeks of the stern bodyguard when his thoughts involuntarily turned to the search for his own happiness among the Japanese maidens. The luxurious office of the head of the Jing family was filled with angry screams when a subordinate reported the intervention of Lin Chu and the powerful samurai. Fury distorted the features of the domineering old man, whose voice shook the walls of the mansion with reproaches to the careless guards of the young master. The contemptuous gesture of the head of the clan sent the offenders away from the office, their bowed figures silently disappearing into the twilight of the corridor. The heavy steps of the head of the family measured the way to the ancient table, where a mysterious box kept the ancient secret of their clan. Mysterious symbols on the orange parchment attracted the attention of the old man, whose eyes greedily absorbed every sign of the ancient message. A powerful summoning spell escaped Jingming's lips as he bowed deeply and called upon the powers of the void. Dissatisfaction sounded in the voice of the red-haired warrior, whose plans for a romantic evening were disrupted by the unexpected call of the old man. Xie Xingchen's imposing figure, adorned with scarlet tattoos, appeared in the room, reminding him of the high price of his services. The clan leader handed over the card with the funds without hesitation, acknowledging the power of the hidden god sect and the urgency of his request. Anxiety for his kidnapped son sounded in every word of the old man when he revealed the circumstances of what happened to the powerful warrior. The powerful warrior from the secret sect of God grinned contemptuously, reminding the head of the family of the difficulty of finding one person among 30 million inhabitants. The old head of the clan, with indignation in his voice, reproached the owner of the power of the outgoing clearing for underestimating his own search abilities in a huge city. The tattooed warrior calmly explained the limitations of his technique. A 5-minute dive into the memory of each body required going through many random people. The red-haired novice, flexing his muscles, named his price, 1 million for each body used, causing a painful grimace on the face of the old clan head. Fatherly love forced the head of the family to agree to extortionate conditions because it was about rescuing the only heir from enemy captivity. The ancient energy of the hidden god sect flowed through the warrior's powerful body, transforming the physical shell into a vessel for a mystical search ritual. The shining spirit of the seeker separated from the material body, taking the form of a translucent creature reminiscent of the legendary genies of ancient tales. The first target of the spiritual quest was a random courier on a motorcycle, whose memories were mercilessly scanned by a powerful acolyte of the sect. The next victim was an unsuspecting guard, whose body suddenly ceased to obey the will of its owner, becoming a puppet of a spiritual hunter. The brazen spirit even entered the body of a random woman, deciding to check the ladies' changing rooms in search of Lin Chu, whom he considered a perverted voyeur. In a luxurious hotel, a devoted maid reported to the master about the readiness of the city media and the mobilization of all available resources for the upcoming operation. The appearance of an excited bodyguard interrupted their conversation. Her alarming message about the spiritual search of a sect novice required immediate action. The inspiration of the Japanese warrior was manifested in her words about the opportunity to test the newfound strength of the outgoing lumen in a real battle. The maid's admiration for the bodyguard's achievements came out as a sincere exclamation, betraying her awe at the new level of spiritual power. Lin Chu firmly rejected the idea of an immediate battle, reminding the warrior of the presence of his wounded wife, who needed to be protected from the fanatics. Mr. Wei's mysterious suit, brought by the efficient maid, instantly transformed the owner, ready to face any danger fully armed. The cultivator's fiery gaze met the eyes of the devoted maid as his strong fingers squeezed her palm in the promise of the coming performance. With an elegant movement, straightening his impeccable tie, the mysterious man announced the upcoming public statement of the mysterious Mr. Wei. In the ancient training hall, a young novice of the hidden sect of God with shining eyes announced to the teacher his choice of his spiritual path. Little Jie Xingqian, whose innocent, childish appearance hid the future body invasion master, stood in front of his mentor with a determined look. A mischievous smile played on the lips of the young student as he confessed the true reason for choosing the technique, the desire to penetrate the bodies of beautiful older sisters. 20 years of hard training in the mountains turned the playful boy into a powerful cultivator, capable of taking over other people's bodies at will. The shameless spirit of a novice entered the body of another visitor to a public bathhouse, using her appearance to get closer to other girls. The majestic figure of Mr. Wei appeared on the city's screens, his distinctive voice greeting viewers with ostentatious goodwill. The giant screens of the metropolis broadcast the image of the mysterious Mr., instantly attracting the attention of thousands of citizens to his unexpected appearance. Every word of the mysterious speaker echoed across all broadcast channels, creating the impression of the all-encompassing presence of his personality. An intriguing statement about the impending revelation of the secret came from the author of the acclaimed novel How to Take Over the World, arousing everyone's curiosity. Random metro passengers were animatedly discussing an incredible advertising campaign that covered all the screens of a huge metropolis at the same time. A tired worker in a subway car listened with interest to the conversation about the famous writer, whose name suddenly appeared on everyone's lips. Admiration for the quality of the short story. How to Take Over the World was evident in the words of the reader, who noted the rich knowledge of the author and the fascination of the narrative. Profound words about the awakening of spiritual power and its apparent elitism sounded especially powerful from the lips of the famous Mr. Wei. A skillful pause in the speech of the great orator made thousands of spectators hold their breath, waiting for the continuation of the fateful revelation. Mr. Wei's dramatic gesture accompanied his fiery words about universal deception, his pointing finger as if piercing the veil of centuries of lies. Visitors to the public bath froze in silent amazement in front of the screens, their faces reflecting the shock of the incredible revelations of the mysterious speaker. Hidden in a woman's body, Jie Xingqian watched with involuntary admiration the performance of an unknown showman whose audacity surpassed even his own. The passionate speech about the heavenly gift of spiritual power available to every person made the hearts of the audience beat faster in anticipation of great changes. The mysterious Mr. Wei has revealed the location of the secret cultivation methods hidden in the 100th chapter of his acclaimed world takeover novella. Demonstrating the incredible capabilities of spiritual power in front of the cameras, the charismatic speaker kindled the flame of hope and thirst for power in the hearts of the audience. The noble goal of making spiritual power available to everyone sounded like a bolt from the blue, shaking the foundations of the ancient world order. An exhausted worker in a subway car eagerly absorbed every word from the screen, a spark of hope for a better life lit in his tired eyes. Dreams of freedom from endless routine and toil blossomed in the minds of the simple worker, inspired by the possibility of gaining spiritual strength. A wave of shock swept through the city, cries of amazement and alarm filled the streets, subways, and every corner of the metropolis. The powerful cultivator in the captured body appreciated the insane courage of the speaker who dared to challenge all the cultivators of the world at once. Admiration for the daring plan made Jie Xingqian leave the girl's body, his interest in the mysterious Mr. Wei growing with every minute of the performance. The intriguing promise of revealing the reason for the centuries-old concealment of the secrets of spiritual power has riveted the attention of millions of viewers to the screens. The revelation of the conspiracy of the four giants to keep cultivation a privilege of the elite sounded like an alarm bell awakening the wrath of the masses. The memory of interrogating the young heir of the Jing family surfaced in the speaker's mind, a confession of the fear of losing control over ordinary people with spiritual power. Mr. Wei's fiery words about the powerful family's fear of the common people echoed off the walls of skyscrapers, penetrating into every home. The revolutionary slogan of spiritual power for the masses flashed across all the city's screens, calling for the overthrow of the dominance of wealthy cultivators. The majestic gesture of the speaker, placing his hand on his heart, accompanied the call for the seizure of power in the city, demonstrating the incredible capabilities of spiritual power. The exposure of the Jing family and other wealthy clans who controlled cultivation information through censorship caused a wave of indignation among the townspeople. The bitter truth about the exploitation and concealment of the divine gift of cultivation from the common people ignited the flames of anger in the hearts of the exhausted workers. The charismatic speaker urged the audience to open the 100th page of his book and awaken the dormant spiritual power hidden in every human body. A tired worker on the subway realized the depth of the betrayal of powerful families who had been hiding the true path to strength and freedom from the people for years. The clear instructions for concentrating internal energy at a focal point through the inner core sounded like scripture to the listeners. Amazement and delight gripped the worker as his body glowed with a blue radiance, signaling the awakening of the long-awaited spiritual power. The monotonous voice of the metro dispatcher about arrival at the station sounded dissonant at the moment of the general spiritual transformation of passengers. Awakened people, overwhelmed by the euphoria of the new possibilities, quickly left the carriage, ready to change their destiny. Mr. Wei's inspiring words about the limitless possibilities of awakened spiritual power ignited the flame of revolutionary change in the hearts of people. Anxiety and jealousy pierced the heart of the powerful Shi, who did not want to share the power of spiritual power with the ordinary citizens of his territory. A mental promise to return to the beautiful maidens after capturing the arrogant upstart calmed the angry cultivator from the secret sect. The mysterious novice left the public bathhouse, leaving the confused girls with the promise of a new meeting, full of hidden intentions. The rage of the head of the Jingming family burst out into a frantic scream when he realized the scale of the threat posed by the mysterious Mr. Wei. Angry reproaches against the useless Shi, immersed in deep sleep after an exhausting search, were reflected from the walls of the luxurious office. The humble servant, bowing deeply to the head of the family, reported the discovery of a rebel drone on the roof of one of the city's television towers. The head of the Jing clan, with a satisfied grin, offered a reward of $1 billion for the capture of the daring rebel who was destroying their centuries-old order. Mysterious figures in gray robes and round glasses reflected on the coming changes, realizing that even a small part of the awakened ones would change the balance of power. The sudden appearance of the beautiful bodyguard caught Mr. Wei's attention, his sharp gaze instantly taking in her newfound strength. The charismatic speaker, convinced of the success of his plan to attract everyone's attention, inquired about the situation at the Jing family hotel. Concern sounded in the voice of the warrior, who offered the help of her new strength of the outgoing lumen against the approaching enemies from the rich clans. An unexpected question about personal concern made the proud bodyguard feel embarrassed, revealing her true feelings for the mysterious gentleman. The embarrassed girl, looking away, tried to explain her anxiety by caring about her mentor, who was helping her improve her spiritual practices. Confidence in one's own abilities was evident in Mr. Wei's words, reminding him of the unused technique of borrowing someone else's spiritual energy. The powerful cultivator revealed his plan to demonstrate power to the awakened citizens, confident of superiority over any opponent. Intimate whispers about the secret benefits of nighttime cultivation practice caused the warrior's cheeks to flush with a gentle blush of embarrassment. The bodyguard, yielding to the master's insistence, agreed to watch from afar, making him promise to be careful in the coming battle. The ominous rumble of helicopter rotors broke the silence above the roof, signaling the arrival of a squad of mysterious pursuers in gray suits. Elite fighters in immaculate gray suits landed in front of Mr. Wei, forming a semicircle of potential threat around him. The cold words of the mercenaries about the close attention of influential families sounded like a sentence, promising the inevitability of the capture of the daring rebel. A mocking smile curved Mr. Wei's lips as he rejected the very idea of trying to escape from his long-awaited guests. A dazzling orange glow of spiritual power enveloped the cultivator's figure as he reproached the opponents for their inexcusable delay. In the luxurious mansion of the Jing family, the head of the clan irritably watched the sleeping Xie Xingchen, whose inaction caused deep disappointment. A sudden flash of spiritual energy illuminated the eyes of the dozing warrior, signaling his awakening from the forced oblivion of his search. The angry reproaches of the clan head fell on the awakened cultivator, whose absence allowed the mysterious Meister to capture the attention of the city. Xie Xingchen's cold words about the scale of the threat made the head of the family realize that the kidnapping of the heir was just the tip of the iceberg of problems. The bitter truth about the secret alliance of the Jing family with the immortal sect in hiding the knowledge of spiritual power sounded like an accusation from the lips of the red-haired warrior. The swift jump from the window was accompanied by an ominous warning that Mr. had become an enemy not only of the Jing family, but also of higher powers. Xie Xingchen declared the rebel an enemy of the entire hidden god sect, whose power surpassed that of earthly cultivators. The majestic figure of Mr. Wei towered over the roof, surrounded by a ring of elite fighters in immaculate gray suits. Anxious thoughts about the difference in strength between the core formation stage and the soul birth stage tormented the cultivator's mind. Amazement flashed across the mercenaries' faces as their enemy's aura flared up with unprecedented power, eclipsing the city lights. Confidence in one's own superiority over the cultivators of the soul birth stage sounded in the words of the mysterious Mr. Confusion gripped the elite fighters as they faced the incredible flow of spiritual energy emanating from their target. The rebel's snow-white hair fluttered in the wind as his figure flashed like lightning between frozen opponents. Mr. Wei's lightning-fast finger strikes scattered the attackers in all directions, demonstrating incredible martial arts skill. The cultivator's triumphant voice noted the remaining opponents, whose resolve had not wavered in the face of the crushing defeat of their comrades. Wei rang through the mercenaries' words as he realized that their opponent's strength far exceeded the level of soul birth. Confidence in victory. Thanks to a secret trump card was heard in the answer of the second fighter, ready to join forces against a powerful enemy. A mysterious planning technique allowed the mercenaries to swell their ranks, surrounding the rebel speaker in a thick ring of menace. The live broadcast of the battle focused the attention of the entire city on the events on the roof, where the fate of their new spiritual leader was being decided. Genuine concern for Mr. Wei's fate was reflected in the cry of the ordinary worker whose life was changed by his revelations. The worker's inspiring call to his brothers in spiritual strength rang out in the crowd. Even with a little new power, they could help their leader. The sudden appearance of Xie Xingchen, shrouded in the golden glow of the god sect's power, changed the balance of power on the moonlit rooftop. A smug grin played on the lips of the red-haired warrior who watched the inevitable defeat of the daring rebel. A professional assessment of the enemy's planning technique came out from the experienced cultivator, impressed by the skill of the surroundings. Mr. Wei's unbending will was evident in every movement as he continued to radiate incredible spiritual energy. Terror contorted the red-haired observer's features as he realized the opponent's true level, the realm of becoming immortal. Mr.'s mocking voice echoed across the roof as he playfully dodged the endless clones, calling their attacks boring. The cultivator's steely grip closed around the necks of the two original opponents as he promised to show them the true power of his art. Contempt for the childish tricks of his opponents was evident in the words of Mr. Wei, who promised to arrange a dizzying attraction for the hapless mercenaries. The desperate cries of the mercenaries echoed across the city as the powerful cultivator mercilessly spun them around in the air like toys. A deep understanding of the levels of power was reflected in the thoughts of the red-haired warrior. The 3 stages above the birth of the soul opened the path to true immortality. The realization of the difference in strength shocked Xie Xingchen. His level of passing clearance faded before the realm of becoming an opponent's immortal. The merciless carousel continued on the roof of the skyscraper, where Mr. Wei playfully rotated the hapless bandits in all planes. Despair and disbelief echoed in the cries of the elite fighters, whose dignity was trampled under the playful taunts of a powerful enemy. The mercenaries' final moments were marked by the loss of their immaculate hats when Mr. Wei carelessly tossed them from a dizzying height. A casual gesture of dusting off his palms completed the massacre of his opponents, while Mr. Wei's lips curled into a satisfied grin. A sudden change overwhelmed the powerful cultivator, his eyes widened in surprise and the sweat appearing to reveal extreme amazement. Mr. Wei's amazement peaked when he spotted the red-haired warrior from the hidden god sect, mistaking him for another envoy from the Jing family. Anxiety gripped the cultivator, realizing the imminent depletion of the borrowing technique, but pride did not allow him to show weakness in front of the enemy. Doubts plagued the soul of the fighter, pondering the chances of defeating the enemy in the realm of becoming immortal after depleting his temporary power. The tense confrontation between two powerful cultivators on the roof of a skyscraper seemed like a stalemate where any movement could become fatal. The inner monologues of both warriors intersected at a point of absolute uncertainty, where each was afraid to reveal the true state of affairs. Mr. Wei's slow, measured steps along the roof of the skyscraper beat the rhythm of the tense confrontation between the two masters. The immobility of the red-haired opponent caused confusion in the thoughts of Mr., unable to predict the next move of the mysterious warrior. Xie Xingqian, taking a cautious step towards the enemy, feverishly calculated his options in this unpredictable situation. The psychologist's downloaded memories helped Mr. notice the enemy's nervous state, revealed by the drops of sweat on his face. A devious smile played on the cultivator's lips, confident that his display of strength had frightened his opponent enough to prevent an attack. Mr. Wei's skillful bluff was revealed in his words about not wanting to be the first to start a battle, masking the true state of his spiritual power. The red-haired warrior introduced himself as the third acolyte of the God sect, using the moment of calm to assess the situation and find a safe exit. Mr.'s intense thoughts were tossed between the awareness of temporary power and the need to maintain the illusion of superiority for a safe retreat. Mr.'s unexpected question about the supposed level of his strength sounded like a bolt from the blue, catching the enemy by surprise. Xie Xingqian's shocked assumption of his opponent's even higher cultivation level revealed his growing fear of the unknown master. Horror gripped the sect's novice as he realized that his opponent had reached a level of power comparable to that of his own teacher. The red-haired warrior's respectful retreat was accompanied by thoughts of honorable defeat in the face of such a powerful enemy. Mr. Wei's relief at the enemy's retreat was mixed with a sober assessment of the situation. His depleted forces could not withstand the level of the retreating clearance. The sudden appearance of a huge crowd of supportive townsfolk rushing onto the rooftop with shouts of support caught both cultivators by surprise. The inspired worker, leading the crowd of admirers, admired the strength of his idol, calling for allowing the enemy to retreat with dignity. Proud words about Mr. Wei's superiority over the great families and the secret sect echoed throughout the quiet city, inspiring the common people. Anxiety gripped both opponents, whose carefully thought-out plans were ruined by the unexpected intervention of an enthusiastic crowd of spectators. The enthusiasm of a simple worker was transmitted to the entire crowd, turning the roof of a skyscraper into an impromptu arena of support for the national hero. The inspiring cries of thousands of voices merged into a single anthem of support, giving strength to the exhausted borrowing technique of Mr. Wei. The hopelessness of the situation pressed on Mr.'s consciousness. The inevitability of the battle became obvious under the pressure of popular support. The pride of the novice of the God sect did not allow him to retreat without a fight, because such a flight would disgrace the entire sacred brotherhood. A red glow of spiritual power enveloped Xie Xingqian's figure as he decided to accept the challenge of fate in the face of an inevitable collision. Respectful words about a possible victory over the elder sounded strangely dissonant with the impending attack of the sect novice. The incredible spectacle that unfolded on the roof made the crowd of spectators freeze with their mouths open, not believing their eyes. Amazement distorted the red-haired warrior's features as he noticed something incredible about his powerful opponent. A desperate call to the goddess Eve burst from the soul of Mr. Wei, whose life was threatened by the exhaustion of the borrowing technique. The inexorably approaching figure of the enemy with energy concentrated in his fist foreshadowed a crushing blow of unprecedented force. The instincts of a seasoned fighter forced Mr. Wei to take a defensive stance, preparing to face the imminent attack from the sect acolyte. The red-haired warrior's might was impressive, but doubts tormented his soul in the face of an opponent who had reached the legendary fusion form realm. Admiration for the true strength of the elite cultivators resounded in the thoughts of the red-haired warrior, unable to sense even the fluctuations in the enemy's spiritual power. With a majestic gesture, Mr. Wei released spiritual energy that writhed like a snake, enveloping his hand in a deadly glow. The concentrated might of spiritual power formed into a crushing blow, emanating from the motionless figure of the mysterious cultivator. The place where the red-haired warrior had just stood turned into an empty space, marked only by traces of a monstrous collision of energies. Xie Xingqian's sudden return to battle showed his determination not to let his opponent gain an advantage in this deadly dance. A furious burst of spiritual power erupted from the red-haired cultivator's soul, demonstrating the limits of his capabilities in a desperate battle. Awe filled the crowd of spectators as they realized the incredible power of the fusion form realm, capable of conquering with just a wave of the hand. A thick curtain of dust and smoke enveloped the roof of the skyscraper, hiding the outcome of the lightning-fast collision between the two masters from the eyes of spectators. Mister's confusion reached its peak. The speed of the enemy's defeat exceeded all his expectations, leaving only unanswered questions. Submissiveness was heard in the words of the kneeling Xie Xingchen, admitting his defeat in the face of the incomprehensible strength of the elder. A dire warning about the relentless persecution of a centuries-old sect of immortals sounded as the last challenge of the defeated warrior. Amazement gripped the crowd at the mention of the legendary sect of immortals, whose existence was considered only a beautiful fiction from ancient stories. The defeated warrior's final leap carried him to a nearby roof, showing remnants of his former greatness even as he retreated. Relief flashed across Mr. Wei's face as the dangerous enemy finally left the battlefield, leaving him alone with the cheering crowd. The devotion of the newly converted followers was expressed in kneeling before the Mister, begging to be accepted as the disciples of the great master. There was a wise caution in Mister's words, reminding the enthusiastic crowd of their ignorance of his true nature and intentions. The sincere faith of ordinary people in the exclusivity of the winner of the immortal sect broke through in their ardent assurances of devotion to the teaching. Mister's insight recognized the potential of the crowd, who were able to awaken spiritual power in a matter of minutes, seeing them as a useful resource for the future. The solemn words of acceptance of the students were accompanied by the mysterious gesture of Mr. Wei, taking a mysterious object from his pocket. Cheers from the crowd accompanied the demonstration of a portable spiritual device that emitted fireworks of mystical energy. The mystical device in the hands of the new teacher transmitted ancient cultivation techniques to his followers, enveloping them in radiant energy. The simple worker who became the first disciple reverently asked the name of the new sect, preparing to become part of the great movement. The majestic name of the 10,000 Souls sect sounded over the silent rooftop, signaling the birth of a new spiritual path for ordinary people. The tranquil beauty of Long Yin Mountain, decorated with ancient statues, served as a worthy frame for the meditating figure in the lotus position. The extraordinary beauty of the head of the hidden god sect, Yun Yu King, was emphasized by her snow-white hair and exquisite English appearance. The red-haired disciple's respectful greeting interrupted the meditation of the beautiful sect leader seated like a heavenly deity. The powerful cultivator's violet eyes glared at the disciple's bowed figure, awaiting a report on the completion of a mission in a distant city. The bitter admission of defeat from the mysterious Mr. Wei was accompanied by an offer to study the memories of the enemy's strange technique. The graceful sect leader inquired about the winner's cultivation level, her voice sounding like the gentle melody of a mountain stream. The stunning revelation of an opponent who had reached the fusion form realm caused even the calm sect leader to flinch in surprise. The majestic figure of the sect leader rose from his seat, easily walking on the surface of the water like a celestial being. A purple glow of spiritual power enveloped the beautiful cultivator as she contemplated the appearance of such a powerful being. The intense repetition of the words about the incredible level of strength of the enemy caused a new wave of anxiety in the heart of the powerful sect leader. The calm response of the beautiful goddess hid the storm of emotions as she let the agitated student reflect on what had happened. Relief filled the red-haired warrior's heart as he left the presence of the divine beauty, grateful for the gentleness of her reaction. Strategic thoughts about possible cooperation with a powerful cultivator filled the mind of the beautiful sect leader. With a graceful movement, the goddess freed herself from her ceremonial robes, preparing to plunge into the sacred waters for deep meditation. Confidence in her own abilities filled the heart of the beautiful cultivator, ready to face any challenge along the way. An elegant reporter in a pink suit told the audience about the incredible events of the past day, when Mr. Wei revealed spiritual power to the world. The reporter's excited voice spoke of Mr. Wei's heroic victory over the Jing family mercenaries, confirming the truth of his words about spiritual power. Enthusiastic recognition of Mr. Wei's merits as a true hero of the city was heard on all television channels, strengthening his popular fame. Outraged crowds of protesters filled the streets of the city demanding fair punishment for the Jing family, who hid the secrets of spiritual power. An alarming report from a subordinate to the head of the Jing family revealed the scale of the disaster, and the decline in reputation led to serious financial problems for the clan. Despair shone through the voice of the head of the family as he sought a way to save his empire from the abyss of universal contempt. A grim analysis of the financial situation showed that conventional loans were insufficient to cover the huge deficit of the Jing family. An astute subordinate, adjusting his glasses, suggested turning to the clan's only hope, a mysterious new company. The curiosity of the head of the family was rewarded with the name of a potential savior, the powerful ST group. The thoughtful gesture of stroking his chin revealed the deep thoughts of the clan head over a promising proposal. Peace reigned in the luxury hotel where the maid massaged Lin Chu, sensitively following his wishes for intensity. The bald partner's business report revealed the scale of the operation to expand influence through the acquisition of real estate and the opening of new stores. The impressive growth of ST Group to 5th place in the city ranking was the result of a smart wave of business expansion. Lin Chu's sincere praise for his business partner's success reflected satisfaction with the development of their joint venture. Lin Chu's unexpected gesture of stopping the maid's massaging hands was accompanied by a mysterious request for a special favor. Confused curiosity was reflected on the face of the devoted maid, hesitating to give consent, not knowing the essence of the master's mysterious request. A business order to collect ST Group documentation and a business plan, addressed to a bald partner, foreshadowed important changes. The stunning appointment of a modest maid to the post of CEO of the company sounded like a bolt from the blue. Lin Chu's peaceful sleep next to his beloved wife in the luxurious presidential apartment seemed to be the embodiment of a family idol. A mysterious figure in light nightclothes disturbed the peace of the bedroom, entering through the window like a ghost of the night. An alarming premonition forced the cultivator to open his eyes slightly, trying to determine the source of the disturbance in the silence of the night. The strange love from the gifted organization unceremoniously settled on the sleeping man, admiring his serene appearance. There was irritation in Lin Chu's voice, reproaching the uninvited guest for disturbing the night's peace like other intrusive visitors. Jealous notes sounded in the girl's voice, reminiscent of the oath of allegiance to the goddess and demanding explanations about other night visitors. Lin Chu's desperate attempt to postpone the uncomfortable conversation until the morning was explained by the presence of his sleeping wife nearby. The strange love's bold declaration of intention to take the man right in front of his wife upset the delicate balance of the night. Consort Lin Chu's awakening, accompanied by sleepy rubbing of her eyes, complicated the already tense situation. Lin Chu's nervous excuse to his wife about the lack of communication with a stranger sounded unconvincing under the circumstances. The unexpected reaction of the wife, recognizing the rights of the goddess over her husband, plunged both visitors into deep amazement. A bitter phrase about the undeservedness of what was happening sounded in the twilight of the bedroom, tearing the heart of the loving husband. Shock showed on Lin Chu's face, not understanding the strange change in behavior of his usually jealous wife. Inspired by consort Lin Chu's words, the strange love tried to return to the man's arms, meeting his determined resistance. A triumphant smile lit up the face of the uninvited guest when she recalled the unexpected blessing of her lawful wife. The girl's self-confident words about sole possession of a man that night sounded especially bold against the backdrop of her withdrawn wife. Concern for his wife's strange behavior forced Lin Chu to demand an explanation from the mysterious blonde, suspecting her of insidious influence. An innocent denial of any influence on the spouse sounded unconvincing from the lips of a representative of a gifted organization. The blonde's persistent hints about the opening possibility of intimacy were accompanied by a meaningful handshake from the confused man. The call to seize the moment sounded tempting from the lips of a beautiful stranger seeking to seduce a reluctant cultivator. Lin Chu's angry cry betrayed his growing suspicion of foul play behind his beloved wife's strange behavior. The blonde's casual admission of using a dream invasion technique revealed the true nature of what was happening. Boastful words about unlimited power over dreams confirmed the insidious plan of the seductress from the organization of the gifted. The demonstration of power over sleep through the levitation of objects was accompanied by hints of the ability to summon any girls for pleasure. The snap of the fingers of the mysterious guest emphasized her claims to sole possession of a man in this illusory world. Lin Chu's decisive rejection of false dreams sounded like a firm preference for reality over artificial temptations. A direct question about the purpose of the visit revealed the stranger's connection with Mr. Wei's recent rebellion, which inspired her with special awe. The warning about the dangers of the transformation technique hinted at the uniqueness of this ability, which belongs only to selected members of the sect. The alarming question about the hidden sect's knowledge of the gifted club revealed Lin Chu's concern for the safety of the mysterious organization. An invitation to the goddess's church to reveal all the details sounded promising from the lips of the mysterious visitor. The majestic vaults of the goddess church greeted Lin Chu, who came to the mysterious meeting the next morning. The graceful movement of the girl near the bookshelves hid the activation of a secret mechanism that opens a passage to the dungeon. The revelation of the existence of local cultivator sects in every city in the world was the first secret to be revealed in the underground shelter. The girl's quiet voice echoed off the walls as she spoke about the city's two main sects, the Gifted Club and the Hidden Gods sect. The noble goals of both organizations were to preserve the secret of spiritual power and protect the innocent from unjustified violence. The deep meaning of centuries-old secrecy was revealed in the words of the girl, explaining the need to hide the truth from the uninitiated. The scale of the conspiracy was impressive. The combined efforts of all cultivators in the world created an impenetrable veil of secrecy around spiritual power. The reproach of disturbing the ancient balance by exposing a member of the Hidden God sect sounded like a serious accusation against Lin Chu. The tempting offer of escape to Dubai was accompanied by the promise of protection from the consequences of his reckless actions. A firm determination to complete what he started was heard in Lin Chu's refusal, despite the transformation of the Hidden God sect into obvious opponents. The alarming gesture of a clenched fist emphasized the seriousness of the girl's words about underestimating the power of their enemies. The story of Yun Yujing's 10-year cultivation, standing on the threshold of immortality, made Lin Chu think hard. The revelation about the martial art of intimacy and the need for a suitable partner shed light on the true intentions of the sect leader. The special importance of the Huygen core in overcoming the disaster explained the powerful cultivator's increased interest in Lin Chu. 10 years of unsuccessful search for a suitable partner among the disciples of the sect emphasized the uniqueness of our hero's core. A sudden understanding of the value of his core and the interest of the Chen family illuminated Lin Chu's mind like a flash of lightning. The unexpected gesture of the cultivator, who grabbed the girl's hand, took her by surprise, interrupting the flow of alarming revelations. The daring plan to penetrate the sect under the guise of an ordinary student met with decisive resistance from the alarmed interlocutor. The paradoxical wisdom about the safety of the most dangerous place sounded a convincing argument in favor of the risky plan. The girl's indignant protest against a possible partnership with the head of the sect met with a decisive rebuff from Lin Chu. Sincerity was heard in Lin Chu's words about the pursuit of learning as the only goal that could bring him true happiness. The organization's skepticism was evident in the reminder that ignorance of the sect's location did not interfere with ambitious training plans. Anxiety for Lin Chu's life broke through in the girl's words about the constant threat from ruthless killers from a secret sect. A mysterious object in the hands of the cultivator accompanied his confident words about the found solution to a deadly problem. The paradoxical wisdom about the need to get ahead of the killers by being the first to fake your own death struck the listener. The determined Jie Xingqian, surrounded by his comrades from the God sect, prepared for the assault, stretching his arms in anticipation of the fight. The loud order to interrogate the head of the Gifted Club met with unanimous support from the devoted followers of the red-haired warrior. The guard's puzzled question about the identity of the uninvited guests was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the mysterious Mr. Wei. The lightning movement of Mr. Wei's hand towards the guard's head culminated in a flash of deadly energy. The lifeless body of the guard collapsed at the feet of the mysterious cultivator, whose cold gaze assessed the result of the attack. Confusion filled the sect's warriors as they watched the stranger carry out their task with frightening efficiency. The red-haired leader's order to secretly pursue the mysterious killer met with the silent consent of his companions. The horrific picture of the corridor, strewn with the bodies of defeated guards, was accompanied by the heavy smell of spilled blood. The shocking realization of the power of the fusion form realm made even the experienced Jie Xingqian, who was accustomed to cruelty, shudder. A desperate cry of betrayal broke the oppressive silence, drawing the attention of the pursuers to a new drama. The cruel scene of the strangulation of Strangelove was accompanied by her bitter reproach for using the granted power against her own. Hatred and contempt for the false faith sounded in the words of Mr. Wei when the memory of the King of Poisons suggested to him a method of cruel reprisal. The deadly red pill was forcibly placed on the restrained girl's tongue, accompanied by a brutal command to die. A terrible scene of instant death played out before the eyes of witnesses. Scarlet blood gushed from the lips of the unfortunate woman before her fall. Horror gripped the observers from the Hidden God sect, aware of the need for immediate action in the face of a monstrous threat. Hiding behind the wall, the cultivators could not believe that the president of a powerful organization could be killed so easily. Panic gripped the minds of the warriors as they realized the true nature of Mr. Wei's terrifying spiritual power. The red-haired leader's quiet order to retreat betrayed his growing fear of the incomprehensible power of the enemy. The mocking voice of Mr. Wei, sitting relaxed on the sofa, destroyed all the cultivator's hopes of escaping unnoticed. A nervous tick and a crazy smile distorted the features of the red-haired warrior, driven into a trap by a deadly enemy. Feverish thoughts about a way to pacify the terrible enemy rushed through the mind of the sex envoy, paralyzed by fear. The false joy of the meeting sounded in Jie Xingchen's trembling voice, trying to hide his horror behind a mask of friendliness. The ominous invitation to tell fortunes, accompanied by a casual crossing of legs, increased the tension in the room. The last warning about the transformation technique was accompanied by a direct question about the intent to kill. Mr. Wei's bold challenge to invite the enemy to try and kill him sounded like a deadly provocation. The red-haired warrior's desperate excuses about a simple misunderstanding and a desire to talk revealed his growing fear. A trembling voice and a stutter turned denial of murderous intent into a pathetic attempt to save his life. An insightful question about the absence of the boss, who promised to appear after reconnaissance, drove the enemy into a corner. The experienced detective's memories, downloaded into Mr. Wei's mind, helped him discern the lies in the words of the frightened messenger. Dangerous amusement flashed through Master Wei's narrowed eyes as he pointed to his interlocutor's nervous gesture, a sure sign of a lie. Master Wei's threat echoed throughout the luxurious hall, accompanied by an eloquent gesture towards the defeated Rania. An alarming thought about the enemy's insight flashed through Jie Xingchen's mind, forcing him to admit the boss's reluctance to appear in person. On the makeshift throne, Master Wei leaned forward, drawing out the truth about Yun Yujing, reaching the pinnacle of the fusion form realm. Thunder could burst over the head of the powerful cultivator at any moment, or flames could burst out from the bowels of the earth, signaling the beginning of a catastrophe. At the top of the sacred mountain, Yun Yujing immersed her body in special waters, trying to avoid the unpredictable moment of transformation. Behind a mask of equanimity, Lin Chu hid an understanding of the reasons for the absence of the sect leader, despite the commotion he caused in the city. Master Wei's keen interest in the location of the mysterious mountain emerged through his feigned indifference. A smug smile crossed Jie Xingchen's face as he spoke about the magical barrier that was insurmountable for ordinary people. The red-haired warrior turned to one of his companions with a demand to give him a medallion that could pass through the protection. With trembling hands, the junior cultivator held out a bronze amulet, explaining its ability to show the way through the barrier. A bronze medallion flashed dimly in Master Wei's hands, followed by a casual order to the useless visitors to leave. The hasty clatter of fleeing cultivators, saving their lives from a formidable enemy, echoed through the corridors of the majestic building. Rania, alive and unharmed, elegantly emerged from the shadows, whose apparent death had become part of a carefully staged performance. The graceful fingers of strange love touched Ling Chu's shoulder as she admired the success of their performance in front of Jie Xingchen. Lost in thought, Master Wei was lost in thought about the next step in the confrontation with the powerful sect. Rania's face showed concern for the fate of Lin Chu, who was ready to challenge the semi-immortal Yun Yujing. The loaded memory of the hunter suggested Lin Chu an elegant solution. Instead of fighting Yun Yujing, it was worth bringing her to his side. On the threshold of the luxurious apartment, the protagonist was met by an excited Miss Chen, eager to discuss the latest deeds of the mysterious Mr. Wei. In a voice ringing with excitement, Chen Mo reported the collapse of the shares of the four great families, whose losses amounted to tens of billions. Loosening his tie with a casual movement, Lin Chu spoke words of fair retribution for hiding spiritual power, mentioning the decline of the Chen family's shares. A hint of worry flashed across Miss Chen's gentle face when she spoke about her elder brother's investment problems. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with interest at the mention of the mysterious Chumo Group, the only company that avoided financial collapse. Through a mask of indifference, Lin Chu congratulated the mysterious Mr. Wei on the impressive success of his company. Miss Chen's beautiful face showed a sudden realization about the origin of the company's name from their names. Lin Chu's feigned surprise at the coincidence of names was shattered by his wife's penetrating gaze. Tension hung in the air when the protagonist cautiously inquired about the meaning of her cryptic hints. Like melting ice, Miss Chen's confessions about her secret investigation began to flow slowly and inevitably. Chen Mo clung to her husband's shoulder, directly calling him the true owner of the mysterious corporation. There was feigned bewilderment in Lin Chu's voice when he asked about the basis for such bold conclusions. The scent of Miss Chen's perfume enveloped Lin Chu as she insisted on stopping the endless lies. Among the accusations, there was a mention of a bank card, which became the source of the company's initial capital. Miss Chen's impeccable logic sounded trump card. The inexplicable respect of Yin Chao, the manager of the Chumo Hotel, for a simple son-in-law. Lin Chu's heavy sigh preceded the long-awaited recognition that his insightful wife so persistently sought. A warm smile lit up Lin Chu's face as he finally admitted his status as a billionaire and the owner of a thriving corporation. Through the veil of growing anger, Miss Chen's trembling voice broke through, convicting her husband of yet another lie. To the surprise of the protagonist, crystal tears rolled down his wife's porcelain cheeks, causing an acute feeling of guilt in his soul. Chen Mo's trembling voice was filled with pain from the memories of past lies when everyone except her knew about the restoration of his core. The bitterness of the new secret, when the true ownership of the Chumo Group again became known to everyone except his wife, overwhelmed Miss Chen's patience. In the ring of strong arms, Lin Chu tried to calm his sobbing wife, begging her to listen to his explanation. Miss Chen's trembling words about the futility of excuses hit the protagonist's heart, accusing him of failing to value their relationship. Chen Mo's memories of painful thoughts about his request to become a real wife broke through the veil of tears. Miss Chen's clenched fist contained all the pain of the sacrifices made, the discarded pride, and the humiliated position of the maid. On the verge of despair, there was a confession about the betrayal of her own family, whose care went unnoticed by the ungrateful spouse. In the heavy silence of Lin Chu, the awareness of the pain inflicted accumulated while his heart was breaking at the sight of his beloved suffering. The loaded memories of the womanizer suggested the main character a way to correct the fatal misunderstanding. A gentle touch on the fragile shoulder accompanied hesitant words about the planned surprise. Lin Chu's intuition suggested the reason for the recent sadness of his beloved wife, which darkened her beautiful face. The protagonist's insightful words about concern for the future of the Chen family conveyed a deep understanding of his beloved soul. The confession of creating a company to save her family from the crisis sounded like a long-awaited explanation of all the secrets. Through the veil of remorse, Lin Chu's words broke through about the carefully thought-out rescue plan, which unwittingly gave rise to painful misunderstandings. The words of the caring husband about the priority of his beloved wife's happiness sounded sincere devotion, melting away the remaining doubts. Crystal tears sparkled in the young lady's eyes, reflecting the light of the morning sun like precious stones. The young husband's alarmed gaze darted to his beloved's face, trying to unravel the reason for the new tears. Tender repentance was heard in the words of the beauty when she asked for forgiveness for unfounded doubts about her beloved. During her long marriage, the heiress of the Chen clan realized the depth of her duty to her caring husband. In the intimate twilight of the bedroom, a fragile figure clung to her husband's chest, begging for eternal honesty between them. The morning light illuminated the beautiful face of the young wife, who noticed the awakening of her lover. The young husband turned with a slight grin, sharing his thoughts about the new sensations of family life. Curiosity flashed in the beauty's eyes when she inquired about her husband's recent experiments with spiritual power. There was mischief in the young cultivator's voice as he admitted to exploring the possibilities of spiritual power during intimacy. Admiration for the strength of her husband was heard in the words of a young woman who had reached the level of soul birth after one night of intimacy. In the thoughts of the clan heir, an understanding of the importance of combining physical and spiritual intimacy and cultivation crystallized. An insight came to the young husband who realized the true nature of couples cultivation in comparison with past experiences. In the depths of his soul, the young man was looking forward to new sessions of joint cultivation, promising incredible growth and strength. Ambitious dreams of reaching the highest realms of cultivation flashed through the young master's mind. A sudden pang of conscience pierced the cultivator's heart as he realized the unworthiness of his selfish thoughts. Anxiety gripped the soul of the young husband, who suspected the influence of other people's memories on the purity of his thoughts. The image of the beautiful goddess Eve came to mind, whose true intentions were now seen in a new light. The bitter realization of the goddess's plans to revive the King of Souls from his past life made the young man's heart clench with anxiety. In the luxurious office of the Chen clan, the head of the family and Shen Che were plunged into a tense discussion of family problems. Miss Chen entered the room like a thundercloud, whose appearance after the recent scandal made those present hold their breath. The older brother's vitriolic accusations of betraying the family and allying with Mr. Wei cut through the tense silence. The cold voice of the clan heiress reminded of the impending bankruptcy, dismissing empty disputes as unimportant. The young lady's insightful analysis revealed the root of the problem: the fruitless billion-dollar investment in merging spiritual energy with technology. Shenche's excuses about the impossibility of combining technology with spiritual power sounded like a pathetic attempt to abdicate responsibility. With a slight grin, the young heiress hinted at the existence of a special person who could change their ideas. Intrigue hung in the air about a mysterious person who was ready to turn the familiar world upside down. Amazement distorted the features of the head of the family and his son, trying to comprehend the mysterious words of the heiress. Shenche's desperate attempt to denigrate his sister in front of his father betrayed his growing fear of impending changes. In the thoughtful gaze of the head of the clan, doubt flashed about the veracity of his son, whose anger became more and more obvious. Miss Chen's voice was filled with pride at meeting the legendary owner of Chumo Group, nicknamed the God of Entrepreneurship. With the confidence of a winner, the young lady proposed an immediate meeting with the developer of a revolutionary method of using spiritual energy. Shenche's challenging bet about the incompatibility of spiritual energy with smartphones was accompanied by an absurd promise to cut off his own head. Sitting in the luxurious chair of the Chumo Hotel was Lin Chu, whose relaxed posture contrasted with the seriousness of the moment. A playful threat to play football with a severed head was accompanied by a demonstration of a telephone pulsating with spiritual energy. In the Longyan Group laboratory, important words were heard from the head of the clan, transferring the company to his daughter and recognizing the injustice of her persecution. Deep emotion was reflected in the father's voice, touched by his daughter's willingness to help the family despite past grievances. Behind the outer calm of the young heiress hid deep gratitude to the family, which did not allow her to turn away in difficult times. In the voice of the clan head, there was a readiness for compromise. The freedom of the son-in-law in exchange for the daily transfer of spiritual energy. Steely determination rang in Miss Chen's voice, threatening complete ruin of the company at the slightest encroachment on her husband. Like lightning, the threat of breaking the contract if the terms were not met pierced the air. Before his daughter's furious gaze, the clan leader retreated, raising his hands in surrender and making a promise. Shock distorted Shenche's features, not believing his sister's insolence, who dared to threaten the very head of the clan. In the words of the older brother, there was a vague suspicion about the hidden plans of the sister, fraught with a potential threat. Anger clouded the gaze of the head of the family, whose fist involuntarily clenched with rage. A resounding slap in the face interrupted the eldest son's speech, accompanied by a contemptuous order to be silent. Wisdom was heard in the words of the father, who called to emulate his sister, who is capable of reviving the family business. In a luxurious office, the young wife informed her husband, who was busy with drawings, about gaining control over Longyang. The cultivator bent over the diagrams, shared fears about a possible ambush of the family in the laboratory. Confidence in one's own invulnerability was combined with plans to build an underground laboratory using the remaining funds. In Lin Chu's hands, a diagram of an amusement park unfolded, under which a secret laboratory was supposed to be hidden. The cunning plan to use the haunted house as a cover for the entrance promised reliable protection from revenge. A sly smile played on Miss Chen's lips as she began to think about alternative options. The sudden appearance of Xiao Ke with good news interrupted the intimate moment of the spouses. The transformed maid, dressed in an elegant suit, beamed with happiness as she reported on the success of her plan. Xiao He's graceful fingers closed around Ling Chu's wrist as she triumphantly announced the decline of the Jing clan's shares. Miss Chen's suspicious gaze darted between her husband and the maid, demanding an explanation of her next secret plan. Confused, Xi Yaohe lowered her gaze as Lin Chu prepared to reveal the details of his strategy. The cunning plan to turn the Jing family into enemies of the working class was revealed in the young strategist's explanations. Miss Chen's insight was evident in understanding the true nature of the relationship between her husband and her devoted maid. In a quiet voice, Xiaoke tried to take her leave, sensing the growing tension between the spouses. Lin Chu's impetuous movement stopped the maid's retreat, his exclamation echoing throughout the room. In the sincere words of the protagonist, the equal value of both girls heading his companies sounded. Gentle kisses on graceful hands accompanied the call for unity against the common enemy, the Jing clan. There was a hint of jealousy in Miss Chen's voice as she demanded an honest answer. Memories of growing up together with a faithful maid colored the young mistress's words with special warmth. The unexpected proposal to separate Xiao Ke sounded like a test of the husband's true feelings. A wave of embarrassment swept over the maid, whose exclamation betrayed extreme confusion from the strange conversation. Lin Chu's honest da sounded like a bolt from the blue. Righteous anger flashed in Miss Chen's eyes as the inspection turned into an unexpected confession. The young master's words conveyed a sincere recognition of the value of a devoted servant. In an intimate whisper, Lin Chu compared sympathy for the maid with admiration for the beautiful creations of the world. A tender kiss sealed the declaration of the only true love for his lawful wife. In the depths of Seokei's soul, the flame of unrequited love flared up for the master whose heart belonged to another. In the luxurious office of the Jing clan, a subordinate bowed before the majestic figure of the head of the family, reporting the mass exodus of the company's employees. Concern erupted in the voice of the gray-haired advisor with a bushy mustache, predicting imminent bankruptcy if the company's shares continued to fall. Jingming's gaze pierced the old assistant's face as the clan leader inquired about Huangwu Group's response to the request for a meeting. Dissatisfaction with the answer was reflected in the sharp movement of the head of the family, whose figure turned towards the window in silent irritation. The thickening shadows in the corners of the room announced the appearance of a mysterious guest, whose presence made the air thick with tension. In the light of the evening lamps, Jing Ming raised his glass of amber liquid, thinking aloud about the chaos wreaked by the mysterious Mr. Wei. Ghostly green shards danced around the crystal glass as the head of the family spoke of the secrets of immortality kept by the sect of hidden gods. A shapeless shadow with a greenish glow, spreading across the floor like living darkness, brought news of the global resonance of their city events. The ghostly figure of Xiang Ying, stretched towards the ceiling like an ominous pillar, shared the news about the completion of the mission in Gu and the need for new agreements. With elegant casualness, the greenish ghost accepted the glass from the hands of the head of the family, demonstrating an amazing ability to interact with the material world. The mysterious guest's question about Jingming's resignation was filled with disbelief as the orange liquid disappeared into his ghostly being. A demonic smile distorted the formless features of the green entity, discussing the transfer of the family company to their organization. Firm conditions sounded in the voice of the head of the clan. His departure from the city will take place only after the discovery of his son and the destruction of Mr. Wei. The ominous spirit began to dissolve into the air in puffs of greenish smoke, expressing pleasure from the deal with the next victim of human greed. On a noisy city street, a simple worker peered at the phone screen, waiting for a call from Mr. Wei to test his awakened spiritual power. A simple worker walked carefree along a busy metropolis street, reflecting on Mr. Wei's quirky sense of humor, unaware of the impending threat. Behind the back of the unsuspecting victim slid an ominous green shadow, whose burning eyes betrayed confidence in the imminent discovery of Mr. Wei. The demonic entity continued its pursuit, knowing that patient surveillance would inevitably lead to a meeting with the mysterious cultivator. In a secret underground base beneath the Ryoko amusement park, Suwon was studying the Hidden God sect's medallion, asking Lin Chu for the history of how it was obtained. The bodyguard's graceful fingers slid over the ancient symbols of the medallion, while she shared the secret of activation, known to her from her time in the sect. Ryoko's voice was filled with awe as she determined her status as the holder of a pass that allowed direct access to the sect leader. A shadow of sadness flashed in the bodyguard's eyes as she remembered her former teacher, who died from heavenly lightning during the disaster. Lin Chu's ambitious plans to defeat the current sect leader using the transformation technique met with a skeptical grin from the experienced warrior. A condescending smile played on Ryoko's lips as she ridiculed her master's naive dreams of the possibility of such a victory. A detailed analysis of the combat capabilities of the transformation technique revealed its limitations. Even defeating Chung Jin was the limit of its current capabilities. The stern warning of instant defeat in a fight with the sect leader made Lin Chu think about the need to become stronger. Ryoko's insistent request for joint cultivation met with playful indignation from the busy gentleman. Tension hung in the air as the bodyguard began to convince Lin Chu to prioritize cultivation over work responsibilities. The sudden appearance of the pursued worker interrupted their conversation, introducing a new twist in the development of events. Mr. Wei's commanding voice ordered the newcomer to begin the first test, filling the phones with spiritual energy. Confusion was reflected on the face of a simple worker in front of a stack of phones. The absurdity of the situation made him suspect a strange cheating test. Mr. Wei's reassuring gesture accompanied the explanation of the true purpose of the test, assessing the beginner's spiritual strength to create an individual development plan. Behind the mask of an insidious plan to use human resources to replenish spiritual power, Lin Chu did not notice how the green shadow achieved its goal. With a lightning-quick movement, Ryoko Suwon pulled out her katana, sensing danger in the appearance of an uninvited guest with a mysterious pursuer. The gleaming blade of the katana cut the green entity into pieces, demonstrating the bodyguard's determination to protect her master. Calmly reunited, the green creature expressed pleasant surprise at meeting a master above the level of the divine path. Ryoko's insight revealed the true form of the enemy hiding behind the curtain of green energy. The bodyguard's decisive throw sent the tip of the katana straight into the heart of the mysterious green creature. Like lightning, the graceful figure of a warrior shot into the air, whose gaze radiated absolute determination to hit the target. With a casual movement of 2 fingers, the stranger stopped the attack, praising the first person in the city who could discern his true form. From the green haze emerged the figure of a short man with a cat, whose mocking words slowed down the speed of the legendary sword. A scornful dwarf expression escaped Mr. Wei's lips as he inquired about the identity of the sender of the intruder. Furious indignation distorted Xiang Ying's features as he corrected the insulting nickname with dignity, insisting on his 5'40" height. Waves of rage from the insulting words overwhelmed Xiang Ying, whose green shadow ominously spread across the room, reaching the very ceiling. The ancient words of invoking the passage of God fell from the lips of the short warrior, whose hands traced mystical symbols of releasing the shadow in the air. The mocking voice of Mr. Wei, hiding behind the back of a simple worker, mockingly complained about the inability to hear the muttering of the little man. Ryoko Suwon's words showed disapproval of the master's inappropriate jokes at such a tense moment of confrontation. The common worker's admiration for young Mr. Wei's abilities contrasted with the growing tension of the mortal combat. The green shadow aimed at Mr. Wei missed the deftly evading target, catching only a bystander to their confrontation. A smug grin played on Xiang Ying's lips as he commented on the unnecessary fuss surrounding a simple punch. Realizing that a fight was imminent, Mr. Wei activated his spiritual energy in an attempt to discover the identity and motives of the mysterious assailant. A shimmering shield of orange spiritual energy appeared in front of the cultivator, preparing to take the blow from the ominous shadow. Xiang Ying's voice accused Mr. Wei of disturbing the sacred balance of the city's spiritual energy. The ceremonial introduction of the Huangwu envoy was accompanied by an ominous allusion to their specialization in eliminating such garbage. Countless rays of green shadow rushed towards Mr. Wei, demonstrating Xiang Ying's deadly skill. Another mockery of the enemy's height escaped Mr. Wei's lips, hinting at the low standards of the Huangwu organization. Fury clouded Xiang Ying's mind as he demanded to stop underestimating his fighting abilities due to his height. The provocative words about helping the Jing family continued to inflame the short warrior's anger. The contemptuous denial of connection with the Jing clan was accompanied by a hint of a more powerful customer of the mission. Ryoko Suwon's desperate scream cut through the air as she fought off the deadly shadows, warning her master of the dangers of green magic. Ominous shadows dug into the body of the beautiful warrior, tearing her defenses to pieces and causing unbearable pain with every touch. Through a veil of pain, the bodyguard tried to warn Lin Chu about the danger of the shadows, whose touch carried a mortal threat. Concern for the faithful defender was heard in the voice of Mr. Wei, who promised immediate help to his bodyguard in trouble. Xiang Ying's mocking laughter accompanied a cruel warning about the girl's imminent death, urging the enemy to think about his own salvation. Subject to someone else's will, Ryoko, whose body was in the power of green shadows, rushed towards her master with murderous intent. Feverish thoughts raced through Mr. Wei's head as he realized the difficulty of simultaneously dodging the shadows and attacks of his controlled girlfriend. A risky decision matured in the cultivator's mind. Only going into close combat gave a ghostly chance of victory. An ominous smile played on the tormented face of the short opponent, whose dark circles under his eyes gave him a demonic appearance. Xiang Ying's cunning plan to use the bodyguard as a human shield leaves Mr. Wei faced with a cruel choice. An attempt to stop the conflict peacefully was heard in the words of Mr. Wei, who is looking for the true reason for the attack. Xiang Ying's impatient demand to reveal his opponent's true identity was accompanied by nervous clenching of his fists. The feigned agreement to remove the mask hid the cunning plan of Mr. Wei, who was already holding the sect medallion at the ready. Behind the ostentatious movement towards the glasses was the cultivator's true intention to use the sacred medallion. Slow deduction of points has become a sophisticated game designed to distract the opponent's attention from the true actions. Xiang Ying's furious tirade about hating those who hide their identity betrayed his deep dislike for such rats. At the sacred abode of Lun Yin, the powerful Yun Yu Jing noticed an unusual activation of the pass in their sanctuary. Anxiety gripped the sect leader when she sensed the unauthorized use of the sacred medallion. Mysterious clouds materialized in front of the sect lord, signaling the arrival of uninvited guests. Confusion distorted Xiangying's features as he suddenly found himself in the face of the powerful sect leader. The tension in the air thickened even more when something inexplicable and ominous began to fall from the skies. Fate decreed that Lin Chu, in the form of Mr. Wei, ended up directly in the hands of the powerful sect leader, who unexpectedly saved him from falling. Noble Yun Yujing looked at the stranger in her arms with a piercing gaze, demanding an explanation for his unexpected appearance in a sacred place. A cheeky smile crossed Mr. Wei's lips as he hinted at his special role in the thoughts of the beautiful sect leader. With a lightning-quick movement, the mistress of the sect threw away the arrogant stranger, whose behavior caused obvious irritation. Cold dissatisfaction sounded in Yun Yujing's voice, noting the excessive self-confidence of the unexpected guest. Mr. Wei's cunning plan was revealed in a request for help against the dwarf, accompanied by a hint of future negotiations. Xiangying's furious scream shook the air as another insult to his height hit home. The reminder of the contract with Huang Wu sounded a warning to the sect not to interfere in their affairs with Mr. Wei. Indifference to petty squabbles was evident in the words of the head of the sect, who refused to get his hands dirty in someone else's conflict. Satisfaction with Yun Yujing's decision showed on Xiangying's face as he released a new wave of deadly shadows. Green tendrils of darkness rushed towards Mr. Wei, who was hiding behind the back of the powerful cultivator. The protective dome of the sect leader's spiritual power stopped the attack of the shadows, unwittingly protecting the enemy who had taken refuge behind it. Xiangying's furious challenge to a fair fight echoed throughout the sacred monastery. Mr. Wei's mocking reply about the unequal forces was accompanied by a provocative gesture, beckoning his opponent closer. Irritation distorted Yun Yujing's beautiful features as she turned to face the insolent guest. A powerful wave of spiritual energy lifted Mr. Wei into the air, throwing him away from the protection of the sect leader. Xiangying's triumphant voice called on the enemy to come out into the open for a decisive battle. Green shadows engulfed Mr. Wei's body as the short warrior compared his strength to that of the defeated Japanese woman. The disdainful words about the city's residents overestimating Mr. Wei's abilities revealed Xiangying's true opinion. An insidious plan to steal the enemy's power matured in Xiangying's head, tearing off the mask from the face of his victim. The torn mask revealed the face of Lin Chu, whose identity was instantly identified by Xiangying, who carefully studied the information about every resident of the city. Involuntary admiration for the strength of the despised son-in-law of the Chen family sounded in the words of the short warrior. Realizing the good fortune of the Huangwu group, Yun Yujing's gaze fixed on the captive when she heard the mention of the precious core that she had been searching for so long. The green shadows held Lin Chu tightly as Xiangying respectfully asked the sect leader for permission to leave with the captive. Like a celestial maiden, Yun Yujing soared into the air with an icy calm that did not bode well for her overconfident opponent. A crushing kick from a leg shrouded in the orange glow of spiritual power struck Xiangying's cheek, sweeping away his defenses like a piece of straw. The force of the blow threw back the short warrior, whose vaunted shadows were powerless against the wrath of the sect mistress. Xiangying's indignant question about his broken promise of non-intervention sounded pitiful against the backdrop of his defeat. Yun Yujing's elegant pun on the difference between arms and legs demonstrated her keen intelligence even in the heat of battle. A desperate attempt to appeal to the head of the sect to reason was accompanied by the threat of enmity with the powerful Huangwu group. The imperious demand to leave Lin Chu was heard in the words of Yun Yujing, who did not tolerate objections in her sacred abode. Xiangying's bold threat to use force only fueled the anger of the powerful cultivator. Fury transformed the head of the sect. Her beautiful hair rose up like smoking streams of energy, foreshadowing the death of the insolent. Confusion distorted the features of Xiangying, who did not understand the reasons for such fierce protection of a simple cultivator by the legendary head. A sudden insight pierced the consciousness of the short warrior. In front of him stood the very chosen one from the prophetic dreams, Yun Yujing. The determination to fight the sect leader crystallized in the soul of Xiangying, who understood the inevitability of this fateful battle. Like deadly snakes, green shadows danced around their master, preparing for the last desperate fight. Contempt for the arrogant shadow demon oozed from every word of Yun Yujing, whose power was beyond anyone's imagination. The ancient spell of 1,000 lightning flowed from the lips of the beautiful cultivator, whose fingers exuded streams of pure energy. Power over 3 dimensions demonstrated the true power of a sect leader, capable of manipulating the very fabric of reality. Spiral streams of colossal energy burst out from Yun Yujing's beautiful body, transforming space into an ocean of spiritual power. Waves of pulsating energy, shimmering with all shades of orange flame, enveloped Xiang Ying's figure, turning his green hair into writhing snakes. The sacred waters rushed to the heavens at the will of Yun Yujing, intertwining into a deadly whirlpool, ready to crush into dust anyone who dared to resist her will. Lin Chu's eyes widened in awe. The pure power of the fusion form realm shaking the foundations of reality, distorting the space around them. The ancient mountains shook with an ominous roar that echoed in Xiang Ying's soul, awakening a primal fear of the unknown. The golden glow of the mystical clouds entangled the short warrior like chains of divine wrath, ready to tear his body apart. The crushing power of the sect leader fell upon the enemy like the wrath of a heavenly lord, forcing Xiang Ying to admit defeat. Xie Shengqian, feeling the surge of teacher's energy, rushed through the ancient corridors at the head of a squad of devoted students, ready to fight to the last drop of blood. There was desperation in Lin Chu's voice as he begged the sect leader to keep his identity a secret, as the shadows of his past inexorably overtook him in the sacred sanctuary. Yun Yujing's piercing gaze, like the blade of a heavenly sword, pierced the petitioner's face as her divine mind weighed the value of the unexpected offer. The ancient secret of the disaster and the precious core turned into a skillful dance of words, where each phrase of Lin Chu balanced between pleading and bargaining. Devoted disciples rushed into the sacred space like a gust of mountain wind, their souls trembling with awe for their mistress. Yun Yujing sat in the sacred waters, her majestic calm hiding the raging storm of thoughts like the depths of an ancient ocean. With a wave of the divine hand, the head of the sect determined the fate of the defeated Xiang Ying, whose body was to be shackled in the chains of eternal imprisonment. Lin Chu, immersed in the sacred spring, desperately struggled with exhaustion. Every moment underwater turned into an eternity on the verge of life and death. Xie Shengqian's wise words about the shrine's broken defenses hung in the air, reminding us of the fragility of even the most powerful barriers. The mistress's careless orders scattered across the ancient walls like autumn leaves, bringing a new burden of responsibility to her faithful student. In the depths of the sacred spring, Lin Chu's fading consciousness clung to the last sparks of life as darkness inexorably tightened its embrace. Xie Xingqian's gaze was drawn to the mysterious movement of the sacred waters, whose ripples indicated the presence of something or someone in the mystical depths of the spring. The commanding voice of the sect leader, imbued with heavenly power, ordered the disciples to leave the sanctuary, where every drop of water kept ancient secrets. The flames of despair burned in Lin Chu's lungs, the last grains of spiritual power flowing like sand through his fingers, threatening to reveal his presence. The figure of a cultivator rose up from the sacred waters, gasping for air as the drops flowed down his face like crystals of divine power. Xie Xingqian's keen hearing caught a splash of water, breaking the sacred silence of the temple like a clap of thunder from a clear sky. Yun Yujing's words intertwined with streams of spiritual energy, creating an impenetrable barrier of lies, protecting the secret of her unexpected guest. The devoted student bowed deeply, his concern for his mentor ringing in every word like a clear mountain stream. Understanding flashed through Lin Chu's eyes. Protecting the sect leader had its price, measured not in gold, but in the power of the precious core within him. The relief in the cultivator's voice was mixed with irritation at Xie Xingqian's excessive vigilance, whose presence was suffocating like a silk scarf. Lin Chu's sincere apology filled the air like the scent of mountain flowers, acknowledging the depth of his debt to the powerful protector. The cold words of the sect leader about renouncing feelings sounded like ancient wisdom, purified by centuries of spiritual improvement. An insightful remark about the practice of spiritual intimacy broke the icy mask of indifference, revealing the contradictions in the words of the lady. Yun Yujing spoke of immortality with the heat of a torch in the darkness, rejecting all earthly attachments for the sake of a higher goal. The cultivator's ancient memory unfolded in Lin Chu's mind like a scroll of forgotten truths, refuting the words of the powerful interlocutor. The gesture of pointing to his own head was accompanied by a revelation of the fate of the ancient monarch, whose path to power lay through the renunciation of emotions. The wisdom of centuries sounded in words about the need to return feelings, without which pair cultivation remained only an empty shell of true power. The wisdom of centuries resounded in Lin Chu's words about the path of the ancient master, whose daily cultivation and acceptance of feelings opened the gates to overcoming the catastrophe. In the languid voice of Yun Yujing, pronouncing the name of her teacher, a crystal note of respect and hidden pain rang as her eyes searched for the truth in the waters of the spring. Sacred silence enveloped the figure of the sect leader, whose gaze was clouded by the shadows of the past, and the words melted away like morning fog. The bitter truth sounded in a quiet no, each letter of which carried the weight of irreparable loss and broken hopes. In the cultivator's memory, dazzling lightning flashed, tearing the skies, the last moment of the life of her mentor, whose body dissolved in streams of heavenly anger. Sadness colored Yoon Yoo-jing's words about the death of her teacher, whose flesh turned to dust under the blows of hundreds of heavenly lightnings. Lin Chu's piercing question about blindly following the advice of a fallen master cut through the veil of many years of misconceptions. Doubts broke through the armor of the sect leader's confidence, forcing him to rethink the path of cultivation that rejected earthly joys. In the sacred silence of the temple, the name of the legendary monarch Li Yong sounded, echoing ancient prophecies from the stone walls. Amazement transformed Yoon Yoo-jing's face when the name of the ancient sect founder came from the lips of the mysterious guest. The sudden change in the sect leader's mood puzzled Lin Chu, whose mind was trying to unravel the mystery of such a rapid transformation. Yoon Yoo-jing's voice was filled with awe at the name of the legendary founder, whose wisdom had illuminated the sect's path for 3 centuries. Shock gripped the soul of Lin Chu, who realized the antiquity of his memories, rooted in the depths of 300 years of history. Confusion colored the sect leader's question about the discrepancy between the power of the ancient memories and the current strength of the cultivator. Embarrassment was reflected in Lin Chu's gesture, whose modesty hid the true depth of his connection with the heritage of the past. The cultivator's words about the recent restoration of strength sounded the truth about the gap between the level of the divine path and the semi-immortal state of the ancient monarchs. Yoon Yoo-jing's wise words about the discrepancy between skills and higher techniques hung in the air, filled with the ancient power of the sacred spring. The bold touch of Lin Chu's palm to the sect leader's hand was accompanied by an offer of mutual exchange, mastery of cultivation in exchange for the revival of lost feelings. The sacred waters reflected the doubt of a powerful cultivator, whose soul had long ago renounced the simple joys and sorrows of mortal existence. Confidence rang in Lin Chu's voice, promising to return happiness to the petrified heart of the mistress, whose soul longed for rebirth. The mystical waters accepted the figure of the cultivator into their embrace, while his voice called to the beautiful mentor to share the sacrament of spiritual unity. The ancient technique of circulating energy through sacred waters required complete trust between teacher and student, binding their souls with invisible threads of power. Yoon Yoo-jing's skepticism dissolved in the waters like pieces of ice under the rays of the spring sun, as her being prepared for unknown sensations. Waves of bliss emanating from Lin Chu's spiritual core enveloped the space like a warm cocoon, awakening long-forgotten feelings. Surprise was reflected in the emerald eyes of the mistress. The sacred waters, infused with the power of the precious core, gave hitherto unknown pleasure. Like the first flower after a long winter, a smile blossomed on Yoon Yoo-jing's face, striking the very space with its unexpected beauty. The violet flames dancing on the fingertips of the powerful cultivator reflected the awakening joy of her thawed soul. Lin Chu was filled with awe at the sight of the sect leader playing with energy like a child discovering the wonders of the universe. Triumph sounded in the words of the cultivator, indicating the revival of joy in the soul of the beautiful mentor. Yoon Yoo-jing's question about the nature of joy sounded like the surprise of a discoverer relearning long-forgotten truths. The wise promise of a gradual path to the complete awakening of the senses was heard in the words of Lin Chu, who was ready to lead his mentor to true enlightenment. In the echoing silence of the pavilion, Lin Chu revealed the secret of awakening feelings, listing them like the steps of an ancient staircase: joy, anger, sadness, fear, love, and desire. Drops of sacred water, thrown by the daring hand of the cultivator, scattered in the air like crystals of spiritual power, watering the face of the astonished mentor. Confusion flashed in the eyes of the powerful Yoon Yoo-jing, whose soul tried to remember a long-forgotten feeling of resentment. There was wisdom in Lin Chu's words about the natural awakening of emotions, like spring flowers blooming without coercion. Spiritual energy rang in his voice as he recalled the mutual exchange. The time had come for the sect leader to share his secret knowledge. The heavy sigh of the mistress indicated recognition of the rightness of the student, who managed to melt the first ice in her petrified heart. In an ancient pavilion, hovering over the abyss of time, 2 silhouettes froze in sacred meditation, their auras intertwined in a mystical dance of knowledge. Secret words about the hidden world of the soul fell from the mentor's lips like cherry blossom petals, each carrying a piece of ancient wisdom. The mystical gate of the hidden world beckoned with its mystery, while the head of the sect revealed the sacred techniques for controlling spiritual power. Instructions on following spiritual currents sounded like an ancient song passed down from teacher to student through the centuries. Purple and orange radiance intertwined in the air like celestial dragons, signaling the unity of two powerful cultivators. In the depths of Lin Chu's mind, a vague memory stirred, like the reflection of the moon in an ancient lake. Violet flames flashed in the queen's eyes as the ancient words of discovering the hidden world fell from her lips. The emerald expanses of the other world spread out before the gaze of the cultivators. Every blade of grass glowed with the inner light of ancient magic. There was a hint of sadness in Yun Yujing's voice as she talked about the transformation of this place through endless training. There was a strange pride in Yun Yujing's serene voice. The purity of her inner world was created by the renunciation of all earthly passions. Among the emerald expanses stood a lonely tree, whose only apple burned like a ruby in the rays of the mystical sun. Lin Chu's curiosity was reflected in the question about the only fruit whose appearance seemed a mystery in this sterile world. Amazement colored the mentor's voice when she confessed to the miracle of the appearance of fruit in her long barren garden of the soul. The wisdom of the ancient cultivator was evident in her words about the connection between awakened emotions and the birth of a fetus in a sacred space. Lin Chu's bewilderment dissolved into the air like morning mist as his mind tried to comprehend the depth of his influence. Understanding flickered in the mistress's eyes. The scarlet fruit became a symbol of revived joy, the first drop in the ocean of awakening feelings. Prophetic words about a future garden full of colorful fruits sounded like a promise of a revival of the entire palette of human emotions. A warm smile lit up Lin Chu's face as his hand rested on his mentor's shoulder, sealing his promise to transform her inner world. The mistress's curiosity broke through in the desire to see the hidden world of her unusual student. The touch of her hand promised a journey into the depths of Lin Chu's soul, where the mysteries of his daily thoughts lay hidden. The sacred ritual of immersion began with the two fingers of the sect leader and her measured breathing, like the waves of eternity. Mystical power transported their consciousnesses to the wonderful world of Lin Chu's soul, where reality was intertwined with ancient memories. Countless figures inhabited this amazing world, each bearing the imprint of a life lived and accumulated wisdom. In the astonished question of his mentor, Lin Chu revealed the secret of the many souls whose memories were stored in his mind. Awe rang out in Yun Yujing's voice, having never seen such a populated inner world. There was an incredible truth hidden in simple numbers. Only a small part of the ancient souls found shelter in the mind of an unusual student. A mystical premonition of new secrets colored the lady's question about the additional abilities of her mysterious guest. The ghostly figures of the inhabitants of the inner world turned to Lin Chu, their eyes flashing with a mystical fire of recognition like stars in the night sky. Hundreds of voices merged into a single choir, calling out to their master, the disembodied shadows of past lives stretching towards him like waves to the shore of eternity. Sacred awe and uncertainty gripped the cultivator's soul, as countless fragments of ancient souls rushed towards him like leaves in an autumn whirlwind. The ghostly crowd surrounded Lin Chu in a dense ring, their ethereal bodies pulsating with the desire to meet, like the beating of 1,000 hearts. With a decisive movement, Yun Yujing snatched the student from the whirlpool of thirsty souls. Her fingers closed on the collar of his robe like steel claws. Divine power lifted them above the sea of ghostly figures, while a wise mentor warned about the dangers of uncontrolled encounters with fragments of the past. The desperate cries of the ghosts cut through the mystical air, their pleas for help ringing like silver bells in the void of eternity. Lin Chu's confused question echoed from the invisible walls of the inner world, where every soul yearned for the fulfillment of their last wish. The ancient alchemist called for the creation of the perfect poison, his ghostly voice carrying echoes of forgotten formulas and secret recipes. A warrior in an elegant suit demanded retribution, his ghostly weapon sparkling with the reflection of an unquenchable thirst for justice. Awe filled Lin Chu as he realized his role as a deity for these lost souls stuck between worlds. Doubt about his own abilities tormented the heart of the cultivator, who was not ready to become the fulfiller of thousands of unfulfilled desires. The wise words of the mentor revealed the truth about his position as the master of this world and the last hope for many lost souls. Yun Yujing's voice was filled with amazement at the depth of his gift, the ability to store not only memories, but also fragments of ancient souls. The protesting cries of the ghosts shook the space as the powerful cultivator carried their last hope higher into the mystical skies. Divine revelation about the nature of his inner world sounded in the words of the mentor. revealing the secrets of the depths of his consciousness. Lin Chu's desperate question about a way to get rid of this burden hung in the air as thousands of ghostly eyes continuously watched his every move. In the whirlpool of the battle, ghostly silhouettes dissolved like morning haze, leaving behind only echoes of ancient memories in the space of the inner world. The mystical flame of the purple sword cut through space and time, releasing the hidden power of the absorbed souls, transforming the very essence of existence around the combatants. The martial techniques of hundreds of past masters merged together in Lin Chu's mind, transforming the chaos of disparate knowledge into a perfect symphony of deadly art. A shadow of satisfaction crossed Yun Yujing's serene face. The wild garden of her disciples' inner world was turning into an orderly temple of true power. Waves of transformative energy pulsated in space, sweeping away the remnants of the resistance of the ghostly army, whose screams melted into the infinity of time. New streams of power rose from the bottomless depths of consciousness, filling the cultivator's body with divine power capable of crushing the barriers of reality. Amid the chaos of the battle, the outlines of a new path appeared, the path of the immortals, paved with the fragments of thousands of absorbed souls and illuminated by the light of ancient prophecies. The wisdom of centuries crystallized in Lin Chu's mind, transforming disparate techniques into a single whole, just as drops of dew merge into a morning stream. In the depths of the inner world, a majestic symphony of rebirth unfolded. The ethereal threads of the absorbed souls intertwined into a pattern of unprecedented power, illuminating the space. The mystical dance of the purple blade drew the signs of ancient prophecies in the air, transforming ghostly entities into pure transformation energy. The contours of higher understanding appeared through the veil of reality. Thousands of lives merged into a single stream of wisdom, filling Lin Chu's consciousness with divine light. Yun Yujing floated in the currents of power, observing the metamorphosis of the disciple, the line between mortal and divine thinning with each swing of the ghostly sword. Heavenly energy pulsated in space like the heartbeat of the universe, clearing the inner world of the last echoes of resisting souls. In the sacred dance of rebirth, the boundaries of the possible were dissolved. The spiritual power of the cultivator rose to previously unattainable heights of perfection. The path to true power ascended along the spiral of eternity, paved with fragments of dissolved souls and illuminated by the light of ancient prophecies. In the sacred silence of her inner world, Yun Yujing watched the unfolding drama, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of millennia of contemplation. Anxious notes cut through her voice, tearing the space with an imperious order to stop. A premonition of trouble overshadowed the regularity of eternity. The phantom boxer, consumed by the madness of ancient rage, continued to tighten his steel grip on Lin Chu's throat, whose consciousness was plunging into the darkness of nothingness. Divine anger colored the mistress's words as she repeated the order, reality itself shuddering from the power of her voice. Streams of golden energy gushed out from Yun Yujing's palms, like the sun's rays breaking the chains of death around the disciple's neck. The rage of the ancient cultivator transformed the space. For the first time in centuries, emotions colored her divine essence with the flame of anger. The power of the blow dissolved the ghostly boxer in streams of light, while Lin Chu convulsively gasped for air, returning to life. Kneeling in the face of death, the cultivator realized the fragility of his existence, seconds separating him from his last breath in this strange world. Understanding began to swell in the depths of Lin Chu's soul. For the first time in centuries, the ice in her mentor's heart cracked, releasing the flames of real feelings. With an imperious gesture, Yun Yujing sheltered the student behind her back, her words about not being ready for battle hiding her deep concern for his well-being. A variety of emotions were reflected in the eyes of the ghostly crowd, from awe at the power of the ruler to primal horror at her anger. Divine energy concentrated in the hands of the mentor, forming a blade of pure light, capable of tearing the very threads of reality. Concern rang through Yun Yujing's voice as she pointed her weapon at her enemies, eager to protect her charge from the slightest threat. The scarlet flame of rage flooded the mistress's eyes, turning her into the embodiment of divine retribution, ready to destroy any danger. Amazement flooded Lin Chu's consciousness. The manifestation of care from a creature who had renounced all earthly feelings seemed like an incredible miracle. Shining rays of divine energy cut through space like blades of light, turning the last ghosts into whirlwinds of pure power that nourished the foundations of the universe. Flowers of ancient emotions bloomed in the depths of Yun Yujing's awakening soul. Anger colored reality with crimson flashes of true feelings. Waves of amazement rolled over Lin Chu's consciousness, blurring the boundaries of understanding. The care of a creature who rejected everything earthly seemed like an incredible miracle of existence. The threads of fate were intertwined in the kaleidoscope of transformation. The true motives of the mistress remained a mystery hidden in the depths of eternity. The mystical dance of soul absorption began at the behest of the mentor. The space around them turned into a funnel of pure power and rebirth. Streams of energy enveloped the cultivator's body like a cocoon of transformation, where each absorbed soul became a seed of future power. The figure of the queen soared in space like a heavenly fairy, her eyes sparkling with anticipation of new discoveries on the path to the revival of feelings. In the holy ecstasy of newfound rage, Yun Yujing turned her inner world into a battlefield where emotions blossomed into bloody flowers of power. In contemplation of the transformed mentor, Lin Chu realized the depth of the changes. Awakened feelings turned the deity into a living being. Waves of power overwhelmed the cultivator's essence, transforming the very basis of his spiritual existence in the crucible of ancient power. On the threshold of the realm of fusion, a symphony of transformation unfolded, the energy of the absorbed souls flowing into the center of his being like cosmic streams. In the sacred space of the hidden world, the boundaries of the possible were blurred. The level of soul creation became only a step to the higher spheres of existence. The mystical blade in the hands of the mistress lengthened, absorbing the power of space, turning into a spear of fate, striking down ghostly enemies. Lightning pierced the space of the inner city, marking the birth of a new force within the ancient limits of the cultivator's consciousness. The mentor's words about the absorption of fragments sounded like a song of creation, where each note carried the seeds of future power. In the vibrating space of the inner world, the voice of the mistress sounded like a bell of fate, announcing the first steps towards true power. Lin Chu floated in streams of transformative energy, allowing the ancient power to penetrate every cell of his being, accepting the gift of the absorbed souls. The scarlet glow of awakening flooded the cultivator's eyes. The boundaries of reality dissolved in the ocean of newfound power, transforming the very essence of his being. In the sacred temple of the goddess Eve, the sun's rays danced on her divine face, weaving patterns of prophetic dreams into the fabric of eternity. The awakening of the goddess filled the space with a thrill of anticipation. The long-awaited rebirth of the King of Souls colored reality with new shades of possibilities. The sacred ritual was entering a new phase. The threads of fate were woven into the pattern of future transformations under the sensitive guidance of divine power. Turning to the ancient figurine of a turtle, Eve weaved a web of intrigue, where each thread led to the awakening of the true essence of her lover. The words of the goddess about the imperfection of the current incarnation rang in the space of the temple. Even the army of the allies could not replace the power of the past life. An insidious smile lit up the divine face as the prophecy of absolute love escaped her lips like a deadly spell. In the dimension of meditation, Lin Chu's spirit separated from her physical shell, soaring to new heights of understanding and power. The ethereal essence of the cultivator floated in the streams of time, contemplating the secrets of the hidden world, where every moment lasted an eternity. The revelation of the passage of time in the outside world sounded like thunder from a clear sky. 7 days flew by like a single sigh of eternity. Amazement colored Lin Chu's ethereal voice as he realized the depth of the transformation that no longer required material food and water. The soothing voice of the sect leader dispelled the students' worries. The sacred mechanisms of the ancient pavilion could keep adherents alive for 10 days in a mystical trance. An azure glow enveloped Lin Chu's ethereal essence as his spirit rushed back to the material shell, weaving the threads of reality together. The physical body, unaccustomed to earthly existence during the days of spiritual wanderings, refused to obey the will of the returning consciousness. The unexpected fall led to a collision with the divine figure of Yun Yujing, whose aura pulsed with the warmth of awakened emotions. Among the sacred walls, a request was made to return to the secular city, where the threads of fate were woven into a bizarre pattern of future transformations. There was wisdom in Lin Chu's words. Understanding the remaining emotions required immersion in the whirlpool of earthly life, where feelings bloom in natural colors. The Queen's agreement illuminated the space. The path to overcoming the catastrophe lay through knowledge of the entire palette of human experiences. A daring plan was brewing in the depths of the cultivator's mind. Awakening sadness in the heart of the heavenly maiden seemed like a task worthy of the legendary heroes of antiquity. The luxurious hotel echoed with the return of the owner, followed by the majestic figure of the sect leader, shrouded in an aura of unearthly power. Miss Chen's loving embrace greeted her prodigal husband. Her gentle reproach about the long separation dissolved in the streams of reunion. Yun Yujing's eyes flashed with recognition. The legends about the Chen family's problems did not match the picture of their eldest heiress's happy marriage. Miss Chen's keen gaze studied the mysterious stranger, whose presence radiated an aura of ancient power and divine majesty. Ling Chu's words about the power of the hidden god sect leader and her help against the Jing clan filled the space with sacred awe. The appearance of Xi Yaohei with business papers brought news of the unexpected bankruptcy of the Jing family, which changed the balance of power in high circles. The maid's graceful fingers slid over the ancient scrolls as she revealed the secret of her success. The wisdom gifted by her master blossomed in her hands like a mystical flower. Lin Chu's warm palm rested on Xi Yaohei's head, whose spiritual power pulsated like a jewel cut with talent for entrepreneurship and martial prowess. The voices of the three warriors intertwined in space. Ryoko's praise rang like a silver bell, confirming the young maid's skill in martial arts. There was a slight resentment in Miss Chen's voice. The secret of her faithful maid's success was hidden even from her loving mistress. Embarrassment colored Xiao Kei's cheeks with a gentle blush as she admitted her desire to give her mistress a moment of sincere surprise. Ryoko's whisper touched Lin Chu's ear like a breath of spring wind, promising the sacraments of paired cultivation in the solitude of sacred chambers. The mystical offer of joint cultivation hung in the air, filling the space with vibrations of spiritual energy. Amazement distorted Rania's beautiful features as she contemplated the incredible sight of the presence of the legendary sect leader in a mundane hotel. Yun Yujing's divine gaze fell on the European beauty, whose survival after the supposed destruction of the club required an explanation. There was bitterness in Rania's words as she revealed the truth about the scumbag, the man whose charm captured the hearts of the fairest maidens of their humble club. Surprise colored the sect leader's voice as the mask of a simpleton fell away from the true face of the mysterious cultivator. A fanatical gleam flashed in Rania's eyes as she proclaimed her right to be the goddess's chosen one, ready to crush any obstacles. An unfamiliar emotion awoke in the heart of the powerful Yun Yujing. Sadness enveloped her soul at the sight of Lin Chu among the beautiful maidens. In the sacred halls of antiquity, a kneeling figure cried out to the void, asking for the return of the legendary Lao Tzu, whose wisdom had illuminated the centuries. Before Emperor Huangwu, whose aura pulsated with the power of the ancient dragon, the sages bowed, his divine appearance radiating a cosmic understanding of universal truths. The space was torn by the shadow of a beautiful maiden, whose words about the missing messenger caused anger to distort the majestic features of the ruler. The mystic, shrouded in an aura of soft pink robes, was the embodiment of innocence, but her blue eyes concealed abysses of ancient wisdom and deceit. Horror flashed through the emperor's eyes like a flash of lightning. The existence of a master capable of crushing the legendary envoy seemed unthinkable. Like a cherry blossom petal in the wind, the name of Mr. Wei, whose shadow loomed over the sacred plains, flowed from the lips of the beautiful blonde. The maiden's smile intertwined threads of admiration and anticipation. The improbability of what was happening gave a special piquancy to the upcoming game. The divine throne lit up with power when the emperor invited the maiden to deal with the emerging threat, her aura pulsating with readiness for action. The mystical truth about the inadequacy of the ability to change shape sounded like a warning, dissolving in the streams of time. Contempt for the tiny dwarf colored the words of the maiden, whose pride shone like the morning star in the pre-dawn sky. The divine finger pointed to the center of wisdom. The mind became a weapon sharper than any blade of antiquity. In the luxurious villa of the Jing clan, insight came to the head of the family, like a ray of light piercing the darkness of despair. The space was distorted, revealing the figure of a mysterious maiden, whose appearance disturbed the peace of the once powerful ruler. Mystic's transformation was like changing masks in an ancient theater. A sweet maiden in pink transformed into an elegant figure in a business suit. Despair and anger intertwined in the cry of the head of the clan, whose empire crumbled to dust under the blows of the mysterious Mr. Wei. In the twilight of the office, the words of the mysterious maiden about the return of her son sounded like a siren song, awakening sparks of hope in the soul of the fallen head of the clan. Divine fire flashed in Jing Ming's eyes. Like a traveler in the desert who saw an oasis, his heart trembled in anticipation of meeting the heir. An insidious smile curved the mystic's lips as she spoke of the price of help, a piece of honor in exchange for the return of the blood heir. In the hotel's presidential suite, time dissolved in the lovers' tender embrace. Lin Chu's aura intertwined with Miss Chen's energy in a dance of reunion. The thirst for intimacy pulsated between the spouses like a cosmic flame. 7 days of separation turned into an eternity of waiting for this moment. Like the morning mist, the figure of Seok materialized in the doorway, her presence breaking the veil of romantic oblivion. In the graceful hands of the maid, the tablet glowed like a crystal of prophecy, keeping secrets that could change the course of fate. In the gloomy chambers of the prisoner, fate wove a new pattern. The bound Chung Jin lay like a shot bird in a golden cage. Shock rolled through Lin Chu's mind as a secret plan unfolded before his eyes like a scroll of ancient prophecies. On the screen, the head of the once powerful Jing clan smoldered like a dying cigarette, admitting his defeat in the clan war. The bitterness of a father's love oozed through the words of prayer for the return of his son, like drops of dew on the fading flower of former greatness. The suffering of the parent's heart tore apart the space like thunderclaps. The longing for the young heir overshadowed even the shame of defeat. Seohae's voice rang with compassion as she offered to show mercy to the defeated enemy, whose pride had melted in the fire of her father's love. Cold calculation appeared in Lin Chu's words. The captive remained a valuable asset in the game of power, where every move could change the balance of power. The wise maid reminded of the danger of releasing a witness who has learned the secret of Mr. Wei's identity. Some knowledge becomes a death sentence. Threads of spiritual power intertwined above the prone body of the captive. Lin Chu's palm exuded a mystical radiance, promising to clear the mind of dangerous memories. The pocket watch in the cultivator's hands became a focal point of hypnotic power as the ancient memory of the master of illusion unfolded in his mind like a sacred scroll. Cosmic understanding flooded Lin Chu's mind. The absorbed souls found harmony in his mind, transforming the chaos of memories into an orderly flow of wisdom. Divine prowess pulsated in the cultivator's every move. The abilities of the ancient souls turned into refined tools for transforming reality. The sacred ritual of erasing memory unfolded under a monotonous count, each number becoming the key to the gates of oblivion. The words of the order dissolved in space like a fog, carrying the memories of Mr. Wei into the void of eternal oblivion. Chang Jin-A woke in the arms of his father's love as the figures of the mystic and the clan leader loomed over him like guardians of fate. Streams of tears watered the face of the former prisoner, whose heart was breaking with the happiness of being reunited with his father after a long separation. A father's embrace wove itself into a sacred pattern of reunion, where each tear became a crystal of renewed love. A pink glow enveloped the young man's head as the mystic's technique penetrated the depths of his consciousness, revealing the hidden secrets of the past. In the streams of other people's memories, the truth emerged. Mr. Wei's mask hid the true face of Lin Chu, the lord of spiritual power. The childish joy of his returning son dissolved in dreams of seafood delicacies, while the father's heart melted with tenderness. Contempt flashed in the mystic's eyes at the sight of such an emotional scene. Sentimentality seemed alien to her divine nature. Gratitude to Emperor Huangwu sounded in the words of the head of the clan, unaware of the true threads weaving the pattern of what was happening. The last flash of memory raised the question of Mr. Wei's identity, crashing against the wall of artificial oblivion. The emptiness of misunderstanding was reflected in Chung Jin's eyes, whose memories melted away like morning mist under the rays of the rising sun. The powerful voice of the mystic cut the space with an order of exile. The memory was to remain buried in the past. The shadow of the Huangwu Empire fell over the city like the cover of night, promising to erase all traces of the former rulers and their secrets. Sacred awe gripped father and son when the shadow of a powerful organization covered their destinies with its dark wing. In an exquisite turquoise dress, Mystic contemplated the game of fate, appreciating the incredible potential of Lin Chu, which exceeded all expectations. A blue glow enveloped the mystic's eyes as her divine perspective tore through the veil of space, penetrating the walls of reality like the rays of an ancient sun. In the streams of mystical vision, the silhouettes of Yun Yujing and Lin Chu appeared, whose auras intertwined in a sacred dance of meditation, turning space into a temple of spiritual unity. Ancient knowledge pulsated in the mind of the observer. Only Emperor Huangwu himself could compare with the head of a sect teetering on the brink of disaster. The smoky clouds of the perspective became distorted, revealing strange patterns of fate intertwined into an incomprehensible pattern around the mysterious cultivator. In the kaleidoscope of visions, the figure of the legitimate wife appeared, surrounded by a constellation of beautiful maidens whose destinies were intertwined with the path of Lin Chu. Contempt colored the mystic's thoughts. Betrayal of marital fidelity seemed unworthy of a true master of the spiritual path. A strange feeling stirred in the depths of her soul. The depravity of the situation paradoxically resonated with the secret strings of her nature. Cold calculations supplanted emotions. The presence of a sect of hidden gods required a new plan, where every step should lead to the capture of true power. Yun Yujing's wisdom was manifested in the words about the disciples' transformation. The absorbed souls accelerated his progress along the path of power. In the sacred silence, there was a revelation of the mastery of the inner world, a gift gained through the knowledge of many souls. The gentle touch of Lin Chu's palm on her mentor's head turned into a blessing, recognizing her rapid progress on the path of feelings. The cultivator's words sounded sincere joy. The awakened emotions returned the divine maiden to her human essence. The mystic's amazement reached its peak. The very idea that the unapproachable head of the sect would allow such familiarity seemed incredible. The ancient wisdom of the legendary Li Yong appeared in Lin Chu's instructions. The revival of emotions required strict adherence to the sacred order. Prophetic words about pair cultivation and the search for an ideal partner hung in the air like an omen of future changes. Words about immortality floated in the space of meditation. The head of the sect was looking for confirmation of the truth of the path outlined by the ancient monarch. Sadness colored Yun Yujing's voice, as the secrets of the ancient books revealed a truth that could save her late teacher from a fatal disaster. Through the veil of perspective, the mystic wove a web of insidious plans, her spiritual essence vibrating with anticipation of the manipulations to come. The mystical bottle in graceful fingers concealed the essence of ancient desires, every drop of which could ignite the flame of uncontrollable passion. Pink pheromones flowed through the air like ghostly cherry blossom petals, their spiritual energy weaving webs of temptation in space. Clouds of temptation entered the sacred chambers where two cultivators were delving into the mysteries of cultivation, bringing with them the seeds of chaos. The ancient wisdom of the Poison King unfolded in Lin Chu's mind, allowing him to recognize the insidious nature of the mysterious scent. Yun Yujing's divine senses responded to the call of mystical pheromones. Her aura trembled like the strings of a heavenly harp. Tension hung in the space between the teacher and the student, and spiritual unity was under the threat of external interference. Lin Chu's thoughtfulness materialized in a gesture, his mind trying to unravel the nature of the strange incense that was distorting reality. A new vision was reflected in the eyes of the head of the sect. The image of the student was transformed under the influence of ancient spells, acquiring the features of a divine tempter. Like lightning cutting through the skies, Yun Yujing threw the student away, her words about the need to escape sounding an alarm bell of danger. Confusion shrouded Lin Chu's mind in a fog of misunderstanding, and the sudden change in her mentor's mood seemed inexplicable. The revelation about the nature of the fragrance revealed the insidious plan of an unknown manipulator, seeking to awaken forbidden desires in the soul of the lady. Sacred awe pierced the cultivator's consciousness when the truth about the nature of perfume was revealed in all its dangerous beauty. The ancient perfumer's insight unfolded in Lin Chu's mind. The mystical aroma only affected those whose hearts were already trembling in secret sympathy. There was a pause in space, filled with unspoken feelings, as the cultivator carefully probed the boundaries of the influence of mysterious pheromones. The sacred silence was broken by a bold question of affection, while Yun Yujing's aura pulsed with suppressed desire like flames in a snowstorm. The divine calm of the sect ruler was shattered. Her majestic essence trembled under the onslaught of uninvited emotions. Streams of furious energy gushed from the palms of the sect leader, turning space into a whirlpool of anger and denial of the obvious. The force of the blow threw Lin Chu against the wall like a dry leaf, caught in a hurricane of rejected feelings. In a moment of insight through the pain, the cultivator realized the nature of the enemy, whose cunning required an immediate retreat. The sacred dance of disguise began. Lin Chu's every move became part of a complex strategy where knowledge of the enemy became the key to survival. The mystical perspective allowed the maiden in turquoise to follow every movement of her prey, whose path led straight into the laid trap. The gates of fate opened before the cultivator, revealing to his gaze a picture that could shake the foundations of reality. In the room, like a vision from ancient legends, Xiao Ke appeared, whose snow-white robe emphasized the fragility and defenselessness of the moment. Like the shadow of a night hunter, Lin Chu pinned the maid against the wall, his palm muffling a possible scream, turning them into a single figure of silence. The alarming revelation of the surprise attack came as a whisper, penetrating into the very heart of the devoted servant. Mystical pheromones enveloped the maid's consciousness like a silk blanket, turning the image of the master into the embodiment of all secret desires. In a sacred dance of preparation for defense, they dispersed around the room while the hands of Xiao He drew a mysterious weapon from a hidden vault. In Xiao He's trembling fingers, a scarlet control panel flickered, whose button concealed the power of ancient destruction. The cultivator's eyes flashed with interest in the mysterious device, whose nature was hidden behind the innocent appearance of a technological artifact. In the maid's whisper, a military stratagem was revealed. Explosive devices captured from the Jing clan were waiting in the wings, ready to turn into an instrument of retaliation. A gentle touch on Xiao He's silky hair was accompanied by words of recognition of her wisdom, turning the moment into a sacred dance of trust. Like a blooming lotus flower, the maid's face lit up with a blush and her smile exuded a radiance of pure joy and devotion. Mystique's mocking voice broke the intimacy of the moment, her words about the overheard plan sounding the death knell for secret hopes. Sacred horror distorted the faces of Lin Chu and Xiao He, whose souls froze in the face of an unexpected invasion of their shelter. The divine beauty of the uninvited guest illuminated the space as she spoke Mr. Wei's name like a spell from ancient times. Hostility bubbled up in Lin Chu's aura like thunderclouds, his question booming like thunder in the tense silence of the room. Mystical pheromones circled around the frozen figures while the cultivator demanded an answer about the method of discovering their hideout. Xiao He's heart fluttered like the wings of a caught butterfly under the influence of the aroma and proximity of the master. In an elegant move, Mystique lowered herself into the seat, her words about the difficulty of the search fading into the tense air. The question of Jiang Ying hung in space like a poisoned blade, ready to tear the veil of secrecy. The sensual touch of the stranger's leg was accompanied by the promise of a peaceful conversation, contrasting with her obvious danger. There was recognition in Lin Chu's voice. The name Huangwu Group linked the unknown to a powerful organization. Divine calm enveloped the stranger as she poured tea and revealed the ancient secrets of control over the city. Her last question intertwined threads of curiosity about the rapid growth of a cultivator's strength and the secret patrons of his ascension. The sacred gesture of protection merged with a hug. Lin Chu pulled Xiao He towards him, while the mystic contemplated yet another soul captivated by the charisma of the mysterious cultivator. In the space of the battle of wills, threats and promises intertwined, the power of the sect leader against the knowledge of the order of awakening feelings, turning the moment into a cosmic dance of power. The insight of the secret surveillance pierced the mind of the cultivator, whose aura enveloped the maid in a protective cocoon before attempting to retreat. The mystic's transformation unfolded like a cosmic symphony, nine tails and fox ears emerging from streams of spiritual power. The divine power of the nine-tailed entity flooded space, turning the hope of victory into a ghostly mirage of the impossible. Distrust hung in the air, words of promises dissolved in a fog of doubt, while Lin Chu sought guarantees of survival in an ocean of lies. Xiao He's heart pulsed in time with the growing pheromones, whose strength turned the master's proximity into an unbearable torture of desire. The mystic's soft smile concealed a mortal threat behind a mask of benevolence. Her words about mercy sounded like poison in honey wine. The gentle touch on the cultivator's face was accompanied by a dark hint of reputation destruction, like a dagger hidden in silk robes. Cunning oozed from the fox's malicious smile, whose words about reputation stung like poisonous snakes. Confusion shrouded Lin Chu's mind in a fog of misunderstanding, the depth of the threat remaining hidden behind a veil of understatement. Pheromones reached critical concentration. Xiao's confession of desire for a kiss sounded like a bell of fate. In the sacred dance of the first kiss, true feelings and induced desires were intertwined, while the cultivator's mind tried to comprehend the depth of affection. Time froze around a kissing couple, whose auras were intertwined into a pattern of unspoken feelings and secret desires. An insight pierced Lin Chu's consciousness like lightning. His pupils constricted in awareness of the terrifying truth of what was happening. The rejection of sacred unity was accompanied by words of truth. Mystical pheromones awakened repressed feelings, distorting the reality of desires. The figure of Mystic disappeared into the darkness of the sofa, her eyes sparkling like precious stones as she revealed the secret of the effect of pheromones on souls already touched by love. The scarlet cherries disappeared in her mouth like drops of blood, while her words about hidden feelings resonated in space with the sacred vibrations of truth. Lin Chu's question contained ancient wisdom. Transforming hatred into love is like turning coal into diamond under the pressure of fate. A blush of embarrassment colored Xiao Hei's cheeks when she admitted her change of feelings after revealing Mr. Wei's secret. The mask of hatred melted away like spring snow. Like a flower reaching for the sun, the harmony between master and mistress grew, reflected in the heart of the faithful maid. In a stream of sincerity, the soul of the maid was revealed. Joy for someone else's happiness replaced the darkness of hatred, like dawn dispersing the shadows of the night. The sacred fire of jealousy arose in the depths of her being, turning the contemplation of someone else's bliss into the torture of unrequited love. Secret pain was hidden under the guise of devotion. Suppressed feelings turned into shackles, squeezing a trembling heart. The melody of true devotion sounded in Xiao Kei's confession. The readiness to bury his love for the sake of the happiness of others struck the cultivator himself. The mystic soared like the morning star. Her words about the healing power of truth cut through space like the rays of the ancient sun. The fox's embrace enveloped Lin Chu like a silken cocoon, as her question about the origin of feelings penetrated the very depths of his soul. There was uncertainty in the cultivator's defensive words. An attempt to deny the obvious was broken on the rocks of the Nine-Tails' insight. Insidious wisdom oozed from the mystic's words about choosing a refuge. Subconscious decisions revealed the secrets of the heart more clearly than any confessions. A sacred shock pierced Lin Chu's mind as the fox's hands rested on his shoulders like wings of fate, guiding him towards an inevitable confession. The ancient memory of psychologists unfolded in the cultivator's mind like a scroll of revelations. Unconscious actions drew a map of true feelings. The truth crystallized in the mind of the exhausted cultivator. His subconscious chose the keeper of the innermost secrets, whose devotion surpassed all earthly oaths. A stream of memories swirled in his mind, countless moments shared with Sioka, intertwined into a pattern of absolute trust and understanding. The gentle embrace of the maid enveloped him like a silk cocoon, but instead of comfort, they brought the bitterness of awareness of forbidden intimacy. Mystical pheromones thickened in the air like thunderclouds. Their power grew, threatening to destroy all barriers between desire and duty. Sacred horror gripped the soul of Lin Chu, who realized the depth of the trap into which his careless game with ancient forces had led him. Duty to his wife broke the charm of the moment. The cultivator pulled away from the maid, whose touch burned with the fire of forbidden temptation. The mystic's insidious ultimatum sounded like a sentence, revealing secrets or plunging into the abyss of temptation, where loyalty turns to ashes. The prophecy of imminent betrayal hung in the air like a poisoned blade, ready to destroy the sacred bonds of marriage. The shadow of the coming wrath of two powerful women hung over them like a sword of Damocles, ready to cut all the threads of fate. The maid's kiss burned her cheek like a brand, forcing Lin Chu to capitulate to the blackmail of the nine-tailed temptress. The story began like an ancient legend, with the appearance of a mysterious woman on the threshold of his new family life. The revelation of 10,000 souls and past lives tore the veil of reality, revealing the truth of his connection to the divine essence. Amazement distorted the mystic's features as the scale of the transferred power was revealed in all its cosmic grandeur. In the sanctuary of the Gifted Club, solving the mystery of the goddess Eve was the first step towards understanding its true nature. Sacred awe gripped the Nine-Tails at the mention of a divine marriage in a past life. The very fabric of reality trembled from this revelation. The question of the possibility of cooperation with the goddess dissolved in space like the smoke of ancient incense. The mystic's hasty retreat with precious information resembled the flight of a celestial fairy carrying away the sacred scrolls of fate. Amazement froze in Lin Chu's mind, like a drop of dew on a lotus petal. The sudden disappearance of the Nine-Tails left behind only a whirlpool of questions. Sacred weariness colored the voice of the maid, whose words about sleep concealed something more, like a pearl in the depths of the sea of desire. The invitation to share the peace of the night sounded like a siren's song. Xiao Hei's embarrassment only emphasized the depth of her feelings awakened by mystical pheromones. Time froze around the cultivator, whose gaze darted between duty and desire like a moth between the flame of a candle and the cool of the night. Beads of sweat appeared like pearls of anxiety on Lin Chu's brow as his mind was torn between sacred vows and the call of his heart. In the depths of consciousness, a cosmic battle unfolded between the voice of temptation and the echo of marital fidelity, each argument ringing like the blow of a blade. The tension that shackled the master's figure did not escape the gaze of the devoted maid, whose heart trembled in anticipation of the answer. The truth about mutual love, revealed by the action of pheromones, turned the moment into a point of no return, where every word could change fate. In Lin Chu's confession, love and despair were intertwined, two streams of energy whose fusion generated a whirlwind of insoluble contradictions. The image of a beautiful wife appeared in my mind like a morning star illuminating the path through the fog of temptation. Nobility was heard in the cultivator's refusal. True love required purity of intentions, not clouded by the spell of mystical pheromones. Lin Chu's footsteps echoed off the walls as he left the room, leaving behind fragments of unfulfilled desires. Sadness flooded Xiao Hei's heart like a tidal wave, her eyes filled with crystals of unshed tears. Heavenly waters washed over the earth, offering the cultivator purification from the storm of emotions raging in his tormented soul. The bitterness of self-condemnation permeated Lin Chu's thoughts. His nobility seemed like a curse, tearing the hearts of lovers. On the roof, shrouded in rain, the figure of the mystic merged with the shadows while her voice conveyed secrets to the mysterious boss. Her words sounded like a thirst for power that could crush the power of the sect leader, whose power seemed equal to the heavenly lord's. In the rainy veil of the evening, the mystic's voice dissolved in conversation with an invisible interlocutor, calling on the power of the demigod Xuan Ming, whose power was equal to the ancient rulers. From the heights of the roof, the Nine Tails contemplated the unfolding drama, where raindrops turned into crystals of fate, reflecting the torment of two loving hearts. The two figures froze in a dance of unspoken feelings as the heavenly waters washed their auras, cleansing them of the superficial and leaving only the true. In a snow-white nightie, wet from the rain, Xiaokoi clung to the master's chest like a lotus petal, seeking protection from the storm. The maid's sobs merged with the sound of the rain into a symphony of despair, her question about love ringing like a silver bell in the night. Lin Chu's words about love for her essence sounded like an ancient spell, where each syllable carried a particle of true feelings. The cultivator's nobility was manifested in his refusal to take advantage of a moment of weakness when the consciousness of his beloved was clouded by mystical spells. In the streams of rain there was a cry for pure recognition, untainted by the magic of pheromones, a moment of absolute truth between two souls. Xiao Kei's trembling voice carried a declaration of love like a sacred prayer, every word of which was suffered through years of silence. Compassion flooded Lin Chu's gaze as he contemplated the beautiful maiden, whose soul opened before him like a night flower under the moonlight. Despair broke through the dam of restraint. The maid's sobs tore through the veil of rain like lightning in a stormy sky. In her sacred confession, Xiao Kei revealed the depth of her devotion, her willingness to give everything without demanding anything in return, like a heavenly lotus. The maid's embrace turned into a cocoon of pure love, where the joy of acceptance surpassed the pain of the impossibility of complete unity. The intuition of the heart sounded in her words like a prophecy of the ancients. The reciprocity of their feelings was written in the Book of Destinies long before this moment. In the streams of rain, words about the separation of essences were heard. Xiao Kei proposed the impossible split of a single soul between the mistress and the maid. From the height of her observation post, the mystic wove a new thread of fate, allowing the pheromones of ancient magic to once again envelop the space with their witchcraft fog. The frail figure of the maid disappeared into the arms of unconsciousness, while the alarmed Lin Chu caught her like a falling star in the night sky. The nine-tailed woman's voice sounded like a bell of fate. Only the cultivator's spiritual power could save the poisoned maiden from the embrace of darkness. Mystic's insidious smile disappeared into the night air along with her words about the inevitability of a night together, the last gift of a loving sister. Xiao Hei's touch burned like a sacred flame, while her prayer for one night dissolved in streams of rain. In a sacred gesture of care, Lin Chu picked up the precious burden, carrying it away from the cold drops and into the refuge of their shared destiny. The maid's gratitude sounded like the music of the heavenly spheres, where every note carried echoes of forbidden love. A warmth of care enveloped the space as the cultivator created a sacred cleansing ritual for the soaked maiden. The cultivator's torso shone in the twilight like a jade statue as the waters filled the sacred font of their union. Confusion colored Xiao Hei's face like cherry blossom petals. Her palms tried to hide the flames of flaring desire. Two figures were reflected in the sacred waters, a cultivator in simple jeans and a maiden in a wet shirt, their auras intertwined in a dance of anticipation. The touch of their bodies generated a wave of cosmic energy, turning a simple hug into a mystical union of two kindred souls. Xiao Hei's gentle fingers slid along Lin Chu's jawline while her gaze sank into the abyss of his eyes, which held the secrets of 1,000 lives. Their kiss turned into a merging of spiritual streams, where every touch of their lips gave birth to new universes of feelings and desires. In a sacred dance of transformation, the cultivator's arms wrapped around his beloved's waist, drawing her into the depths of mystical experience. Misunderstanding flashed in Xiao Hei's eyes when a simple kiss turned into a journey beyond ordinary perception. Like a lotus petal in the ocean of eternity, her hand fluttered above the surface of the water while the rest of her body plunged into the abyss of spiritual unity. Reality dissolved in streams of mystical energy. An ordinary bath turned into a portal between worlds, where every drop of water contained a universe of possibilities. In this underwater realm of spiritual bliss, Xiao Hei learned the true nature of cultivation, where the physical and spiritual merged into a single stream of existence. Mysterious words about the penetration of energies were accompanied by an explanation of the superiority of spiritual contact over physical touch. The interweaving of two streams of spiritual energy began when their hands joined in a mystical ritual of transferring power. Admiration for the extraordinary power of her partner's spiritual energy burst out from the girl, who felt the approach of a new level of power. Soothing words about inevitable strengthening accompanied the mysterious process of energetic fusion. A dazzling radiance enveloped the girl's figure as spiritual energy began to transform her essence. The unbearable brightness forced the guy to cover his eyes with his hand, protecting himself from the divine radiance of the transformation. The ascension of the body to heaven was accompanied by the realization of reaching the stage of the birth of the soul, confirming the exceptional talent of the student. The mystic's amazement at the revelation of the guy's connection with Eve was reflected in her thoughts, which did not want to accept the incredible truth. Calculating thoughts about the invulnerability of Eve's chosen one were intertwined with plans to use his power against Huangwu. An ambitious plan to overthrow the boss with the help of two divine entities drew tempting prospects of liberation from humiliating service. Fatigue from the Huangwu group's long service was heard in the words of the mystic relaxing on the sofa. The sudden appearance of white haze in the air attracted the wary attention of the experienced cultivator. Mystical icicles forming on the walls and ceiling of the room heralded the appearance of a powerful ice master. A mysterious figure in a white cloak emitting frosty energy appeared in the corridor like a ghost of winter. The mystic's irritation at the appearance of the ice cultivator revealed her concern about premature intervention. The stranger's piercing blue eyes with white stripes on his face searched for Yu Qing, his question echoing off the ice walls. A frosty aura accompanied every step of the mysterious avenger, vowing to destroy the head of the sector. A cold death threat to Mr. Wei was the final warning from the mysterious ice warrior. The mystic's restrained reaction to the threat sounded like indifferent agreement, hiding her true thoughts about what was happening. Understanding the guy's vulnerability while practicing with a girl made the mystic worry about an unexpected attack. The merciful decision to give the lovers their last moments of happiness betrayed the hidden sympathy in the soul of the calculating mystic. Pragmatic thoughts about using the core against the Huangwu groups occupied the girl's mind as she adjusted her glasses. Admiration for the incredible talent of the maid filled the heart of the cultivator as he watched the process of transferring spiritual energy. Amazement at the speed of growth of spiritual power overnight made the guy think deeply about the nature of this phenomenon. A sudden insight connected the success of the practice with the experience of his wife. Only complete trust made it possible to achieve such results. Confusion gripped the awakened girl when she realized the separation of the soul from the physical body after intense practice. The soothing words about reaching the stage of soul birth were accompanied by a gentle touch on the hand of the confused student. A soft kiss sealed the promise of help, creating a moment of special intimacy between the teacher and the transformed student. The purposeful search for the head of the sect continued. The mysterious avenger methodically examined the corridors of the ancient building. The peaceful meditation of the sect leader in his private quarters was suddenly disturbed by the approach of hostile energy. The powerful cultivator's wary questions sounded into a space filled with growing tension. The killer's dramatic entrance, kicking down the door, was accompanied by a straightforward announcement of his murderous intentions. The materialization of the ice weapon was accompanied by a mysterious question about Jiang Ying, whose meaning remained unclear. The girl's cautious question about her connection with the Huangwu group revealed her understanding of the origins of this unexpected conflict. The instant appearance of the fire staff demonstrated the sect leader's readiness for battle, her words challenging the arrogance of the enemy. The ice warrior's swift attack, wasting no time in talking, began an epic clash between two powerful cultivators. The demand to immediately hand over the mysterious guy sounded threatening, while the ice rod sparkled in the hands of the unknown warrior. The deadly touch of the ice weapon released a wave of cold energy that threatened to freeze all living things around. The moment of imaginary victory gave way to surprise, when the voice of the sect leader behind the enemy's back destroyed his confidence in success. The furious swing of the fiery rod was accompanied by an ominous promise of a quick meeting, fraught with the threat of imminent death. An incredible reaction allowed the ice warrior to avoid a sudden attack from behind, jumping away at the last moment. Anxiety for her missing husband tormented the heart of Chen Mo, whose thoughts were filled with questions about his mysterious disappearance. Strange sounds awakened the restless woman, forcing her to get out of bed to check what was happening outside. The carefree fun of the strange love and bodyguard contrasted with the overall tense atmosphere. The sudden appearance of an alarmed Chen Mo with a question about her husband took the cheering girls by surprise. A joint search for a missing man brought together three women whose hearts were filled with anxiety. The brooding figure of a mystic leaning on the wall of the corridor attracted the attention of the search group. Chen Mo's jealous anger burst out as he questioned the identity of the stranger standing at the door of her maid's room. The mystic's inner monologue revealed a cunning plan to use the maid as leverage over Lin Chu. A clever play of innocence accompanied the mystic's response about his connection with Mr. Wei, masking his true intentions. The epic confrontation between the sect leader and the ice warrior continued as the opponents sized each other up. The signs of fierce battle on the face and torn dress of the sect leader did not detract from her determination to win. The ice stranger's new attack began with a swift dash towards the enemy, promising a deadly clash. The sect leader's skill was evident in easily blocking the enemy's attack when her fire staff met the enemy's ice weapon. A graceful upward leap caused the ice warrior to step aside, performing an acrobatic flip to maintain distance. The wariness and seriousness in the cultivator's gaze betrayed her understanding of the exceptional danger of a mysterious defeat. The girl's next attack attempt was skillfully blocked by the enemy, demonstrating the equality of their combat skills. The playful offer to change the location due to the cramped space hid the tactical calculation of the powerful cultivator. The ice warrior's initial misunderstanding turned into acceptance as he realized the benefits of a larger battlefield. The darkness of the night sheltered two powerful opponents who moved to the spacious roof for a decisive duel. The tense confrontation between the cultivators on the roof foreshadowed a fight to the death where only the strongest would survive. The lightning attack of the ice warrior, enhanced by spiritual energy, was met with a confident block by the hand of an experienced opponent. Chen Mo's furious scream, accusing the mystic of having evil intentions against Mr. Wei and the maid, broke the silence of the corridor. The bodyguard's belligerent proposal to immediately attack the suspicious stranger betrayed her impulsive nature. The mystic's mocking reminder of his power at the stage of transformation sounded like a clear challenge to potential opponents. The mystic's terrifying transformation revealed 9 powerful tails that instantly captured the helpless girls. An insidious call for Mr. Wei to come forward, backed by a threat to his woman, echoed through the corridors. Chen Mo's desperate warning about danger sounded out of sincere concern for the safety of her beloved husband. Deep meditation with the maid completely absorbed the guy's attention, cutting him off from the disturbing events of the real world. The faint echo of the cries of his beloved wife barely broke through the veil of meditation, carrying a warning of danger. The sudden realization of his misperception as Mr. Wei caused the boy to step out of the bath, bracing himself for the inevitable confrontation. The devoted maid hastened to offer her assistance in obtaining the necessary Mr. Suit, stored in her room. Satisfaction with the results of double cultivation with the maid overwhelmed Lin Chu, who felt a significant increase in his strength. Confidence in the ease of reaching the stage of becoming immortal was evident in the words of the guy, clenching his fist in anticipation. The unexpected embrace of the goddess Eve was accompanied by a wise warning about the difficulty of the true path to increasing spiritual power. Confusion gripped the guy when he heard the familiar voice of the goddess in the space of the bathroom. The goddess's casual explanation of constant observation was accompanied by the usual sip of divine wine. An instant transfer to the temple of the goddess Eve was accompanied by a loss of consciousness in the material world. An indignant question about the reasons for the transfer to the hidden world was voiced as soon as the guy came to his senses. The goddess's direct question about wanting to reach the realm of becoming an immortal took the cultivator by surprise. The intimacy of the moment was emphasized by the tender embrace of the goddess, whose piercing gaze promised help in achieving the goal. The persistent request to remember the stages of cultivation was accompanied by the warm embrace of the divine mentor. Embarrassment and discomfort burst through the boy's voice as he tried to maintain composure in the presence of the goddess. The flawless listing of all stages of cultivation from key condensation to ascension demonstrated the depth of knowledge of the cultivator. The goddess's explanation of the path to earthly immortality through overcoming disasters revealed new horizons of development. Reflections on the possibility of the sect leader achieving earthly immortality after overcoming the disaster occupied the guy's thoughts. The memory of monastic teachings revealed the further path of development through the heavenly and divine kingdoms to the true deity. A curious question about Goddess Eve's own level of cultivation revealed the guy's growing interest in the true nature of divine power. The goddess's condescending response about the incomprehensibility of her level of cultivation to the mortal mind emphasized the gulf between them. The cautious reminder of the recent promise of assistance in achieving divine transformation was spoken with slight disbelief. The in-depth explanation of the essence of the divine transformation stage revealed the cultivator's first true touch with the power of the gods. The need to transform into the guise of gods and demons as a key stage of divine transformation captured the imagination of the listener. The true essence of divine transformation was becoming a believer, revered by both gods and demons. A sudden understanding of the nature of the transformation of shadows and the nine-tailed fox as followers of ancient creatures illuminated the guy's mind. The goddess's praise for her insight was accompanied by an intimate reminder of their special relationship in the past. The tempting offer of immediately achieving the stage of divine transformation required only becoming her faithful follower. A direct question about the motives for constant help and connections with a past life revealed the cultivator's growing suspicions. The goddess's explanation of the need for urgent reinforcement in the face of an impending threat sounded plausible but alarming. The embarrassed refusal of divine help sounded unexpectedly firm, despite the obvious advantages of the offer. The goddess's sly question about the desire to become stronger tried to shake the resolve of the reluctant cultivator. An honest confession of the desire for power was accompanied by an awareness of the price, eternal dependence on the will of the goddess. An insightful remark about the impossibility of liberation from the goddess's control revealed a depth of understanding of the situation. A direct question about the goddess's true goals was met with an evasive answer, confirming the cultivator's suspicions. Continuing the conversation revealed the true price of help, absolute control over the follower's fate. The bitter truth about the selfish motives of the goddess was heard in the words of a guy tired of omissions and manipulations. The grim reminder of the fate of the goddess's previous lover, whose soul was destroyed for betrayal, sounded a clear warning. Admiration for the insight of the interlocutor was heard in the voice of the goddess Eve, who did not expect such a deep understanding of the situation. The intimate intimacy of the goddess was accompanied by a challenging question about the ability of a mortal to resist her divine will. The divine kiss made the cultivator realize the colossal difference in strength, making resistance almost pointless. A sudden insight changed the guy's train of thought. Direct confrontation with the goddess no longer seemed like the only way out. An unexpected blow to his own cheek demonstrated the cultivator's determination to follow the new plan. The goddess's mocking warning about the futility of trying to hide revealed her confidence in her absolute power. The cold-blooded threat of suicide sounded unexpectedly weighty, demonstrating a readiness for extreme measures. A bold statement about the impossibility of eternal control met the goddess's wary question about a hidden threat. The bold gesture of touching the neck of the goddess was accompanied by an offer of equal dialogue, changing the dynamics of their relationship. The goddess's unprecedented embarrassment, caused by the intimate gesture of raising her chin, marked an unexpected turn in their confrontation. A direct question about the desires of the interlocutor revealed the goddess's growing interest in the extraordinary behavior of a mortal. The imperious gesture of holding the goddess's chin was accompanied by a demand to reveal her true intentions. The revelation of the awakening of the King of Souls sounded like a recognition of the carefully hidden plans of the goddess. The bewilderment about the goddess's obsession with the new incarnation of the King of Souls who betrayed her required explanation. A gentle embrace accompanied the goddess's simple but meaningful response of belonging to each other. A sacred thrill ran through Lin Chu's being as Eve's divine aura enveloped him like a silken cocoon of temptation, threatening to dissolve his will into the ocean of eternity. The bitter truth crystallized in the cultivator's words. Each fragment of the king's soul was only a link in the chain of divine manipulation, each battle a step towards the awakening of ancient memory. The dance with death, imposed by the goddess, turned into a ritual of rebirth, where every drop of bloodshed brought closer the resurrection of the King of Souls in a new incarnation. In the depths of Lin Chu's consciousness, the truth pulsated. The goddess thirsted not for love but for power, turning the revival of feelings into an instrument of total control. Eve's playful whisper entwined her consciousness like a poisonous vine, promising eternal protection and endless captivity in the arms of the divine will. Fear of the monstrous power of the goddess was reflected in the eyes of the cultivator, whose soul rejected the sweet poison of false promises. The mystical bonds that bound their souls became golden chains of eternal slavery, where every heartbeat echoed in the divine consciousness. Insight pierced Lin Chu's mind like lightning as the true nature of their connection was revealed in all its terrifying majesty. Declaring one's own identity sounded like an anthem of freedom. Gratitude for the gift of memories did not mean abandoning one's true self. An unshakable determination to preserve one's essence rang in the words of the cultivator, rejecting the role of a puppet in a divine performance. Lin Chu's turn was accompanied by the melodious laughter of the goddess, whose eyes sparkled like stars contemplating the indomitable spirit of a mortal warrior. Eve's words about the similarity of characters sounded like an echo of eternity, where every syllable carried the imprint of ancient love that had survived millennia. The goddess's oath to return her lover vibrated in space like the string of a cosmic harp, ready to tear apart the very foundations of the universe. Awakening in the material world shrouded Lin Chu's consciousness in a foggy haze, through which the radiant face of the devoted Xiao Ka appeared. Mr. Wei's suit hugged the cultivator's body like a second skin, while his mind was aware of the touching care of the maid, whose love was evident in every detail. A kiss of gratitude touched Xiao Kei's cheek like a cherry blossom petal, carried by the spring wind of tenderness and gratitude. Words of luck disappeared into the air like the incense of ancient temples, where every note of gratitude turned into a hymn of true devotion. Time was compressed around the cultivator like the rings of a cosmic dragon, leaving only moments to solve fateful problems. A mysterious silhouette materialized in the doorway, shrouded in clouds of mystical smoke, whose essence pulsated with the ancient energy of transformation. In the sacred captivity of the 9 tails of the mystic, the soul of Chen Mo trembled, whose aura pulsated with anxiety for the fate of her beloved husband. Crystal tears flowed down the captive's cheeks as her warning about the danger of the mysterious maiden dissolved in the air like morning mist. Mr. Wei's commanding voice cut through the space like a sacred blade, demanding the release of the captives for the sake of a mysterious dialogue in private. The mystic's serpentine grace was evident in every movement of her body as she approached the cultivator, reminiscent of the Huang Wu group's deadly mission. Anxiety flooded Lin Chu's mind like a tidal wave. The possibility of death at the hands of a beautiful assassin seemed more real than ever. The cultivator's words revealed the ancient wisdom of a strategist. Intuition suggested that the role of the 9 tails in this game was much more significant than a simple performer. A sly interest flashed in the mystic's eyes as she asked about the topic of the upcoming conversation, her tails pulsating like living threads of fate. In a whirlwind of divine power, Mystic's tail lifted the maid to the ceiling, where her fragile figure froze like a caught butterfly in the web of fate. A gesture of absolute power, and the bodies of the captives disappeared into the space outside the room, leaving 2 powerful opponents alone in the dance of future revelations. Curiosity sparkled in the 9 tails' eyes as she questioned her interlocutor's insight, her aura pulsating like the northern lights in the night sky. The memory of the ancient conspirator unfolded in Lin Chu's mind like a sacred scroll, revealing the truth about the nature of their strange confrontation. A thin thread of understanding stretched between the opponents when the cultivator mentioned his relationship with the maid, every word becoming a clue to solving an ancient mystery. The proposal of a final revelation hung in the space, the readiness to reveal one's true identity sounding like an overture to the final act of their mystical performance. Lin Chu's words of alliance dissolve into the air like sacred incense as the 9-tailed fox weighs the depth of his insight. Her answer vibrates in space like the strings of a cosmic harp, demanding sincerity in their dance of secrets and omissions. His approach envelops the space in a mystical haze. Every word about her true goals rings in the air like the silver bells of fate. The epiphany of ulterior motives cuts through reality like a sacred blade, revealing the truth of her disobedience to the orders of the Huang Wu group. The 9-tails' thoughts swirl like autumn leaves in a whirlwind of wonder as the words about the emperor pierce her mind like an arrow of truth. Her aggressive denial explodes in space like fireworks of defensive reactions. Every gesture is imbued with the fear of exposure. Lin Chu's smile shines like the blade of an ancient sword as his words of truth dance in the air like poisonous cherry blossom petals. Psychological pressure thickens in space like thunderclouds. Every word of betrayal falls like drops of mercury. Her embrace envelops him like a silk cocoon of deception. The declaration of sympathy rings a false note in the symphony of their confrontation. The words about the plan to kill the Emperor cut through the space like the lightning of the ancient gods, every syllable imbued with deadly intent. The mention of Eve's divine help pulses in the air like a cosmic beacon, promising an easy victory over the immortal ruler. The abandonment of pretense falls from his lips like black lotus petals, revealing the depth of his strategic thinking. Her laughter spreads through the room like a poisonous fog, every note saturated with disbelief in his words. The gesture of a pointing finger cuts through space like the blade of an ancient master, while the mockery rings crystal shards in the air. The revelation of an alliance with the head of a hidden sect explodes into reality like a supernova, promising a cosmic alliance between two immortal entities. Her question about a way to survive the disaster hangs in the air like the sword of Damocles. Every word pulsates with a thirst for forbidden knowledge. The warning of transformation into a god envelops the space like a sacred fog, where every particle vibrates with the anticipation of great changes. Words of remembrance of those who have crossed the calamity fall from Lin Chu's lips like the petals of a sacred lotus, each sound imbued with ancient wisdom and the promise of great transformation. The truth about belonging to the horns of the Emperor crystallizes in space like sacred writings, connecting their destinies with the invisible threads of a cosmic conspiracy. Her embrace envelops the cultivator like a silken cocoon of promise, where every breath becomes a vow of absolute devotion in the dance of coming retribution. The Ninetail's loving gaze pierces reality like a sacred blade. Her offering of herself rings in the air with notes of ancient seduction. Shock paralyzes Lin Chu's mind like cosmic cold as his true desires swirl in a whirlpool of doubt and denial. An epic battle of the titans unfolds on the rooftops of the city, where an explosion of spiritual energies transforms reality like a cosmic cataclysm. The fiery rod cuts through space like the spear of the ancient gods. The spell of promise weaves earth and sky into a single pattern of fate. The yellow glow of thunder envelops the stranger like divine judgment, every spark pulsating with the power of heavenly retribution. Horror fetters his essence like cosmic chains, when the awareness of the proximity of death floods his consciousness like a black tide. The confusion of the sect leader blooms in space like a poisonous flower, her gaze wandering in search of an elusive victory. Her dodging strikes resemble the dance of a celestial fairy, each movement imbued with the grace of ancient martial artists. The realization of her underestimation of her enemy pierces her mind like an icy blade, requiring her to reconsider her holy combat strategy. Mortal gazes sweep across the battle like blind butterflies trying to comprehend the dance of dragons in the celestial realms. The delight of the common people vibrates in the air like the strings of a cosmic harp. Their desire to capture the divine battle sparkles like stardust. The sect leader's wound blossoms like a bloody lotus, her pain pulsating to the rhythm of the cosmic heartbeat. Icy power flows through his fingers like streams of primordial chaos. Each snowflake becomes a weapon in this sacred confrontation. The mystic materializes behind the warrior like the shadow of fate, her offer of help ringing in the air like a silver bell. The Ninetail's transformation unfolds like a cosmic flower, with each tail becoming a string in a symphony of power. The question of Mr. Wei's whereabouts fades into thin air like morning mist, creating a new mystery in their mystical confrontation. The mystic's words dissolve into the evening air like shadows of twilight, her aura pulsating with dark shades of hidden intentions and secret plans. From the shimmering tails of the Ninetails, the silhouette of Mr. Wei materializes. Like a ghost born from the fog of ancient legends, his presence distorting the very fabric of reality. The blade of the blade at the prisoner's throat sparkles like a shard of moonlight. Every movement of the mystic is filled with the grace of the deadly dance of fate. Horror binds the head of the sect like cosmic chains. Her aura trembles and pulsates with waves of primordial fear, distorting the space around. A plea for negotiations falls from her lips like the petals of a withering lotus. Every word is saturated with despair and anxiety for the life of the captive. The guy's internal monologue flows like a mountain stream of wisdom, where every emotion is a stone in a mosaic of a great plan. The moment of achieving the last emotion shines in his mind like the rising sun of enlightenment, marking the completion of the ancient ritual. The mystic's threat vibrates in space like a taut string of fate. every word poisoned by the poison of a deadly promise. The cry of the sect leader rips through space like lightning of despair, her plea echoing off the walls of reality. Insight pierces the mystic's consciousness like a cosmic ray, revealing the depth of feelings between the captive and the head of the sect. Surprise blooms in her soul like a night flower. The contrast between the expected coldness and revealed fear creates a new facet of understanding. Their past meeting unfolds in memory like a scroll of ancient prophecies, where every touch is imbued with secret meaning. His detachment rings in space like a silver bell. Words about the awakening of feelings are woven into a pattern of cosmic design. The pattern of emotions is revealed to them like a mandala of enlightenment, where each feeling is a step towards higher understanding. Words about achieved emotions flow like a mountain stream of wisdom, starting with joy like the first ray of dawn. A request for help with fear falls into space like seeds of fate, ready to sprout with the flowers of transformation. Their contract for the performance is woven together like threads of cosmic yarn, creating the pattern of the upcoming performance. The boy's movement cuts through the illusion like a blade of truth, his grip shattering the carefully constructed show of power. The cultivator's movement unfolds like an ancient martial arts scroll as he throws Mystique over his shoulder, her body cutting through the air like a shooting star. Their pretend fight blossoms in space like a deadly dance, where each blow is a line in the poem of the eternal confrontation between light and darkness. In the air, their silhouettes intertwine and fly apart like shadow dragons dancing among the clouds in a sacred ritual of battle. The blood on the mystic's cheek shimmers like a ruby in the moonlight, every drop a seal of their secret agreement. Lin Chu's thoughts swirl like autumn leaves in a whirlwind of doubt as the artificial wound pulses with an unnatural light, threatening to expose their hoax. Mr. Wei glides towards the sect leader like a shadow in the moonlight, his movements imbued with the grace of ancient martial artists. The sect leader's embrace envelops him like a sacred cocoon, their gazes intertwined in a cosmic dance of mutual understanding. The ecstatic cries of the mortals below soar to the heavens like a flock of birds, their words about the goddess's lover resonating with the very fabric of the universe. The awe of the common people flows through the air like sacred incense, their admiration for the beauty of the couple turning into a hymn to eternal love. The words of the sect leader about return and healing ring in space like silver bells, promising peace and restoration. Yellow healing energy flows through her fingers like sunlight filtering through the morning fog. Their disappearance transforms reality like a mirage in the desert, leaving behind only ice crystals as evidence of their presence. Mystic's gesture cuts space like the blade of an ancient sword. Her words about the Emperor fall into silence like drops of mercury. Her farewell words dissolve in the air like morning fog, carrying echoes of unspoken truths. Returning to the mountain sanctuary envelops their aura with the purity of spring water, each drop of which carries the power of healing. The request to come closer rings in space like the string of a sacred zither, creating a moment of intimacy. Her hands accept him like the cradle of fate. The anticipation of the question pulsates in the air like the beating of a cosmic heart. A kiss blooms on her cheek like a sacred lotus. The surprise of the moment transforms reality into a kaleidoscope of feelings and emotions. Her hand darted to his head like lightning of anger, ready to punish the insolence of touching the sacred lips, but froze on the verge of impact. A sigh of relief dissolved in the mountain air like morning mist. Her warning sounded like a bell in the silence of the temple. Feigned guilt colored his aura with shades of remorse, while the question of love hung between them like the silken thread of fate. The spring water embraces their silhouettes like liquid silver as her fingers dance along his back in an ancient healing ritual. Her evasive question skims the surface of their conversation like a pebble on the surface of a sacred lake. In the water, their figures intertwine like yin and yang. His words about his last wish pierce space like an arrow of truth. Her confession of hatred rings a false note in the symphony of their feelings, every sound saturated with hidden tenderness. His question about love blooms between them like a lotus of enlightenment, demanding a true answer. Words about purity of heart flow like a mountain stream, reflecting the wisdom of ancient teachings in the crystal purity of its ignorance. Wisdom about the beating of the heart falls from his lips like sacred cherry blossom petals. Her confession pulsates in space like starlight. Every word is filled with the thrill of awakening feeling. Touching his heart becomes a bridge between their souls, where every beat is a note in the song of awakening love. Violet eyes shine like jewels in the moonlight, embarrassment tinging her aura with pink hues. Lin Chu's words about a different form of feeling vibrate in space like the strings of a cosmic harp. The moment of intimacy blooms like a sacred flower when the guy's head touches her chest, catching the rhythm of love in the beating of her heart. Thoughts about the causes of her heartbeat swirl in her mind like autumn leaves in a whirlwind of confusion. Her sudden movement breaks their closeness like a sudden gust of mountain wind. Embarrassment sparkles in her narrowed eyes. The realization of his safety flashes in her mind like the morning star. Surprise colors Yoon Yujin's question with shades of disbelief, every word laced with suspicion. The young man's answer lies between them like a bridge across the abyss of misunderstanding, where love becomes the only truth. Yoon Yujin's confession flows like a mountain stream, cutting a path through the stones of the past. The memory of the perfume pulsates through space like a ghostly scent, marking the beginning of their feelings. His support envelops her like a warm blanket, giving freedom to her feelings. A declaration of love blossoms like a sacred lotus as his thoughts weave a web of future trials, preparing to awaken the dark sides of her soul. His words about love hang in the air like the last rays of the sunset, creating a moment of sacred misunderstanding between lovers. A venomous grin curved Lin Chu's lips as he fired his words like poisoned arrows, each syllable calculated for maximum destruction. Furious misunderstanding distorted the beautiful features of the sect leader. Her mind refused to accept the monstrous reality while the guy methodically listed his harem, turning each name into a new blow to her heart. The air in the sacred valley thickened with tension as he began his cruel enumeration, where Chen Mo shone as the first star in the constellation of his chosen ones, and each subsequent name drove a new nail into the coffin of her hopes. The mention of strange love was the last straw in the cup of her patience, turning the sacred space into an arena for the coming battle. Anger exploded in her mind like a supernova, painting the world in blood-red tones of anger as the realization of her last place in this insane hierarchy pierced her soul. The spring water turned into a deadly weapon under the power of her anger, every drop trying to tear the traitor apart. Lin Chu barely managed to avoid the first attack, but the space around was already filled with electric discharges of her uncontrollable rage. The skies burst into a torrent of lightning, transforming the idyllic landscape into an apocalyptic spectacle of divine retribution. The realization of a fatal mistake pierced Lin Chu's mind as the peaceful plan to awaken emotions turned into a death trap for himself. Terror gripped his body as his pupils dilated at the sight of his approaching doom, embodied in the form of an enraged goddess of vengeance. Space warped from the concentration of pure rage as she gathered all her power into a crushing blow capable of destroying reality itself. The blow threw him towards the rocks, leaving a trail of blood on the stones as his consciousness teetered on the edge between life and oblivion. Desperation rang in his voice as he tried to break through the wall of her anger, every word an attempt to prevent imminent disaster. Her refusal to listen rang like a funeral bell, cutting off all paths to reconciliation. The sentence sounded in the space with an icy echo, where the word freak turned into a death sentence, sealed by her rage. A cosmic symphony of destruction unfolded around them as purple lightning tore through the skies and a fiery rod materialized in her hands. The ancient thunderspell sounded like a requiem for their short-lived love, each word bringing the moment of final destruction closer. His pleas for help were drowned out by the roar of the approaching storm, becoming more desperate by the second. A confession of deception burst from his chest with a last desperate cry, trying to stop the mechanism of destruction launched by his own hands. Resentment twists the goddess's beautiful face as her eyes, like purple stars in the night sky, pierce Lin Chu with a question vibrating with pent-up emotions. Words about the hidden world and the tree of emotions fall from his lips like an ancient prophecy, each syllable imbued with the power of undeniable truth that can destroy the walls of mistrust. Her resentment fades into the air like morning mist, giving way to cautious acceptance as the sacred vow of trust hangs between them like a fragile bridge of reconciliation. The majestic tree in her personal world reveals itself to her in all its splendor. Each fruit pulsates with the power of revived emotions, turning doubts into crystal confidence. A smile blooms on her face like a sacred lotus. Awareness of his role in her transformation colors her aura with shades of gratitude and tenderness. Lin Chu's question of contentment vibrates in space like the string of a cosmic harp, creating a moment of deep understanding between them. The enumeration of revived emotions sounds like a sacred mantra, where each feeling is a pearl in the necklace of her restored soul. The strike of the wand pierces the ground like lightning, sending out a wave of energy that causes even the air around them to tremble. Her embrace envelops him like a silken cocoon, where every touch is imbued with a renewed ability to feel. Gratitude flows from her lips like sacred nectar. Every word pulsates with pure, unadulterated love. The kiss blooms between them like a cosmic flower, where every moment becomes an eternity of mutual knowledge. Her question about love rings in space like a crystal bell, demanding the final confirmation of their connection. His recognition of the uniqueness of her place in his heart falls into space like starry rain, creating the illusion of absolute truth. The bitterness of realizing his own lies pierces his mind like a poisoned blade, while her happy smile tears his heart apart. Their bodies intertwine on the bed like yin and yang, creating a moment of perfect harmony before the inevitable break. Confusion colors her thoughts with the rosy shades of awakening desire, turning every heartbeat into a symphony of new sensations. The guy's words about the upcoming test ring in space like a prophecy, where every syllable brings the moment of their inevitable separation closer. Emperor Huangwu's anger filled the temple as he chastised his subordinates for failing to take over the small dragon city. His voice echoed off the ancient walls. The mystic and the two warriors stood before the throne, heads bowed as their master continued to shout. The nine-tailed fox put on a perfect performance, depicting tears and despair. She told the emperor about the unification of the head of the sect and Mr. Wei, hinting at the need for his personal intervention. Lord Huangwu slowly stood up from the throne. His disdain for this proposal was obvious. He was not going to waste his time on petty problems. The emperor pronounced the sentence: the complete destruction of not only Lin Chu and Yun Yu King, but also the entire city. His decision was final and not subject to discussion. The emperor's divine power caused Mystic to fall to her knees. For the first time, the girl felt the real power of God, and it scared her to the core. The emperor's appearance changed. A mask with horns appeared on his face, and his eyes lit up with a blood-red light. He was ready to destroy everyone who stood in his way. In her hideout, the head of the hidden sect clung to Lin Chu. Unable to contain her emotions, something deeply disturbed her soul. The guy looked worriedly at his beloved. Not understanding the reason for her strange behavior, he carefully asked what happened. Yun Yuking began to talk about her childhood, how she was raised as a sorceress of the hidden gods. Every word was difficult for her. The girl talked about the masters who taught her to forget about passions and desires. They prepared her for the role of a heavenly deity, where there is no place for human emotions. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she admitted that Lin Chu's awakened feelings frightened her. She wanted to be herself, but did not know how. Sobs shook the girl's fragile body as she tried to understand who she was now. Her former personality was destroyed, leaving behind the unknown. Lin Chu hugged her tightly, trying to calm her down with his words. He sincerely believed that emotions made her even more beautiful than before. Yun Yuking looked up at him with tear-stained eyes, not believing what she heard. Her voice trembled as she repeated his words. The cultivator spoke about the naturalness of love and desires, that the suppression of these feelings is only self-deception. His words were full of wisdom and understanding. The girl looked confused, trying to comprehend his words about self-deception. She had never thought about it from such a perspective. Lin Chu gently pulled her onto the bed, asking her to forget about the past and just follow her desires. The guy wanted her to finally find the freedom to be herself. The sect leader anxiously asked Lin Chu about the possibility of overcoming the third tribulation. The girl's voice contained concern for the guy's fate. The young cultivator stroked Yun Yuking's hair soothingly, asking him to trust and let him take care of everything. The young sorceress clung to Lin Chu, thinking about the truthfulness of the words spoken and trying to find support for her doubts in them. The head of the sect quietly said, placing her head on her lover's shoulder, that only through the knowledge of earthly joys can the coming catastrophe be overcome. The space around the lovers suddenly distorted, pulling Lin Chu and Yun Yu King into an unknown dimension between the worlds. The young cultivators found themselves among the stars, floating on an invisible platform, and the girl immediately recognized the legendary place of overcoming the disaster. The guy and girl's eyes were caught by an unusual pink door, emitting a bright glow in the middle of the cosmic emptiness. Behind the slightly open door, two cultivators saw a strange picture. A blue-haired girl was carefree eating chips, sitting next to a huge cake. Lin Chu politely addressed the stranger, trying to find out the correct place to overcome the disaster. The blue-haired girl waved her hand, materializing two tables in front of the guests with endless stacks of papers to fill out. The young cultivator became noticeably nervous, looking at the mountains of documents that resembled endless bureaucratic red tape with filling out autobiographies. Lin Chu tried to find out from the owner of the place the possibility of speeding up the process, citing an acute lack of time to fill out all the forms. The blue-haired guardian began to remind the guests about the rules of her world, but suddenly froze mid-sentence, recognizing the unexpected visitors. The blue-haired girl happily hugged the cultivator, calling him Mr. Wang Hong and expressing surprise at the unexpected meeting after so long. Yun Yu-king cast a dissatisfied glance at this scene, and Lin Chu confusedly asked the owner of the place about their possible acquaintance in the past. The keeper of the place smiled and remembered how she was very young when Wang Hong first overcame his disaster within these walls. Lin Chu mentally noted that the blue-haired girl's appearance had not changed at all. She still looked like a child. The young cultivator thoughtfully said out loud a guess about his past overcoming a disaster in this mysterious place. The blue-haired keeper handed a packet of chips to the guests, confirming the success of the previous test with a small, carefree smile. The girl talked about Wang Hong's soul disintegrating into many parts after the failure, which made meeting him seem impossible. The guy clarified with the keeper the need to overcome the disaster multiple times in order to achieve the goal. The blue-haired girl explained the test system. Earthly, heavenly, and divine catastrophes corresponded to different levels of immortality. The guardian of the place recalled the almost reached divine stage when Wang Hong received the highest heavenly immortality. Lin Chu thought about the failure of the goddess Eve and his past incarnation in trying to move from immortality to true divinity. The young cultivator abruptly interrupted the memories, demanding to explain the conditions for achieving earthly immortality in the present moment. The blue-haired owner of the place noticed the guest's memory loss and decided to follow the official protocol for issuing tasks for the test. The girl took out a glowing candy, explaining that earthly immortality requires renunciation of the flesh, which many mortals strive for. Blue energy enveloped the candy in the hands of the keeper while she explained the need for selection among the many who wanted to become immortal. The magic candy turned into 2 shining balls when the owner of the place began to talk about a special method for checking applicants. The blue-haired girl explained the special conditions of the test for pairs of lovers who came together for immortality. The keeper of the place announced the main condition: one of the lovers must kill the other to pass the catastrophe. On the shopping streets of the city, a simple passerby noticed an unusual phenomenon, from which the guy's eyes widened. All the townspeople passing along the street noticed the strange incident, stopping and pointing at each other. Chen Mo was sitting in a spacious hotel room reading her favorite book, while the maid Shi Yaohei stood nearby and adjusted the flowers in a vase. The lady looked up from the pages and looked out the window, worrying about the disappearance of her husband, who had not been in touch for several hours. The Huangwu Group Emperor appeared in the sky above the city, emitting dark energy as a black robe fluttered behind the powerful lord. Passers-by on the busy streets froze, watching as the bright midday sky was rapidly covered by impenetrable clouds. A formidable ruler wearing a demonic mask covering the upper part of his face shouted over the city a question about the whereabouts of Mr. Wei. The city's residents fell to their knees under the weight of divine power, not understanding what was happening and wondering about the alien's connection with the mysterious Mr. Chen Mo also found herself on her knees in the middle of the street, but the devoted maid tried to lift her mistress, holding her tightly by the shoulders. Xiaoqi persuaded the hostess to resist the oppressive force of the emperor, explaining the danger of submitting to someone else's will. The young lady looked at the maid in confusion, asking about the identity of the powerful alien and the reasons for searching for Mr. Wei. The maid told the lady about Mister's warning about the emperor's revenge, which threatened to fall on the city at any moment. The angry ruler shouted from above about the ban on overcoming the disaster, while black clouds completely blocked the sunlight. The maid ran out onto the hotel balcony and realized that the beginning of Lin Chu's disaster coincided with the appearance of the formidable emperor. Xiaoqi explained to the alarmed lady that Mister's life would be in danger if the emperor reached the testing site. The maid urged the mistress to act, but Chen Mo recognized the futility of resistance against such a powerful being. The young lady could barely stand on her feet under the pressure of the dark force, realizing the huge difference in the level of spiritual energy. Xiaohei quickly took out her phone and suggested calling Mister's doorman, who could help protect the city from the emperor. The maid reminded Lin Chu of helping other people, hinting at the possible death of the master without urgent intervention. Chen Mo snatched the phone from the maid and screamed, demanding to know the reason for hiding important information about her husband until the last moment. Chen Mo dialed her husband's number with trembling fingers, and the maid watched in surprise at the sudden anger of her usually calm mistress. The young woman addressed the city residents, introducing herself as the eldest daughter of the Chen family and calling on all cultivators to unite their spiritual forces against the heavenly threat. Chenmo promised a reward of 1 million yuan to anyone who helped resist the emperor, regardless of the strength and effectiveness of the attack. Ordinary townspeople were inspired by the offer of a rich reward, urging each other to use training techniques to resist the emperor's pressure. The unfamiliar girl loudly read Chenmo's address, gathering all the practicing cultivators for a joint attack against the powerful enemy. The city's cultivators began to concentrate spiritual energy, preparing to strike together against the ominous figure in the sky. Hundreds of multicolored rays of spiritual energy rushed towards Emperor Huangwu, merging into a single stream of attacking force. The powerful ruler did not even stagger from the massive attack, only slightly turning his head towards the striking cultivators. The emperor scornfully called the attackers bugs, promising to demonstrate the true power of a god as punishment for the insolence of mortals. The blue-haired guardian of the testing site impatiently hurried the two cultivators to make a decision on a deadly choice. Lin Chu and the sect leader silently looked at the two blue balls in their hands, not daring to make the fateful choice to pass the test. The young cultivator quietly asked the guardian about the fate of the soul of the one who died during the disaster test. The blue-haired girl indifferently explained that death in this dimension means the complete loss of the soul without the possibility of rebirth. The guardian of the place began to rush the cultivators to make a choice, citing being busy and the need to complete the test. The girl with blue hair repeated a simple condition: one must kill the other in order to gain the right to immortality. The guardian placed her hands on the shoulders of both cultivators, curiously awaiting their decision on who would die today. The blue-haired girl mockingly reminded the sect leader of his former softness of character and inability to withstand a severe test. Yun Yuking firmly refused to participate in the cruel choice, resolutely turning away from the proposed test. Lin Chu quickly grabbed the girl's hand, not allowing her to leave and leaving the last word for herself in this deadly test. The sect leader looked at Lin Chu incredulously, not understanding why the smart guy was willing to blindly follow the strange instructions of the blue-haired keeper of trials. The young cultivator handed the sacred sword to the girl, calmly offering to take the guy's life in order to save her beloved from the approaching disaster. Yun Yuking screamed loudly throughout the entire testing space, indignant at the cruel proposal of her loved one and doubting the guy's sanity. Lin Chu carefully took the sect leader's palm into his own, trying to calm the nervous girl before the most important choice in the lives of the young cultivators. The guy looked straight into the eyes of the young sorceress, gently explaining the inevitability of making a difficult decision to pass the deadly test. The young cultivator quietly uttered words about his readiness to sacrifice his own life so that the girl he loved could survive the impending disaster. The sect leader looked at Lin Chu longingly, but the guy suddenly smiled and hinted at the existence of another way to pass the difficult test. The girl pointed her hand at the blue-haired guardian of the place and suggested attacking the strange creature in order to force her way through the gate of the test. The young cultivator shook his head, patiently explaining the impossibility of defeating a powerful being that surpassed the abilities of earthly immortals. Yun Yuking took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart and find a way to pass the test without having to kill a loved one. Lin Chu listened carefully to the girl's words, agreeing with the logic of her thoughts, although he was well aware of the inevitability of making a difficult decision. The young cultivator quickly covered the mouth of the screaming Yun Yuqing with his palm, asking her to remain quiet during the important conversation about the fate of the lovers. Lin Chu smiled meaningfully at the head of the sect, reminding him of the guy's special abilities that could change the course of the deadly test. The girl asked with interest about the 10,000 souls that were stored inside the young cultivator from past lives and battles. The guy began to tell the story of his past life as a powerful king of souls, when the cultivator bore the high-profile title of the Supreme Ruler of Jin. Lin Chu thought thoughtfully about a soul that carries not only the memories of past lives, but also a special power to solve a difficult problem with a test. The young cultivator explained in detail the unique ability to unite different souls into a single whole, emphasizing the presence of an immortal part within the mind. The guy decisively turned to the blue-haired guardian with a direct question about the first passage of a difficult test by the soul of the legendary warrior Wang. The girl with blue hair categorically refused to answer the cultivator's important question, citing the strict rules of the sacred test. The head of the sect, with undisguised concern, asked about the dire consequences of a possible mistake in the risky plan of a loved one. The guy, full of determination and courage, convinced his beloved to trust his intuition, citing the many lives he had lived and the deaths he had experienced. On the streets of the city, people froze in amazement, watching an incredible red explosion in the air, from which bright rays pierced space emanated. The powerful emperor created an impenetrable red barrier around himself, scornfully calling the townspeople insignificant insects, unable to withstand his strength. The ruler threateningly declared the futility of attacks, warning of the imminent death of the attackers, and immediately surrounded himself with terrifying energy dragons. The powerful blows of the overlord hit the ground with such force that they caused a monstrous explosion that shook the surroundings and turned everything around into ruins. The maid, overcome with panic and concern for her mistress, begged to leave the dangerous place and take refuge from the impending disaster in a safe haven. Chen Mo, showing incredible courage, insisted on the need to continue resistance and hold on to the last in order to save her loved ones. Lin Chu addressed the sect leader with soothing words, assuring her of a favorable outcome and urging her to trust his plan. In outer space, among the mesmerizing beauty of the stars, the head of the sect pressed the tip of the sword to the guy's throat, creating a tense, dramatic scene. The girl's hands trembled from an internal conflict. She clearly could not decide to take the fatal step, despite all the circumstances. With tears in her eyes and a trembling voice, the sect leader admitted her weakness, unable to find the strength to fulfill the unbearable demand. The girl, looking down, admitted that the awakened emotions radically changed her previous perception and ability to act without hesitation. The guy experienced incredible joy when he heard her words, realizing that he could somehow influence her inner world and help her. At the same moment, the young man suddenly ran into the sword, which the girl was casually holding in her hands, creating a dramatic and shocking scene. The girl screamed in panic, expressing complete confusion and horror at what had happened, not understanding how such a tragic event could happen. In the middle of outer space, Lin Chu began to disintegrate into tiny pieces, like fragile glass, in front of the shocked girl's eyes. Through her tears, she wondered about the reasons for his constant care and support, trying to comprehend the depth of their relationship. The guy continued to disappear, breaking up into tiny pieces, and the girl, kneeling down, cried bitterly, unable to contain her emotions. The blue-eyed keeper of the place solemnly announced that she had seen the guy's unique ability, the immortality of the soul in its true manifestation. Before the girl's eyes, the fragments gradually began to gather, forming the contours of the disappeared young man. The guy fully recovered and said with a bitter smile that he now understands why even the goddess Eve could not completely destroy him. The head of the god sect suddenly stopped crying, fixing her shocked gaze on the guy who had miraculously recovered from the unthinkable ordeal. The girl quickly stood up and rushed to him, overwhelmed with incredible relief and joy that her beloved remained safe. She hugged the guy tightly, expressing endless happiness and gratitude for his incredible return. Unable to contain her emotional outburst, tears continued to flow down her cheeks in an uncontrollable stream, reflecting the depth of the stress and inner turmoil she had experienced. The blue-haired keeper of the place pointedly noted that the girl had not inquired about the history of the soul of the king who had once undergone this test. She explained that the guy used an absolutely identical method of overcoming the disaster, used once before. The guardian said that this path had already been tested, and thanks to it, the goddess Eve was able to become a real deity. The guy realized with horror that he and Yun Yujing were earthly immortals and could not believe in Eve's transformation into a true deity. On Mount Longgang, the head of the god sect and the guy returned to their lair, leaving behind an incredible test. The guy's thoughts grew stronger in the belief that after passing through the disaster, he had gained complete immortality and a new level of power. The guy recalled the words of the blue-haired girl about the immortality of the soul, which echoed in his mind, filling him with new understanding. The awareness of the immortality of the soul meant for him absolute invulnerability, opening up incredible prospects for existence beyond ordinary boundaries. The Emperor hung in the air above the Dragon City, emitting powerful energy, and a yellow ring of incomprehensible power formed around him. The ruler understood that time was coming to an end, and he could no longer waste precious moments on useless confrontation. The Emperor's impatience grew. He was ready to act immediately, not wanting to delay any longer in destroying his opponents. The guy's girlfriends and wife watched the retreating Emperor, wondering whether this was a retreat or another threat. Chen Mo, alarmed by the absence of Lin Chu and Mr. Wei, suggested stopping the Emperor, sensing something was wrong. The maid Xiao Ke objected to her mistress with alarm, doubting the wisdom of her impulse to pursue such a powerful enemy. Despite her doubts, she urged those around her to act, realizing that delay would allow the Emperor to escape. The guy's bodyguard, Ryoko, proposed a radical plan to take away the spiritual power from those present to achieve her goal. 4 girls resolutely rushed in pursuit, trying to catch up and stop the Emperor, despite the obvious danger. The Emperor noticed the pursuers from behind and was surprised at the number of women around the mysterious mister. The ruler reflected on the incredible harmony and devotion that these women demonstrated, ready to protect their chosen one. The girls practically closed a circle around the Emperor, causing him bewildered and irritated surprise with their insolence. The powerful ruler pointed his finger and began to concentrate a colossal amount of energy around himself. In a matter of moments, orange spiritual energy rained down on them like a powerful avalanche, sweeping away everyone without the slightest resistance. Finding himself in complete power, the Emperor contemptuously said that the insects needed to calm down the insects. The guy's bodyguard recognized the huge difference in spiritual power that existed between them and the Emperor. Despite this, she firmly stated that they could not be stopped so easily and would fight to the end. Chen Mo, despite fear and internal shock, uttered decisive words about her readiness to fight for her husband, despite the threat. In the lair of the head of the Hidden God sect, the girl realized that she was probably the first to complete the cross catastrophe, realizing the scale of what had happened. The head of the Hidden God sect noticed an alarming inner feeling that was growing with each passing second. She noticed a powerful explosion in the sky, which made her think about a mysterious stranger who had suddenly appeared in her reality. The girl was determined not to let anyone interfere with Lin Chu during his important training, showing unwavering determination. The 4 girls continued their desperate attempt to stop the Emperor, freeing themselves from his energy trap and creating obstacles in his path. The guy's wife, full of determination, furiously told the Emperor that he would not go further, demonstrating incredible courage. Her words angered the Emperor so much that he clenched his teeth convulsively, holding back his growing rage. The Emperor began to glow with intense violet flames, furiously screaming about the imminent death of his opponents. Suddenly, the head of the Hidden God sect appeared in front of the girls, covering them with herself and preparing to stop the deadly blow. She spoke to the girls behind her, urging them to obey her commands and promising to help them resist the powerful Emperor. The elements, wind, fire, water, and electricity began to concentrate around the girls, preparing to fall on the Emperor. The Emperor laughed contemptuously, declaring that female power posed no threat to him. The Emperor continued to burst into laughter, declaring that today they were all doomed, and noted with contempt the absence of their boyfriend. At this moment, Lin Chu was sitting on the bed in the lotus position, with a red energy substance dancing around him. The guy suddenly realized that mental strength is capable of not only attacking, but also transforming the body, opening up incredible possibilities. Lin Chu realized that the essence of soul power was matter that could take on various forms and recalled past memories. He was amazed to discover that magical matter could transform into almost any object. The guy thought about the possibility of using mental power to create a chemical reaction, loading the knowledge of a real chemist into his memory. Lin Chu carefully examined his own hand, thinking about the potential of creating something more powerful. Getting out of bed, he completely immersed himself in the study of energy, realizing that after overcoming the disaster, he knew mental strength much more deeply. The new knowledge was many times greater than anything he knew before, and Lin Chu was ready to use it as effectively as possible. The boy sought to develop his soul power to the next level, staring intently at the mysterious corridor in front of him and wondering about the whereabouts of Yun Yu Jing, who suddenly disappeared from sight. In the Mr. Wei costume, the guy appeared in a serious manner, firmly declaring to the head of the closed sect of God that she was not a worthy opponent for him, demonstrating unshakable confidence. He noticed his wife Chen Mo and his friends lying unconscious on the ground, which instantly caused him to be extremely worried and want to understand what was happening. The guy could not find a logical explanation for why all these girls were unconscious here, and dozens of versions and assumptions about the reasons for their conditions swarmed in his head. The Emperor arrogantly stated that only by practicing for hundreds of years and becoming immortal could they hope to defeat him, scornfully pointing out their current weakness. The ruler, with a derogatory intonation, asserted that they were not even able to help themselves, emphasizing the colossal difference in their strengths. Yun Yu Jing, the head of the Hidden God sect, was injured, but continued to hold on, pressing her hand to her stomach and trying not to show weakness in the face of a powerful opponent. Grabbing her stick, she shouted aggressively, calling on the Emperor to stop talking nonsense and continue the fight with the same determination with which she began. Suddenly, another hand grabbed her hand, gently but firmly stopping further actions. Mr. Wei, with a charming smile, invited her to rest, gently but persistently taking the initiative into his own hands and promising to cope on his own. Yun Yujing anxiously asked him to be careful, acknowledging that none of them could be considered a real match for such a powerful opponent. The guy confidently reassured his interlocutor, declaring that even if the emperor was not defeated, he would not be able to harm him, and she perfectly understood the truth of these words. Taking her carefully in his arms, the guy promised to send her to the lair for healing, after offering to rest and recuperate. Having laid the girl down, he heard her last persistent request to be extremely careful in the impending battle with a powerful enemy. The emperor appeared before him, with a mystical circle sparkling around his head and a fiery dragon of incomprehensible power hovering majestically next to him. Mr. Wei carefully examined his own hand, reflecting on the incredible ability of soul energy to transform and hoping to transform it into kinetic energy. The guy covered the girls with his back, yellow energy shone around him, and he used a complex mathematical formula as the name of a special fighting technique. The emperor caught the strange words and reacted instantly, his face distorted by incredible anger and misunderstanding of what was happening. The ruler did not believe what he heard, considering the guy's words absurd. And at that moment, he noticed how the girls behind the interlocutor's back were mysteriously disappearing. The guy said meaningfully that he would now demonstrate the name of one of his unique techniques. With absolute confidence, he stated that the emperor could not have heard such a thing before because it is simply called science. The emperor smiled maliciously, meaningfully declaring that he would show the true difference between science and mesmerizing death, emphasizing his superiority in a threatening tone. The ruler's words only increased the tension, and the guy finally prepared to begin a decisive battle with an invincible enemy. They stared at each other, each waiting for the moment when they could strike the first crushing blow, reminiscent of two predators before a fight. The emperor began to concentrate yellow energy in his hand, his eyes glowing with the same intense yellow color, preparing to unleash destructive force. The ruler unexpectedly quickly punches the guy right in the stomach, using all his incredible power and speed. The guy clearly did not expect such an attack, hoping to dodge, and was now experiencing acute pain from the crushing blow. Despite the damage, he did not give up and began to use spiritual power, pink flames of incredible intensity bursting from his hands. The emperor disdainfully commented on the attempted fire attack, claiming that the guy was clearly underestimating his invincible body. The guy unexpectedly suggested an alternative scenario. What if instead of regular fire there was a nuclear bomb? The soul force began to transform him into uranium-235, downloading Einstein's knowledge into his consciousness and preparing to demonstrate incredible scientific power. The guy, having collected the remaining energy, barely managed to direct it towards the emperor, using the last reserves of his strength for a crushing attack. The emperor was in incredible shock, his mouth wide open and not believing what was happening, trying to comprehend the impossibility of the scientific phenomenon he had seen. A huge nuclear explosion hit space, forming a giant mushroom cloud that swallowed everything around with incredible destructive force. The head of the hidden god sect suddenly opened her eyes, experiencing acute pain and shock from the scale of the catastrophic event that had occurred. She looked extremely wary, with her hand outstretched, trying to figure out if she was still in a safe place after the incredible incident. Yun Yujing could not comprehend what kind of technique Lin Chu was using, and understood that his strength surpassed even the most powerful thunder and lightning strikes. The three girls were relaxing in the spring, immersed in the water, and the head of the god sect was thinking hopefully about the guy's ability to defeat the powerful emperor. The battle continued. The nuclear strike had clearly caused serious damage to the emperor, leaving deep scars on him, and the ruler was asking in surprise about the resource of incredible power. The guy calmly explained that the pain is not caused by mental strength, but by uranium and accumulated scientific knowledge, demonstrating incredible calm. He described in detail the mechanism of the attack, saying that he used soul power to split matter, which released colossal nuclear energy. The emperor, in absolute horror, asked again about the origin of nuclear energy, not understanding the nature of such a destructive force. The guy asked in surprise how one could live for 1,000 years without being interested in the development of science and technology, hinting at the limited worldview of the enemy. He explained in detail that nuclear energy comes from nuclear power, marveling at the emperor's lack of knowledge about the atomic bomb. The emperor, hovering in the air in front of the guy, expressed complete bewilderment, admitting that he had never heard of such things. The guy declared his ability to transform mental power into any known scientific element, demonstrating incredible flexibility of abilities. He listed the elements: hydrogen, helium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, claiming that he could create almost anything. Various elements began to materialize around the guy, confirming his words about the limitless possibilities of transformation. With a sneer, he asked if the Emperor liked the way an atomic bomb exploded in his face, hinting at the destructive power of scientific knowledge. The guy warned about the possibility of repeating the attack, but the Emperor continued to smile, maintaining equanimity. The ruler found the spell used interesting and stated that he would now take the enemy seriously after the sneak attack. The guy insisted that this was not just about technology, but about an entire revolutionary technology that could change ideas about the universe. The Emperor appeared before him and began to glow with intense yellow energy, creating a terrifying atmosphere of irresistible power. A gigantic creature appeared above the Emperor, resembling a huge evil predator turtle, ready to attack at any moment at the slightest signal from its owner. Lin Chu remained absolutely calm, continuing to generate various scientific elements in his hands, as if what was happening did not bother him at all. The Emperor was surrounded by raging flames that fueled his energy, and he clearly enjoyed his own power at this moment. Using elements of physics, Lin Chu sent a powerful stream of energy towards the giant animal, demonstrating incredible mastery of scientific knowledge. The guy made every effort, literally throwing forward his accumulated skills and knowledge despite the colossal tension. Sitting on a monstrous turtle, the Emperor explained that he was considered one of the 4 greatest creatures due to the indestructible power of his shell. The ruler declared his invincibility and began sending spiritual energy towards the guy, while simultaneously creating a protective dome around himself. With a triumphant grin, the Emperor reminded Lin Chu of the impossibility of harming him, and riding on a monstrous turtle, rushed towards him, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Lin Chu realized that his nuclear strike strategy was failing, and his confidence in victory began to rapidly fade in the face of a powerful enemy. The Emperor scornfully declared that their battle was no longer meaningful, and ordered the guy to go to hell using a terrifying repeated repetition of the word. With the help of a monstrous turtle with many legs, he captured Lin Chu, threateningly declaring that even an immortal body would be destroyed by the indestructible power of the shell. The guy found himself completely bound by the monster's paws, experiencing increasing suffocation and realizing the criticality of his situation. Suddenly, there was a colossal explosion, so powerful that even the Emperor experienced sincere bewilderment at its scale. The ruler looked around, not understanding where exactly the guy was and where he could have disappeared after the collision. The Emperor was tormented by doubts, suspecting that the enemy had chickened out and fled, unable to withstand the crushing attack. He peered into the huge cloud of smoke that formed after the collision, hoping to see signs of life or defeat. Lin Chu, barely alive, touched his heart and whispered that he miraculously escaped complete destruction, balancing on the brink of survival. The Emperor raised his head sharply, carefully listening to the surrounding space and trying to catch the slightest sound that could indicate the location of the enemy. The Emperor jumped high and attacked the guy furiously, being sincerely surprised that he managed to survive such a crushing blow. Lin Chu could barely hold back the onslaught of bright yellow light, which almost completely absorbed his energy space. He understood that there was practically no time left to think, and it was urgent to come up with an effective rescue plan. The guy feverishly sorted through memories that could be used to unite and strengthen his spiritual power. The Emperor, seeing the guy in a losing position, attacked him with rage, shouting that he would not allow him to even think about resistance. Lin Chu, looking at the Emperor, understood the criticality of the situation and desperately looked for an opportunity to maneuver and evade. The ruler tied the guy's legs and laughed triumphantly, declaring that he would not be able to escape. Lin Chu thought about the incredible thickness of the turtle's shell, which was not pierced even by an atomic bomb, and thought about further actions. The guy tied up by the Emperor stood completely still, awaiting the final attack from a powerful enemy. He folded his hands, as if about to pray, and quietly made an appeal to all the forces of the universe for help. The Emperor looked at what was happening in complete bewilderment, not understanding the strange behavior of the enemy. The guy screamed desperately, begging for help and calling on the memory of people, which seemed to be his last hope. Like a sudden fireworks display, souls began to leave his body, causing shock to the Emperor, who did not believe what was happening. Noticing that the souls were trying to move away, the guy imperiously proclaimed his dominance, demanding that they stay with him. In a moment of extreme necessity, he realized the only possible way out, to declare himself the soul of the king, using the last chance for salvation. The souls gradually began to return, and the guy, raising his hand, activated powerful spiritual energy, creating an incredible spectacle. He screamed furiously, asking for help in getting rid of the Emperor's powerful turtle, showing unwavering determination. The Emperor watched what was happening in complete bewilderment, not understanding whether this was a scientific phenomenon or something more. The guy claimed that this was the true power of 10,000 ancestors, surpassing ordinary ideas of what was possible. The souls formed a giant palm, so powerful that even the Emperor recognized its superiority over himself. The ruler was shocked, declaring that he could not believe in the existence of a being superior to an ordinary mortal. In a last-ditch effort, the Emperor surrounded himself with massive flames, towering even higher, demonstrating his true power. The Emperor theatrically spread his arms, demonstrating the true power of his monstrous beast, while fire completely enveloped his powerful body, creating a terrifying picture of absolute power. The turtle under the Emperor began to rapidly increase in size, turning into a gigantic monster with incredibly long arms that inspired primitive horror with its destructive power. The ruler declared his intention to wipe out not only the guy, but the entire city of dragons, demonstrating the scale of his destructive power. Lin Chu looked at what was happening with absolute horror, not understanding how a turtle could reach such unimaginable sizes, contrary to all the laws of nature. The Emperor mockingly said that for a person there are things more important than everything else, hinting at the deep philosophical meaning of what is happening. The guy jumped onto the shell of a monstrous turtle, demanding to know the true benefit for humanity in this incredible battle. Yellow energy began to flow from his heart, causing Lin Chu to convulsively hold his chest and experience incredible tension throughout his entire body. With a wave of his hand, he proclaimed that grit was the most important thing, demonstrating incredible willpower in the face of imminent danger. The guy's huge hand sword rushed straight into the massive shell of the monstrous turtle, ready to pierce the seemingly impenetrable armor. The guy's sword instantly broke on the incredibly hard turtle shell, demonstrating the absolute impregnability of the Emperor's defense, which seemed indestructible and surpassed all imaginable physical limitations. Lin Chu was in deep shock, realizing that the development of events was radically different from all his original strategic plans and calculations. Continuing desperate attempts to break through the shell, the guy encountered insurmountable resistance, and the Emperor triumphantly declared his invincible physical protection. The ruler pointedly hinted at the immortality of Lin Chu, who had gone through the disaster, emphasizing the paradox of their confrontation. The Emperor proclaimed himself the true god of the planet, claiming that no one could ever harm him in this or any other life. A huge turtle suddenly appeared in the city square where many ordinary people were, creating an apocalyptic picture of an impending disaster. The Emperor, seated on a huge turtle, theatrically spread his arms, threateningly declaring that the city of Dragon will be buried along with its inhabitants, who must say goodbye to their hearts and loved ones. The monstrous turtle began to descend, causing panic among people who screamed in horror, begging for salvation and not understanding the scale of the impending threat. Residents of the city screamed in despair about the monstrous size of the monster, finding no way to escape and losing all hope of surviving in the face of the impending disaster. Yun Yujing, the head of the Hidden God sect, stood in extreme tension, realizing the criticality of the situation and the inevitability of the complete destruction of the city. She turned to Lin Chu demanding immediate action, realizing that delay would lead to 100% death of all residents of the City of Dragons. Lin Chu, without losing his resolve, grabbed his pre-marital sword, preparing to strike the Emperor, which seemed to be the only chance of salvation. His blow was so powerful that it left a bright yellow trail in the air, demonstrating the guy's incredible strength and determination. The Emperor instantly moved behind Lin Chu, mockingly declaring the futility of attacks on his spiritual body and emphasizing his own invulnerability. The ruler claimed that in this battle he was absolutely invincible and had no vulnerable points for attack. From behind the Emperor's turtle, the heads of many dragons began to emerge, ready to attack Lin Chu and eager to destroy him. The guy looked with growing horror. His body began to shake treacherously, and his eyes reflected complete fear of the impending disaster. Jumping onto the turtle shell, he feverishly thought about his next actions, realizing that every second could be decisive. The heads of dragons surrounded him on all sides, and the guy desperately swung his sword, not allowing the monstrous creatures to get closer. The goddess Eve sat in the palace, holding a crystal ball in her hands, through which she could observe what was happening with calm. She pointedly said that a true Soul King should know how to act in such a situation, hinting at Lin Chu's hidden potential. The dragon's heads suddenly transformed, becoming multiple copies of the Emperor himself, creating a terrifying sight. The Emperor laughed loudly and angrily, enjoying his own power and impunity. The guy activated the spiritual power of souls, using a complex spell that was supposed to change the course of the battle. Behind Lin Chu, the people he had summoned materialized, ready to engage in battle. Boxers, assassins, and other summoned souls stood opposite the Emperor's heads, preparing for the final clash. The guy was relieved to realize that he had the power of 10,000 souls, which gave him a chance to win. The guy swung his sword in complete despair, realizing that even if the blow did not harm the Emperor, he had no idea how to stop the impending disaster. His face was covered with profuse sweat, and he realized the criticality of the moment, being on the verge of complete defeat and destruction. For a moment, Lin Chu realized that the city was home to more than 10 million people who were under mortal threat. In desperation, he screamed, begging the city's inhabitants to lend him their spiritual strength and souls for salvation. The head of the Chen family hurriedly packed his things, hurrying everyone to leave the city before the Emperor destroyed it completely. The family leader quickly radioed and packed gold bars in preparation for an emergency evacuation. The eldest son worriedly asked his father about the fate of their business, factories, and real estate in the event of immediate flight. The father irritably noted that they had very little time left and blamed Mr. Wei for what was happening, who provoked this situation. Subordinates reported that they visited the hotel but did not find the daughter of the head of the family there. The desperate head of the family clutched his head, regretting the quarrel with his daughter and not knowing where she was now. Residents of the street were delighted to recognize Mr. Wei, who fought with the powerful emperor, not fully understanding the scale of what was happening. Even the boy's father ran out into the street, throwing his head back and watching his son's incredible battle with the monstrous ruler. People were happy to see the hero, but did not understand how they could borrow a soul and what exactly was required of them at this critical moment. Lin Chu fought at the same time and explained to the townspeople that they did not need to take any active action. The guy begged people to relax, give up resistance, and let him take their souls. This was the only way to stop the monstrous turtle. He continued to defend himself with a huge sword, waiting for people's consent to use their spiritual power. The Emperor's defense turned out to be so powerful that Lin Chu began to fall on his back, losing his last strength. The guy realized that he was on the verge of complete exhaustion, gritting his teeth in a last desperate effort. At a critical moment, he felt how the souls of people began to envelop his body with violet energy. The townspeople joyfully and willingly gave up their souls, wanting to help save the city from imminent disaster. Closing his eyes, the guy saw Yun Yujing, the head of the hidden god sect, who was watching his incredible plan in surprise. The guy approached the girl, leaning over and giving her a meaningful, slightly mysterious smile full of hidden meaning. He then kissed her lips, drawing additional energy and strength from this contact for the upcoming battle. Now he towered over the city, surrounded by the violet energy of many souls that fueled his incredible power. Suddenly, the guy noticed something in front of him, which caused him extreme surprise and tension. He tried to retreat on a turtle shell, trying to gain a better position and distance. The Emperor suddenly appeared ahead, sarcastically remarking that he had not expected such a turn of events. Hearing these words, the guy began to laugh, and the laughter sounded a little hysterical and malicious. He tensed, and his fist became filled with powerful purple energy of incredible intensity. The impact struck the turtle's shell, creating a deep purple vibration. The Emperor screamed in shock, not understanding how it was even possible to cause him so much pain. The guy proudly replied that now he was not alone, and this blow was dealt by more than 10 million people eager to defeat the Emperor. The guy teleported with lightning speed, appearing unexpectedly in front of the Emperor, who did not have time to digest what was happening. The next moment, he grabbed the ruler by the neck, using a sudden and precise attack. Holding the Emperor by the throat, the guy said slowly and threateningly that now they would see who would disappear first. Lin Chu's crazy gaze shone with incredible joy that he had finally reached his powerful opponent. He challenged the Emperor, asking if he had seen his powerful fist, showing complete contempt. The Emperor began to scream hysterically, asserting his royal heritage, the veins on his face becoming more and more pronounced. The guy dealt a crushing blow, from which the Emperor's head jerked sharply to the side. The ruler begged to stop, but Lin Chu continued to hold him by the throat with incredible determination. The emperor shouted in panic that a simple person could not harm him, threatening to destroy everyone around him. The guy calmly stated that he was going to knock out the emperor right now, leaving him no chance. Yun Yujing, the head of the Hidden God sect, appeared behind Lin Chu, ready to support him with thunder lightning. The guy pointed his finger at the emperor with a decisive gesture, ordering him to go to hell without the right of return. He took the staff from Yun Yujing, the head of the Hidden God sect, and pointed it straight at the monstrous turtle's shell. The emperor, clutching his heart, admitted with horror that this magical weapon could cause him real harm. The ruler asked in bewilderment whether this staff was the legendary flag of Thunderbolt, which he so feared. The guy mysteriously replied that this was a secret skill for now, and a powerful cluster of lightning struck the emperor. The blow was so crushing that the emperor's skeleton began to show through his flesh. At the last moment, Lin Chu activated his spiritual power, and his fist began to glow with an intense orange glow. He prepared to strike the final blow, gathering all his determination and remaining strength. The final blow landed directly on the emperor lying on the ground, who could no longer offer resistance. Without stopping, the guy continued to strike countless blows, not giving the enemy a chance to recover. He poured all his accumulated strength into each blow, declaring it his final blow. Eve, who was watching what was happening through a crystal ball, proudly said that her beloved had finally returned and showed his true strength. At that moment, an incomprehensible orange force began to penetrate his body, spreading instantly and causing strange sensations that the guy could not understand or logically explain. An unknown energy suddenly made him fall, as if falling into an unknown space, where reality was lost and mixed with some strange visions and energy flows. Having woken up, he slowly opened his eyes, not understanding where he was and what had happened, and an extraordinary silence reigned around, filled with the mysterious atmosphere of a spring. Yun Yujing, the head of the Hidden God sect, appeared in front of him, who sat next to him and carefully watched his awakening, radiating an incomprehensible calm and mystery. She smiled sweetly, happily noting that he had finally woken up, and her gaze was filled with relief and some hidden emotion that was difficult to comprehend. In the distance, the guy saw his friends and wife, and Yun Yujing explained that she brought him after fainting, hugging him tenderly and showing concern that could seem ambiguous. She thanked him for saving the city from the emperor, who could have completely destroyed their homeland, and kissed him with such sincerity that it could be perceived in different ways. However, the kiss was seen by the guy's wife, who had just woken up and was shocked by the unexpected scene between her husband and an unfamiliar girl. Her face turned pale and she asked her husband in shock what was happening, not understanding the true context of their relationship and the reasons for such frankness. Chen Mo began to scream loudly, demanding an explanation and finding out the identity of the stranger who allowed herself such intimacy with her husband. Yun Yujing calmly stated that she was simply expressing happiness to her comrade, using a neutral tone that could be taken in two ways. The guy tried to calm his wife down, explaining that it was he who defeated the emperor and saved the city, hoping that his story would smooth out the tension in the relationship. The guy's wife asked in disbelief if he really destroyed the emperor, not understanding how this could happen and what was connected with the mysterious Mr. Wei. Yun Yujing annoyedly explained that this particular guy was Mr. Wei, surprised at Chen Mo's lack of understanding of the obvious fact. A terrifying truth was revealed to Chen Mo, which instantly changed her entire perception of reality, causing shock and complete confusion. She clutched her head, desperately insisting that she had definitely seen her husband and Mr. Wei together, while the maid tried to calm her down. The guy watched what was happening, realizing that he could no longer control the unfolding dramatic situation. Lin Chu asked his wife to return home, citing a headache, but she insisted on an immediate explanation. The bodyguard intervened in the dialogue and said that Chen Mo needed to understand the true essence of Mr. Wei. Ryoko Suwon mockingly said that the real Mr. Wei was Lin Chu, and she knew this from the very beginning. Chen Mo, in hysterics, demanded confirmation of what she had heard, asking the maid if she knew this secret. Xiao Kei, who had always been devoted to her mistress, now lowered her eyes in shame, not finding the strength to look her mistress in the face. The maid not only knew the truth about Mr. Wei's identity, but also participated in an elaborate game played out in front of her mistress. Ryoko Suwon, the guy's bodyguard, decided to herself that she was not going to reveal any additional details, leaving the intrigue unsolved. Chenmo felt her world shatter into small pieces, realizing in a panic that everyone except her knew the truth about Mr. Wei. Strange Love intervened in the conversation, meaningfully declaring that now the whole world would know about what had happened. She showed a phone with a photo of Lin Chu defeating the Emperor, saying that these shots had already been posted online. Now, everyone could find out the true identity of the mysterious Mr. Wei Wei. Chen Mo looked at the photo in absolute shock, her face expressing such panic as she had never seen before. She tried to run away and the guy tried to stop him, begging him to listen, but she screamed that she didn't want to know him anymore. Chen Mo admitted that she needs time to be alone, since she does not understand how to act correctly in this situation. Suddenly, the goddess Eve appeared to everyone, noticing the turmoil and large crowd of people. Lin Chu asked the goddess in surprise about the reason for her appearance in such chaos. The girl standing behind the guy asked with increasing curiosity about the identity of the goddess Eva, carefully listening to every word of Lin Chu, who slowly began to reveal information about her origin. Eve resolutely took the guy's hand, staring into his eyes with such intensity that it seemed as if she was trying to penetrate the very essence of his consciousness and memory. The guy screamed in horror that his name was completely different and accused Eve of sophisticated manipulation, suggesting that she was trying to gain total control over his soul. Hearing his words, Eve was so shocked that her mind raced feverishly, trying to comprehend whether all the efforts she had made were not enough. She made the threat slowly and angrily, drawing out the words with an intonation that made those around her freeze at the unexpected icy tone. Her face instantly lit up with rage, and she threateningly declared her intention to destroy everyone, promising to paint the world in the bloody color of absolute retribution. Yun Yujing jumped into the situation with lightning speed, activating the complex teleportation system of the Hidden God Gate with incredible speed and professionalism. Massive yellow-golden circles quickly appeared above the mountain, which appeared after the spell was cast, creating an impressive picture of magical reality. Goddess Eve mockingly and contemptuously noted that they would not be able to escape despite all attempts at teleportation, demonstrating complete superiority. At this moment, the head of the Chen family and his eldest son were sitting opposite each other, having a conversation so serious that it seemed as if a lot depended on its outcome. Suddenly, a daughter appeared who looked so dissatisfied and angry that her appearance could make anyone shudder from the fierce expression on her face. The head of the Chen family expressed indescribable joy at the sight of his daughter, his loud exclamations for Momo's well-being echoing throughout the spacious hall. Miss Chen, with obvious signs of mental exhaustion on her face, asked not to be disturbed, explaining her desire to retire to her own restroom. The inspired father asked his daughter with undisguised interest about her husband, admiring his incredible strength which allowed him to defeat the emperor himself. Elder brother Shen Chen, imbued with respect for his brother-in-law, expressed a sincere desire to call Lin Chu his brother, emphasizing the importance of family ties. There was a heavy silence in the room after Miss Chen's words about breaking up with her husband because of his unforgivable act, which she could not accept. The father and older brother were frozen in a daze from the shocking news, unable to comprehend the girl's decision to break off relations with such an outstanding person. Shenchen, trying to reason with his sister, persistently emphasized the importance of Lin Chu as the future patron of their family, capable of withstanding any threat. The head of the family, supporting his son, noted with admiration the rare qualities of his son-in-law, admitting that he had underestimated his true potential all this time. Miss Chen, placing her hand on her brother's shoulder, called him to silence with such coldness in her voice that the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. The girl, surprising her relatives with her determination, clearly defined the boundaries, declaring the inviolability of her personal life and the right to make independent decisions. Leaving the company of her relatives, Miss Chen withdrew amid the loud protests of her elder brother, whose displeasure was reflected in every sound of his voice. Finding herself finally in the privacy of her own room, the girl experienced instant relief at the opportunity to be alone with her thoughts. Closing her eyes in an attempt to relax, Miss Chen still felt an irresistible internal tension that constrained her entire being. The thought that everyone around her except her was privy to her husband's secret caused the girl unbearable mental pain and disappointment. The unexpected address of her wife made Miss Chen flinch in surprise and shock, disturbing her solitary thoughts in her own room. Lin Chu, who was comfortably seated on her bed, calmly explained that he had foreseen her return home and arrived here using spiritual power. Miss Chen, with undisguised bewilderment, inquired about the presence of her husband in her room and the whereabouts of the other participants in the recent events. Lin Chu explained that thanks to the timely actions of the head of the Hidden God sect, everyone was transferred to the secret base, leaving only him and the maid. Xiao Hei's sudden appearance in the room was accompanied by her sincere desire to explain to the lady the reasons for hiding Mr. Wei's true identity. The maid revealed the guy's true motives for disguising himself as Mr. Wei, emphasizing his desire to protect his beloved from possible threats. Miss Chen, sitting on the edge of the bed, remained silently awaiting further explanations, carefully observing what was happening around her. Lin Chu gently took his wife's hand and reminded him of his original helplessness due to his lack of spiritual strength and inability to ensure her safety. The guy explained his forced silence by his desire to protect his beloved from the dangers that could arise when the truth was revealed. Miss Chen, still impressed by her husband's victory over the emperor, reproached him for his lack of trust in her as a loved one. Lin Chu, hugging his wife from behind, admitted his constant lack of confidence in defeating his opponents, despite his increased strength and abilities. The guy, lowering his voice, shared his experiences that even on the verge of life and death, he could not risk her safety. Whispering in his wife's ear, Lin Chu explained his decision to trust others for their strength, emphasizing that only protecting her was his true priority. Miss Chen, turning her head to her husband, plunged into deep thoughts about the correctness of his actions and the sincerity of his intentions. The girl, having overcome internal doubts, took her husband's hand and gave him a tender kiss, expressing her forgiveness and understanding. Unexpected screams from outside, expressing outrage at someone's intrusion into their home, interrupted the moment of reconciliation between the spouses. Walking out onto the balcony, they saw an impressive sight: the majestic goddess Eve, followed by an excited Shen Che. Miss Chen's elder brother, without holding back his emotions, loudly demanded the attention of the goddess, who purposefully continued on her way. Lin Chu desperately tried to warn Shen Che against confrontation with the goddess, intuitively sensing the mortal danger of the impending conflict. Goddess Eve, demonstrating her incredible power, with one movement of her finger released a colossal stream of spiritual energy in the direction of her elder brother. The family members present stood frozen in silent horror as they watched the scene unfold, unable to comprehend the reality of what was happening. The deadly precision of the goddess's blow left a bloody mark on Shen Che's forehead, instantly ending his life in front of the eyes of his shocked relatives. Eve turned to Lin Chu with an unnerving calmness, reminding her of her promise to find him, as if the man's death was only a minor obstacle. The guy, overcome with rage and misunderstanding, demanded an explanation for the brutal murder, while his wife and maid froze in a daze. The goddess calmly explained her decision to destroy all those close to Lin Chu, considering this necessary for his complete restoration and awakening. The head of the Chen family appeared accompanied by guards, and his gaze immediately fell on the lifeless body of his eldest son, lying on the ground. The father, with eyes bloodshot from rage and grief, brought down on the goddess a stream of accusations of murdering his heir and successor of the family. Eve, completely indifferent to human grief, began to gather energy, spreading her arms wide in anticipation of a new attack. Under the influence of her power, all the present workers and subordinates of the Chen family began to writhe in unbearable pain, filling the air with screams. The head of the family, who had been accumulating spiritual energy for years, launched a desperate attack on the goddess, driven by a thirst for revenge for the death of his son. Eve's divine essence manifested itself in her lifeless, pupilless eyes as she unleashed her crushing power against a mortal. The body of the father of the family began to dissolve in the air under the influence of divine energy, gradually losing materiality and turning into emptiness. Lin Chu quickly intervened in the conflict, extending his hands forward, around which the pulsating yellow energy of spiritual power began to concentrate. The sudden awareness of something invisible to others made the guy freeze in tense surprise, and cold sweat began to cover his face. Goddess Eve, with chilling calm, reminded Lin Chu of the insurmountable gap between the divine essence and the earthly mortal being. The bitter realization of his own helplessness in the face of divine power forced the guy to rethink his chances of confrontation. Lin Chu, shielding his wife with a protective gesture, insistently asked her to retreat, promising to buy time to find a way to salvation. Miss Chen, overcome with anxiety for her husband's fate, cried out loudly the question of his own safety in this deadly situation. The guy tried to calm his wife down, explaining his plan to distract the goddess and establish contact with the head of the hidden sect of the god. The maid, acting discreetly, sent a message to the head of the hidden god sect, receiving an encouraging response that help would soon arrive. Lin Chu, approaching the goddess, tried to find out the true reasons for her persistent desire to awaken the identity of the King of Souls in him. Eve revealed the complex history of her relationship with her past life lover, who was also her sworn enemy. The guy, straining his memory, remembered only the tragic outcome associated with overcoming the disaster and the subsequent murder. The goddess was lost in memories of their joint training, which led them both to achieve divine status. A moment of closeness with Wang Hong on the eve of the decisive day of overcoming the catastrophe, which promised them an existence beyond ordinary gods, surfaced in her memory. The then-lover discovered the terrible price of their rise, the need to sacrifice 1 billion lives on Earth for the sake of their common overcoming of the catastrophe. Eve, in her memories, reflected on the ease of achieving the highest dimension of existence through a simple snap of her fingers. In Eva's memories, the two of them lay together, tenderly hugging, but her lover radiated deep sadness, hiding heavy thoughts about what was to come. The goddess, immersed in painful memories, told Lin Chu about her failure to overcome the disaster and the long restoration of her former power. The guy, trying to understand the situation, asked a logical question about the need for his transformation when he could simply destroy his former lover. Eve, with a crazed gleam in her eyes, revealed her true desire to go through the second catastrophe with the reborn Soul King, her former lover. The sudden appearance of a familiar portal above their heads, created by the head of the hidden god sect, attracted the attention of everyone present. The goddess, furious at the possibility of escape, shouted out a threat to immediately kill the guy if anyone tried to hide from her. Without hesitating for a second, Eva released powerful streams of yellow energy, aimed at everyone present with destructive force. At the critical moment, the maid, driven by devotion to her mistress, shielded Miss Chen with her own body from the deadly blow. Lin Chu, shocked by the maid's self-sacrifice, desperately shouted her name, not understanding the reasons for such a desperate act. The four suddenly disappeared right before the eyes of the enraged goddess, having managed to avoid her deadly attack at the last moment. In a new place, the guy carefully held in his arms a wounded maid who had suffered from a crushing blow from divine power. Disoriented by the sudden movement, Lin Chu asked his girlfriends around him about their current whereabouts. The bodyguard explained that she deliberately changed the teleportation coordinates in Yoon's mind, transferring them to Tokyo for safety. An unusual group, consisting of a strange love, a bodyguard, a guy's wife, the head of a hidden sect, and an injured maid, hurried through the streets of the city. Lin Chu, concerned about the maid's condition, persistently asked the bodyguard about the reliability of the local doctor and the urgency of treatment. The bodyguard anxiously reported unsuccessful attempts to contact the doctor, who did not answer numerous calls. Watching the unconscious maid in his arms, Lin Chu mentally vowed to do everything possible to save her. The physical stress from carrying the girl for a long time was manifested in profuse sweat and noticeable fatigue on the guy's face. The head of the hidden god sect expressed concern about Lin Chu's condition, noting the significant expenditure of his energy during the flight. Yoon Yujing persistently offered her help, reminding the guy of his mortal nature and the need to maintain strength. Lin Chu refused the offered help, pointing out the depletion of the spiritual energy of the sect leader himself after multiple teleportations. Thanks to her knowledge of the area, the bodyguard confidently led the group through the streets of Tokyo to their desired destination. At the door of the desired house, the bodyguard began persistently calling Yamamoto Autumn, emphasizing the urgency of medical assistance. The appearance of an elegant doctor with light brown hair and brown eyes, leisurely sipping coffee, was accompanied by a question about the unusual speed of their arrival. The bodyguard abruptly interrupted the doctor's idle talk, demanding immediate treatment for the wounded maid. Yamamoto Autumn noted the unusual behavior of the bodyguard, who showed unusual concern for her patient. With a professional gesture, putting on sterile gloves, the doctor began examining the injured maid. After placing the maid on the couch, Lin Chu continued to stand nearby, checking the temperature of her forehead. Despite the guy's obvious anxiety, the doctor insistently asked him to leave the room for an examination. During a detailed examination of the patient, Yamamoto Autumn discovered a serious injury requiring immediate intervention. Yamamoto Autumn noted with professional surprise that the patient was still alive, despite the severity of the injury. A tense atmosphere reigned in the hall, where the guy's wife, Strange Love, the head of the hidden god sect, and the bodyguard were waiting for news. Lin Chu approached his depressed wife, who sat with her hands lifelessly hanging down and immersed in heavy thoughts. Miss Chen, unable to hold back her tears, begged her husband to save the maid, calling her part of her family and a loved one. The couple hugged for mutual support, and the guy tried to reassure his wife with promises of a successful outcome. Lin Chu gently reminded his wife of his presence in her life, trying to distract her from the gloomy thoughts about what happened. The guy solemnly vowed to always remain close to his wife, despite any trials and difficulties of fate. The appearance of the doctor interrupted the difficult wait. She announced the possibility of saving the patient, but with some reservations. Yamamoto Autumn expressed doubt about the advisability of using expensive drugs to treat the maid. The couple unanimously and resolutely insisted on rescuing the maid regardless of any cost or difficulty. The doctor explained her conditions, linking the treatment to the upcoming world auction and the need for reciprocal favors. Yamamoto Autumn made clear her requirement that one of the auction bids be used to cover medical expenses. Having laid out the documents on the table, the doctor showed a list of lots put up for auction by non-organizers of the event. She emphasized the special value of several items from the list, highlighting them from the rest of the auction lots. The doctor paid particular attention to the image of a bottle of sacred oil sent by the British royal family. Lin Chu mentally assessed the difficulty of obtaining this valuable item, realizing the need to contact Lord Fu. The bodyguard, losing patience, sharply hit the table, accusing the doctor of deliberately refusing to save the maid. The bodyguard expressed her indignation, recalling the restrictions of the auction, where only those with special authority could place bids. Yamamoto Autumn coolly suggested reconsidering the decision to save the maid, emphasizing her lack of personal obligation to the group. The bodyguard's emotional reaction expressed clear dissatisfaction with the complex conditions put forward as payment for services. Lin Chu placed a calming hand on the angry bodyguard's shoulder, urging her to remain calm. The guy emphasized the importance of saving human life and the need for a constructive discussion of the current situation. With determination in his voice, Lin Chu inquired about the possibility of his participation in the upcoming event. The doctor expressed her readiness to help save the maid, noting the firmness of the guy's intentions to fulfill the conditions set. Yamamoto Autumn stressed the importance of making a decision on her proposal as soon as possible. Upon arrival at the bodyguard's old apartment, the group settled down in what was supposed to be their temporary shelter. The bodyguard, sitting in a chair, began to emotionally express her dissatisfaction with the doctor's behavior. She remembered with bitterness her past assistance to Yamamoto Autumn in obtaining an ID card. Miss Chen, overcome with anxiety, approached her husband and anxiously grabbed his sleeve. The guy's wife expressed concern about the possible harsh conditions imposed by the doctor, despite the language barrier. Lin Chu mentally assessed the situation based on his memories of Japan, realizing the foreignness of this country for his wife and others. The guy was thinking about the possibility of using part of Dalsism's memory to solve the problem that had arisen. Trying to reassure his wife, Lin Chu assured her of the opportunity to correct the current situation. The guy expressed concern about the need for a long stay in Japan, given the language barrier for his wife. Miss Chen, with touching helplessness, promised to learn Japanese as soon as possible, realizing her helplessness in a foreign country. Lin Chu gently held his wife's hand and softly explained the difficulty of learning a language quickly under the current circumstances. The guy mysteriously hinted at the existence of a special method of accelerated language learning, arousing his wife's interest. The wife looked at her husband with undisguised love and curiosity, waiting for the secret teaching method to be revealed. Lin Chu's unexpected kiss took Miss Chen by surprise, interrupting her thoughts about language difficulties. Confused by the presence of strangers, the girl expressed dissatisfaction with the public display of feelings. The guy explained with a smile that this was his method of help, offering to discuss the details of further actions. His wife's question about the origin of the mysterious doctor forced Lin Chu to admit that he had no information about it. The bodyguard shared only a fragment of memory of Yamamoto Autumn's strange emotional sigh. Her words about awakening in a complex world sounded mysterious and meaningful to everyone present. Lin Chu noted the young age of the doctor with a slight grin, causing the bodyguard to snort with displeasure. The bodyguard shared her first impression of the doctor, emphasizing her unusual nature and usefulness. The guy respectfully addressed the bodyguard, noting her deep understanding of the Japanese world and asking for information about the upcoming auction. A female bodyguard expressed doubt about participating in the auction, highlighting the strict restrictions on Japanese bidders. Lin Chu insisted on getting complete information about the auction before making any decision. The bodyguard, with obvious dissatisfaction, inquired about the guy's understanding of the reasons for holding a world auction in small Japan. A deep thoughtfulness appeared on Lin Chu's face as he realized the significance of the country's size for hosting such an event. The bodyguard has proven her ability to unite the Japanese underworld by drawing on the local mafia's small base. Japan, despite its size, had an unusual concentration of high-level forces, which made it a unique territory. The guy's attention was attracted by unusual items presented in the auction list, a glass croissant and a silver hand from France. Lin Chu realized the scale of the auction, realizing that its essence was the exchange of treasures between powerful countries. Demonstrating his character, the guy refused to give up and asked the bodyguard to share more information. The bodyguard noted Lin Chu's stubbornness with annoyance, comparing his persistence to the tenacity of a bull. Taking out a pink phone, the girl decided to contact her team, counting on information from the largest regional power. The strange voice on the other end of the phone gave the bodyguard an uneasy feeling. Ryoko Suwon introduced herself over the phone, causing immediate recognition of her status as Suwon's sister. She demanded to be connected to Hill for an important conversation, feeling the growing tension. The shocking news about her brother's critical condition caused the girl to raise her voice in alarm and bewilderment. The suddenness of the news caused a strong emotional reaction from the bodyguard, demanding an explanation of what happened. The interlocutor spoke about the attack by the Yamaguchi group, which attracted foreign support to destroy the forces of the Suwon team in its absence. The bodyguard, continuing the conversation on the phone, decisively walked towards the door of the room, demanding to immediately send the required address. Lin Chu insisted on a joint campaign, justifying this by the dangerous situation in Japan, where various criminal groups were becoming more active. The girl, having opened the door slightly, rejected the guy's offer of escort, considering his presence an obstacle to completing the task. The guy argued his need for knowledge of local forces and their plans, which could be useful in the current situation. Having arrived at the indicated place, they froze in front of the doors, assessing the situation and preparing for possible troubles. Checking the information on her phone, the bodyguard confirmed the correctness of the chosen location, offering to go inside. The sudden appearance of huge security guards demanding to see their membership cards created the first obstacle in their path. The bodyguard, with obvious irony, asked about the need to show her participant card in preparation for active actions. The girl's lightning strike sent one of the guards flying, ending with a hard landing on the ground. The people present in the room were confused, whispering among themselves about the need to report the incident to the boss. The bodyguard's loud call demanding Yamamoto come out of hiding echoed throughout the room. The group's employees were amazed at the audacity of the stranger who dared to call their boss so openly. Armed members of the group prepared their weapons to attack the intruders. The attackers, putting their weapons forward, loudly declared their intention not to let the uninvited guests out alive. The bodyguard took a fighting stance, preparing to repel a massive enemy attack. In one precise move, without resorting to her signature weapon, she took down the first sword-wielding attacker. With a lightning-fast movement, the girl intercepted the enemy's sword, using it as her own weapon. A single swing of the captured sword ended the lives of several bandits, whose cries for help disappeared into thin air. Numerous opponents, despite the initial numerical advantage, found themselves defeated and prostrate on the ground. The bodyguard, grabbing the last remaining bandit, pressed his head to the ground, threateningly putting the blade of the sword to his throat. The furious interrogation of the last enemy was accompanied by a demand to immediately reveal the whereabouts of the group's leader. The frightened bandit revealed information about the presence of the boss in the underground ring, hoping to save his life. The picture of the underground ring was a confrontation between a huge fighter in red shorts and an exhausted opponent in a blue uniform. The fighter in red shorts exuded the fierce confidence of a winner, his body exuding the aggressive energy of dominance. The enemy in blue shorts was a sad sight. His body was covered with numerous wounds and bruises. The massive fighter in red shorts, exhaling steam like a bull, prepared his fist for a crushing blow. A crushing blow to the stomach sent the fighter in blue shorts flying into the air, demonstrating the monstrous strength of his attacker. The defeated fighter in blue shorts collapsed lifelessly into the corner of the ring, showing no signs of resistance. The man in the green suit, addressing the assistant, ordered to convey to Mr. Mike a message about the effectiveness of the medicine and the readiness of the Yamaguchi team to fulfill his request. The green suit calmly ordered to get rid of the no longer needed fighter in blue shorts. The defeated fighter, sinking into despair, mentally apologized to his sister for his failure to protect the Suwon team. Sudden screams and noise attracted the attention of the wounded fighter, forcing him to think about what was happening. Lin Chu, surrounded by blue flames, gloomily stated the deadly nature of the upcoming battle. The guy uttered a phrase about the tiger's disregard for the rules of small fry, demonstrating his superiority. With a snap of Lin Chu's fingers, a stream of spiritual power was released, twisting the bodies of the surrounding bandits to the accompaniment of their screams. Within the cold walls of the hospital, two warriors, the bodyguard and Lin Chu, waited with anxiety in their hearts for news about the condition of the defeated Ishi. The doctor's voice, speaking about the severity of the injuries and the length of recovery, echoed off the sterile walls of the hospital corridor. The bodyguard's heartache materialized in a crushing blow that left a web of cracks on the hospital wall, her anger towards Yamamoto demanding retribution 1,000-fold. Lin Chu, exuding the calm confidence of an ancient sage, placed his hand on the excited girl's head, giving her a piece of his inner peace. The guy, with a mysterious smile on his lips, recalled the temporary immunity of Yamamoto, whose life was still necessary for their higher goals. Ishii's sudden awakening filled the hospital room with an emotional surge of joy and relief for the bodyguard. The wounded warrior with the mustache, recognizing his sister, poured out his apologies with that sincerity that could pierce even the coldest heart. The bodyguard, shrouded in an aura of spiritual power, stopped the flow of her brother's apologies, promising to resolve all the contradictions on her own. Her healing energy, like a life-giving stream, began to restore her brother's wounded body, giving him a chance for complete healing. The appearance of a mysterious short messenger in a hat, carrying a message for Lin Chu, introduced a new thread into the canvas of unfolding events. Lin Chu's surprise, reflected in his repeated question about the purpose of the message, foreshadowed a new turn in their difficult fate. In the majestic office of the State Bureau of Land and Natural Resources, created as a bridge between the mortal world and higher powers, words of unexpected revelation were heard. The mysterious messenger in the hat, like a guide between worlds, showed Lin Chu the path leading to new facets of his destiny. The air in the office, saturated with the hidden energy of anticipation, thickened around the figure of a man sitting in a chair whose presence radiated imperious power. Lin Chu, maintaining the dignity of an ancient warrior, apologized for the possible wait, his voice resonating with invisible streams of power. The handshake of the two powerful figures was marked by the introduction of the head of the local bureau, Shimomiyamoto Ryohei, whose name sounded like a seal of fate. The words about registering immigration information sounded like a formal cover for the deeper and more mysterious purposes of the meeting. Tension hung in the air as Lin Chu, like an ancient strategist, cautiously inquired about the details of the upcoming cooperation. The head of the bureau, shrouded in the aura of official power, spoke about the approaching auction, every word of which carried a hidden meaning. The question about the level of cultivation sounded deceptively easy, hiding the abyss of possible consequences behind the simplicity of the formulation. Lin Chu's answer about the status of an earthly immortal thundered in the space of the office like a clap of heavenly thunder. The trembling hand of the head of the bureau, dropping his writing instruments, betrayed the depth of his shock at the revelation he heard. The question about the reason for entering the country sounded like an attempt to find the footing in a sea of unexpected discoveries. Lin Chu's gaze slid to the side like the blade of an ancient sword cutting through the veil of secrecy, hiding the eavesdropping bodyguard. Behind the wall, like a shadow from a candle flame, the figure of a bodyguard wavered, whose presence did not hide from Lin Chu's heightened senses. The guy's smile, like moonlight on the blade of a blade, preceded his answer about his wife's homesickness, skillfully weaving truth with fiction. The bodyguard's sudden realization that it was about her created a wave of embarrassment, like ripples on the surface of a calm lake. In the silence of the hospital room, the anxious voice of his brother sounded, asking about the wisdom of the decision to allow Lin Chu, the owner of the ancient power, to see the true state of affairs. Concern for the fate of a powerful warrior was reflected in a simple question about the note, like an echo of ancient traditions of respect. The bodyguard, with a slight hint of pride in her voice, noted Lin Chu's maturity, freeing her from the need to supervise the ancient warrior. Returning to the fatal confrontation, the sister demanded an explanation about the mortal battle with Yuan Yukin, whose name sounded like a harbinger of trouble. The brother's story unfolded like a scroll of ancient prophecies. After her departure from Tokyo, the Yamaguchi group, like a dark ghost of the past, emerged from oblivion. There was genuine surprise in his voice at the appearance of so many martial artists, as if summoned by a dark force to serve the enemy. Retreat to the hidden port became the only salvation for the remaining warriors, whose souls longed for battle, but whose bodies required rest. Enemies, like poisonous snakes, spread rumors about the cowardice of the Suwon team, poisoning the honor of the ancient clan with lies and contempt. His noble concern for the team's reputation kept him silent, hiding the gravity of the situation from his sister, like an ancient warrior bearing his cross alone. The timely return of his sister illuminated his path with hope, preventing a fatal defeat and the possible death of an ancient dynasty of warriors. A bitter realization flared up in the soul of the bodyguard that the goddess Eve, like the ruthless deity of antiquity, had deprived her of the opportunity to protect her loved ones. Admitting to underestimating the enemy sounded like a bitter lesson. Even a high level of cultivation was powerless in the face of unknown martial arts masters. The appearance of Lin Chu brought a new twist to the narrative, revealing the true nature of the confrontation as the cultivation base promoted violence through the intricacies of international laws. Lin Chu's last words sounded like a thunderclap. The enemy, who took the mysterious potion before the battle, left the world of the living within minutes of being saved. In a gloomy interrogation room, the bodyguard's brother, overcoming pain, spoke about the mysterious connection between Yamamoto and the mysterious Mr. Mike, whose name sounded like a harbinger of trouble. Lin Chu, like an ancient sage, saw the connection between the deadly elixir and the approaching auction, where the fates of many were to be intertwined in the dance of fate. The sacred duty of investigation required immediate action, and Lin Chu, like a warrior of ancient legends, called on the bodyguard to share this dangerous path with him. Like moonlight breaking through the clouds, the bodyguard's embarrassment melted away into her decisive agreement to follow the powerful warrior. In his green uniform, Yamamoto sat tied up like a broken doll, his pride shattered against the walls of inevitable retribution. Yamamoto's words about the impossibility of cooperation sounded like the last drops of poison flowing from a poisoned blade. Ancient wisdom was evident in Lin Chu's words, as he, like an experienced hunter, interrupted the useless excuses of the victim. Like a skilled healer reading the signs of illness, Lin Chu revealed the truth about the sleepless night and the mysterious trembling in the prisoner's body. The scream of the bound prisoner broke the silence of the room, like the last cry of a doomed soul realizing its fate. The revelation of the true purpose of the pill sounded like a death sentence, not a seal of power, but a slow burning of vital energy. With the cold precision of the ancient alchemist, Lin Chu described the action of the poison, first destroying the basis of cultivation, then burning out all life force. The horror of realizing his own fate pierced the body of the bound man like an icy dagger piercing the heart of the doomed. Lin Chu, towering over the prisoner like an ancient judge, recalled the many similar deaths that Yamamoto had witnessed. As if reading an ancient scroll of fate, the guy revealed the story of the death of Yamamoto's people, who took the fatal drug and met a painful end. In the atmosphere of intense interrogation, Yamamoto, like a hunted animal, began to show signs of nervousness, his spirit breaking under the weight of the inevitable confession. Lin Chu, like an ancient hunter, began his interrogation by mentioning the mysterious Mr. Mike, whose name rang in the air like a string of fate. Terror pierced the prisoner's heart like an icy blade as he realized the depth of his powerful adversary's knowledge. The mystical wisdom of ancient centuries was reflected in the malicious grin of Lin Chu, who uttered the eternal truth about the permeability of all things. The story of the mysterious Mr. Mike and the accelerated cultivation potion unfolded like an ancient scroll revealing the secrets of dark forces. Lin Chu, shrouded in an aura of ancient power, challenged the captive's sincerity, his words sounding like a clap of thunder in the silence of the night. The prisoner's despair materialized in a cry of truth. His soul opened up like a book revealing all its secrets. Like a skilled soul reader, Lin Chu penetrated the depths of the prisoner's mind, realizing the limitations of his knowledge of the great game of shadows. In the cozy refuge of the bodyguard, the ancient warrior appeared like a ghost, carrying with him the weight of new revelations. The bodyguard's wisdom, honed by years of battle, was evident in her insightful remark about the futility of holding a prisoner. Lin Chu, like an ancient puzzle master, began to connect the disparate pieces of the puzzle, pointing out the suspicious reaction speed of the Countermeasures Bureau. The bodyguard, whose mind was sharper than a sharpened blade, sensed something unusual in the actions of the ancient organization. Like a prophet reading the signs of the times, Lin Chu tied together the events of one fateful night, revealing a secret connection between the forces of darkness. His decision to leave his mark on the Countermeasures Bureau sounded like an omen of future events that could change the course of fate. The head of the Bureau walked down the street like an ordinary mortal, unaware of the shadows gathering around his fate. A sudden weakness engulfed him like a poisonous mist, causing the powerful figure to stagger like a leaf in the wind. Within the hallowed walls of the ancient office, the head of the bureau, like a felled oak, collapsed in his chair, and shadows of anxiety thickened around the question of the mysterious captor Yamamoto. A lady with hair the color of the midnight ocean, like an ancient prophetess, asked about the influence of these events on the Great Plan. Her voice trembled like the string of fate. The head of the Countermeasures Bureau, like a messenger of ancient signs, told of the appearance of an immortal warrior whose presence was associated with the powerful Ryoko Suwon. Terror pierced the hearts of those present like ice spears as they realized the appearance of a creature of such incredible power in their lands. Like thunder from a clear sky, the imperious cry of the blue-haired lady silenced everyone gathered, her aura exuding ancient power. In her question about the existence of the immortal, 1,000 years of wisdom sounded. Every word carried the weight of eternity. The head of the bureau, bowing in respect, compared the alien's strength with the power of mountain ranges and endless oceans. The fatigue of the blue-haired lady, like the weight of centuries, was reflected in her decision to establish contact with the mysterious creature. Like a shadow sliding along the ancient walls, the clerk approached the desk, carrying documents to the bearded man. The clerk's revelation about the appearance of a man who had overcome the catastrophe sounded like an ancient prophecy shaking the foundations of the universe. Lin Chu's name rang in the air like a bell of fate, heralding the beginning of a new era. The gray-bearded, bespectacled sage, keeper of ancient knowledge, linked the fall of the great emperor with the appearance of a mysterious warrior. The dossier on Lin Chu, like a scroll of ancient prophecies, revealed his involvement in great events shaking the foundations of the world. The secret soul-borrowing technique, like the key to the gates of eternity, revealed the true nature of his incredible power. The ancient sage, whose eyes had seen the dawn of many eras, noted with respect the incredible youth of a warrior whose talents eclipsed the achievements of great powers. Touching the sacred dossier with his fingertips, the elder pondered the greatness of such a warrior in their lands, whose presence could outshine all others like the sun eclipsing the stars. His words about the preparation of materials sounded like an ancient prophecy, carrying a warning about keeping the great plan intact. Like a shadow sliding between worlds, a new visitor materialized in the room, his question of confronting a powerful adversary hanging in the air like a haze of ancient predictions. A maiden in a black robe crowned with a mysterious cap asked about the continuation of the plan in a voice ringing with hidden power and ancient wisdom. The elder, like a keeper of age-old secrets, spoke about the fate of the country, squeezed in the grip of eternal suppression, his words carrying the weight of an inevitable choice. The guardian of the gate announced the awakening of Mr. Oz, as if a messenger of the ancient gods, announcing the beginning of a new era. Mr. Oz sat in the green frame of the sofa, his blue hair flickering like a mystical flame, cigarette smoke creating an aura of mystery around him. Like an ancient dragon, Mr. Oz unleashed his wrath on the visitor, mentioning the defeat of the Yamaguchi team using a forbidden drug. The head of the bureau bowed deeply, his words about the earthly immortal from China sounding like a confession of his inability to resist the forces of fate. The smoke from Mr. Oz's cigarette curled like ancient writings as he spoke the words of the immortal of China, filled with deep meaning. His question about provoking such a powerful entity sounded like a clap of thunder in a cloudless sky. The bureau chief's response revealed the connection between the Suwon team's heavenly woman and the Yamaguchi team's fatal mistake, like the pages of an ancient chronicle. Mr. Oz's words about a possible peaceful solution and his personal intervention sounded like a prophecy that could change the course of events. The reverent response from the head of the bureau sounded like a prayer to the ancient gods, bringing hope for a successful resolution of the conflict. In the sacred silence of the office, the head of the bureau handed Mr. Oz documents about the earthly immortal, each page of which was imbued with the secrets of ancient power. Mr. Oz, seated like an ancient deity, accepted the scrolls of destiny. His eyes began to absorb information about the mysterious city of dragons. Suddenly, as if struck by the lightning of the ancient gods, he threw away the papers, his question sounding like thunder in the silence of the night. Ling Chu, who was hiding in the shadows of the building, felt his presence detected through the window, like a ray of sunlight piercing the darkness. The warrior's thoughts were racing like frightened birds. His concealment technique was perfect. How could an ancient creature be able to pierce the veil of invisibility? Mr. Oz underwent a monstrous transformation. His flesh turned the color of deep waters with a tint of jade, and his body grew like an ancient titan. Like the demon of ancient legends, he rushed into the street, his fist carrying the power of 1,000 storms. Lin Chu, like a leaf in the wind, barely had time to dodge the crushing blow that could destroy mountains. The warrior's gaze tried to comprehend the nature of the unprecedented power, so alien to all the techniques of the ancient arts known to him. Mr. Oz's scream shook the foundations of reality. His death threat to the spy sounded like the verdict of an ancient judge. An understanding crystallized in Lin Chu's mind. Now is not the time for an epic battle. He must find a way to retreat like a wise dragon. Threads of deadly goo streamed from Mr. Oz's transformed flesh, his battle cry echoing off the walls of reality. The warrior clasped his hands together in an ancient gesture of protection, his fingers intertwined like the roots of a sacred tree. The dome of pure energy created by Lin Chu repelled the attack like a shield of moonlight, rejecting darkness. Mr. Oz's fury, like the eruption of an ancient volcano, pushed him to directly attack with withering fists. Time froze like amber as the monster's deadly hand approached the warrior's head, carrying within it the power of absolute destruction. At the last moment, like the lightning of the ancient gods, Lin Chu's hand reached the enemy's heart, leaving a mystical seal on it, shining with the power of 1,000 suns. An explosion of cosmic power shook the foundations of reality, sending the demonic form of Mr. Oz into the arms of the earth, which opened like an ancient sanctuary. Rising from the crater of his fall, the transformed warrior felt a piercing pain in his knee and saw traces of destructive power on his body, like the writing of forgotten gods. The darkness of primordial chaos flooded his gaze, and the roar of an ancient monster burst from his throat, promising inevitable death to his daring opponent. Like the invulnerable titan of ancient legend, he continued to fight despite his wounds, his threats tearing through the fabric of reality like blades of pure darkness. Lin Chu, like a wise dragon, mockingly pointed out the folly of fighting in enemy territory, his words stinging like poisonous arrows. Suddenly, as if by the will of the ancient gods, the grin on the warrior's face was replaced by an expression of deepest amazement. A spear of pure energy like a shooting star rushed towards Lin Chu, forcing him to call upon all the powers of the ancient arts to evade. This attack, carrying the power of a cosmic meteorite, Vietnamese, Maiwai, threatened to tear the very fabric of space and time. In one mystical moment, Lin Chu's figure disappeared into the streams of reality, like morning fog under the rays of the rising sun. Mr. Oz's furious scream shook the heavens, his mind refusing to accept such a manifestation of ancient vanishing magic. Reality bent like a piece of paper, and Lin Chu materialized in a mysterious place, floating above the ground, where a humble worker in a straw hat was performing a mysterious ritual. The elder, like the guardian of the ancient gates, raised his gaze to the floating warrior, inviting him to share the sacred ritual of tea drinking. Lin Chu's amazement was like an ocean as his mind tried to comprehend the nature of this mystical movement. Having descended to the blessed land, the warrior humbly asked about the essence of this sacred place. The elder's answer revealed the majestic truth. This was the abode of Bai Yujin himself, whose name rang through the centuries like a bell of fate. Like the ancient guardian of eternity, the elder revealed his true essence, a 1,000-year-old practitioner of the Tao, Shu Zhongzi, whose soul learned the path of the true deity through centuries of meditation. In silence, he spoke of the mysteries of the heavenly cave and the blessed land, where reality obeys different laws, where the dance of the sun, moon, and stars creates a special flow of time, making Lin Chu realize the true greatness of the divine being before him. Bowing deeply before the keeper of ancient secrets, Lin Chu humbly asked for enlightenment about the nature of the strange power that flows in the veins of the Alliance warriors, like the dark waters of an unknown river. The elder, whose voice sounded like the echo of thousands of years, revealed the fundamental difference between their traditional Taoism and the alien system born of the new times. Like an ancient chronicler, he told of the great ebb of spiritual power centuries ago, when powerful beings like stars faded from the skies of this world. In the absence of divine protectors, mortals, like wild beasts, began to struggle for supremacy, their rage and lust for power tearing the fabric of reality. In this chaos, a new force, taking the path of incense as a basis, created a system of magical power that now flows through the veins of the Alliance like a dark poison, distorting the very nature of spiritual power. The elder revealed the secret of divine creation, the path to power through the aspirations of living beings, like lightning piercing the darkness of centuries, bestowing quick but limited power. Lin Chu, listening to the wisdom of thousands of years, comprehended the essence of a system whose shortcomings were like the chains of fate, a limited lifespan and dependence on external forces, like a curse of the ancient gods. The elder, stroking his silver beard like moonlight, acknowledged his knowledge of the disturbing events echoing in the stream of time. Epiphany illuminated the warrior's mind like a flash of cosmic light. The Alliance, like an ancient dragon, awakens only for a sacred auction where the fate of the world can change forever. The wisdom of millennia sounded in the words of the elder about the immutability of fate. It is impossible to capture what is not intended for you by the forces of the universe. Reality bent like a scroll of ancient prophecies, and Lin Chu materialized into the elder's sanctuary, his surprise echoing off the walls of eternity. Divine surprise overwhelmed the warrior when he discovered that even in this sacred place, the energy of modern technology pulsated. Like a bridge between antiquity and the future, the elder calmly spoke about the introduction of a new connection into his heavenly abode. Fate dealt a new blow. The news of Yamamoto's death pierced space like a poisoned blade. The bodyguard's voice, trembling with tension, told of a gloomy discovery. She witnessed the last moments of the life of a defeated enemy. The cold truth of the medical report sounded like a sentence of fate. Heart failure cut off the thread of life. The bodyguard's sudden scream tore the fabric of calm, leaving Lin Chu in the void of the unanswered ether, his questions dissolving into the abyss of silence. Darkness, like an ancient fog, flooded the bodyguard's gaze. Her voice, trembling with cosmic horror, barely found the strength to convey the news to Lin Chu. Through the window, she saw an apocalyptic spectacle. The auction site, like an altar to the ancient gods, spewed flames into the heavens. Mr. Oz, the embodiment of primordial chaos, dealt the final blow to his servant, his actions bearing the stamp of inevitable fate. The faithful follower, unaware of the nearness of his end, handed the sacred scrolls to the master, his innocent question ringing in the air like a funeral bell. Like an ancient dragon revealing his plans, Mr. Oz spoke of Bai Yujin's spy, his words carrying the power of inevitable retribution. The prophecy of the headquarters sounded like a verdict of fate. Purity must be achieved at any cost, even if the price is rivers of blood. In a sacred ritual of purification, Mr. Oz's hand became an instrument of cosmic justice, piercing the flesh of a faithful servant like the spear of the ancient gods. The last breath of the devoted servant dissolved in the question of why his soul, like an autumn leaf, was preparing to leave the world of the living in. Mr. Oz's voice, cold as the blade of an ancient sword, proclaimed the truth about purity that requires bloody sacrifice. The sacred flames of purification engulfed the building at the will of a demonic being whose departure was like the retreat of an ancient deity. The final explosion tore the fabric of reality, but the monster's face remained like a mask of eternal ice, untouched by the emotions of mortals. The transformed essence of Mr. Oz, like the demon of ancient legends, dissolved in the streams of space and time, carrying with it the seeds of future chaos. The demonic figure of Mr. Oz hovered above the blazing building, his transformed essence casting distorted shadows across the curtain of smoke and flames, like an ancient deity of chaos. His battle cry tore through the space like a bolt from the blue, demanding to appear to those who dared to challenge his power. The creature's mystical hearing picked up subtle vibrations in the flow of reality. Its consciousness, like a predator, began to hunt down the source of the disturbance. In a whirlwind of transformed energy, he saw Lin Chu, whose presence was like a challenge to fate itself. Their meeting was destined by ancient forces. Lin Chu's voice sounded like an echo of ancient prophecies, demanding the sacred relics of the auction, his words carrying the power of undeniable truth. Mr. Oz's fury, like a raging ocean of primordial chaos, poured out in words about the arrogance of a mortal who dared to resist his will. The cosmic dance began. The azure tentacles of demonic energy collided with the fiery aura of the ancient warrior, creating whirlwinds of unprecedented power. The challenge to a sacred duel sounded in the space between worlds, where the power of the spirit determines the fate of the universe. The fire dragons, born from the pure will of Lin Chu, rushed towards the demonic creature, carrying the power of the ancient elements. The elder's wisdom echoed in the warrior's mind, understanding the true nature of the enemy's power, born from external sources. The demonic creature rejected the power of the sacred flame with contempt. Its self-confidence was like armor made of cosmic ice. The slayer of many souls boast sounded like a requiem for the fallen warriors whose blood fueled his twisted power. Mr. Oz's transformed limb, like the tentacle of a cosmic monster, rushed towards the motionless warrior whose calm was like the eye of a storm. Lin Chu's words, filled with cosmic contempt, revealed the true nature of his opponent. whose stupidity was like an abyss of chaos. The warrior's sacred flames began to devour the demonic flesh of the transformed hand, revealing the superiority of true power over artificial power. In a sacred dance of battle, Lin Chu, surrounded by the flaming chains of his own creation, uttered words filled with cosmic contempt for the demonic being whose stupidity had led him into the arms of certain death. The demonic essence of Mr. Oz, like the cursed titan of ancient legends, tried in vain to free himself from the bonds of the sacred flame, his cries of denial echoing from the walls of reality. In the majestic calm of the ancient judge, Lin Chu revealed the truth about the hopelessness of the situation of the defeated enemy, whose fate was sealed at the moment of his reckless approach. The transformed creature's desperation materialized in cries for mercy, its pride melting away like morning mist in the face of inevitable death. The warrior's words sounded like a verdict of the ancient gods. There is no forgiveness for those who thirst for his blood. The law of cosmic balance requires absolute retribution. The sacred flames devoured the corrupted flesh of the demonic creature from within, tearing its essence apart, returning chaos to the primordial void. After Mr. Oz disappeared, only a mysterious brown box remained as evidence of his existence, like a relic of a forgotten era. The joy of victory illuminated the warrior's face like a ray of the rising sun when the sacred artifact was in his hands. At the moment of celebration, Lin Chu praised the magnificent performance of fate, which opened the way to salvation through the payment of medical bills. Cosmic tension thickened around the warrior as a mysterious voice revealed a new threat: Bai Yujin's powerful assassins, eager to obtain the sacred treasure. Soon the messenger of the ancient gods, a warrior in the robes of Superman, revealed his mystical power through a human eye hovering above his hand, revealing the secret of the disappearance of the hero of the Alliance. Words of gratitude from the new enemy sounded like an invitation to the halls of hell. His presence bore the stamp of inevitable confrontation. In the depths of his mind, Lin Chu realized the true power of his opponent, whose subtle observation from the very beginning indicated a power beyond the normal limits of perception. In the sacred silence of the moment, Lin Chu sensed the true nature of his opponent, whose aura radiated the power of ancient deities capable of tearing the very fabric of reality. The stranger, floating in the air like a heavenly messenger, evoked his contemptuous regret for the coming clashes. His gesture of annoyance was like the movement of a cover of winds. The stranger's words rang like bells of fate, revealing the abyss of difference between their powers, his voice carrying the weight of 1,000 years of power. Like an ancient oracle, the stranger pointed to the hidden presence of the one whose support fueled Lin Chu's courage, his insight piercing the veils of illusion. Cosmic energy flowed like a stream of liquid light from the hand of the creature, whose words about Milady's inappropriate behavior sounded like the verdict of ancient judges. Yun Yujing, the head of the hidden god sect, froze in holy horror, realizing that her ancient concealment techniques were powerless against the enemy's insight. Like a shooting star, the powerful priestess fell from the sky, and only Lin Chu's quick reaction saved her from coming into contact with the cold ground. At the moment of their reunion, the warrior's tender care for the defeated priestess created an island of calm in the ocean of impending chaos. The stranger's voice, saturated with cosmic contempt, revealed the true nature of their union, promising quick redemption in the depths of the underworld for the audacity of opposing his will. In a sacred dance of protection, Lin Chu created a barrier of pure energy around himself and the girl, his aura pulsating like the heart of an ancient dragon, ready to protect its treasure. Like ancient warriors under siege, they stood back to back, their senses heightened to the limit, trying to detect the slightest movement of the mysterious enemy in the robes of Superman. Lin Chu's voice, saturated with anxiety for the fate of her comrade, asked about the reasons for her presence here when Bai Yujin's safe refuge could protect him from the approaching storm. Yun Yujing, whose devotion shone brighter than the stars, revealed the truth of her return. Concern for his fate led her back like a moth to the flame of the sacred fire. The stranger's words, saturated with cosmic irony, sounded like a funeral bell, promising a reward that would make the heavens themselves tremble. The horror of understanding pierced Lin Chu's consciousness like an icy blade as the true meaning of the reward began to manifest itself in the streams of reality. The space was torn apart in an apocalyptic explosion of orange flame, as if the universe itself had opened its fiery mouth, ready to devour mortal heroes. In a whirlwind of cosmic chaos, Lin Chu began to fall, but the sacred power of the girl, like the wings of a phoenix, kept him from falling into the abyss. Yun Yujing, wounded but unconquered, continued to resist the forces of chaos, her spiritual energy pulsating like a beacon in the ocean of destruction. Like an ancient goddess, she sank to the ground, surrounded by the smoke of a universal fire, her soul trembling from the unprecedented power of the enemy. Her gaze, filled with sacred determination, rushed to the heavens, where the source of this monstrous force, capable of tearing the very fabric of the universe, lay hidden. With a cold sneer, the Alliance warrior in Superman's robes noted the damage done to her sacred beauty, his words falling like poisonous drops on the wounds of the universe. There was a reluctant acknowledgement of the strength of his opponents in his voice, like the whisper of ancient gods condescending to mortals. Yun Yujing's scream cut through the space like lightning, begging Lin Chu to seek help from powerful allies capable of countering this cosmic threat. The girl's willingness to sacrifice herself to save her lover sounded like an ancient prophecy, her determination shining brighter than the stars in the night sky. The flames of sacred power enveloped the hands of the Alliance warrior. His words about recklessness sounded like the verdict of ancient judges, whose wisdom was lost in the centuries. Like a cosmic titan, he grabbed the girl's fragile neck, his grip carrying the power of 1,000 black holes capable of swallowing life itself. His contempt for the love dramas of the ants sounded like a bolt from the blue, revealing the abyss between mortals and higher beings. White flames, similar to the light of primordial chaos, began to erupt from his eye, marking the end of the era of mortal games. Lin Chu's desperate cry tore through space like a blade of pure energy, his plea for his lover's release echoing off the walls of reality. The rescue attempt turned into a dance with death as the creature in the Superman mask pronounced his sentence on the fugitives, his words bearing the stamp of inevitability. Laser beams, like the spears of ancient gods, pierced the back of the warrior, carrying his precious burden. The blood of the ancient warrior, like sacred rubies, sprinkled the earth, signifying the price of his self-sacrifice. In the last act of the tragedy, two bodies began their fall into the abyss, like stars falling from the vault of heaven, their destinies intertwined in the dance of inevitable death. At a critical moment of fate, Lin Chu felt the sacred fire of determination in his soul. He could not allow his beloved to die before his eyes. His spiritual power pulsated like the heart of an ancient dragon. Yun Yujing's tears, like crystals of pure grief, fell on the warrior's face. Her pleas for the life of her lover tore the very fabric of reality. The girl's anger directed at the Alliance warrior was like a curse from the ancient gods. Her words about a well-deserved death rang in the air like bells of fate. In a sacred confrontation where life and death intertwined in an eternal dance, the creature in the Superman mask proclaimed his immortality, challenging the very laws of the universe. The girl's ancient weapon, carrying the memory of thousands of years, ended up in the hands of an enemy whose contempt for the skill of its owner sounded like blasphemy in the temple of the gods. Yun Yujing, whose soul burned with sacred anger, renounced material weapons, knowing that true power lay in the depths of her spirit. The magical weapon, which survived the cosmic catastrophe along with the ancient master, contained a piece of heavenly thunder within itself. Its history unfolded like a sacred scroll. At the moment of highest tension, the girl realized that even if she could not destroy the enemy, she would be able to imprison him in a trap woven from ancient magic. The cost of using a sacred weapon was like a sacrifice to the ancient gods, its impact shaking the foundations of her being. In a final act of desperation, Yun Yujing rushed into the depths of the waters with her lover, their destinies intertwined in an eternal dance of life and death. Her farewell kiss sealed their union in the face of eternity as the waters began to swallow their bodies in their dark embrace. In the sacred silence of an unknown place, Lin Chu barely opened his eyelids, his consciousness, like a traveler in the fog of eternity, trying to comprehend the new reality of existence. Next to him, like a slain angel of ancient legends, lay the head of the hidden god sect, her aura barely glowing like a fading star. His desperate cry, saturated with the power of 1,000 prayers, tore apart space, begging his beloved to return from the embrace of darkness to the world of the living. Like a flower blooming at dawn, the girl's eyelids trembled, revealing to the world eyes clouded with the seal of a great battle and immeasurable fatigue. Her voice, pierced with echoes of the battle she had experienced, spoke of the pulsating pain tormenting her consciousness like the claws of an invisible beast. In the sacred dialogue of resurrected souls, Lin Chu searched for answers about their whereabouts, while the girl realized the miracle of his survival. Her gentle touch on his cheek was like touching the petals of a sacred lotus, testing the reality of this divine moment. Joy filled her being like a spring stream breaking through the winter ice as she embraced her lover, celebrating the victory of life over death. Even in this sublime moment of reunion, Lin Chu's earthly nature manifested itself in a playful request to weaken the force of the embrace, turning joy into a trial. Her words echoed the memory of the abyss of the sea, which almost swallowed their souls in its dark depths, where the fear of loss was like a cosmic abyss. The wisdom of ancient knowledge was manifested in Lin Chu's words about the severity of the divine blessing, whose power is capable of crushing even the strongest souls. Surrounded by the mystery of a small field, lost among the forest giants, they tried to comprehend the mystery of their miraculous salvation and migration. A sacred curiosity shone in the girl's eyes as she asked her lover about possible clues to their mystical salvation, like a priestess looking for the truth in ancient prophecies. In the silence of the mysterious place, Lin Chu's gaze, like a ray of ancient insight, caught something that violated the natural order of things. His hand, pointing to the motionless shadow of a tree, revealed the first crack in the fabric of reality, where the laws of nature were refracted like light in the crystal of eternity. Like an ancient sage reading the signs of fate, Lin Chu revealed a mystical anomaly, a shadow, not subject to the movement of the heavenly body, frozen in unnatural peace. Yun Yujing, her voice like the rustling of sacred scrolls, assumed the immobility of the sun itself, not knowing the depth of the secret revealed to them. Lin Chu's mind, like a cosmic compass, grasped the fundamental difference between the familiar world and this space, where the heavenly bodies danced according to different laws of eternity. Like two oracles of antiquity, their voices merged in a single epiphany, calling the name of this place, the Blessed Land, whose existence was a legend even among the immortals. The wisdom of centuries sounded in the words of the girl about the ancient laws of the Blessed Land, whose gates opened only at the will of the mysterious owner, capable of granting refuge to wanderers. In a sacred dialogue between two souls, Lin Chu voiced the riddle of their salvation, asking about an unknown benefactor hiding in the shadows of this mystical place. While the lovers were immersed in thoughts about their fate, flaming amber eyes watched them from the dark thickets, like windows into the abyss of primordial chaos. Suddenly, like the embodiment of an ancient nightmare, a monstrous creature, combining the features of a wolf and a bear, burst out of the thicket, its eyes blazing like the fires of the underworld. With the lightning speed of the ancient gods, Lin Chu brought out the sacred talisman, shining like a star in the night sky, held between his fingers as the key to the gate of salvation. The guy handed the girl a mysterious document that contained ancient knowledge that could change the course of reality itself in the blink of an eye. The girl, using a secret technique of influencing matter, began to gradually dissolve the monstrous creature, as if erasing it from the spatial coordinates. What was left of the powerful creature was a tiny red ball, hanging in the air like a condensed energy essence of unknown origin. The young heroine carefully picked up the strange artifact, carefully studying every incredible detail with her usual mystical curiosity. The guy noticed with concern the sudden change in his beloved's condition, intuitively feeling the consequences of the recent space battle. The girl admitted that she sacrificed her ancestral magical weapon, causing irreparable damage to her own spiritual substance. The young man began to shake the girl in despair, realizing the catastrophic consequences of damaging her spiritual foundation for future cultivation. Her gaze, full of tenderness and defenselessness, met the eyes of her lover, asking for observation and protection. The guy firmly promised to find Shan Yuanku, who could offer the only way out of the current situation. The red ball suddenly turned into scarlet dust, crumbling in the girl's hands like an ephemeral vision. The heroine warily asked about the origin of the strange creature, intuitively sensing the mystery of spiritual empowerment hidden in it. The guy, amazed by the incredible revelation, let out a desperate cry, tearing the space with the fury of misunderstanding and the depth of emotional shock. In the mysterious thickets, they discovered another monstrous creature whose energetic essence pulsated like an ancient curse, ready to break out. The young man's eyes, like portals to parallel worlds, burned with a supernatural flame of warning and challenge to unknown forces. The girl, with the determination of a warrior of ancient legends, proposed to immediately capture the creature before it disappeared into the folds of reality. With lightning speed, they rushed towards a huge brown beast whose appearance resembled the embodiment of a nightmare of the primeval elements. Suddenly, a giant Chinese tower appeared before their eyes, reaching into the sky, capable of breaking spatial boundaries. At the foot of the majestic temple, many wild creatures accumulated, exuding the primordial energy of chaos and destruction. The animals, like ghostly spirits with a yellow glow, exuded the aggressive energy of primal anger, ready to attack at any moment. In the blink of an eye, the creatures, like a single organism, rushed at lightning speed against the guy and girl, breaking the peace of the mysterious space. The young man's hand suddenly ignited with sacred fire, which seemed to be the breath of the ancient gods, ready to dispense justice. With the fury of a legendary warrior, the guy attacked the monsters, crushing them with a force that surpassed the laws of the material world. The guy, whose path was littered with countless trials and fights with powerful forces, felt incredible pleasure from destroying these mysterious creatures, as if releasing the tension accumulated over the years. With a triumphant grin, the young man proclaimed absolute superiority, declaring the complete absence of worthy opponents in this space. The girl, who has a deep understanding of sacred laws, warned her lover against excessive self-confidence, recalling the possible presence of the invisible owner of the blessed land. A sudden noise from the bushes made the guy turn around sharply. His instincts instantly sharpened to the limit of cosmic alertness. The girl, sensing an impending threat, anxiously warned her companion about the need for caution and attentiveness. A monstrous creature of incredible size emerged from the thickets, like a moving mountain of primeval chaos, capable of shaking the foundations of reality. The couple, frozen in silent amazement, watched an incredible phenomenon that surpassed all known laws of the universe. The young man, with his characteristic adventurism, suggested the possibility of restoring the girl's soul through this giant creature. The girl, losing patience, grabbed the guy by the collar, demanding to immediately stop frivolous and dangerous reasoning. Lin Chu, noticing the changes in Yun Yujing's condition, felt deep concern for her damaged spiritual essence, which could ruin all their salvation plans. Yun Yujing, the head of the Hidden God sect, used the last reserves of her energy to pull her lover away from the impending cosmic threat. A monstrous creature, like a living mountain of primordial chaos, pursued them with a fury that could destroy the very fabric of reality. The spiritual energy of the monster, concentrated in its huge paw, carried destructive power capable of erasing heroes from spatial coordinates. Ling Chu and Yun Yujing, struck by the incredible force of the blow, fell to the ground of the blessed land, their screams echoing in the mysterious temple. The girl, covering her eye from unbearable pain, realized the tragic fragility of their existence in this unpredictable, mystical space. The temple, a kind of sacred sanctuary, protected them from the monsters, the metaphors that lay outside, beyond the reach of the invisible barriers of reality. Lin Chu, whose spirit burned with an unconquered flame of hope, analyzed possible ways of salvation among the mysterious walls of the ancient sanctuary. Yun Yujing, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, looked at her lover with a prayer for a miracle that could save them from imminent death end. The couple, overwhelmed by incredible circumstances, began to frantically search for the slightest chance of liberation in this mysterious space. Lin Chu, calling on all his spiritual reserves to help, suggested that the only thing that could save them was to climb the temple tower and find a way to salvation. Yun Yujing, whose secret sect intuition vibrated with warning, doubted her lover's original version, but supported his investigative impulse. Lin Chu and the girl, having divided the space of the temple, began a methodical study of every slab, every square centimeter of the mysterious room, as if deciphering the cosmic code of reality. The guy discovered a strange tile with an unusual blue tint, which stood out among the monochromatic beige space, attracting attention with its foreignness. Yun Yujing recognized a sacred symbol in the strange square, reminiscent of the ancient token of the secret gates of their divine teaching. Ling Chu, guided by a warrior's intuition, carefully filled the slab with spiritual energy, which instantly turned into a pulsating, fiery glow of primordial power. The temple doors slammed shut with a suddenness that disrupted the natural course of their exploration, forcing the heroes to tense up in anticipation of an unknown threat. Yun Yujing, having misunderstood what was happening, asked her lover about the reasons for the sudden closure of the sacred portal. Lin Chu, like a strategist of ancient times, focused on analyzing the mystical situation, trying to unravel its sacred logic. A giant staircase materialized in front of them, directed into space, which seemed to be a portal between worlds, capable of breaking spatial coordinates. The girl, drawing wisdom from the depths of her sect, said that even the greatest heads of their teachings did not leave records of such hidden gates, having achieved only earthly immortality. Yun Yujing, drawing on the depths of ancient knowledge, reminded her lover of the legendary ancestor Li Ying, whose memory could hide the key to unraveling the mysterious place. Lin Chu, the keeper of fragmentary memories, only spoke about the triumphant end of the disaster by the legendary master without having any more detailed information. The girl, like a priestess of ancient prophecies, established a sacred assumption about the possibility of staying in the Blessed Land, bequeathed by a powerful ancestor. The guy, whose spirit burned with the determination of a pioneer, suggested putting aside fruitless thoughts and rushing towards the unknown through the stairs. Yun Yujing, whose spiritual energy pulsed in time with his lover's words, stuck to his plan with the enthusiastic determination of a warrior of ancient legends. Lin Chu, touching the mystical steps, released a stream of white radiance, similar to the breath of the primordial cosmos. A guy whose protective aura resembled the sacred shield of the ancient gods, the world Dacha protected his beloved from any earthly and heavenly threats. The girl, whose spirit fluttered between tenderness and belligerence, accepted his oath with the quiet confidence of an initiate. A sudden supernatural blow from the wooden log victim shattered the idol of their sacred moment, heading straight towards Lin Chu. The guy, struck by the enormous force of mystical power, collapsed onto the stone floor of the temple, his body shuddering from cosmic energy of unknown origin. Yun Yujing rushed towards Lin Chu, whose eyes swam in the whirlpool of incomprehensible cosmic energies, examining his condition with the tremulous care of a warrior. The guy, whose spirit burned the pioneer with an unconquered flame, fixed his sacred gaze on the fatal log, asking about the nature of the traps that could crush mortals in this mystical space. The girl, with subtle irony, reminded her lover of his own vulnerability to trials. Lin Chu, like the strategist of ancient times, rejected the significance of private manifestations, focusing on the mystery of the mysterious tile with his usual analytical precision. A yellow pentagram appeared around, like a living body of primordial energies, ready to absorb all earthly resistance. The guy, the hero of the epic saga, was suddenly defeated by an invisible force. His body merged with the ground in the mystical embrace of an unknown trap. The grid, like a cosmic reality fishing net, instantly grabbed Lin Chu, turning him into an obstacle fight. With the determination of a pioneer, he tried to open the sacred gate, his every movement reminiscent of a sacred ritual of ending earthly restrictions. Lin Chu proclaimed an inexorable personal space attack, acknowledging the instability of his view in this mystical space. Yun Yujing, whose spirit pulsed with sacred determination, proposed to rush to the celestial heights of the temple, observing unknown tests. They rose above 50 earthly levels. Their steps resembled a sacred dance between worlds, breaking the usual coordinates of reality. The guy, touching the gate with the precision of a pioneer, pulled the mysterious handle, ready to destroy the next cosmic barrier in his path. The great metal gates opened before the heroes, like a portal into the heart of cosmic mystery, opening the last frontier of their mystical wanderings. Yun Yujing, whose spirit carefully pulsed with ancient wisdom, assumed the absence of earthly traps, but Chu Ling maintained the perfect vigilance of a pioneer. The guy, like a scout of primordial energies, rushed around in space, exploring every square inch of potential threat. His inner voice, reminiscent of an ancient oracle, asked for meaning about the mystical safety of the mysterious temple. Nameplates hung on the sacred doors, where the female name Yun Yujing shone with similar heavenly signs of ancient prophecies. Lin Chu, noticing his own name nearby, felt the irony of the cosmic plan that was pursuing them through the spatial coordinates. The guy proclaimed the hidden intrigue of traps created for the purpose of determining the goal, cosmic mockery of their earthly existence. The girl, whose spiritual energy resembled a sacred shield, proposed a turning point for separate exploration of the mystical gate. Lin Chu, overcoming earthly limitations, resists entering only through the gate with its own name, creating a sense of the sacred logic of what is happening. His sacred musings on the nature of traps sound like the wisdom of ancient warriors who could read cosmic messages between the lines of reality. Lin Chu, the true tenderness of sacred love, smiled at her beloved, promising care and mutual protection in the mystical land. The gates with the names of the heroes slammed shut, spewing out heavenly white light associated with the outbreak of the original cosmic revelation. The guy, having entered the mystical space, found himself in a sacred room, where every object breathed the mystery of ancient prophecies. His sacred gaze, overlooking the spiritual compass, caught the invisible cosmic energy flows of the mysterious room. On the table lay a sealed letter, reminiscent of a sacred message from the depths of cosmic memory, beckoning to his instant touch. Lin Chu, overcome by an unknown sacred tension, sensed the presence of a mystical, invisible sender. The chair disappeared in a bright flash, turning earthly space into a cosmic illusion capable of breaking the usual laws of reality. A divine girl with the moon on her brow materialized in front of him, her aura reminiscent of a sacred revelation from the depths of cosmic memory. The guy, amazed by her heavenly incarnation, felt a mystical connection that surpassed the usual earthly dimension. Memories, like a sacred scroll of forgotten history, revealed an instance of an intimate embrace between a strange couple. The mysterious companion, his voice sounded like an echo of ancient prophecies, asked about the nature of the catastrophic space. The girl, addressing the classical Li Yin, spoke with mystical wisdom, inviting him to take advantage of the returned sacred knowledge. Lin Chu, plunging into the sacred memories of Li Yin, suddenly realized the need for an internal interweaving of memory, where time boundaries dissolved like the fog of primordial revelations. Memories like a living sacred scroll revealed an intimate picture of tenderness. A girl with a divine body caressed Li Ying. Her kiss resembled the seal of a heavenly covenant between souls. Before his spiritual gaze, a girl with blue hair materialized, a mystical messenger whose image pierced the spatial coordinates of forgotten eras. Comics in her hands became sacred artifacts, questioning the fundamental laws of reality, where time resembled a flowing stream of primordial energy. Li Yin and his companion, like pilgrims of cosmic disasters, turned to the blue-haired messenger with a prayer for a way to overcome earthly trials. A messenger whose voice sounded like an echo of ancient prophecies, recognizing their divine readiness for mystical confrontation. Lin Chu, like a spiritual scout of forgotten realities, grasped the intrigue of the upcoming cosmic duel between chosen souls. A girl with blue hair, reminiscent of an ancient oracle, proclaimed the sacred law of the test. The winner will overcome the catastrophe. The loser will disappear into the abyss of forgotten times. Lin Chu, whose spirit burned sacred immortality, proclaimed the triumphant thought of the invincibility of his divine essence before cosmic trials. A beautiful stranger in a burgundy dress, like a divine prophecy of revelations, called out to Li Ying for the sacred fusion of the powers of the ancestors of the true divine realm. Li Yin, whose spirit resembled a primordial challenge to earthly laws, inspired the mystical nature of the catastrophic transformation, unexpectedly destroying the soul of his beloved with the divine sword of the ancestors. Lin Chu, plunging into memories, shuddered from the cosmic cruelty of the instant destruction of the divine essence, which resembled the fragility of universal harmony. The hero turned to the blue-haired messenger with a sacred question about the divine logic of catastrophic metamorphoses, where souls are doomed to fight in a mystical duel. The messenger, whose voice sounded like the echo of forgotten prophecies, recognized the extraordinary nature of his spiritual observation, noting the rarity of such cosmic understanding. She proclaimed divine murder as the highest form of the soul with an appearance reminiscent of the primordial law of cosmic evolution. The blue-haired messenger revealed the mystical mechanism of energy exchange, where souls are purified through sacred confrontation and mutual spiritual relationship. Her sacred revelation of balance and cultivation sounded like an ancient cosmic prophecy where the winner becomes the supreme spiritual architect of reality. She proclaimed the essence of the world, the continuous divine transformation through the sacred clash of opposites. Lin Chu, shuddering at the mystical revelation, realized the potential hidden danger of his sacred path, where every divine movement could destroy the fragile fabric of existence. The blue-haired messenger revealed the harsh truth about spiritual evolution, where every omission carries irreparable losses for the soul. Lin Chu shuddered at the revelation, calling out to the immortality of his own soul and the fate of his beloved Yukin through the space of forgotten memories. An intimate scene materialized in the depths of memory, where the girl confessed to Li Ying about the impossibility of controlling the primordial energy. Lin Chu, whose spirit burned with truth, cried out against romantic digressions, demanding a solution to the fundamental problem of spiritual cultivation. Li Yin, like a philosopher of forgotten eras, explained the nature of uncontrollable power as the limits of spiritual restraint, offering a radical path to renounce the practices. The hero grasped the mysterious nuance of spiritual metamorphosis, asking about the relationship between the problems of the soul and spiritual control. Li Yin, whose spirit was burning with quest, appealed to the wisdom of his spiritual mentor, declaring his destiny to be an eternal seeker of paths. In a mystical revelation, the old man Shu Zhongzi appeared, the keeper of ancient knowledge whose aura exuded cosmic wisdom. Lin Chu shuddered at the divine revelation, doubting the planning of his own cosmic trajectory. The old man discovered secret knowledge about the divine beast, the spiritual core, which is capable of strengthening the soul in housing trials. Li Yin, filled with awe, honored the wisdom of his mentor like a spiritual pilgrim on the path of knowledge. Lin Chu realized the mysterious secret, the beasts in the tower, as if the product of his own spiritual essence, slightly untouched, hiding the sacred riddle of unsurpassed evolution. The head of the god sect crossed the threshold of his door, where the primordial smoke billowed over the grass, creating an illusory world between reality and the spiritual dimension. Her consciousness rushed about in the abyss of the unknown, asking about the fate of her beloved Chu through the mists of cosmic uncertainty. The girl peered into the hand, realizing that the surrounding reality was only a fragile projection of her spiritual substance, like a ghostly reflection of the inner world. A sudden sound, like a shock of primordial energy, cut through the space, causing her to shudder in primal horror. A mysterious silhouette was woven from fiery energy, whose shape resembled the embodiment of cosmic radiation. The creature, emitting hostile spiritual energy, forced the man to retreat and sit down on the grass in a defensive position. Having overcome the initial shock, she issued a battle cry demanding to reveal the stranger's divine secret, the threat of the sect's punishing power. The unknown person, like a living statue of primordial energy, remained silent, becoming even more mysterious. His body transformed, gaining incredible muscle power. His fists rushed into the attack, ready to destroy the very fabric of spiritual reality. The girl deployed her shield, overcoming incredible spiritual power, whose energy resembled the primordial chaos of the universe, threatening the foundations of existence. Her sacred hand fell on the yellow spirit, cutting through the space from the outside of the Punisher, trying to throw the monstrous entity away from itself. With one lightning-fast movement, she twisted the divine essence, throwing it to the ground with the fury of ancient warriors, shaking the foundations of reality. Her voice, like the thunder of forgotten prophecies, proclaimed doubt in the spiritual integrity of the mysterious creature, violating the laws of the universe. The spirit, reminiscent of living energy matter, with the elusive movement of the captured girl, threatens the sacred boundaries of her existence with incredible force. Yun Yujing, the head of the hidden god sect, reacted instantly, pinning the divine essence to the ground with the incredible spiritual power of the ancient warriors. Her gaze, burning with rage, turned into a cosmic weapon of retribution, ready to destroy the very structure of the mysterious entity. The girl's sacred hands began to dismember the spirit, tearing it into primordial cosmic structures with a fury that shook the foundations of the universe. Energy swirled around her. Her pupils turned white and her veins tensed in the final test of cosmic proportions. The purple ball of divine energy exploded, resembling a cosmic beacon of primordial chaos, ready to engulf the very reality of reality. Yun Yujing felt a touch on her shoulder. Her consciousness instantly responded with the name of Lin Chu, who alone could appear in this mysterious space between the worlds. The girl turned around, recognizing the familiar voice of Lin Chu, which sounded like an ancient chant of forgotten prophecies, ready to destroy the line between realities. Yun Yujing fiercely warned the stranger, demanding not to look. Her voice resembled primordial thunder, capable of crushing the cosmic structure of existence. Lin Chu, like a spiritual guardian of sacred knowledge, touched the soul of his beloved, calming her, promising to help curb uncontrollable energy. The guy proposed an ancient ritual of double cultivation, where divine energy merges in sacred unity, overcoming earthly limitations. Yun Yujing, obeying the primordial call, began to channel Lin Chu's spiritual acceptance power, reminiscent of a river of primordial energy. Their embrace became a sacred sacrament, where two souls merged in a cosmic dance of spiritual unity that surpasses earthly understanding. Lin Chu warned of the impending destruction of the mystical space. Yun Yujing spoke of a strange spirit that happened to be behind the sacred gates. Her story about the loss of control over spiritual power sounded like an ancient prophecy, ready to change the very structure of cosmic reality. Lin Chu revealed a sacred secret. The spirit was Li Yin's messenger to the blessed land of the ancestors, where the border between the worlds becomes illusory. Yun Yujing shuddered and doubted the divine existence of the hidden divine sect's ancestor, whose aura resembled the primordial source of cosmic wisdom. Lin Chu revealed the deepest secret. The legendary ancestor died, but the Blessed Land used the left part of his soul to create a divine body capable of maintaining the sacred space. Yun Yujing, shuddering, wondered about the nature of the spiritual body she encountered in the mystical space between the worlds. The guy confirmed that this is a sacred part of Li Yin's soul, left to maintain a mysterious place, reminiscent of the ancient covenant of the primordial spirits. Lin Chu proclaimed divine ancestors to the descendants whose aura resembled a cosmic sacred message. The place is doomed to destruction, but the ancestors' spiritual power will compress to an incredibly dense level, creating the last chance for cultivation. The guy declared his determination not to miss the opportunity for spiritual evolution, reminiscent of an ancient warrior on the verge of cosmic revelation. Yun Yujing warned of the monstrous danger of a spiritual explosion, which could destroy the very fabric of earthly existence. Lin Chu, following the pioneer of knowledge, announced a strategy. He would enter the sacred aura, and the girl would watch over the primordial power. The girl, shuddering with horror, grabbed from her lover. Her divine tears did not at all resemble a prayer before a cosmic catastrophe. Lin Chu gently hugged Yun Yujing, his confidence reminiscent of the primordial challenge of the very procedure of the universe. He recalled the divine destiny that awaits him after a possible sacred sacrifice, but the girl rejected this risky plan. Lin Chu soared like a divine warrior filled with the determination of the primordial elements, his spiritual energy resembling a cosmic vortex of ancient destiny. Approaching a crack that looked like a broken mirror, the guy noticed how black stripes of energy were collapsing, and the aura was becoming more intense. Lin Chu realized that a mysterious aura began to appear to the naked eye, reminiscent of primordial chaos, ready to engulf earthly reality. The guy, like an ancient hero, made a sacred decision to rush into a mystical hole. His will resembled a cosmic verdict on the universe itself. Having gone through everything, he carefully looked around like a scout, the forgotten space, measuring every divine energy particle. A transparent clot with a red border materialized in front of him, the sacred heritage of the true gods, capable of changing the texture of reality. His hand touched the formless essence, and Lin Chu realized that the sacred process was not developing fast enough for his divine aspirations. The guy realized that his soul required deeper control over the primordial spiritual force, reminiscent of an ancient mystical warrior. With a decisive move, he completely transformed into a red-rimmed mystical entity, his body disappearing into a divine energy whirlpool. Yun Yujing, the head of the hidden god sect, burst into tears as she felt that her lover, who resembled the legendary hero, might be lost forever in the cosmic abyss. Elle shouted furiously at Bai Yujin's residence, demanding that he stop harboring the criminal. Tensions reached a breaking point when Bishop Martin appeared in the air and tried to reason with the angry superhero about the veracity of the accusations. Al's belief in the involvement of Bai Yujin's organization was reinforced by video recordings, which, according to him, irrefutably proved Lin Chu's guilt. On the huge sky screen, footage was broadcast where the figure of Lin Chu was clearly visible entering the residence after the supposed assassination of Oz from the Alliance. The crowd below supported Al's accusations, remembering the auction story and suspecting that it was part of Bai Yujin's carefully planned operation. Ryoko, despite her head being bandaged, reacted emotionally to what was happening, hitting the table and categorically rejecting all accusations as false. A doctor who appeared nearby invited Ryoko to testify if she was truly confident in the innocence of her compatriots. Superhero. Al continued to stir up controversy by questioning the assembled crowd about whether it was acceptable to allow other organizations to flout the law so blatantly. The sky screen continued to broadcast the angry speech of the superhero, whose words found an increasing response among the people gathered below, thirsting for justice. Bishop Martin, floating in the air, tried to bring an element of prudence to the tense situation, calling on everyone to thoroughly investigate the circumstances. Ryoko, holding back her growing anger, realized that every word Al said increased the crowd's hostility towards Bai Yujin's organization. The doctor carefully watched Ryoko's reaction, realizing that the decision to testify could have serious consequences. Tensions reached a breaking point when Elle began to openly accuse Bai Yujin's leadership of deliberately covering up the killer and manipulating the facts. Ryoko noted with bitterness the paradox of the situation, where the Countermeasures Bureau unconditionally believed the Alliance, hastily branding her a thief of auction values. There was concern in the girl's words as she thought about how much more serious the consequences could have been if she had not reacted to the threat in time. Chen Mo, who appeared behind the crowd, suggested a long-standing conspiracy between Japan and the alliance aimed at stealing auction items. Concern for the fate of her missing husband was clearly visible in the trembling voice of Chen Mo, who shared her worries with those present. The experienced old man tried to calm the worried girl, assuring her of the reliability of the defense systems of the Bai Yujin residence. The doctor's unexpected intervention introduced an element of doubt into the old man's seemingly unshakable confidence regarding the safety of the residence. The tension of the moment intensified when the old man demanded from the doctor an explanation of her cryptic hints regarding the safety of the complex. Ryoko hastened to intervene in the conversation, urging the elder not to attach importance to the words of the doctor, who, in her opinion, did not have complete information. Ryoko's irritation manifested itself in a sharp reminder to those present to maintain decorum, given their status as guests. The elder's attention turned to the mysterious doctor when he openly inquired about her identity, clearly sensing something was wrong. The doctor reacted with unexpected calm, noting the lack of preliminary questions about her identity from those present. The elder admitted his own anxiety caused by the appearance of a mysterious doctor, whose presence made him feel an inexplicable anxiety. An irritated Ryoko demanded that the doctor stop speaking in riddles and finally reveal her true identity to the audience. The doctor introduced herself as a divine bird from an ancient sanctuary, whose appearance traditionally foreshadowed disasters and whose predictions tended to come true. Al's voice echoed across the square, calling on everyone present to unite to destroy the protective barrier in exchange for compensation from the Alliance. The spiritual energy masters, attracted by L's lucrative offer, agreed without hesitation to participate in the destruction of the residence's protective barrier. The bishop expressed support for Al's actions, but firmly stated that no casualties would be tolerated during the upcoming operation to infiltrate the residence. Crazy joy was reflected on Al's face at the sight of unexpected support from the spiritual masters and the bishop. The combined power of spiritual energy crashed into the residence's protective dome, covering it with a web of cracks under the continuous onslaught of attackers. The protective dome fell under a massive attack, leaving the eldest, Chen Mo, the bodyguard, and the mysterious doctor to face the looming threat. Al's triumphant exclamation was accompanied by a powerful laser beam that erupted from his eyes and rushed towards the inhabitants of the residence. With a lightning-quick movement, the old man made a special seal with his fingers, creating a protective barrier against the deadly laser beam. The power of the protection created by the old man was sufficient to completely neutralize the destructive effects of the laser beam. L turned to the girls with contempt, openly accusing them of harboring Lin Chu in Bai Yujin's residence. Al's last words were directed at the silent Xu Zhongzi, who remained impenetrably calm in the face of provocative accusations. Al, having sunk to the ground, continued to develop his idea about the possible non-involvement of Lin Chu in the Bai Yujin organization. There was a thinly veiled threat in Al's voice as he spoke of the need to detain the girls to aid the murder investigation. The ominous hint of many unsolved murders in the Alliance sounded especially ominous when L turned to the worried Chen Mo. The atmosphere became tense when Al openly admitted the impossibility of guaranteeing fair treatment for the detained girls. Gloating flashed across the superhero's face when he asked the old man to make a choice between two unacceptable options for the development of events. Al set a strict condition: either Bai Yujin admit guilt in attacking the Alliance Master, or transfer the girls under their jurisdiction. The mocking reference to the Chinese concept of Tao sounded especially offensive when Al inquired about the old man's choice according to this philosophy. The old man wisely noted that the proposed options were based on the erroneous assumption of his current affiliation with the Bai Yujin organization. With a decisive gesture, the old man drew his sword, declaring his willingness to renounce the Bai Yujin organization for the sake of a natural resolution to the conflict. Al scornfully recalled the long dominance of the Bai Yujin organization, hinting at their growing intolerance towards any form of resistance. The threat of vultures attacking the old man who had renounced the organization sounded especially ominous in the context of their long-standing feud with Bai Yujin. The old man, following the code of honor, pointed his sword towards Al, irritating him with his noble behavior in a critical situation. Shouts of support for the elder were heard among the observers, begging him not to make such a rash decision in the current situation. The sudden appearance of an unexpected enemy made Al lose his composure. His cries for the immediate elimination of the intruder echoed throughout the area. A crushing fiery blow overtook the self-confident superhero, catching him by surprise at the moment of the highest triumph over the supposed victory. The power of the attack turned out to be so great that L unable to resist it, found himself pressed into the ground, forming a deep crater from the impact. Lin Chu, surrounded by a blazing halo of fire, appeared before everyone, openly challenging his opponent who had been so persistently searching for him. Rage filled Al at the sight of his nemesis, his eyes lighting up with a deadly fire as he demanded an explanation for the sudden appearance. Demonstrating incredible vitality, Al recovered from the crushing blow with lightning speed and rushed to attack his opponent. Deadly laser beams fired by the enraged L cut through the air, rushing towards Lin Chu to the accompaniment of furious cries of destruction. The instant reaction allowed Lin Chu to create a protective barrier that effectively neutralized the enraged superhero's deadly attack. A sudden blow to L's cheek with a stone was accompanied by Lin Chu's mocking comment that the old days of unpunished beatings were a thing of the past. A swift kick followed the first attack, demonstrating Lin Chu's determined attitude towards a serious confrontation. Lin Chu's slow approach to his defeated opponent was accompanied by a grim reminder of L's past atrocities. A symbolic gesture of dominance, placing a foot on a defeated enemy, emphasized Lin Chu's promise to take revenge for all past grievances. The tense moment of celebration was unexpectedly disrupted by the appearance of mysterious leaves flying towards the back of the victorious Lin Chu. With a swift movement, Lin Chu intercepted the flying sheets, turning to the bishop with a demand to explain the meaning of this unexpected intervention. Defeated and panic-stricken, Al cried out to the bishop for help, continuing to accuse Lin Chu of killing Oz and attempting to kill himself. The bishop's holy book floated into the air, surrounded by mystical leaves, as he spoke stern words about the divine commandment against murder. Lin Chu countered with a biblical quote about retribution for shed blood, asserting his right to just retribution for the harm caused. Anger rang out in Lin Chu's voice as he demanded to stop calling him a butcher, hinting at the existence of a hidden truth. The bishop, citing divine justice, pointed to irrefutable video evidence of Lin Chu's involvement in Oz's murder. Determination appeared in Lin Chu's gaze when he offered to demonstrate an alternative perspective of the events that had taken place. By activating access to his memories, Lin Chu transported those present to outer space, emphasizing the superiority of personal memories over video recordings. Al's desperate cries about the unreliability of his memories sounded especially unconvincing against the backdrop of the unfolding cosmic panorama. Confidence in his rightness sounded in Lin Chu's voice when he turned to the bishop to evaluate the evidence presented. The bishop's heavy sigh was accompanied by the recognition of the possibility of an alternative version of the events that took place. The elder, manipulating the sword through spiritual energy, intervened in the conversation, pointing out the double standards in assessing the reliability of video evidence. The bishop's heavy sigh was accompanied by a bitter recognition that his words remained unheard amid the general chaos. L's next attempt to intervene was stopped by a powerful kick from Lin Chu, accompanied by a demand to finally shut up. Determination sounded in Lin Chu's voice as he approached the defeated enemy, offering to finally resolve their confrontation. The last remnants of strength were mobilized in Al's body as he staggered to his feet to demonstrate his final trump card. The unexpected appearance of people behind him forced the wounded Al to turn around, trying to determine the source of the new threat. Recognition flashed across Al's face at the sight of an older man with a mustache, glasses, and gray hair, accusing him of betraying the alliance. The head of the Countermeasures Bureau, elegantly holding an umbrella, denied accusations of betrayal, recalling the independence of his organization. Rage filled Al, causing him to fly into the air and activate spiritual energy in response to the disrespect shown to the alliance. The bodyguard's lightning-fast reaction allowed her to intercept a powerful energy strike aimed at the head of the bureau. There was desperation in the bureau chief's voice as he called on Al to keep his earlier promise. There was arrogance in Al's words about his right to revoke the power he had granted him at any time at his discretion. A tragic scene unfolded before the eyes of those present when the body of the girl who protected the boss began to dissolve into thin air. Al's gloating laughter accompanied his mocking gratitude to the old man for developing the cultivation power he had provided. The physical transformation turned L into a huge, muscular giant, challenging Lin Chu to demonstrate the difference in their strengths. Al's threatening promise to methodically break his opponent's bones was accompanied by a demonstration of his increased physical power. Lin Chu, holding a mysterious golden leaf in his hands, cast an ancient spell that caused the sudden appearance of thunderclouds and flashes of lightning. The vault of heaven was filled with swirling black clouds of unprecedented density, forcing even the self-confident Al to freeze in amazement. A gigantic lightning bolt, larger in size than any natural phenomenon ever seen, struck El with a crushing blow. The force of the heavenly blow was so great that El's body was enveloped in steam, and smoke rose from his singed hair. The sequence of lightning bolts continued to rain down on the enemy, gradually depriving him of his ability to stay in the air. The elder's concern grew at the sight of dark clouds persisting unnaturally long over the battlefield. An alarming observation about the unnatural duration of the thunderstorm event increased tension among those present. The head of the Hidden God sect let out a warning cry that the original lightning had triggered an even larger disaster. The elder surrounded Chen Mo, the bodyguard, and Dr. Shu with a protective field of spiritual energy and lifted them into the air for immediate evacuation. The old man's desperate cry about the impossibility of resisting the heavenly forces emphasized the scale of the impending disaster. At this fateful moment, Goddess Eve, standing at the magic mirror with the reflection of Lin Chu, gently touched its surface with her lips. There was triumph in Eve's voice as she announced the arrival of the long-awaited moment of her triumph. The determination of the goddess was manifested in her intention to subjugate her chosen one, leaving him no opportunity for resistance. Admiration for the outstanding cultivation abilities of the chosen man was evident in the words of the loving goddess. Materializing in front of Lin Chu, Eva expressed her eagerness for him to confront the impending disaster. A grandiose spectacle unfolded around the guy as countless lightning bolts rushed towards his body, forming a deadly whirlwind. An instinctive desire to protect her chosen one forced Eve to create a protective dome around Lin Chu. A tense dialogue between the goddess and the guy revealed her indignation at his willingness to accept death without resistance. Lin Chu's insight was evident in his understanding of the goddess's actions and the reminder of the millennia of waiting for his rebirth. Eve, holding the cracking protective dome, reminded of the unsurpassed power of heavenly forces, even for those who had reached the heights of cultivation. A dramatic moment came when the goddess's protective dome collapsed, allowing the heavenly lightning to reach its target. The mysterious appearance of dolls in the guy's hands brought an unexpected twist to the development of events. Disorientation overwhelmed Goddess Eve as she suddenly found herself on a busy street, trying to comprehend the reality of what was happening. Anger filled the goddess as she walked down the street, mentally accusing the guy of the audacity of dragging her soul into his sea of consciousness. The surrounding people, speaking in the voice of Lin Chu, mocked the weakness of the goddess's soul in a space where different laws of power apply. Eve's irritation reached its peak when she tried to destroy the illusory people with a curse, unleashing her rage. The threat of eternal enslavement of the soul sounded in the words of the goddess, holding in her hands a clot of spiritual power emitting deadly rays. The determination to destroy the guy's sea of consciousness along with his soul was reflected in the furious words of the angry goddess. Lin Chu, who had changed his appearance, appeared in the sea of consciousness, accusing the goddess of trying to use him to gain power over souls. Triumph flashed across Eva's face when she noticed the guy's presence, reproaching him for not being skillful enough in hiding. The goddess wrapped black tendrils of spiritual energy around Lin Chu, confident that it was impossible for him to escape from her deadly embrace. Confusion overwhelmed Eve when she was unable to detect the boy's soul core, despite physical contact. The realization of falling into a trap came to the goddess along with the understanding of her complete immobility. The superiority of the situation was reflected in Lin Chu's calm words as he placed his hand on the head of the frozen goddess, noting the simplicity of his plan. The insanely beautiful goddess Eva stood, her snow-white hair framing her face with her violet eyes suddenly opening. The forest scene unfolded between the majestic figure of a goddess in a luxurious purple dress and Lin Chu standing in front of her. Fury distorted the goddess's beautiful features as she raised her hand with an angry exclamation at the boy's insolence. Lin Chu's unexpected reaction to the approaching slap was to calmly accept the inevitable blow. The sound of the impact echoed through the forest as the goddess's palm met the boy's cheek, causing him to make a thoughtful comment about the nature of the brand. The superiority of the situation was reflected in Lin Chu's gesture as he took the goddess by the chin, reminding her of her vulnerability to his control. A furious threat of 1,000-fold death came from the goddess's lips, demonstrating her rebellious nature even in the moment of defeat. The tense moment of confrontation ended with the guy's condescending reaction to the threats of the once powerful goddess. Lin Chu's dominance was finally established with the gesture of his hand placed on the goddess's head and the words about her true master. The contrast was created by the sight of Chen Mo and the maid standing on top of the temple, where the pink hair of one was offset by the long locks of the other. Concern for Lin Chu was heard in Chen Mo's words, to which the pink-haired maid hastened to reassure her mistress with assurances of his well-being. Chen Mo's delicate remark about the inappropriateness of Mrs. Address highlighted her new status as the last representative of the Chen family. The maid gently reminded the girl of Lin Chu's presence in her life, trying to soften the bitterness of loneliness. Fury against Eve burst out of Chen Mo's mouth as she remembered the tragic death of her family. Admiration for Lin Chu's tenacity was mixed with irreconcilable hatred for Eve in the girl's emotional speech. The sudden appearance of a voice promising retribution against her family's murderer made Chen Mo turn around. The joy of Lin Chu's recognition resulted in Chen Mo's delighted cry when she saw the familiar silhouette. The tragic moment came when the girl tried to hug her lover, but passed through his ghostly body. Tears welled up in Chen Mo's eyes when she asked about the location of Lin Chu's physical body. The guy, looking at the upset girl, turned the conversation to important information obtained from Eve's memories. An alarming warning about the awakening of mythical beasts and the hope of restoring the body with the help of a phoenix feather sounded in Lin Chu's words. A glimmer of hope appeared on Chen Mo's face when she questioned the veracity of his words. The final chord was Lin Chu's direction to the tied-up white girl, promising Chen Mo the opportunity to carry out the desired retribution. Chen Mo's initial desire to kill Eve softened under the influence of a rational understanding of the value of such a powerful ally. Wisdom was evident in the girl's words, recognizing the potential usefulness of a former enemy as a strategic ally. Chen Mo's nobility was manifested in his refusal to take revenge at the hands of others and his determination to develop his own strength for future confrontation. Sincere gratitude rang through Lin Chu's words as he expressed his gratitude for the opportunity to be Chen Mo's husband. The calming picture of the setting sun over the sea horizon suddenly gave way to alarming signs. The calm of the evening was disturbed by powerful waves, foreshadowing the emergence of something grandiose from the depths of the sea. A majestic sea dragon emerged from the abyss, demonstrating its impressive size and the power of an ancient creature. The monster's threatening gesture directed at the people on the shore froze midway after an unexpected intervention. A simple snap of the unknown's fingers made the mighty monster freeze in a daze, gripped by inexplicable fear. The guy's thoughtful observation of the growing power of spirit beasts was accompanied by another demonstrative snap of his fingers. Practical thinking was evident in words about the value of dragon materials for creating powerful weapons. The philosophical comment about the blessing of the tribulation period reflected a deep understanding of the changes taking place. The determination to find the phoenix and reunite with loved ones was heard in the guy's final words addressed to the sea horizon.